Chapter 1. The year 2025, Baoshan Base. Shan Yu followed the hunter squad through a hard day's work and gained 10 crystal cores. He returned to the base utterly exhausted. He hurriedly walked through the street, hesitating for a moment when passing by the base canteen. Eventually, he used 1 crystal core to buy a steamed bun to eat. On July 15, 2023, the Pandora virus broke out, turning infected humans into zombies. Survivors led by mutants established several small bases, which became the last fortresses of humanity. Mutants are superhumans evolved from ordinary people after the start of the apocalypse. They each have unique abilities with physical qualities generally surpassing those of regular people. After years of research, people found that the superpowers of mutants come from their innate mental energy, which is replenished by the crystal cores in zombie brains. Over time, crystal cores became the universal currency among all bases. But Shan Yu was an exception. He was also a mutant, but his ability was too underwhelming. The captain of today's hunter squad's words still echoed in his ears. Shan Yu, your power is too delicate. 5 minutes of scanning, then 2 hours of recharging, it can't even kill zombies. And you need crystal cores to maintain it, it's not worth it. What he meant was that taking Shan Yu along on the hunter squad wasn't worth the effort. Shan Yu's power is called CT X-ray, meaning he can penetrate the surface to see the internal details, such as seeing through walls to count how many zombies are inside a house. This could be a very useful skill, but it requires an exceptionally high level of mental energy from the user. As Shan Yu's mental energy isn't particularly strong, this resulted in 5 minutes of scanning followed by 2 hours of recharge. An underwhelming skill, coupled with no offensive capabilities, made Shan Yu just like any other normal person except when using his power. Thus, receiving 10 crystal cores as payment was already quite good. Swallowing down his steamed bun, Shan Yu bought another before leaving, preparing to save it for tomorrow. His hands in his pockets, head low, he walked across the street. He was slim and frail-looking, his appearance clear and refined. His hair was soft, his eyes pure, making him resemble a harmless college student. Shan Yu suddenly stopped, looking at a patch of grass where a plump orange cat stared at him intently, its green eyes gleaming mysteriously. Who lets their pet roam free? Shan Yu muttered, slowly approaching, squatting down, and gently stroking the cat. Meow, the fat orange cat purred sweetly, melting Shan Yu's heart. Ultimately, the Pandora virus gave humanity hope. People discovered that their pets underwent changes, they seemed to grow larger overnight, their intelligence skyrocketed, their claws and teeth became sharper, and they possessed powerful attacks that allowed them to face off against zombies without hesitation while being completely immune to the Pandora virus. More importantly, they maintained loyalty and friendship towards their owners, fighting alongside them. In no time, pets became the most faithful companions in battle. When people realized wild animals couldn't be tamed, they willingly paid hundreds or even thousands of crystal cores for a single pet. During one of his missions with the hunter squad, Shan Yu once witnessed a domesticated hyacinth macaw whose talons were sharp like an eagle's. It circled in the air, diving to snatch a zombie with one swoop, fearlessly facing hordes of zombies. If pets were so precious, why would one appear outside in the grass? The orange cat let Shan Yu pat it until it was satisfied, then climbed onto his knee for affection. Shan Yu bent down to let it lick him before tearing off a piece of the bun to give it. Unexpectedly, the orange cat turned around and swallowed the whole bun, startling Shan Yu speechless. Frantically patting its back, Shan Yu exclaimed, "You can't rush things, it's a big bun. You might choke, spit it out, good boy." The orange cat glanced at him, and surprisingly began to vomit right away. Shan Yu was about to complain about how well-behaved the feline was when there was a clatter, and the orange cat spat out something resembling a yellow gemstone. What did that mean? A white bun goes in, and a yellow gem comes out. Is this cat a money printer? After spitting out the yellow gemstone, the orange cat took the piece of bun Shan Yu tore off, swishing its tail as it left, leaving a bewildered Shan Yu behind. Truly gluttonous, Shan Yu sighed, full of questions as he picked up the gem on the ground. As soon as the yellow gemstone touched his finger, it vanished instantly, replaced by a voice in his mind. System notification, post-apocalypse pet hospital system activated. In order to provide a wonderful living environment for pet babies, increase their lifespan, reduce pain, and enhance happiness, the post-apocalypse pet hospital system will start helping pet babies from today onwards. Huh? What is this? A cute and lively female voice continued to sound in Shan Yu's mind. Would you like to become the owner of the post-apocalypse pet hospital? Wait a moment, what's going on? Is this some kind of golden finger from those system novels he used to read before the apocalypse? If so, can he even say no? Beep, registration successful. Wait a minute. Shan Yu clutched his head, wanting the system to stop. He did indeed get assigned to veterinary medicine in university, but after graduation, he worked as a regular clerk at a company, never touching a scalpel again. How did the system find him to be the owner? How was he supposed to run a hospital? System loading. System loading complete. Program downloading. Program download complete. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the post-apocalypse pet hospital. Next, please follow the system's guidance to provide a wonderful living environment for the pet babies. Our goal is, respect life, never abandon, your apocalypse is more colorful with you. Please run hard under the sunset for this goal. The cheerful female voice in his mind finally stopped, leaving Shang Yu thoroughly shocked. When he snapped back to reality, he had already been standing by the roadside for a long time. The sky gradually grew darker, and he hurriedly returned home. Shang Yu's base was located in a high-end residential area in the suburbs of Shanghai. After the apocalypse outbreak, Shanghai became a hell on earth, but the leader of this base quickly occupied the neighborhood, leveraging the geographic advantage to build walls and organize people for resistance, carving out a small sanctuary in the apocalypse. Shang Yu had just graduated at that time, renting in the suburbs to save on rent, and unexpectedly, this decision saved him. After returning home, Shang Yu carefully thought about it. Was this system really the type described in novels? Was it the kind of system that kills people if they don't complete tasks? Although he studied veterinary medicine, he had never truly become a veterinarian, let alone independently operate a hospital. If a pet accidentally died under his care, not to mention the system, he wouldn't even be able to live with his own conscience. Can this system not be uninstalled? Shang Yu tried to open the system interface in his mind, and sure enough, a transparent interface appeared in front of him, with 6 large characters, Post-Apocalypse Pet Hospital, followed by some basic introductions. Post-Apocalypse Pet Hospital System Introduction. To extend the lifespans of pet babies and enhance their combat abilities, the Post-Apocalypse Pet Hospital is finally here. As the cutest and most loyal babies, how can they easily leave us behind? Our hospital is equipped with a full set of facilities including an examination room, operating room, activity room, medication preparation room, testing room, and isolation room, all working towards increasing the happiness index of our pet babies. Please continue striving to keep the post-apocalypse pet hospital running in this world ahead. Shang Yu realized the reason why this system existed. After the apocalypse, pets became humanity's most important companions. People feared the bites and scratches of zombies, but pets didn't, often showing extremely high aggression while protecting their owners at the forefront. However, among different types of humans, most owners regarded their pets as children, while others exploited disloyalty and friendship, treating pets as weapons or tools, showing no affection. There were even cases where pets blocked knives for their owners, only for the owners to sell them afterward. This system likely appeared to help protect the rights and interests of pets. As he scrolled down, sure enough, the consequences of rejecting the system appeared. Post-apocalypse pet hospital system uninstallation method. How could we not save such cute pets? If you want to uninstall the post-apocalypse pet hospital system, click the button below to enter the uninstallation interface. Note, after uninstalling the system, the owner's life will also be taken away. Please click carefully. So systems are no good things at all. Humph. He pulled down the interface, and after the system introduction, there was his own profile. System owner, Shang Yu. Age, 25 years old. Date of birth, November 15, 2000. Mutation power, CT X-ray vision. Physical constitution, average. Mental energy, weak. Number of pets saved, 0. Below the interface, there was a button to switch interfaces. Shang Yu clicked on the task button, and the task page appeared before him. Novice task, 1. Task objective, move into a detached small building and hang up the sign with a name for the pet hospital. Task description, pet babies need quiet and open environments. Please prepare for the launch of the pet hospital. A hospital without a name won't do, will it? We're looking for a cute and catchy name. Task reward, basic crystals * 1000, 1 novice starter pack. Upon seeing 1000 crystals, Shang Yu couldn't help but feel tempted. If the novice task already rewarded 1000 crystals, then higher level tasks must offer even more rewards. Previously, when he went out hunting zombies with the hunter team, he had followed them all day and only earned 10 crystals. And crystals were in dire need for someone like him who had weak mental energy. Since this fate has come upon me, let's follow the system and open a pet hospital in the apocalypse. Chapter 2. For their base, the thing that they had the most of were houses. To emphasize its high-end nature, the first row consisted of 8 detached villas, numbered from 1 to 9, with number 4 missing. The second and third rows had semi-detached villas, followed by residential buildings 8 stories high. The base had over 1,500 people, most of whom preferred living in the residential buildings and semi-detached villas, which seemed safer, leaving most of the detached villas vacant. On the morning of the next day, Shang Yu casually threw a bag over his shoulder, closed the door, and went to look at the villas. The villa area had an excellent environment, each having an independent small garden surrounded by iron railings, with the villas hidden behind tree shadows creating a feeling of a secluded courtyard. Shang Yu randomly pushed the door to one yard, and since no one had taken care of it, the yard looked desolate and withered, with wild rose branches entwined around the iron railings showing that the previous owner had a refined taste. A gravel path led straight to the villa, and there were 2 big trees of unknown species in the yard. Shang Yu circled around to the back of the villa, where a pond was dug in the backyard. Artificial rocks stood around the edges, and a small arch bridge lay across the pool, very delicate. Once maintained properly in the future, it would certainly look beautiful. The supplies inside the villa had already been searched through several times, leaving only an empty shell. Xiang Yu explored all 3 floors of the villa thoroughly and was quite satisfied, although it was barren inside. Wasn't the system there? The system introduction had already stated that the hospital would be equipped with fully equipped surgical rooms, diagnostic rooms, isolation wards, etc., and based on the trend of the system, this little building would surely be gradually filled in the future. Since he had accepted this system, he should work hard toward the goal. Xiang Yu lived alone, as a bachelor without much belongings, so after tidying up a bit, he moved directly into the villa. Next, it was time to name the place. Xiang Yu slapped his head, naming it, My Meng Pet Hospital. He randomly found a relatively flat board, wrote the 6 big words, My Meng Pet Hospital, with a marker pen, hung it on the iron railing, and officially opened. A ding sounded in his ear. Xiang Yu opened the system to see that Novice Task 1 showed as completed, with the Claim Reward button lit up. It seems that novice tasks were pretty simple after all. In high spirits, Xiang Yu returned to the villa and chose to claim the reward. Just as a loud thud echoed, a beautifully packaged large gift box appeared in front of him. The system was indeed powerful. Xiang Yu rubbed his hands, untied the silk ribbon outside the gift box, lifted the cover, and immediately blanked out. There was a complete set of veterinary basic knowledge detailed explanation, consisting of 8 thick books lying quietly in the gift box. So this is what's inside the novice starter pack. Not exactly encouraging new veterinarians' enthusiasm at work, right? That's outright contempt. Fuming, Xiang Yu took the books out and found something else underneath. An entire set of doctor's uniforms, including a white coat, stethoscope, surgical scrubs, surgical cap, mask, gloves, all perfectly tailored to his size. Underneath were yet another large box containing a complete set of surgical tools, including scalpels, surgical scissors, hemostatic forceps, surgical tweezers, tissue clamps, and so on. As for those 1,000 crystals, Xiang Yu searched for a long while without finding them, and eventually noticed that his account balance on the system interface increased by 1,000. The crystals could be withdrawn or used anytime, conveniently stored within the system. Novice Task 1 completed. The system immediately issued 2 more tasks. Novice Task 2. Task Objective: pass the simulation examination conducted by the post-apocalypse pet hospital system. Task Description: study thoroughly the veterinary basic knowledge detailed explanation. There will be a simulation exam in 1 month. If you fail, the post-apocalypse pet hospital system will automatically uninstall. Task Reward: basic crystals *1000, 1 treatment table, commonly used pet medications *500. Novice Task 3. Task Objective: hire a medical staff member. Task Description: a hospital with only 1 person won't work, we need someone who loves pets to help. Task Reward: basic crystals *500, a large reception desk, and commonly used medical supplies *500. Xiang Yu. Table flip. Not playing anymore. He couldn't believe that years after leaving school, Xiang Yu still had to take an exam. And if he failed, the system would uninstall. Was this a threat? Xiang Yu searched through the system but couldn't find any complaint channel. Feeling utterly frustrated, he resigned himself to his fate and tidied up the 3rd floor of the villa to use as his bedroom. He carried all 8 hefty books upstairs. In the following days, Xiang Yu studied tirelessly day and night, losing all sense of time. Just then, he heard knocking at the door. Xiang Yu looked confused, went to open the door, and saw a man and a woman standing there hesitantly asking, excuse me, is this my Meng Pet Hospital? Xiang Yu replied, yes. The woman immediately relaxed and smiled, great. Doctor, could you please check on my baby? She's about to give birth. The woman stepped aside to reveal, a wolf. Xiang Yu. The man and woman sat down in the makeshift living room with Xiang Yu. The man was named Mu Yun, tall and sturdy, accompanied by a husky. The woman was Jian Xiling, petite in appearance, yet she owned a wolf. Xiang Yu felt embarrassed and said, the hospital isn't officially opened yet, and many facilities aren't complete. Jian Xiling waved her hand dismissively, it doesn't matter, doctor. I have no experience delivering babies, so I'm worried I might mess it up. Luckily, this smelly man nearby noticed there's a hospital here, so we came over. Xiang Yu understood and inwardly thanked his previous experience. During university, he interned at a pet clinic, spending most of his time neutering pets or assisting with their deliveries. Back in university, Xiang Yu excelled at both sterilization and pet delivery. In one winter vacation alone, he neutered more than 50 pets, earning resentment from countless cats and dogs. Though his delivery experience wasn't as extensive as sterilization, he had successfully delivered dozens of newborns. Jian Xiling was outgoing and quickly warmed up to Xiang Yu, talking enthusiastically about her pet. My little Momo has been through a lot since young. Once, when I visited my grandmother in the countryside, I saw some children tossing Momo into the air for fun. I couldn't bear it, so I took Momo home. Then Momo grew bigger, and I realized something was off. Later, when the apocalypse hit, Momo protected me all the way here, otherwise, I'd probably be dead by now. As she continued, her voice broke into sobs, but shortly after Momo had a good life, that stupid husky. Her voice trailed off in tears. Mu Yun leaned back on the sofa lazily, interjecting, "Hey, that's unfair. My dog earned what he got, why call it forced?" Huh. Jian Xiling turned red with anger. "Your son plays with Momo every day but doesn't care about how hard it is for Momo to carry the babies." She pointed at Mu Yun accusingly, "You're a mon." Then she turned toward the husky, "And you're a dog." Mu Yun retorted fiercely, "What nonsense. What nonsense. I fight zombies outside every day to earn milk money for my grandchild. Every resource I get goes straight to you and Momo first. How can you call me a mon?" Huh. Shang Yu tried to mediate, "It looks like you two have a good relationship." Both Jian Xiling and Mu Yun turned to face Shang Yu, speaking in unison, "Not at all." Shang Yu. Meanwhile, Jian Xiling and Mu Yun bickered incessantly, while the husky and Momo had already become inseparable, licking each other lovingly. Seeing the friendly relationship between them, Shang Yu decided to find a room and prepare a birthing box. When he returned, he saw Jian Xiling and Mu Yun awkwardly crouching beside Momo, looking at a very anxious husky running around. They both looked at Shang Yu as though they'd seen a lifesaver. Shang doctor, Momo just started leaking water." Shang Yu checked and said, "She's about to give birth. Let's head to the birthing room." Chapter 3. Shang Yu was also a bit nervous since this was the first time he'd assisted with the birth of a wolf's pups. Jian Xiling held Momo and put her in the birthing box, shutting the door to separate Mu Yun and the husky outside. "The two of you wait out here." Momo began experiencing the first wave of contractions, lying on her side in the birthing box as she continuously gnawed on everything she could reach, emitting waves of mournful cries that pierced the heart. Shang Yu needed to clip some of the fur around Momo's rear end to avoid it getting soaked with blood. He asked Jian Xiling to soothe Momo while he used scissors to trim the fur. As they were busy, the husky heard Momo's cries from outside and tried scratching at the wooden door with its claws. In one swift swipe, it created a large hole in the door. "Shang Yu. Your pet is a mutated one, friend." Jian Xiling roared angrily, "Both of you nuisances go outside." Reluctantly, the husky and Mu Yun retreated to the yard. The labor pains were painful and long-lasting. Momo panted heavily, tongue extended, her strength drained by her suffering. Shang Yu instructed Jian Xiling to gently stroke Momo's belly while he activated his penetrating vision ability to check on Momo's condition. One pup was already very close to the exit, and the contractions grew more intense. At such times, the presence of the owner was far more effective than a stranger like himself. Shang Yu had Jian Xiling keep comforting Momo silently for added security. Momo kept gasping due to the pain, pushing her head into Jian Xiling's hand while whining pitifully, her eyes wet like those of a wronged child. Jian Xiling continued soothing her, "Be good, Momo, push hard, once the babies are out, the pain will be gone. I'll make you some meat bones later. Be good, Momo, push." Momo understood, pushing along with the rhythm of the contractions. Half an hour passed, and Momo suddenly gave a loud howl as the first pup smoothly slid out. Instinctively, Momo tore open the amniotic sac, bit through the umbilical cord, and ate the membrane before licking the pup clean with her large tongue. Shang Yu and Jian Xiling couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Jian Xiling hugged Momo's big head tightly and planted a kiss. "Momo is amazing. She's the best mom." Just then, Shang Yu looked up and saw both the husky and Mu Yun standing in the yard, peering through the window. After seeing the first pup born, Mu Yun cheered loudly, raising both fists high in the air in joy, screaming something incomprehensible. Shang Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly, then lowered his head to continue working. After the first pup, things went smoother. Within 10 minutes, another one emerged. This time, Momo was too busy licking the first one to pay attention to the second one. Wearing latex gloves, Shang Yu quickly tore open the membrane, neatly cut the umbilical cord with surgical scissors, disinfected it with iodine, tied it off simply, and handed it over to Momo's mouth. His entire process was so skillful that Jian Xiling remarked appreciatively, "Dr. Shang is really impressive." Shang Yu blushed slightly, thinking to himself that these were the only skills he possessed. Luckily, his past experience delivering babies hadn't been forgotten yet. After the two pups had their fur licked dry, they nestled under Momo's belly to feed. During this period, 2 more pups were born in succession. At one point, Momo took a rest, and Jian Xiling asked, "Are we done?" Shang Yu shook his head, "There are still 2 more. He had checked using his abilities earlier and confirmed there were 6 pups in total inside Momo. Now they were likely paused because she had run out of energy. Shang Yu pretended to go upstairs to get something but actually quietly opened the system interface. He remembered the system had a store feature. Indeed, the store was stocked with all kinds of dog and cat food, from milk powder to canned food, from meat bones to little fish snacks, everything anyone could dream of. And the prices were extremely cheap. Canned food was only 1 crystal core. Buy. He had 1,000 crystal cores right now. Then, there was a clatter, and before him appeared 10 cans. 1 crystal core equaled 10 cans. Too cheap. Shang Yu didn't have time to think much more, grabbing 2 cans and returning to the room. He opened the cans and fed them to Momo. Momo indeed lacked strength, instantly devouring the 2 cans while humming twice toward Shanyu, prompting Jian Xiling to explain, "She's thanking you." After eating the canned food, Momo pushed harder again, giving birth to 2 more pups in one go. Finally, this ordeal came to an end. Finally, the husky and Muyun were allowed back inside. With shining eyes, they fixed their gaze on the pups in the nest, furry, small balls covered in silvery fur hugging chubby bodies, sucking on the mother's nipples energetically. After looking for a while, Muyun reached a conclusion: "They look more like my husky." The husky lifted its head and let out an "Ao" sound, fully agreeing. Momo understood and let out a sound to the 2 of them, making both Jian Xiling and the husky stop talking immediately. "Humph," saying this in front of the wolf. "Don't you know wolves have stronger gene inheritance? Of course the kid should look more like mom." After a while, the husky lowered its head and used its nose to nuzzle each of the pups, greeted by tiny paws waving around, yet it remained gleeful. "I'm a dad now." A sense of responsibility welled up inside the husky. From today on, it resolved to work hard with the master, collecting food for the wife and children. The husky stood tall, taking on a protective stance, not allowing anyone to approach. Even when Muyun tried to touch the babies, it refused. Muyun was deeply struck, lamenting with tears in his voice, "You have a wife but forget your father. Who brought you back? Who raised you with their own hands? Now even the grandkids I can't touch." The husky avoided Muyun's eyes, refusing to let him touch. Muyun looked at the sky with a heart filled with pain. Since Momo was still recovering from giving birth and the pups were still young, Muyun and Jian Xiling both decided to leave Momo and the children here first, planning to bring them back after things settled down. While pulling out crystal cores, Muyun grumbled, not even able to touch once. To get revenge, he suddenly picked up the husky and disregarding its dignity, hoisted it onto his shoulder and walked off. The poor husky's angry howls could be heard from far away. Shanyu went back to check on Momo, fearing that she might feel uneasy due to Jian Xiling leaving. Momo's condition was very stable, she didn't even stop Shanyu from touching the pups, clearly trusting Shanyu greatly. Now having crystal cores, Shanyu could replenish his mental power, and with mental power, he could activate his abilities. Shanyu used his powers to scan through all the little pups. Each one was healthy, chubby and cute, though they hadn't opened their eyes yet, their limbs were strong, sure signs that they would grow into strong big dogs. Looking again at Momo, Momo had sufficient milk and no injuries, she just needed to recuperate after childbirth. Shanyu patted Momo's head. Though outwardly Momo was a high and mighty wolf, inside she was a little princess who enjoyed Shanyu's petting so much that she pushed her head into his hand. Shanyu opened the mall interface. Previously, during an emergency, he only caught a quick glimpse. Today, upon looking closely, he discovered that this mall was incredibly powerful. On the left side of the mall were several categories: dogs, cats, birds, amphibians, and others. Practically all kinds of animals people keep as pets at home were included. Ever since humans discovered that pets possessed especially powerful combat abilities, they used every possible way to expand the pet population. However, wild animals couldn't be tamed, only those that had lived alongside humans before the apocalypse remained loyal. Therefore, these common pets were all there were. Shanyu opened the dog category and found the scroll bar extremely long, almost endless. From dog food, bones, canned food, to dog houses, toys, and further down, deworming agents, Elizabethan collars, the list was staggering. Shanyu even spotted various sizes of prosthetic limbs for dogs. Even more staggering was the affordability, all pet supplies were exceptionally cheap. All food, drinks, and toys cost merely 1 crystal core. It was practically being given away. This system was truly formidable, Shanyu marveled. Ah, of course, human supplies were also available. But a simple bowl of plain rice cost 100 crystal cores. Shanyu gave a soft chuckle, without humans, how will your system function? Jian Xiling had mentioned rewarding Momo with some meat bones earlier. Remembering this, Shanyu bought 2 meat bones from the mall for Momo, who gnawed on them without lifting her head. After arranging for Momo, Shanyu was about to go to the base cafeteria to buy a few steamed buns when the garden iron gate creaked open. Shanyu looked up and froze momentarily. It was their base leader, Shengying, who entered. Chapter 4. Shengying paused for half a beat in his step before continuing forward. He was handsome, with thin lips, a straight nose bridge, and a well-built frame. As he advanced, he exuded a fierce, sharp aura, aggressive and overwhelming, making people hesitant to look directly at him. So Shanyu slightly averted his gaze downward. Shengying wore a black shirt whose good cut accentuated his broad shoulders. 2 buttons at the neck were undone, revealing caramel skin and collarbones. Looking lower, Shanyu saw a black panther. Can the pets in this neighborhood be normal for once? The black panther was cradled in Shengying's arms. It was enormous, with sleek fur that rippled over elegant muscle lines. Its yellow pupils brimmed with cruelty and wildness. Yet, despite its fierce appearance, its actions were childlike as it buried its head into his chest with a whimper of, "Dr. My Meng Pet Hospital." Shengying approached, his dark eyes piercing as he sized up Shanyu from top to bottom. Shan Yu nodded, readjusting his mask. The clinic just opened and we're still lacking some equipment. My apologies. No problem, Shen Ying replied as he sat down on the couch, holding the panther. You'll being doctor, my precious stepped on glass shards while we were walking. Shan Yu stole a glance, it turned out this precious was male. With claws spread wide, blood partly dried around its paw pads where shards had embedded. It looked pitiful. Activating his X-ray vision ability, Shan Yu noted with relief the shards hadn't gone deep, avoiding internal damage. He excused himself upstairs under the pretense of fetching supplies but actually accessed the system to purchase bandages, alcohol, antibiotics, and more. Returning downstairs, he naturally knelt before Shen Ying and gently used tweezers to extract the shards from Precious' paw. Shen Ying stiffened slightly when Shan Yu knelt by him. Though aware it was for cleaning Precious' wounds, his body tensed involuntarily. From this angle, Shen Ying caught sight of Shan Yu's soft black hair and the supple, white neck beneath it. After staring at that spot for a moment, Shen Ying suddenly asked softly, "What's your name?" Concentrating on treating Precious' wound, Shan Yu responded lightly, "I'm Shan Yu, as in commercial, and Moon Glow Star Brilliance." Moon Glow Star Brilliance. Shen Ying's gaze swept like tangible waves over Shan Yu's soft black hair. Sensitive as Shan Yu was, he seemed to feel something and glanced up, meeting Shen Ying's intense gaze. Unconsciously, Shen Ying noticed Shan Yu's amber-colored eyes. Masked in pale blue fabric hiding nose and mouth, highlighting delicate features, his lean body clad in white doctor's uniform emitted an aura of celibacy and refinement, each corner of the garment fluttering slightly, teasing Shen Ying's heartstrings. Tightening all his muscles, Shen Ying strived to appear less aggressive, feigning consideration as he mumbled after deliberation, "This hospital is excellent." Shan Yu raised his head, eyes pure. Shen Ying said, "Pets are now crucial fighters, yet there has been no pet treatment center in the base. Owners either have to treat them alone or ask human doctors to take a look. Your pet hospital arrives timely." He glanced downward at Precious trying hard to lick Shan Yu's hand, then softened, saying, "And pets must like you too." Ignoring his former aloof demeanor, Precious stretched its thorny tongue towards Shan Yu. Shan Yu absent-mindedly patted Precious' head, making its eyes close blissfully. Shan Yu thought, this base leader wasn't as high and cold as he seemed. Both owner and pet seemed externally aloof but inwardly tender-hearted. Winding soft bandages around the injury, he smiled warmly, "That's great. I also adore pets immensely. When back, keep the wound dry, rest it well, come here for medicine change in 3 days." After wrapping, Shan Yu gave Precious a pat on the head as reward and reminded Shen Ying. Struggling to divert his gaze from Shan Yu's thin, long fingers, Shen Ying turned to Shan Yu. What? Shan Yu. Repeating the words, Shan Yu suspected Shen Ying might have spaced out again. When paying with crystal cores, Shen Ying blindly handed over excessive money without caring. He suggested, "Your clinic just opened, if you need anything, find me. I often go out for supplies and can bring what you need along." Shan Yu offered a gentle smile, realizing Shen Ying aside from being a bit dim-witted, was really like his Precious. After seeing off Shen Ying, night had completely enveloped. No power supply post-apocalypse, Shan Yu simply stayed indoors, leaning on the bed to study, his thoughts wandering amidst reading. This Shen Ying, they'd met once before. When Shan Yu first graduated, he rented a house in this neighborhood. Shen Ying also lived there, but he resided in a townhouse villa and drove a Maybach. Shan Yu had an impression of Shen Ying purely because he had encountered his car several times in the neighborhood. Every time, Shen Ying courteously let him pass first with quiet politeness. Later, the apocalypse arrived. Shen Ying swiftly analyzed the situation, organized a defense team, gathered supplies, built walls, and recruited followers, quickly establishing a base and securing a foothold amidst the chaos of Shanghai, a literal hell on earth. Over 2 years, he built infrastructure such as canteens and hospitals within the base, making it function like a small government managed with impeccable order. As for his mutation ability, Shan Yu remembered opening his mouth wide in amazement when he first heard about it. Could someone really have such a good, golden finger? Shen Ying's ability was, to create intelligent robots. Heard that the materials and size were unlimited, as long as Shen Ying had the resources and powered them with crystal cores, he could produce small robots to fight zombies. Robots lacked sensations of pain or fear, and most importantly, they couldn't be infected by viruses. They were truly powerful weapons against zombies. Nowadays, countless battle turrets stand tirelessly on the walls day and night, using crystal cores as energy sources. They automatically distinguish between humans and zombies and attack any zombie entering their range. This is why people in the base rarely face life-threatening danger, and some have never even directly encountered zombies. All these are thanks to Shen Ying. He's truly dazzling like the sun, Shan Yu murmured to himself, resting his hand behind his head. As for himself, he was still struggling for basic sustenance. If it weren't for the system, he'd likely starve to death. Truly, one shines like a star, while the other fades into obscurity like dust. Shan Yu didn't feel low for long. He threw all his energy into studying 8 books in preparation for the upcoming simulated exam. Shan Yu reviewed during the day and memorized at night, devouring the entire contents of the 8 books. Fortunately, his remote villa location remained unknown to many, and he hadn't deliberately advertised his situation. So apart from Momo, he had no other concerns right now. 3 days later, Shengying brought Jiao Jiao for another medication change. Jiao Jiao showcased her mutant pet's formidable self-healing power. Her wound had already healed, leaving only a faint pink scar. She refused further bandages and treatment, impatiently planting all 4 paws on the ground. Momo and the puppies had fattened up under Shang Yu's care. The pups' eyes had opened, each inheriting the blue eyes characteristic of huskies, squeaking cutely as they flailed their tiny limbs trying to run towards Shang Yu. Shang Yu casually picked one up, brushing their fur. The little wolf dog was so comfortable that its eyes closed, legs spread open, exposing its vulnerable belly without reservation to Shang Yu. He brushed the fur of each pup in turn, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Once finished, they would flip over again for another side, fully content, turning Shang Yu into their servant who willingly served the milk pups. Lastly, when Shang Yu wanted to brush Momo, Momo initially displayed indifference, but soon flipped over for a belly rub too. At noon, Mu Yun and Jian Xiling came over to see the children. Momo abandoned her offspring entirely, rushing straight into Jian Xiling's arms for a cuddle, dragging her toward the den afterward to proudly show off how the babies had changed. The little ones slept soundly inside the nest, plump and roly-poly. With disturbing the puppies as an excuse, Momo rejected Mu Yun's large paws once more. Therefore, Mu Yun still couldn't touch her grandpuppies. However, on the same night when the two were visiting the kids, trouble occurred. Shang Yu was dozing fitfully when he suddenly heard Momo's angry roar coming from the first floor, followed by the shattering sound of glass. Heart racing, Shang Yu leaped out of bed, snatching up a scalpel as he rushed down. Under the moonlight, he saw that 2 strangers had invaded Momo's birthing room and were trying to stuff her puppies into a bag. Shang Yu's pupils contracted sharply. Dog thieves. Chapter 5. The 2 strangers obviously came prepared, one holding a stick, the other carrying a large bag, confronting Momo. With a fierce maternal instinct, Momo roared and charged at the strangers, jumping high into the air. Her sharp claws tore through, ripping a massive chunk of flesh from the intruder. You beast! The stranger raged, raising the stick to smash Momo's head. At that moment, Shang Yu lunged forward, tackling the stranger forcefully to the ground, shouting back to Momo, "Momo, deal with the other one first." Although Shang Yu was a mutant, aside from his better physical attributes and X-ray ability, which wasn't an offensive power anyway, he was no different than an ordinary person. Momo, however, was in a completely different league. She could easily take down 10 regular people. Thus, Shang Yu's plan was to hold off one intruder himself while letting Momo, the main fighter, eliminate them one by one. Momo's fighting prowess was formidable, and she was utterly enraged by the dog thieves. Her movements were lightning fast as she let out a ferocious roar and leapt toward the man with the bag, snapping her jaws and biting down hard on his hand. Shang Yu heard the chilling sound of bones cracking followed by the stranger's agonizing scream. An enraged mother wolf was almost unstoppable. Blood streaming from one hand, the intruder hastily pulled a high-voltage electric shock baton from his pocket and jabbed it viciously into Momo's soft belly. Awoo! Momo had no time to dodge, hit squarely by the baton, collapsing onto the floor, convulsing violently. Shang Yu didn't have time to check Momo's condition. The 2 strangers were already preparing to escape. "What the hell are you doing? Finish him and grab the dogs and go," the thief screamed as he tossed the electric baton to his accomplice. It couldn't fall into his hands. Shang Yu suddenly lunged forward, driving his knee hard into the chest of the man beneath him. Extending his arm, he leaped through the air. The electric baton traced a perfect parabola as both Shang Yu and the man beneath him reached for it simultaneously. Shang Yu got it. With the baton in hand, Shang Yu immediately threw himself to the ground, ignoring the other man behind him. He crawled a few steps forward and cranked the voltage to its highest setting before thrusting it directly into the wound of the man holding the bag. The stranger hadn't expected Shang Yu to turn so quickly and couldn't evade in time. A second ear-splitting scream tore through the night, this one accompanied by violent convulsions and foaming at the mouth as the man lost consciousness. Asterisk your mother's beast. The remaining intruder rushed over, flipped Shang Yu over, and delivered a harsh slap across his face. Shang Yu felt dizzy, his ears ringing, unable to regain his senses for a long moment. Then the stranger grabbed the stick and smashed it hard onto Shang Yu's head. Shang Yu nearly blacked out but clenched his tongue hard to force himself awake. At that moment, they heard a furious howl from behind. Momo had recovered and now charged at the stranger, pouncing forcefully. Despite Momo's incredible combat abilities, the man wasn't willing to fight her directly. Clutching the stick, he took several steps back and suddenly lunged at Shang Yu. "Give me the electric baton." Shang Yu would never give it up. He clutched it tightly, prompting the stranger to twist Shang Yu's fingers violently in desperation. "Give it here. Damn it, let go." Shang Yu exerted every ounce of strength, his face flushing crimson as he shouted loudly, "Momo, attack him." In one powerful bound, Momo reared up on her hind legs, revealing her sharp fangs, aiming straight for the man's neck. Though the intruder narrowly avoided the first strike, he couldn't escape the second. His entire shoulder blade was pierced clean through, blood gushing uncontrollably. Screaming in unbearable pain, all desire to fight was gone from the man. After all, they were just ordinary people planning to knock out the female dog and steal her puppies. They had bitten off far more than they could chew, risking their lives in the process. And they had no idea they were attacking a wolf. The man quickly rose, abandoning his unconscious partner, attempting to flee. But Momo wouldn't let him go. In one graceful leap from behind, she pinned him to the ground, her massive jaw poised to clamp down on his throat. Momo! Shan Yu called out just in time to stop her. Momo turned her piercing yellow eyes on him, blood-stained mouth open wide like some kind of hellhound. The terrified man immediately wailed for mercy. "Big brother, I'm wrong. I misjudged the situation. Please let me go. I swear, I'll never." Shan Yu didn't even glance at the man. He locked eyes with Momo instead. "Momo, killing is forbidden in the base. It would get your mother into trouble." Shan Yu wasn't a saint or someone overly merciful, but within the base, pets and owners were considered inseparable entities. If Momo killed, it would be equivalent to Shan Yu committing murder. Their hands couldn't be dirted over such people. Though her murderous intent hadn't dissipated, Momo glanced at the man beneath her, then looked at Shan Yu once more. Suddenly, she let out a high-pitched howl that echoed into the sky. Then, without hesitation, she ripped off the entire arm of the man with her teeth. He didn't even have time to scream before fainting from the excruciating pain. The scene was a mess. Shan Yu was panting heavily as he crawled to the bag containing the pups, who were huddled together inside, trembling with fear. His head pounding from the blows, Shan Yu counted twice carefully using his shaky fingers. 6, none were missing, and finally exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning against the wall to sit down. Momo breathed heavily, nudging each of the pups gently with her nose. Seeing their mother, the little ones whined softly, expressing their terror and watching the children shivering non-stop, Shan Yu felt a pang of sorrow. "Momo, come here." Shan Yu was too exhausted to move and signaled for Momo to come so she could check his wounds. Momo's body was tough. Incredibly, she woke up soon after being electrocuted. Shan Yu carefully examined the wound on her belly. Her skin had been burned, and a patch of her white fur on her abdomen was scorched. An animal's stomach was one of its most delicate areas prone to injury, and Momo was still recovering from giving birth. Shan Yu felt both heartbroken and angry as he used antiseptic and clean bandages to dress Momo's wound. He also conducted a full-body examination on her with his X-ray ability, only feeling slightly relieved once he confirmed there were no serious issues. Blood was everywhere at the scene, and 2 men lay critically injured. Shan Yu paused, then asked Momo, "Do you remember where home is?" The intelligence of mutant pets had significantly increased, and naturally, Momo understood him. She nodded to confirm that she did. Struggling to catch his breath and feeling dizzy, Shan Yu said, "Momo, can you bring your mom over? We need her help here." He hesitated and added, "I'll watch these 2 thieves, and I'll look after the kids. Is that okay?" Momo hesitated near Shan Yu as if she were uncertain. Shan Yu stroked her head, saying gently, "These 2 won't wake up anytime soon, and I'll hide the children. Don't worry." With that settled, Momo pushed the bag toward Shan Yu, making sure it was safe in his arms, before turning around and running off into the night without looking back. Shan Yu cradled the bag in one arm while holding the electric baton in the other as a means of self-defense, softly comforting the 6 puppies all the while. The young ones were confused but eventually calmed down, curling up inside the bag and falling asleep. After what seemed like hours, they heard the sound of footsteps accompanied by barks growing closer. Jian Xiling, Mu Yun, and the Alaskan Malamute hurried to the scene. The Alaskan dashed forward quickly, thrusting its large head into the bag to inspect each puppy one by one, only relaxing afterward. It wagged its tail and went to lick Momo's fur. "What happened? Are you alright, Dr. Shang? Are you hurt anywhere?" Jian Xiling rushed to Shang Yu's side, warming his heart. Shang Yu briefly recounted the events and apologized earnestly to them. "I failed to keep the pups safe, they nearly got stolen. I'm truly sorry." He realized that when selecting the location for his residence, he hadn't considered security measures properly. The iron railings surrounding the villa didn't offer effective protection against intruders, and the first-floor rooms had glass windows, making it easy for thieves to break in. Moreover, since pets were now important fighting forces, many people sought to obtain one to rely on and fight alongside. A newborn pet could fetch upwards of 1,000 crystal nuclei. He had left the pups unguarded on the first floor while sleeping carelessly on the 3rd floor. It was such an unwise decision. It wasn't for Momo. Shan Yu stroked Momo's head in gratitude, "That I'd be dead tonight." Overcome with regret, Shan Yu pulled out the prepared crystal nuclei. "I failed to take care of Momo and the pups. Take the crystals back. I don't deserve them." Jian Xiling quickly returned the gift. "It's not your fault, it's those dog thieves who are wrong. If you blame yourself like this, wouldn't every victim have to reflect on their mistakes?" Mu Yun inspected the 2 dog thieves and said, "Dr. Shang, don't worry about this. We'll handle the situation so you don't have any concerns. I'll send these bastards to the central base, and I'll be back later." With that, he effortlessly shouldered the 2 thieves and rushed off energetically. Jian Xiling paid no heed to Shang Yu's words and instead brought up another topic. "Dr. Shang, the hospital doesn't open at night. Let me accompany you tomorrow morning so we can go see a doctor and get some medicine." Shang Yu was surprised. Me? I don't need to go to the hospital. Jian Xiling looked hesitant before blurting out, Dr. Shang, your face is swollen almost like a pig's head. Shang Yu froze. Those damn dog thieves. Chapter 6. The next day, Shang Yu declined Jian Xiling's company and went alone to the hospital for a simple treatment to reduce the swelling. Dr. Shang's face was so swollen he was ashamed to appear in public, wearing a mask whenever he stepped outside. In addition to that, he also felt dizzy and suspected he might have suffered a concussion. However, due to the harsh conditions at the base hospital, there were no relevant large medical devices available, so he decided to simply return home and rest. On his way back, he just happened to bump into Mu Yun, who had sent the criminals to the central base yesterday and today had gone to ask acquaintances about their condition. They're just ordinary dog thieves. One of them figured out Momo was pregnant and planned to steal the pups to sell. He even said he had scouted Xiling's place too. Shang Yu was astonished, that bold. Mu Yun nodded and said, they might have followed us here later. Neither of us noticed even one. Shang Yu asked, but if they sell the pups in the base, we would find out quickly since the base isn't that big. Mu Yun replied, they can sell them elsewhere. According to what they said, there's a dog farm at the wildlife zoo where they collect pets. Shang Yu had heard of the dog farms before. With such a limited number of pets and people all wanting one, what could be done? Breed more. Some people ran dog farms where they forced pets into heat, bred them continuously, made them constantly pregnant to produce offspring to meet human demands. What if there weren't enough purebred dogs? They'd breed large dogs with medium-sized ones, or even large dogs with small ones. Mixed breeds were fine as long as they could reproduce. And what if the dogs refused? Refusal was useless. They'd drive the dogs into specially designed small iron cages where they couldn't move, leaving them no choice but to submit to breeding. It was easy to imagine how pitiful the pets must be in such conditions. Shang Yu couldn't help but think, wouldn't it have been better if the system had given him an arsenal so he could destroy the dog farms rather than opening a pet hospital? When he got home, Shang Yu was preoccupied with the idea of changing Momo's bandages but didn't expect to catch her red-handed carrying her puppies into his bedroom. The little ones had their hind legs curled up, obediently letting Momo carry them by the scruff of their necks. With a light leap, Momo jumped onto Shang Yu's bed, rummaged through the blanket, and buried the pups under it. Shang Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, leaning against the door frame and watching Momo finish her entire set of actions. Caught in the act, Momo seemed a little embarrassed, lay down in front of Shang Yu, exposing her belly to ask for a rub, revealing the wound on her belly as well. Shang Yu swallowed back his complaints and scratched Momo's stomach fur before changing her bandages. Never mind, she was a hero who protected her babies, and heroes needed tolerance. With the hero injured, Shang Yu decided not to let Momo nurse the puppies anymore. The pups now had tiny teeth and claws, and Shang Yu feared they might hurt Momo, so he bought puppy food and milk formula from the system, soaked the dog food in the milk bowl, and fed it to the pups. After the incident last night, Momo felt extremely insecure, which was why she moved her children. Shang Yu had already planned to relocate Momo's nest, so he prepared a room next to his bedroom on the third floor for her. The food bowls and water bowls were fine, but the large dog bed was splattered with blood, so Shang Yu threw it away and bought Momo an even larger dog bed from the system. His shopping spree also included towels, toys, cheese sticks, calcium tablets, and other items. Once the third floor was arranged, it looked much safer than the first floor. There were too many windows on the first floor, and once the glass was broken, it would be easy to break in. The third floor was harder to reach. If someone tried to sneak into the third floor unnoticed, Momo's keen sense of smell would detect them sooner than any human. Next, Shang Yu planned to improve the security of the villa. The iron railings were nice to look at but impractical, so he intended to replace them with walls. He also planned to hire a security guard. The system had once issued him a task to recruit staff. At the time, he thought there weren't many customers and the current manpower was sufficient, so he ignored it. Now he deeply regretted it. If only he had hired a muscular man earlier, none of this would have happened. Shang Yu then made a small wooden sign with 4 large characters, hiring security, adding a few smaller characters below, room provided, 5 crystal nuclei/day. He hung the sign on the iron railing next to the hospital's signboard. 5 crystal nuclei were no small sum in the base. Before, he earned only 10 crystal nuclei after a whole day's work accompanying a hunter team facing zombies outside the base. This job, on the other hand, came with no danger and didn't require dealing with zombies, making it quite a leisurely position. Shang Yu was very satisfied with his own calligraphy, and took a few steps back to admire it. Suddenly, a light cough came from behind his ear. Startled, Shang Yu turned around sharply to see Xingying standing right behind him, so close that another step backward would land him right in Xingying's arms. Shang Yu's face turned bright red, and he quickly turned around to greet Xingying, "Big brother Sheng." "Call me Xingying." Xingying stared at Shang Yu's swollen face several times, hesitated with his hand, then let it drop. Finally, he lowered his voice and asked, "Does it hurt?" Realizing he was referring to his swollen face, Shang Yu couldn't help but feel touched. "No pain, no pain." The two walked side by side toward the villa, while Jiao Jiao followed closely behind Shang Yu, her tail wrapped around his calf. Shengying glanced downward, feeling as though half of his body near Shang Yu had stiffened like a zombie. Shengying had some understanding of what had happened last night at the hospital. The two dog thieves were completely disabled, essentially ruined. After finishing his matters today, he immediately came over, only to see Shang Yu's pig-like swollen face. Shang Yu led Shengying and Jiao into the villa. Shengying let out a barely noticeable sigh, then sat down on the sofa. Shang Yu briefly recounted the events of last night. Shengying nodded and said, "Don't worry about those two thieves, they won't be showing up again." That morning, as soon as they woke up, Shengying had driven them out of the base. With their whole bodies covered in blood and injuries that left them nearly incapacitated, it was almost certain they wouldn't survive outside the base. As for the new recruit, Shengying apparently noticed the sign by the door and continued, "I can recommend someone." Shang Yu didn't expect him to offer a recommendation, so his mind immediately turned to the zombie-killing maniacs surrounding Shengying. Shengying was like the male protagonist in novels with golden finger luck. After the apocalypse, he built a base, killed zombies, recruited followers, everything except for recruiting women. Almost all his followers were mutants, each one packed with raw power. Everywhere they went, they left piles of dead corpses behind them. Shengying even made a small robot to collect crystal nuclei, handing one out to each follower to gather nuclei after battles. But if he was recommending someone, surely it wouldn't be from his group of followers. After all, his clinic was just a small operation. While Shang Yu pondered this, Jiao had already laid down at his feet, requesting a pat. Shang Yu stroked Jiao and thought, perhaps there was someone in Shengying's group who was job hunting. As the hospital owner, giving Shengying some convenience would be good. So, without further ado, Shang Yu said to Shengying, "If you have someone suitable, that would be great. They don't need to be super powerful, just more skilled than me would do." Shengying nodded, rest assured. Jiao seemed exceptionally cheerful, exposing her belly entirely and demanding whatever she wanted while nestled in Shang Yu's arms. Shang Yu inspected her paws and found that the old wounds had faded until they were almost invisible, leaving no trace of any past injury. Before leaving, Shengying gave Shang Yu a suggestion: "If you're planning to build a wall, you can contact Mu Yun. He has a wide network and should be able to help." Shang Yu wondered, did he know Mu Yun? And knew Mu Yun was connected to him? Why did the base leader seem to know everything? True to the word, Mu Yun indeed had an extensive network, finding a construction team within a day. The crew quickly tore down the beautiful but antique iron railings, mixing cement and beginning work on the wall. Their efficiency was sky-high, they even suggested slightly expanding the walls on either side to give the villa enough space for sunlight. Even the broken glass on the first floor, they replaced conveniently while they worked. Mu Yun came every day with his second Harlequin to supervise the work, sometimes accompanied by Jian Xiling, and the three chatted cheerfully in the hall, basking in the warm and pleasant sunlight streaming through the windows. Since Momo started recuperating and didn't need to nurse her pups anymore, she dropped the babies in Shang Yu's bed and came downstairs to play with the Harlequin dog. The wolf and dog got along extremely well, their mutual affection evident as they groomed each other enthusiastically. Shang Yu became the doting grandmother to the pups, rolling his eyes as he complained to Mu Yun, "At this rate, you might want to start looking forward to your next child." Speaking of children, Mu Yun suddenly remembered he hadn't held the puppies yet, instantly sprinting upstairs. He returned after a long while with an overly satisfied expression. "The little one crapped on my hand, it's incredible how much energy he still has, even pooping." Shang Yu stared speechlessly at him. Jian Xiling suddenly asked, "Right, jerk off. What are we going to do with the kids later?" The so-called jerk-off had just petted the dog and was in an unusually good mood, so he didn't argue, replying instead, "Weren't a few of them already pre-ordered? They're all old friends whose characters we both trust and know are reliable." Jian Xiling replied, "3 were reserved, but what about the remaining 3? Mu Yun responded, "We can find serious and responsible adults to adopt them. We can negotiate the crystal nuclei, but the most important thing is to ensure their new homes will treat them well." Finding a conscientious and responsible parent for pets was crucial. Some pet owners treat their pets like family, others see them merely as tools. The owner's attitude directly affected the pet's quality of life, so carelessness wasn't an option. Neither had thought much about how to proceed, but they simultaneously turned their gaze toward Shang Yu. Shang Yu hesitated. "Well, how about, hosting an adoption event for the kids?" Chapter 7. What? A desperate wail exploded in Shengying's ear. "You're asking me to be a security guard?" One of Shengying's followers, Gu Shenin, burst into tears resembling noodles. "I've taken knives for the boss. I've shed blood for the base. What have I done wrong that needs fixing? Sending a full-blooded mutant to be a security guard for a measly 5 crystals? Waya." Shengying felt a twinge of guilt. "How about I supplement you with 50 extra crystals? It'll just be catching thieves or such. It's pretty safe over there." Gu Shenin only wailed louder, "Make me catch thieves, Waya. Doesn't that hospital mean less to you than your brother? I need to vindicate myself QAQ." Jiao lay by Shengying's feet, grooming herself. Gu Shenin sniffled theatrically. "What has the pet hospital done for you to value it so much? Huh? You even dragged your own brother over to work as a security guard. What treasure could be hidden there for you to waste him on such a trivial job? It can't possibly be." The not-so-bright Gu Shenyin suddenly hesitated, remembering something and sharply inhaling. It's not like, you're hiding a sister-in-law there, is it? Shenyin had been a lifelong bachelor, but one year during the holidays, his buddies teased him about finding a sister-in-law. After being forced to drink until tipsy, he confessed to harboring a secret crush on someone for years. As for who this person was, man or woman, tall or short, his brothers had no clue. All they knew was that she, or he, was somewhere in the base. Shenyin remained expressionless, but Jiao Jiao, at his feet, had already buried her face with her paws. He kept his head low while reading, nothing going on. Don't say nonsense. Shenying's reaction said it all. Gu Shenyin's keen instincts were spot on, nothing. If there's nothing, why send me to the pet hospital as a security guard? The base hospital has been running for so long, yet you've never assigned them a security guard either. Oh, and you're even paying me an extra 50 crystals. Gu Shenyin paced around the room. The dog thief you personally investigated a few days ago, wasn't that case forwarded by the pet hospital? And the next day, you expelled those two immediately, right? Are you still denying it? Shenyin fell silent. Gu Shenyin lunged forward dramatically, so I'm right. So I'm going to be your sister-in-law's personal bodyguard. His previous resistance completely flipped to excitement. I'll go. I'll report to sister-in-law right away. Gu Shenyin was then hauled back by Shenyin. It's almost dark. Go early tomorrow morning. Gu Shenyin calmed down slightly. Yeah, right. I'll get cleaned up first, make myself presentable before seeing sister-in-law tomorrow. Boss, rest assured, I guarantee I won't disappoint you and will protect sister-in-law without any gaps. As Gu Shenyin exited Shenying's room walking like he owned the place, his slip of the tongue leaked the news to another passing brother. Within moments, the whole group of brothers found out that the sister-in-law was at the pet hospital and enthusiastically ran to Shenying's room to volunteer. Boss, let us be bodyguards too. Boss, don't listen to him. I'm great at security work. Boss, pick me. Shenying fumed, surrounded by his overzealous, and not-so-bright, brothers. Frustrated, he almost suffocated under their relentless chatter. At this moment, someone came up with an absurd suggestion. Wait, brothers. Since the security position is supposed to stick closely with sister-in-law, shouldn't boss take the position himself? Day after day, they'll bond through mutual hardships, declare love, and, bam, they're done. No more secret crush talk. Stunningly blunt, the air grew silent for a second. Then the group of brothers snapped into realization, their eyes gleaming as they stared at Shenying. Right, boss, you should become the security guard yourself. Shenying. More ridiculous ideas flew. In that case, I'll pretend to be a bandit raiding the hospital. You'll swoop in and save the day, turning into a heroic figure in her eyes. She'll probably fall for you right away. That's a good idea. We'll team up to pull off that robbery act. Yeah, exactly. The affairs at the base are fine, we'll handle them smoothly. Next month, when we sweep through the community hospital outside, I'll lead the expedition, giving all the supplies to the pet hospital. Correct. Worry-free romance, boss. We'll conquer new territories for you, gather dowry. With that, the younger brothers began filing out. One said he needed to go home and babysit, another claimed he'd visit his wife, none of them had time anymore. Finally, Gu Shenyin came to his senses, slicking oil onto the soles of his shoes and running away just in time, leaving behind a furious Shenying. And Jiao Jiao, who hid her blushing face behind her paws. Shenying stayed silent for a while before venting his anger on Jiao Jiao. Why are you embarrassed, huh? Jiao Jiao, delighted, blew snot bubbles, rolled around on the floor, and pranced out with her tail high in the air. Shenying called her back. You can't go now, it's tomorrow. Get it straight. Fine, super early tomorrow morning. Jeez. The next day, Shenying, carrying a large backpack and leading Jiao Jiao, arrived at the pet hospital and told Shan Yu, that person couldn't make it due to an emergency. Shenying's slouched face paused for a beat, repeating a line he had rehearsed hundreds of times in his mind before finally blurting it out. So, what do you think of me? Shan Yu nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Is this how the base leader operates? Before setting out, Gu Shenyin, the self-proclaimed womanizing expert, had rehearsed various possibilities with Shenying. Consequently, Shenying responded without a flaw. Shan Yu, you're the base leader, shouldn't you be taking care of the base? Shenying, my brothers are managing it. Recently, things have been peaceful at the base, no big issues. Shan Yu, I just want to hire a security guard, you coming here is really a waste of your talent. Shenying, not a waste. Shan Yu, it's only 5 crystals per day. Shenying, no problem, I have plenty of crystals. Shan Yu. Are you messing with me? The esteemed base leader comes to be a security guard here for 5 crystals. As if reading Shan Yu's thoughts, Shenying added, there's not much happening recently, and I've been idle. I wanted to work. Shan Yu thought for a long time but couldn't come up with any more questions, finally making one last feeble attempt. I don't provide meals here. Every day he would go to the canteen to eat steamed buns and such since the food in the system was too expensive. Therefore, he could not offer meals to employees. Shen Ying's heart had been racing fast earlier, but as Shan Yu continued asking questions, he gradually relaxed and smiled faintly. No worries, I can handle it. He paused for a moment. If you'd like to eat what I make. Thus, base leader Shen Ying successfully moved into my Meng Pet Hospital as a security guard. Shan Yu's mind was still hazy when he numbly arranged a first-floor room for the boss. The boss brought his own luggage, so Shan Yu didn't need to provide much else. As soon as he settled in, he installed 4 small turrets on the walls, offering all-around protection. 5 crystals were truly worth every penny. On the other hand, Jiao Jiao's residency triggered Mo's alertness. In the past, Jiao Jiao was merely a guest who would leave after staying for a while. Now that she planned to reside there permanently, Mo felt her territory was being invaded and feared Jiao Jiao might harm her children. She anxiously crouched down, low growls emitted toward Jiao Jiao. Tensions escalated between them. Shan Yu intervened, standing between the 2 pets. No fighting. Mo, go back to your room. Jiao Jiao stays downstairs. Don't go upstairs unless necessary. And Mo, don't provoke Jiao Jiao either. The 2 pets, most abnormal among the base's animals, now gathered in the hospital, one a wolf, the other a leopard, fire and water incompatible. Shan Yu kept a tight watch, temporarily diffusing the situation. Back in the room, Shan Yu spent an eternity digesting the fact that he had hired the base leader as a security guard. He wondered endlessly why but found no answers. Regarding safety, it was definitely no longer a concern. However, what if he hindered Shen Ying from saving the base's grand mission? Perplexed, Shan Yu opened the system, completing the beginner task, 3. He remembered someone was still around, so he refrained from claiming the reward immediately. Now, only one beginner task remained, and the exam was just a few days away. After seeing Shen Ying tidying up the room, Shan Yu grabbed a chair to bask in the sun in the garden. Similarly, Shen Ying took a chair, sitting side by side with Shan Yu, him soaking up the sun, Shan Yu memorizing medical terms. Shan Yu mechanically chanted memorized content. However, veterinary medicine wasn't some liberal art requiring rote memorization but rather comprehension-based. Shan Yu understood whatever he could, and for those he couldn't, he struggled to recall what he learned during university years, hoping to retrieve something useful. For things even less comprehensible, he relied on brute force memorization. Ancient wisdom suggested repeated recitations reveal meaning. He chuckled bitterly. After a short while, Shen Ying naturally picked up Shan Yu's book, helping him memorize the material and interrupting occasionally to let Shan Yu explain. Some Shan Yu himself did not know, so they guessed together, turning it into a sort of deduction game. Working together was better than trying alone, and thanks to Shen Ying's insight, some previously incomprehensible points became clear to Shan Yu, improving efficiency greatly. The hospital was secluded and tranquil, not even customers visited. Every day, Shan Yu and Shen Ying sat in the courtyard under the bright sun and gentle breeze, making the post-apocalyptic world feel like a paradise on Earth. At mealtime, true to his word, Shen Ying pulled out a portable gas stove, equipped with rice, vegetables, oil, salt, vinegar, and dried meat, beginning his cooking. After the rice steamed and greens fried, the dried meat was steamed over hot water, everything came out properly prepared. Living off steamed buns daily, Shan Yu shed tears of joy, expressing his gratitude only through daily grooming Jiao Jiao. Shen Ying's gang unanimously nominated Gu Shenyin to gather intelligence, so Gu Shenyin, accompanied by his girlfriend's bunny, proudly strolled to the pet hospital to pay respects to his sister-in-law. What brings you here? Shen Ying was studying beneath the tree with Shan Yu, and upon seeing his younger brother, his eyelids twitched. Gu Shenyin said boldly, I'm here to give my wife's rabbit a full-body checkup. When Gu Shenyin confirmed that apart from Shen Ying, there was only Shan Yu in the entire pet hospital, his eyes lit up instantly. He immediately stood straight and loudly shouted, Sis in L. A large thick book flew over from Shen Ying, hitting Gu Shenyin right in the middle of his forehead, sending him sprawling. Shan Yu. Gu Shenyin got up, laughing foolishly, this rabbit smells quite saw. The white rabbit got so angry it started rolling its eyes. Chapter 8. Ding, the simulation exam for the Endworld Pet Hospital is about to begin. Please press the start button below once you're ready to begin answering. On the 30th day, the system suddenly intruded into his mind without warning with a melodious voice. Shan Yu, who was dozing under the tree, abruptly sat upright and rushed back to his room, quietly releasing the system. On the system page were big bold words, simulation exam for the Endworld Pet Hospital. Below was a yellow start button. Shan Yu took a deep breath. This was an exam that literally staked his life. If he didn't pass, the system would uninstall, but would it also take his life? Shan Yu tried hard to calm himself down, pressed the start key, and began answering questions. The first question was to draw the skeletal structure diagram of a dog and label the names of each bone. As soon as it started, Shan Yu immersed himself fully in the exam, striving hard to answer. There were many kinds of questions, a total of 50, including short answer questions, fill in the blanks, multiple choice questions, and most were testing understanding. Shan Yu answered all that he could, and for those he couldn't, he did not leave them blank, trying to fill as much as possible. After finishing, he reviewed the entire test again from beginning to end, only submitting after ensuring everything was correct. I've done my best. Xiang Yu leaned back on the chair, let it uninstall if it has to. He had already made his utmost effort. The system was loading the score, the progress bar silently advancing forward. Surprisingly, Xiang Yu wasn't at all nervous, looking at the result interface popping up on the system. Endworld Pet Hospital Simulation Exam Result. Total score, 200 points. Passing score, 100 points. Candidate name, Xiang Yu. Exam score, 108 points. Exam result, passed. Just barely scraped through. But passed. Xiang Yu burst out laughing thrice, hands on hips, no need to surrender his life. The system switched back to the task interface, beginner task, 2, completed. He similarly did not claim the reward immediately. Before Xiang Yu could even rejoice, he was startled by a series of ding 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 sounds from the system. Upon checking, he found that all beginner tasks were complete. The achievement interface opened, showing the first achievement reward. Beginner task completion achievement. Achievement goal, complete beginner task, 2, beginner task, 3. Achievement description, completing all beginner tasks indicates you have initially acquired the ability to open a pet hospital. Please claim your reward, and please continue working hard to save pet lives. Achievement reward, gain consultation room, operating room, boarding room, laboratory, 10,800 crystals. Note, please ensure enough space inside the building, the system will carry out renovation of the building, expected time 1 hour. Besides the achievement reward, the beginner tasks were temporarily pinned to the top. Sliding the page down revealed more than 100 new tasks, one of which was the main quest, the rest side quests. 2 side quests were already completed. Completed the first normal delivery surgery. Quest goal, complete a normal delivery surgery. Quest description, children are the hope of the future. Welcome new lives with normal delivery surgeries. Shower flowers. Quest reward, 200 crystals, 10 baby-specific milk bottles, 10 pet universal vaccine kits. Completed the first debridement surgery. Quest goal, complete a debridement surgery, cleaning the wound and bandaging it. Quest description, there's something stuck in the wound, please remove it doctor. Quest reward, 200 crystals, 20 iodophore sulfonamide powder. What a blast. Rewards keep coming endlessly. A total of 5 system rewards cumulatively earning 13,200 crystals. The achievement reward directly renovated 4 rooms. Plus vaccines, medicines, and equipment. Xiang Yu hit the jackpot. Xiang Yu claimed the rewards for the 2 side quests, while keeping the beginner quest rewards and achievement rewards unclaimed. He planned to seize an opportunity to give Shengying a vacation before conducting a thorough renovation. However, before the renovation, Mo's few cubs needed to successfully find suitable adoptive parents. In fact, the pups are more suitable for adoption 3 months after birth. By that time, they would be stronger and less likely to die prematurely. However, since the apocalypse, people generally start adopting pets from 1 month onwards. Mutated pets grow fast, they've long been weaned and crunch dog food with gusto. A few days ago, the little wolf puppies collectively broke out of their pen and went downstairs, treating Jiao Jiao as prey for a hunting game. Poor Jiao Jiao had her energy drained by the puppy assault just as she was about to discipline them when Mo rushed down from upstairs to protect her cubs. A fight broke out between the wolf and the leopard, resulting in both being injured. Poor Jiao Jiao had done nothing but lost several tufts of fur to Mo's claws, burying herself dejectedly in Xiang Yu's arms and refusing to come down. Xiang Yu tinkered on the table for a while, crafting 3 posters which he posted at the entrance of his house, in the base cafeteria, and at the center of the base respectively, advertising for his own babies and promoting the pet hospital in passing. Unexpectedly, the effect was remarkably good. Xiang Yu received several batches of customers throughout the afternoon. Many were eager to see the offspring produced by the union of a wolf and a dog. Quite a number expressed interest in adopting them upon stumbling across this place for the first time and realizing there was a pet hospital. Because the children had just received their first vaccine and were still fragile, Xiang Yu refused the requests from customers to have a peek. Nonetheless, many indicated an intention to adopt. There will be an adoption event next week. Parents interested in adopting please attend punctually, Xiang Yu smiled and said. How long until they are fully grown? 1 year. If so, why are you selling them now? They can't even be used now, it's a waste of money. Don't bother with people who ask questions like this. Do you have any adults for sale? Where is that wolf? Let me take a look at the wolf. Also ignore people asking these kinds of questions. Will I have to come back here 4 times for vaccinations? You really know how to make money. And parents who say things like this are absolutely worse. Xiang Yu quietly noted the faces of those who asked bizarre questions. At next week's adoption event, he would let Big Brother Xing stand guard at the door to stop them from coming in. There were also gentle and adorable parents. It doesn't matter if the dogs can fight zombies or not. I've always been alone here without friends or a boyfriend. I want a dog to keep me company. Vaccination? Of course, I'll bring them. Though vaccines should all be kept frozen, right? Doctor, you having vaccines available, that's quite impressive. To be honest, instead of these kids following others to fight zombies, they might as well follow me. I have one big move that wipes out a group, then they can dig crystal cores afterward. Fighting zombies is still necessary, but they need to be trained first. Only once they've learned to protect themselves can they go into battle. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible towards them. The following days saw a continuous flow of customers, all coming to inquire about the little ones. Momo knew her children were going to find new owners, and had been reluctant for days. The children need to live their own lives. If they remain by your side forever, they'll never grow up, Shan Yu consoled her as he separated the pups squabbling together. Even Shan Yu didn't want to part with these kids, let alone Momo. Before the adoption meeting, Mu Yun, Jian Xiling, and their friends came over and took 3 away. Shan Yu and Momo reluctantly escorted the children to the door, where the little one's eyes sparkled as they strained to get closer to kiss Shan Yu. Shan Yu bent down to kiss the children and stroke their heads. You can come here often for tea, my yard is big, Shan Yu told the parents, handing each parent a large box of luggage prepared for the children. Shan Yu worried the children wouldn't adapt to their new homes, so he specifically purchased various foods and necessities from the system, packing them into a large bag. The friends accepted the gifts. Thank you, doctor. We'll bring the kids back here for vaccines. We won't forget. Shan Yu and Momo saw them off all the way to the intersection, watching them slowly walk away. A gentle breeze blew, Momo gazed for a long time before raising her head and letting out a wolf howl that floated through the trees far away. From afar came the echo of the young wolf's tender howls, making Shan Yu's eyes water. On the day of the adoption meeting, the hospital was unusually lively. To some, Shan Yu's poster represented a great opportunity. With pets being so valuable now, quite a few pets were pre-ordered as soon as they became pregnant. This pet hospital in the base actually had 3 small pets, which were the offspring of a wolf and a dog combination, certainly better genes than the average dog. At the entrance stood Boss Xingying and Jiao Jiao as gatekeepers. Using the list provided by Shan Yu and adding extra details themselves, they stopped many people. Jiao Jiao disapproved of. Stop them. Those with records. Stop them. Even their own juniors, stop them. The customers who entered were also bewildered. What kind of pet hospital could possibly have the base boss personally protecting it? This hospital wasn't ordinary, so people all followed rules and didn't dare to cause trouble. Inside the door, Momo and the Alsatian sat closely together on one side, with a serious look as they observed the incoming customers, seemingly scrutinizing their suitability. And at their feet lay today's main characters, the 3 little wolf dogs. The little wolf dogs blended the strengths and genes of both parents, inheriting their father's icy blue eyes while sporting mother-like paws and ears. These fluffy little pups, round and soft with pink paw pads, barked cutely, using their stubby little legs for a run and hop, melting the hearts of all the parents around them. Mu Yun and Jian Xiling helped out nearby. As Shan Yu stood in front to host the meeting, dozens of people had already gathered in the living room. Shan Yu raised his voice and began, "Thank you all for waiting. I am the director of Miming Pet Hospital, Shan Yu. Previously, we posted adoption posters at the center of the base and in the cafeteria, receiving everyone's support. The ones you see here are the stars of today's adoption meeting, the 3 little wolf dogs, along with their parents, Momo and the Alsatian. Now, our hospital announces the adoption terms, bearing responsibility towards both humans and pets. 1. Pets are friends, comrades, and companions in this post-apocalypse era. Please provide careful care and never abandon them. If there is no other choice but to end the adoption, please return the pet to the hospital. 2. The adulthood period for wolf dogs is 1 year. Until then, please do not let them go to the wild to fight zombies. Before such activities, essential training and guidance should be provided for the pet. 3. If dangerous situations arise outdoors, please attempt to save your pet and do not easily discard them. 4. Under any circumstances, do not dislike, abandon, or scold your pet. Be prepared for possible issues like illness, shedding, destruction of items, or heat cycles. Continue to show patience, persistently loving and valuing it. 5. Please vaccinate and deworm your pet according to the specified schedule, and if sick, promptly bring them to our hospital for treatment. Now, I will announce the adoption prices. Each pet costs 800 crystal cores, plus 100 crystal cores for 5 vaccines, totaling 900 crystal cores. Shan Yu's statement shocked everyone, and the atmosphere immediately became heated. These weren't just regular dogs, they were wolf dogs. Outside, even a kitten would cost over 1,000 crystal cores, but here he only asked for 900. As soon as Shan Yu finished speaking, someone raised their hand shouting, "I'll buy it. I've brought the crystal cores, give it to me now." This comment triggered a rush of people clamoring to make immediate purchases. Shan Yu barely managed to control the chaos, raising his voice to its maximum. "Now, I will announce the adoption methods." Chapter 9. Now, I will announce the adoption methods. Firstly, please leave if you cannot accept the adoption terms or the price. Not a single person left the scene. Now, please take out paper and pen, write down the answer to a question. The question is, besides chocolate, grapes, and onions, what else can dogs not eat? The scene suddenly grew restless again. Some knew the answer and scribbled down after a short thought. Others had no clue about this unexpected requirement and quickly became annoyed. I came here to buy a dog. Why do I need an exam? It was the same person who had initially spoken up, crossing arms and throwing the paper and pen away, refusing to write anything. Xiang Yu smiled and explained, we wish to find caring and responsible owners. Price is not the primary consideration factor. That man scoffed, hey, without crystal cores, how do you feed dogs? How can you afford meat for your dogs when you can't even afford your own meals? You can stop writing nonsense, this talk of care and responsibility is all empty without enough crystal cores. Follow me, I eat meat, my dogs eat meat too. Xiang Yu smiled but remained silent. Seeing that Xiang Yu ignored him, the man grew even more boastful, how about this, if you let it go, I'll offer 1500 crystal cores right now. Look. That one looks good, how about that one? Just as Xiang Yu was about to respond, Xingying walked in with Jiao Jiao, his voice cold, who's making noise over here? The man was just about to speak when he turned around and saw Xingying. His words died on his lips. Xingying showed no intention of engaging further, will you write? If not, leave. Xingying's mere presence was enough to make people feel breathless, not to mention Jiao Jiao watching with sharp eyes. That man muttered a few words, walked away full of resentment. Along with him, several others who didn't know the answer also left. This departure astonishingly took away 1/3 of the crowd. Xiang Yu silently sighed, apparently, many people thought they could buy a pet simply because they had lots of crystal cores. His posters had been up for a week. Parents that cared even a little would have prepared in advance to welcome their dogs, gathering basic knowledge even if they had no prior experience raising pets. Parents who came without doing any research and just brought money, were they really prepared to adopt a pet? In a moment, many parents finished answering the question and handed in their answers. After screening out some random nonsense responses, only more than 10 parents remained on site. Next, Xiang Yu looked into the eager eyes of the parents and said, since there are too many parents wanting to adopt, we'll let the babies choose their own parents. We will see which parent each baby is most compatible with, and the ones that win the baby's favor can take them home. The gathered parents did not expect this twist and all turned their gazes towards the 3 little dogs happily playing by themselves. Xiang Yu had been worrying about how to find suitable parents. The quiz was the first hurdle to filter out parents who were indifferent or irresponsible towards pets. As for what to do next, he originally had no clue. Let the kids choose themselves. Animals' instincts are several times higher than humans, and they'll instinctively pick favorable parents for themselves. Xingying casually leaned back as Jiao Jiao rested on his lap, enjoying her master's touch. Jiao Jiao also chose me at first. Xiang Yu suddenly remembered something and asked, speaking of which, why do you have a leopard as a pet? Xingying replied nonchalantly, a fellow from Wenzhou passing through the base gave it to me. Xiang Yu didn't probe further. He wasn't completely convinced by this method. Was giving the decision power to a month-old baby too much of an abdication of responsibility? Xiang Yu then went to discuss with Mu Yun and Jian Ziling. They both nodded matter-of-factly, of course, that's fine. Still uneasy, Xiang Yu questioned, but isn't it possible that some people might seem friendly on the surface but harbor ill intentions secretly? With the price set so low, someone might turn around and resell them. And can these little ones really tell good people from bad people? Mu Yun nodded and explained, yes, animals are naturally born with instincts for danger, like natural disasters or approaching predators. Animals with insufficient instincts would have been eliminated long ago in nature. Besides, there are now mutation boosts, making these pups naturally drawn to kind-hearted and gentle humans. With that said, Xiang Yu put aside his unease and announced the adoption method to everyone, leading to the scene described above. Quick-witted parents immediately started crouching down to play with the babies, while others soon caught on and used various techniques to attract the babies to play with them. 2 of the more outgoing ones were quickly attracted by the parents, hopping over happily with their stubby legs. One shy one hid behind the Alsatian, curiously peeking out and staring at these strange adults. These strange adults smiled warmly, cooed all sorts of sounds, and extended their hands toward it. The Alsatian nudged it with his nose, urging it to come out and play. Finally, the bashful baby took its first step, hesitantly walking towards the adults. Xiang Yu observed from the side, noticing that one baby obviously preferred young, pretty girls. It clung tightly to the leg of the prettiest girl, its tail wagging rapidly. Another was warm-hearted to everyone, flipping onto its back for belly rubs, totally unreserved. Its vivaciousness made it run here and there, keeping those trying to hold it hard-pressed. The introverted one stuck close to the wall, using its wet nose to sneakily smell the adults when they weren't looking, sniffing them one by one. Are you sure letting the babies choose themselves will work? Xiang Yu lightly tilted his head toward Xingying and softly asked, making them appear rather intimate. Xingying slightly lowered his eyelids. Sensing Xiang Yu's soft breath near his neck, he absently rubbed his fingers under his sleeve, and after several seconds responded, keep watching, it won't be that fast. The entire clinic buzzed with liveliness as the parents displayed their unique skills to engage the children. Shan Yu watched from the side and began to notice differences. The young lady whose leg had been constantly clung to was flattered and carefully picked up the puppy, placing it on her lap. Her handling showed no experience, she tiptoed, striving to keep her thigh level so the puppy could lie comfortably. The introverted one ran around everywhere and finally started playing with a muscular man. The muscular man didn't spoil the puppy but instead made it clear that while playtime was joyful, mistakes were met with strict correction. As a result, the puppy obediently sat in front of the muscular man, its tail wagging ceaselessly, just like listening to a lesson. Some people, seeing the playful pup following the young lady closely, gave up on trying to attract it and turned their attention to the other two. The playful puppy happily lay down on the girl's thighs, seemingly lost in bliss. At this moment, a man came close to the young lady, suddenly grabbing the puppy by the scruff of its neck, laughing mischievously, "Let me play with it for a bit." The man obviously saw that the young lady was easy to bully because of her timidity and directly snatched the puppy. Startled, the young lady hadn't yet reacted when she heard the puppy let out a frantic howl, its stubby legs kicking wildly, its youthful cry full of both anger and urgency, echoing throughout the entire villa. The man didn't expect such a reaction from the puppy and became flustered as everyone stared at him, nervously tapping the puppy's bottom. "I'm just messing around." "Why are you crying?" "Ow." In an instant, the Alsatian charged out, leaping onto the man and knocking him down. Its massive jaws opened wide, showing sharp teeth as it growled fiercely, scaring the man into screaming in panic, too weak-kneed to stand. Shan Yu walked over, calming the Alsatian before gently handing the puppy back to the young lady, telling the man, "Sir, we're adopting the model where babies choose their own parents. This puppy has already chosen its owner. Please don't snatch what others love." The man escaped from the Alsatian's claws, quickly plastering on a sly grin, all right, I didn't hear the rules clearly. I'll check out the other two." Shan Yu certainly wouldn't let him continue disrupting and had Xingying step in, evicting him from the place. Unfazed, the man looked back at the young lady with a lecherous smile, making her feel extremely uneasy. "No worries," Shan Yu consoled her, "stay away from this kind of person in the future. Watch out for your safety." The young lady nodded, her face pale. The puppy, still shaken from the ordeal, sought comfort in the Alsatian but soon returned to the young lady's side, clearly showing great fondness for her. Witnesses were astonished by such shameless behavior, sparking many discussions. After this interlude, the atmosphere in the villa returned to being lively after some time. An hour later, it was crystal clear which owners the puppies had chosen themselves. The young lady never imagined that the puppy favored her the entire time, blushing under the envious gazes of others as she emptied out all her crystal cores onto the table. The young lady was named Sun Ning. In a soft voice, she asked, "I have no previous experience with pets. If I have problems later, can I ask Dr. Shang?" Shan Yu took an immediate liking to this young girl, his tone becoming unconsciously gentler. "Of course you can." He handed her a large bag of supplies as usual, reminding her, "Remember to bring it back here for vaccinations." Sun Ning seriously nodded, "I definitely won't forget." Sun Ning carefully carried the little pup away, taking the luggage with her. Mo and the Alsatian said goodbye to their fourth child after indulging in some affectionate moments. The muscular man placed the puppy on his shoulder. Within just an hour, they'd become as intimate as father and son, exchanging without barriers. Someone curiously asked how he managed to bond with the dog so quickly within an hour, to which he frankly replied, "I used to be a swimming coach at a gym, dealing with kids every day. Dogs and kids are similar, you need to play together during playtime and shouldn't spoil them when they make mistakes. They will sense that you're doing it for their own good." With two puppies finding their new homes, Shan Yu could already tell that Mo and the Alsatian would deeply miss them. It was heartbreaking for any mother to part ways with all her children after raising them through so much effort. Jian Ziling squatted down, hugging Mo and petting her for a long time, suddenly asking, "Doctor, do you have any shortage of dogs?" Chapter 10. Shan Yu paused, never having considered this question before. Jian Ziling continued, Mo is reluctant to part with her children. Should we leave one behind? If there's anyone who deserves to be a parent most here, Dr. Shang, it's undoubtedly you. All 6 puppies were born under your care. During the month you took care of these puppies, Mo and her children were nurtured healthily, each becoming incredibly close to you. Shan Yu was a little troubled, he wasn't prepared. It was true that he had the system's enhancement, but that didn't mean he could adopt a puppy on a whim. It was a responsibility and it meant having one more family member. However, if the puppy were to be raised by him, it would be the best choice. Not only would the system provide nearly free dog food, but Mo could also see her child frequently, preventing her from feeling too sad. I haven't decided yet. Shan Yu hesitated, glancing at the group of parents behind him who were eagerly waiting. We told them 3 puppies were available for adoption, and now we're taking one back ourselves. That's not very honest. Jian Ziling looked at the social butterfly-like puppy with a headache, but I wonder which one he actually likes. The sociable puppy jumped from one parent's lap to another every 10 seconds. Shan Yu was also puzzled, maybe he's just playing around. Likes everyone. Just as he was talking, Mo suddenly walked over, picked up the puppy in her mouth, and dropped it in front of Shan Yu. The crowd. Shan Yu forced a laugh, hee hee. Mo sat majestically next to Shan Yu, ignoring the complex expressions on the parents' faces. It was like Mo had made the decision for her child, choosing Shan Yu to be its owner. While Shan Yu and Jian Ziling were talking, Mo listened carefully, making her own decision. The disappointed parents showed some discontent, but they still maintained their manners. The puppy, having grown up with Shan Yu, no longer ran around wildly, cheerfully biting his shoelaces instead. Shan Yu looked embarrassed and explained to everyone, please calm down, we will give you an explanation. Then he hurriedly carried the puppy, took Mo and Ha, the Alsatian, to discuss things in the garden with Mu Yun and Jian Ziling. The situation was quite awkward now. From start to finish, none of them had thought about leaving one puppy with Mo. The posters had already been put up, but then someone suggested keeping one puppy, which might affect their hospital's business in the future. Although it was Mo's decision, Jian Ziling definitely wanted to keep one puppy herself. Mu Yun said, "Doctor, we want to hear your opinion. If you want to adopt this child, snatching isn't an issue. Both Ziling and I can pay out of pocket to compensate those people with some crystal cores, I'm sure there won't be any problems, right, Ziling?" Jian Ziling rolled her eyes, "Call me by my full name. Jian Ziling, right?" Then she instantly changed her expression, gently saying to Shan Yu, "Yes, Dr. Shang, both Mu Yun and I hope you will adopt him. Right, playboy?" Mu Yun stormed off silently. What happened? Sheng Ying came back without anyone noticing when he left earlier. Shan Yu explained the situation. Sheng Ying readily agreed, "No problem, let's follow the rules. Give the parents an hour. If within this hour, none of them are chosen by the puppy, then it's considered a failed selection, and we'll take the puppy back." Shan Yu said, "But this kid likes everyone. He rolls over for each parent asking for pets." Sheng Ying smiled faintly, liking everyone means liking no one. Shan Yu realized something, looking at the puppy in his hands who was trying hard to lick him. He couldn't help but smile and tenderly lifted the puppy, saying to him, "It's up to you. If you choose someone you like, you go with them. If you don't choose anyone, you'll have to come home with me, okay?" The puppy cooed affectionately, wagging its tail happily and raising its lips. After explaining a few things to Mo, Shan Yu entered the house, placed the sociable little pup down, explained the situation to everyone again, and the atmosphere once again became lively. However, some parents had already decided to give up, shaking their heads as they stepped out of the villa to negotiate with Dr. Shang whether there would be another adoption event later, and if so, asked to be notified. Not only did Shang Yu agree, but he assured them, if there are more pups for adoption next time, we'll prioritize you as potential adopters. The parents were delighted, full of hope as they left. As a result, only 7 or 8 parents remained in the villa. Shang Yu remembered that Sheng Ying went out earlier, so he asked, "What happened just now?" Sheng Ying replied, "Nothing, Sun Ning just left and got noticed by someone." Shang Yu felt immediately uneasy, will she be alright? A young girl carrying such valuable property as a pet could easily attract envious eyes. Sheng Ying said, "Don't worry. She's pretty good at saving herself, so don't be concerned about her." Sheng Ying then shifted the topic to Shang Yu, his tone unconsciously softening, "But you, how did you explain the vaccines to them?" Shang Yu was startled, "Huh?" Sheng Ying said, "I remember that animal vaccines need to be kept frozen, right? And they don't last long either. How have you managed to preserve them?" Unconsciously leaning closer to Shang Yu while carefully maintaining the distance, he added, "Your actions could easily make people suspect you of having spatial abilities. Without spatial abilities, it's the system, which is much more advanced than just a spatial ability." Shang Yu said, "It's not spatial ability, but I don't know how to explain it to you. It's another game. Anyway, when they asked me, I told them I found these supplies during an expedition and brought back a few sets." The answer had many loopholes but was intended to block some people's prying minds. Those with ill intentions would have to be dealt with by him personally. Sheng Ying didn't say anything. He told Shang Yu, "You keep an eye on things here. Jiao Jiao is left to you. I'll skip class for now." With that, he sauntered off confidently. Shang Yu had a vein popping in his forehead. "Please, don't make skipping work sound so justified." Inside the room, everything repeated as before. The puppy had been playing with the adults for such a long time without showing any sign of fatigue, running all over the villa. Seeing no hope, the parents sat on the sofa chatting with Shang Yu while watching the little dog roll around everywhere. Just as Sheng Ying predicted, this extraordinary little pup played all around but found none of them suitable. With a yawn, it curled up into Mo's arms and drifted into a sleepy daze. If this were the case, it meant the dog didn't favor anyone. The parents' faces couldn't hide their disappointment, only leaving reluctantly after Shang Yu assured them they'd be prioritized in future adoptions. Shang Yu squatted in front of Mo, gently poking the puppy's nose and asked, "Alright, little one, are you willing to become my pet, relying on each other and living together?" The puppy sat up, wagging its tail so hard it blurred, emitting a joyful bark, "Aowo." Chapter 11. The adoption event concluded fully, coinciding with Mo's postpartum period ending, and she departed with Jian Ziling suddenly. The entire villa felt eerily empty, where even a shout echoed back. Sheng Ying skipped work for several days straight. Despite this, Jiao Jiao didn't miss him. Instead, she kept staring at Shang Yu. Jealous that the puppy had taken up Shang Yu's lap, she started bullying him subtly yet openly. Don't do bad things, or I'll report to your father. Shang Yu poked Jiao Jiao's nose, lifting the puppy and kissing him. What should I call you? This chubby puppy seemed naturally sociable, and despite Jiao Jiao's teasing, it still enthusiastically nudged close. How about Xiaxia? Shang Yu tried calling, and surprisingly, the dog responded joyfully. Shang Yu deeply regretted this decision, immediately trying to come up with other names, but the dog showed no interest in them. Whenever Xiaxia was called, it turned its head immediately. Shang Yu sighed helplessly, knowing well enough that he must reap what he sowed. With one human and 2 animals withdrawing from the villa, Shang Yu opened the system, clicked on claiming rewards, and heard a series of knocks echoing in the villa as the system began remodeling the villa. Shang Yu held Xiaxia as he studied the system while Jiao Jiao lay by his feet. The system appeared to have an additional function called holoscopic surgery simulation practice. What is this? Shang Yu tapped on it, and a video frame interface appeared. Curiously, he tapped on the first one. Instantly, the system emitted a blinding light. When he opened his eyes again, the garden had disappeared, Xiaxia was gone, and he was wearing surgical scrubs holding a scalpel, with a beautiful nurse in front of him. What happened? Where's Xiaxia? Is this holographic? The nurse gave a standard smile and mechanically said to Shang Yu, Dr. Shang, please proceed with the suturing operation. On the operating table lay a Labrador covered with a respirator, other parts hidden except for an 8 cm long wound waiting to be sutured. I just wanted to take a look, I wasn't ready to operate. Feeling embarrassed, he muttered, wondering where the exit button might be. Seeing Shang Yu silent, the nurse spoke again, do you want to go through the beginner tutorial? This is possible. Shang Yu quickly replied, yes. As the operating room door slid open, another doctor walked in, expressionless as he faced Shang Yu. His mouth, hidden under a mask, emitted a mechanical voice, beginner tutorial starting now, please pay attention. He then turned around, picked up the tools, and began suturing the Labrador lying on the operating table. This system is too powerful. While Shang Yu was marveling at this, the wound being sutured suddenly zoomed into his face like a slideshow, magnified dozens of times, with the sutures thick as wires, every detail clearly displayed before him. The doctor continued suturing while explaining, first, an overview, then the precautions. Shang Yu intently stared at the wound in front of him, nodding along while listening, wishing he could take notes. After the doctor finished suturing, he turned around again, still expressionless, and said, do you want to restart the suturing surgery practice? Shang Yu suddenly realized, this was a holographic surgical training simulation created by the system for doctors to practice their skills. For him, this was nothing short of manna from heaven. Strictly speaking, Shang Yu wasn't actually a veterinarian but rather just a university student who had studied veterinary science for 4 years. Running a pet hospital was way beyond his level. This feature of the system made up perfectly for his lack of practical experience. Shaking off his thoughts, Shang Yu said firmly, yes. Instantly, the scene reverted to the very beginning. The nurse repeated exactly the same words robotically, Dr. Shang, please proceed with the suturing surgery. Shang Yu reached out to touch the Labrador in front of him, the sensation feeling real, that wound still stretching across its body, as if the beginner's tutorial had never happened. No more hesitation, he picked up the instruments and started the suturing process. On his first attempt, it felt so awkward, as watching others perform the procedure and doing it yourself were 2 entirely different things. Grasping the needle holder tightly, Shang Yu wanted to press his eyes right onto the wound, only for nerves to make him accidentally fling the needle holder out of his hand. It hit the floor with a metallic clang. Shang Yu. Too embarrassed to feel shame, he quickly checked the wound's condition, relieved when he saw no further damage. He then took a new needle holder from the tray beside him and bent over, continuing with determination. By the time he was done, Shang Yu was drenched in sweat. Looking up, he noticed that the 8 cm long incision lay wriggling on the skin like some strange bug, irregular and ghastly. The nurse asked Shang Yu for confirmation, is the surgery complete? Sighing deeply, Shang Yu nodded. Yes. She continued, now I will evaluate your performance in this suturing surgery. Huh. There's grading. The nurse seemed to load something for a moment before saying. Practice project, wound suturing surgery. Participant, Shang Yu. Total score, 100. Score obtained, 20. Result, fail. Alright. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Shang Yu listened patiently as the nurse asked, do you wish to go through the beginner tutorial again? Another session. Beginner tutorials can be repeated, huh? That's fantastic. Shang Yu watched the tutorial one more time, then raised a few questions to the doctor. The doctor paused as though analyzing the questions, staring blankly for quite some time, answering only after long deliberation. Shang Yu discovered that asking questions needed clarity. If unclear, the system might misinterpret the keywords and give irrelevant answers. Shang Yu went through another round inside the system, this time scoring 25 points, feeling exhausted before finally exiting this scenario. It was absolutely incredible. With this system, they would really be able to heal animals in the future. Glancing over, the most basic suturing surgery Shang Yu had started with had many variants listed below it, ranging from minimally invasive procedures to complex tumor surgeries. Beneath the suturing surgery video box, there appeared a progress bar indicating proficiency levels. Perhaps when the proficiency reaches a certain level, the system would allow practicing surgeries on real pets. Shang Yu encouraged himself internally, come on. The system has already set up the learning platform. What excuse do I have not to work hard? After exiting the system, Shang Yu glanced at the time. It was about the right moment to head outside with Jiao Jiao and Xiaxia to check out the renovated villa. Yet, upon arriving, he stopped abruptly, seeing that even the villa's entrance doors had been remodeled into dual sliding designs. Pushing the door open, despite having anticipated changes, Shang Yu was still utterly stunned by what greeted him. The entire layout of the villa had been restructured, the living room gone. Opening the door revealed an expansive reception desk, sleek and elegant yet impersonal, with a computer placed beneath it. Behind the front desk was the examination room, decorated in a cozy style. Besides the examination table in the middle, there was a computer on a nearby table, a hanging cabinet stuffed with various common medications, and wall-mounted film viewers. Overhead hung dog-shaped pendant lights, while butterfly stickers adorned the walls, creating a warm and adorable atmosphere. To the left of the front desk lay an entire surgical system, including sanitation passageways, disinfection rooms, 2 operating rooms, auxiliary rooms, and an anesthesia recovery room. Inside the operating room was one operating table, flanked by a film viewer, a medicine cabinet, and an operation console. A brand new ventilator stood beside the operating table, and a shadowless lamp hung from the ceiling. There were also numerous instruments that Shang Yu had yet to master, waiting for him alone to use. As Shang Yu walked through each room one by one, every single one shocked him profoundly until he grew used to it. He didn't know how regular pet hospitals were usually set up, but he knew that this entire surgical system in front of him was incredibly comprehensive. The lab was located right next to the operating room. After exiting the lab came the boarding area. Shang Yu understood that ordinary pet shops often offered simple boarding services, placing pets in cages and providing them with food and water. If those cages were like budget hotels, the boarding area in front of him was akin to a presidential suite. The boarding area was designed as separate compartments, with glass doors allowing owners to visit their pets from outside. The boarding area was divided into 2 levels. The lower level was a playroom filled with toys scattered on the ground, and a litter box tucked away in the corner. The upper level was where pets ate and slept, with soft pads and small pillows laid out on the side. Each boarding room had its own little light and a switch nearby, seemingly allowing the pets to turn off the lights themselves. Xiaxia loved the toys inside, immediately breaking free from Shang Yu's embrace to drag a toy out of a compartment to play with. The sizes of the boarding rooms varied, obviously intended for different-sized pets. There were even compartments suitable for Jiao Jiao's size, which she entered and refused to leave. After finishing his tour, Shang Yu pressed his hands against his wildly thumping heart, struggling to keep himself calm. Just an hour ago, his villa had been completely empty, and within an hour, it had transformed into a hospital in its initial form. So now came the problem, what to do without electricity. Without power, all these million-dollar instruments would be nothing more than scrap in his hands. The system seemed not to consider resource issues during renovations. For instance, the bathroom next to the operating room looked properly installed with faucets despite no consideration of whether or not there was running water. Shadowless lamp, install. Air purifiers, install. Defibrillators, install. No water, no electricity, my dear. As Shang Yu digested this generous gift at the villa entrance, Sheng Ying finally returned to his post, opening the garden gate and striding toward Shang Yu. What's wrong? Sheng Ying seemed just finished with something, still radiating an air of menace like a drawn sword. Before Shang Yu could say anything, Sheng Ying had already noticed the renovated villa gates. Pushing them open, he asked, what happened to the door? Is it bro? But before he could finish, he was speechless in awe at the massive changes inside the villa. Sheng Ying silently toured the entire first floor. His shock became increasingly evident, and his face eventually turned so serious it was downright frightening. Looking down, Sheng Ying questioned Shang Yu, what happened here? Did we hire a magical girl to come tidy up for us? No magical girl, it's me. Sheng Ying then asked again, where is my room? Shang Yu almost spewed blood upon hearing this. Had the system swallowed Sheng Ying's room entirely? Chapter 12. It turned out the system hadn't actually embezzled Sheng Ying's room. Shang Yu found Sheng Ying's furniture piled up haphazardly in a corner upstairs, looking as if they had been discarded during a move, beds stacked with tables, chairs lying on desks, bed sheets and blankets thrown around randomly, clothes and socks half hanging from drawers. Shang Yu could practically see the system's heavy disdain when handling the furniture, like a proud peacock from another dimension graciously deigning to look at the stinky rural home. Hands in his trouser pockets, Sheng Ying expressionlessly stared at his former room for a long time before turning back to Shang Yu and raising an eyebrow. Shang Yu's face turned red with embarrassment, realizing he was at fault, stuttering, I'll fix your room right away. Then, he bolted away. Shang Yu had initially thought that the entire villa was so large, and the system would have plenty of space to play with. The first and second floors were almost empty, so if it couldn't fit everything on the first floor, the second floor could work too. But in the end, the system unreasonably tore apart Xing Ying's room. That wasn't all, it also looked down on Xing Ying's furniture and threw them upstairs like garbage. What else could be done? He couldn't just drag the system out and give it a beating. Feeling guilty and remorseful, Shang Yu opened the system and splurged on a full set of new furniture from it, throw pillows, bed sheets, nothing was missing. Within minutes, he conjured up a cozy little room complete with a brand new lazy sofa. The more than 10,000 crystal cores he had just earned disappeared instantly. Xing Ying thoroughly explored the first floor, then came back up and stood before his new room, acting as though he had already gotten used to it all. Still, he asked Shang Yu, "Can we talk?" Shang Yu knew there was no way to hide it any longer. Submissively sitting across from Xing Ying, he recounted everything, starting from encountering the orange cat, explaining the origin of the system. "Do you know how RPG games work? You complete a task, and it gives you rewards. I have such a game system right now in my head. For the purpose of providing services and life guarantees for pets, so it selected me as its owner. At first, I thought it was fake, but you've seen it yourself." Shang Yu pointed downstairs, "It's practically all-powerful." Xing Ying asked, "Besides me, who else knows about the system?" Shang Yu said, "There's Jiao Jiao and Momo. Among humans, only you." Xing Ying felt a sense of relief, as if a warm glass of water had soothed him, warming him all the way to his heart, where the fire of anger immediately went out. After the apocalypse, human mutations varied in directions, some had offensive abilities, while others had supportive ones. However, certain precious mutations were kept tightly under wraps by their possessors. For instance, spatial abilities, rich in resources and making people envious, could lead space ability holders into grave danger if they didn't have sufficient self-defense capability. They could easily be robbed or coerced, even risking death. And this system was obviously even more advanced than spatial abilities. A mall meant limitless resources, and completing tasks meant earning countless crystal cores. And yet, he had been trusted with this secret. "Why do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you for your belongings and take over your system?" Xing Ying questioned him. Shang Yu wasn't the least bit scared. Compared to Xing Ying's golden finger-like mutation, his system was nothing extraordinary. Looking at Xing Ying calmly, he simply said, "I'm not afraid." Sitting inside the room carefully arranged by Shang Yu's hands, seeing how Shang Yu held nothing back and revealed everything, from the moment he uttered the word, "not afraid," Xing Ying started thinking of ways to cover for Shang Yu and how to solve the electricity and water problems for this small villa. He had an old diesel generator he could bring over and needed to search for some diesel fuel outside. Regarding tap water. Why not dig a well and install a water pump? He could place it in the backyard. He could claim all these devices materializing in the hospital belonged to him, shouldering all suspicions. As long as people had questions, they'd direct them at him, and Dr. Shang could hide behind him. Once Xing Ying decided to take responsibility, he requested that both parties unify their story, shocking Shang Yu, "No need. I can just say Mu Yun led an engineering team and helped me renovate." Xing Ying countered, "What will you use to buy off the engineering team? If even one person leaks the secret, your secret will be exposed. What will you do when bad people come looking for you?" Without further discussion, Xing Ying took over the matter and reminded him once again not to disclose anything about the system. Then he went to change clothes and prepared to leave. "I'm heading out next week with my team. The community hospital on Baoyang Road has always been impossible to capture. We're holding a pre-battle meeting today. I'll bring back some medical supplies and diesel for you when I return. By then, your hospital can use the diesel generator. You check the electrical wiring on those devices. Oh wait, let me check them when I get back. Stay home these 2 days. Don't go out, and don't let Mu Yun come here. Understand? Jiao Jiao is staying with you, call him if anything happens." Since hearing the word, "not afraid," Xing Ying had automatically taken Shang Yu under his wing, adopting a mindset of treating him better because of his trust. Hearing about the community hospital, Shang Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, eagerly following after Xing Ying. "How about taking me and Jiao Jiao along? I have X-ray abilities and can help you investigate the situation inside the building. I have plenty of crystal cores, so I can replenish my mental energy at any time." Before encountering the system, Shang Yu had always been a useless mutant, due to his ability requiring an extremely high amount of mental energy. He wasn't an offensive mutant, the crystal cores he earned were too few to replenish his mental energy, causing his power to grow weaker and weaker, leading to a vicious cycle. Now that he had plenty of crystal cores, he was eager to give it a try. Xing Ying refused without hesitation, "It's too dangerous. The doctor can play with Jiao Jiao at home. Is there anything you want? Give me a list, and I'll go find them for you." Shang Yu retorted with one sentence, "Would you know what they are even if I wrote them down?" Xing Ying fell silent after being questioned, slowly turning around after some time, "I wouldn't." Many medical supplies had technical terms that he hadn't even heard of, and even if they were written down, he wouldn't be able to identify them. Shang Yu looked smug, and Xing Ying persuaded him for half a day, "The risk of storming the building is very high. Do you know why we've never managed to take over that place before? Because the hospital sees a huge influx of people daily, it's overrun by zombies, and its floor plan is complex. It's very easy to lose members. How will you protect yourself if you don't have attack-based mutations? Shan Yu suddenly asked, don't you bring along field doctors? Shen Ying scoffed coldly, doctors? What use are they if they're caught in an instant? Shan Yu nodded, but pets are different. They're immune to the virus, so even if they're scratched, they still stand a chance. Why don't I become the field doctor for your pets? Shen Ying replied, no. Shan Yu said, why not? If I'm there, I can provide emergency care for your pets at any moment. Without a doctor nearby, how many breaths will your pets have left when they're brought back? After trying to dissuade Shan Yu for a long while and failing, Shen Ying could only agree to let him tag along. He hesitated for a while before saying to Shan Yu, come with me to the command center, I'll prepare some things for you. Number 9 Detached Villa in the base command center. When Gu Shinin saw Shen Ying walking side by side with Shan Yu, his eyes almost popped out. The word sister-in-law slipped off his tongue but was quickly swallowed back as he greeted them formally. Shen Ying stood aside and introduced, this is my younger brother, Gu Shinin. You two met before. Remember to stay behind him next week during the operation. All actions must follow orders, and if danger arises, you can use Gu Shinin as a meat shield. His mutation is called Golden Body, making him effectively immortal. Gu Shinin nodded vigorously, Doctor, rest assured. I will guarantee your personal safety and won't allow any mistakes. Please remember not to stray more than 1 meter away from me. Shen Ying explained, have you played, LOL, League of Legends? There's a golden body effect that grants invincibility for 2 seconds. Besides being invincible himself, within a 1 meter radius illuminated by the golden body's glow, zombies cannot get close. So stick tightly to him, got it? Shan Yu nodded and smiled at Gu Shinin, next week, I'll trouble you, Mr. Gu. Gu Shinin was delighted, not at all, not at all. Just call me Xiao Gu, Then Shen Ying took him deeper into the detached villa, leading Shan Yu through the door and down the corridor. Along the way, quite a few people greeted him. The boss is back. Hello, boss. Hey boss, who's this guy next to you? So pale and tender. That person didn't finish speaking before Gu Shinin came up from behind, firmly covering their mouth and dragging them into the room, giving a somewhat apologetic smile toward Shan Yu as he did so. Shen Ying led Shan Yu into a room that looked like a warehouse. Shen Ying bent over and rummaged around for a bit before finding a down jacket for Shan Yu, wear this on that day. It's thick and less likely to tear. He also found various self-defense weapons for Shan Yu, here, a mechanical turret. Just carry it on your shoulder, press this button when there are zombies. The aiming mechanism is here, and the power source is here. When it runs out, just switch the crystal core. You won't need to operate it manually tomorrow, it's just in case something goes wrong. This is a warning device. It glows red when there are zombies nearby. The more frequent the light flashes, the more zombies there are, and the closer they are to you. Don't unclip it from your body. This is a mechanical mini-dog used to lure zombies. In dangerous situations, throw it away, and it will run around loudly, drawing the attention of the zombies, allowing you to escape in the confusion. Stunned by the dazzling array of machinery, Shan Yu was still processing all the mechanics around him when the door behind him was pushed open with a loud bang. Shen Ying's group of followers completely packed the doorway. Under Shan Yu's astonished gaze, they let out a thunderous cheer, good day, Dr. Shan. Shan Yu. Shan Yu's ears were ringing as Shen Ying walked to the doorway and flashed a cold smirk at Gu Shinin, his white teeth glinting like a sharp blade. This expression scared Gu Shinin into turning his head and waving with one hand, go back. Go back. Why are you blocking the door? Don't you see that the boss is receiving Dr. Shan? Did you forget we're storming the building next week? As he said this, he slipped away amid the crowd. Shen Ying turned around and apologized to Shan Yu, sorry, my guys can get a bit overenthusiastic. He pulled out all sorts of small machinery for Shan Yu's use and provided him with a backpack, feeling that everything was more or less in order. As they parted ways, Shen Ying escorted Shan Yu to the entrance of the command center and said, I'll be heading back tonight. Remember to familiarize yourself with the machinery when you go back. We're attacking next week. Chapter 13. During the week, besides getting used to the operation of the mechanical turrets, Shan Yu immersed himself in practicing simulated surgeries through the system, repeatedly rehearsing sewing techniques. While he hoped every pet would stay safe, if something went wrong, he wanted to be able to step up as their veterinarian rather than just watch them bleed out. The injuries caused by zombies to pets mainly included claw marks and bite wounds, so cleaning the wound and performing sewing operations were essential skills. Shan Yu's earlier attempts at stitching had been messy and prone to splitting open, but he kept learning from his mistakes, practiced intensively, and developed muscle memory, which significantly improved his skills in recent days, along with steady score increases. Phew, Shan Yu exited the simulation practice, rubbing his sore eyes. The system had just given him 80 points on his latest assignment, his highest score yet. And his proficiency level had reached 100%. Ding! A system notification sounded in his ear. Shang Yu, while cradling Xiao Sha and patting it, checked the system page. With the accomplishment of suture surgery proficiency, a side quest was completed. Quest objective, reach 100% proficiency in simulated suture surgery. Quest description, can the proficiency achieved in simulated surgical training be applied to real-life situations? Quest reward, non-absorbable surgical thread *10, inhalation anesthesia agent *10, crystal cores *500. Shang Yu casually set aside the quest rewards and then looked at other quests. Among them, the main quest stood out prominently. Quest objective, recruit 3 professional medical staff. Quest description, the hospital is too large, 2 people can't handle everything. Please recruit 3 healthcare personnel, including nurses and nursing assistants. Quest reward, automatic pet litter box *5, crystal cores *2000. Shang Yu slammed the system interface shut with a roll of his eyes. Professional personnel. There weren't many people in the base to begin with, let alone pet nurses. Just as he was about to stand up, Jiao Jiao noticed Xiao Sha in Shang Yu's arms and ran over with soft purring sounds. She rested her big head on Shang Yu's legs, subtly pushing Xiao Sha aside in an attempt to monopolize Shang Yu's attention. Xiao Sha gave a babyish protest, pushing Jiao Jiao's head with its little paws. Despite the efforts, Jiao Jiao wouldn't budge and looked up at Shang Yu with a pitiful expression, as if telling Shang Yu that Xiao Sha was bullying her. Shang Yu had no way to deal with this jealousy, so he resorted to giving each pet a cuddle or a scratch, trying to keep things fair. Poor Xiao Sha, once separated from its mother's embrace, it was bullied by Jiao Jiao. In the afternoon, Shang Yu carried Xiao Sha to look for Jian Xiling. Since he and Jiao Jiao would accompany the team to the hospital, there was no one to take care of Xiao Sha. To his surprise, Jian Xiling responded, Dr. Shang, you're going too? I'm going with Momo and Mu Yun's golden retriever. Shang Yu couldn't help asking, why is this mission involving so many people? Is it because Xing Ying's team doesn't have enough manpower? Jian Xiling replied, storming the building is pretty dangerous. The hospital has plenty of resources, but also lots of zombies. We've failed once before, so this time we want to be fully prepared. Together, they sent Xiao Sha to a friend of Jian Xiling's house, where he could stay with his sibling. But it's really dangerous there. I'm surprised Boss Xing agreed to let you come. Jian Xiling worried about Shang Yu's safety, her brows furrowed with concern. Shang Yu gave an apologetic smile, don't worry, I'll only do logistics work and make sure to protect myself. When the time comes, you guys just focus on moving forward. Sheng Ying had been leaving early in the morning and coming back late every day, proudly skipping work. Occasionally, he would find time to come over and check on Shang Yu's turret practice. Sometimes Sheng Ying would help adjust the sight for him, his fiery heartbeat transmitted through his thin shirt onto Shang Yu's back. Shang Yu simply closed himself off entirely, dedicating himself to practicing surgeries as he awaited the day of the building attack. In the early morning, the sky just began to lighten, a cool breeze carrying a sense of desolation and dampness rolling in. Shang Yu got up early, preparing raw beef and chicken for Jiao Jiao. As for himself, he meticulously checked the backpack again, ensuring all the mechanical devices and commonly used medical supplies were ready. When Xing Ying arrived, Shang Yu had just put on his down jacket and greeted him with a smile, let's go. Together they made their way to the base gate where quite a number of people had already gathered. In addition to Mu Yun, Jian Xiling, and the rest of the gang, there were also some unfamiliar faces. Shang Yu counted them, there were more than 30 people and over 10 pets, including an unusually large lynx. See. This neighborhood has strange-looking pets. Lynxes aren't usually kept as house pets because they resemble cats and are beautiful and proud, but some wealthy individuals loved raising them before the apocalypse. Apart from that, there was also a line of SUVs parked nearby, followed by a container truck. Once everyone had arrived, Gu Shanin took attendance and waved his hand, signaling everyone and their pets to get into the vehicles. The base gate opened, and they all set off in a cloud of dust. On the vehicle, Xing Ying introduced the community hospital situation to Shang Yu. The community hospital isn't very big, just 3 floors. But half of its first floor exterior wall is glass, making it easy to attack but hard to defend, which is why we failed last time. This time we plan to take the beauty salon next door first, then set up pulleys on the beauty salon's rooftop, allowing everyone to slide to the hospital roof, attacking the building top down. Once the zombies inside the hospital are cleared out, we'll seal all the glass windows on the first floor, and the hospital will be ours. Shang Yu asked, if we need supplies, why not just take them and leave? Why occupy this hospital? Gu Shanin explained while driving from the driver's seat, because our base needs to expand. Dr. Shang doesn't know that, right? Shang Yu indicated that he had no knowledge of this expansion plan. Xing Ying patiently pulled out a map to explain to Shang Yu, look, our base is here, and the hospital is here. Next to the hospital is the community elementary school, middle school, and library. Once we secure the hospital as our stronghold, this entire area, he circled around the hospital and library on the map, will all belong to us. Gu Shanin added humorously, that's right, offense or defense, what do you call it? Ah, yes. A fortress. Why does the base need to expand? Isn't there enough housing now? Before Shang Yu could ask further, they were already approaching the hospital. The SUVs neatly parked across the street from the hospital at the beauty salon. The beauty salon was only 3 stories tall, but incredibly narrow, with not many zombies. The container truck separated from the group, boldly parking right in front of the hospital gate, obstructing it arrogantly. Shang Yu. Just like Xingying described, the hospital's outer walls were once designed purely for aesthetics using glass, which now lay shattered, turning the hospital into a semi-open space. At this moment, the assault team quickly exited their vehicles, turrets slung over their shoulders, accurately eliminating any wandering zombies on the street. They swiftly swept through the club, and the entire process lasted less than 5 minutes. By this time, quite a few zombies had surrounded the container truck. Everyone disembarked and entered the club, where Shang Yu noticed the truck's driver's side door open and close. In a short moment, Sun Ning appeared out of nowhere, running towards them. Shang Yu stared in amazement. The little beauty, Sun Ning, somewhat bashfully explained, "Good morning, Dr. Shang. My ability is invisibility, zombies can't sense me. This time Sheng boss sent me to drive the container truck. Ah, my puppy is taken care of by my mom, so there's nothing to worry about." No wonder Xingying said Sun Ning had considerable self-preservation skills. Everyone gathered inside the beauty salon. Mu Yun raised her hand, and suddenly, the previously shabby iron gate disappeared, replaced by a sturdy steel wall forged from high-quality steel, securely sealing the entrance to the beauty salon and providing a safe fallback for everyone. Shang Yu saw Mu Yun's ability for the first time and couldn't resist pushing against the iron wall several times with his hand, only to find it immovable. Mu Yun explained, "This wall can only last for 48 hours and will disappear afterward." Shang Yu enviously remarked, "Even so, it's still very impressive." Unlike him, his own ability seemed rather useless. Jiang Min and Gu Donglai will go upstairs to set up the pulleys. Everyone else clears the building. We'll gather on the rooftop in 10 minutes. Xingying gave the order. This squad was highly efficient. In no time, they had all gathered on the beauty salon rooftop. Xingying began assigning tasks. The assault team goes first, followed by the members, then the pets. I'll stay back with Dr. Shang, while Jiang Min and Gu Donglai remain here for backup. One after another, the assault team slid across and quickly cleared the top floor, setting up 4 unmanned turrets. As soon as the turrets were mounted on the wall, they automatically identified zombies within range and silently severed their neural centers with bullets. After making preparations, the assault team signaled Xingying. The rooftop is secure. Everyone slide over one by one. Pay attention to safety, said Xingying. All the people and pets had double safety measures. The pets were obedient, they didn't bark even if scared stiff on their hind legs. Shang Yu was a little nervous. Xingying tied his grip firmly to the ring, steadily delivering him across. Once Shang Yu arrived, Xingying quickly slid over as well and calmly continued assigning tasks. When I count to 3, the assault team opens the door. Gu Shinin will lower the reconnaissance vehicle to check the 3rd floor. The reconnaissance vehicle was another invention of Xingying's. Equipped with an infrared camera, it could remotely investigate situations, transmitting real-time images back to the controller, much like in Rainbow Six. What good are my abilities? Shang Yu felt like crying but couldn't. Their usefulness had long diminished from being useless chicken ribs to mere bones. Everyone spread out. As Xingying counted to 3, the assault team silently and swiftly opened the roof door, revealing the stairs leading down. Gu Shinin immediately lowered the reconnaissance vehicle, which descended the stairs. The door was shut once again. Images were transmitted back through the camera. There are 15 in the corridor, 3 in the medicine preparation room, 7 in the laboratory, reported Gu Shinin while maneuvering the vehicle around zombie feet. There are a total of 45 zombies on the 3rd floor, boss. Xingying helped Shang Yu prepare his gear, attaching his warning device to his chest and stuffing a handful of crystal cores into his bag before giving the order, everyone, attack the 3rd floor. The squad was well-trained and extremely efficient. As soon as they entered the 3rd floor, Mu Yun swiftly sealed off all access points from the 2nd floor, allowing the members to focus solely on clearing out the 3rd floor zombies. Mo took the lead, biting into a zombie's neck upon descending the stairs. Then with a powerful leap against the wall, he pounced forward, killing another. In the corridor, the zombies, dressed in white coats, turned slowly, seeing humans as delectable prey. Black blood dripped from their mouths as they shambled forward. The members pulled out their weapons to begin combat. Jian Xiling, though lacking any special ability, was incredibly skilled. She drew a Japanese sword, leaping high into the air, her blade flashing as the zombie's head fell off. Cooperating seamlessly with Mo, they cleared out the CT room in no time. Mu Yun created several iron walls consecutively, draining his mental energy. He sat down to absorb some crystal cores. His husky stayed faithfully by his side, ears perked, highly alert. As a logistics member, Shang Yu kept a close eye on whether any pets were injured. He noticed that during combat, pets actively shielded their owners, taking on risks and injuries for them. In return, the owners utilized their abilities or mechanical turrets to keep the zombies at bay within firing range, greatly enhancing efficiency. Members without pets were mostly extremely capable. Shang Yu saw one of them throw a boomerang-like weapon, decapitating 3 zombies in one swing. The entire corridor was cleared instantly. With the third floor cleared, not a single person was injured. The squad rested briefly. Mu Yun dissolved the iron walls and repeated the previous method, advancing to the second floor. The operation proceeded orderly and efficiently. There were only 2 zombies in the outpatient department of the second floor. After sweeping them away, the group prepared for the final assault. After we clear out the zombies on the first floor, Mu Yun will replace all the glass walls with iron ones, leaving one opening for us to build. The assault team, stay on alert. Once our wall is finished, this entire hospital will be ours, said Xingying, a strong sense of unease creeping over him. The warning machine's lights were flashing too frequently. However, the reconnaissance vehicle had checked, there were over 70 zombies downstairs, but it wasn't normal for them to react so intensely. Shan Yu also felt something was off. The pets appeared restless. They no longer stayed put, instead pacing back and forth, their tails pressed tightly against their bodies, their jaws tense as if sensing some danger in the air from afar. Gu Shanin, send the vehicle down again to check. There was nothing. The surrounding zombies had been eliminated by the third-floor artillery platform, the entire street was spotless. The zombies on the first floor aimlessly wandered around. The vehicle thoroughly investigated the entire first floor of the hospital and confirmed there were no hidden zombies. There's really nothing dangerous. Gu Shanin sat down carelessly after a long stand, dropping his heavy backpack onto the ground before sitting sloppily. It seemed something awakened in the air as a rustling sound reached everyone's ears. All the pets suddenly became stiff-eared, their hind legs rigid, nearly about to bark. Something was coming. When Shan Yu activated his useless ability, he froze immediately, his blood running cold as all the hairs on his back stood up. Between the first and second floors, right beneath their feet, the zombies lay sprawled in the floor gap as though roused from hibernation. Densely packed together. Chapter 14. Shan Yu trembled violently, gripping Xingying's hand tightly and whispering the situation, causing an immediate stir within the team, fear spreading through the air. Don't move around. Xingying whispered sharply, stopping the commotion. Gu Shanin, get up. Everyone follow my orders, don't make a sound and retreat upstairs slowly. Everyone's nerves stretched to their limits as if stepping on hot coals instead of a wooden floor. Heaven knows how these zombies got into the gaps between floors. A single thin layer of floor separated them from the densely packed zombies that had slept undisturbed until Gu Shanin accidentally woke them up. Had there been any more noise, had Shan Yu not opened his ability, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The air was thick enough to drip with tension as Xingying maintained his composure while commanding both people and pets to retreat to the third floor. Several owners simultaneously allowed their pets to retreat first. Mu Yun gave a gesture for her husky to go ahead. With thick pads on their paws, even when running, the pets made no sound. Her husky quickly retreated to the stairs without heading straight to the third floor, pacing silently, encouraging Mu Yun. Mu Yun hadn't moved yet when a fat man suddenly dashed upstairs, and Shan Yu recognized him, it was Lynx's owner, Xuesi. Xingying shot a knife-sharp glare at him, lowering his voice angrily, what are you doing? Xuesi was drenched in sweat, giving a nervous chuckle, actually abandoning his lynx pet to run up to the third floor on his own. Xingying suppressed his anger and directed the others to ascend one by one. Mu Yun went up, Jian Xiling went up, Sun Ning went up, all safely retreating to the third floor. Only Gu Shanin, Xingying, Shan Yu, and the abandoned lynx remained on the second floor. Shan Yu continuously stroked the lynx, silently encouraging it to go up to the third floor. The elegant lynx now bristled with its fur standing on end, eyes fixed on the stairs, looking pitiful. Gu Shanin, third to last in the retreat order, carried a large backpack, tiptoeing as he slowly advanced. Once his foot touched the stairs, he let out a deep sigh of relief. At this moment, Xuesi suddenly returned from the third floor. Hey! Where is my silly cat? His momentum going down didn't stop, and he accidentally pushed Gu Shanin, making him stumble. Shan Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes, time seeming to freeze. It turned out that the big bag on Gu Shanin's back wasn't zipped closed properly, and a mechanical puppy fell out. Xingying's scalp tingled. He could no longer consider anything else and shouted loudly, retreat. Xingying lunged toward Shan Yu, just as behind him, the mechanical puppy tumbled down the stairs with a deafening clatter. Like receiving a command from hell itself, the subterranean zombies fully awoke. Somehow imbued with immense strength, Shan Yu instantly scooped up the 100-pound lynx and rushed toward the stairs. Beside him, the marble floor softened like tofu as decayed zombie hands reached out from beneath, grabbing toward Shan Yu's ankles. Shan Yu's pupils shrank sharply, as Xingying arrived just in time, using a mechanical sword to cut off the zombie's hand and dragging Shan Yu while shouting, run fast. Below their feet, the floor began to rupture. Hundreds of zombies surged upward like devils returning from hell, lunging at Shan Yu. Xingying blocked in front of Shan Yu, slicing off a zombie's head with one strike as bullets shot from the cannon on his shoulder. Without turning back, he shouted, release the lynx. The lynx planted its 4 paws on the ground, letting out its first thunderous roar of the day, and darted forward like lightning. There were too many, one batch fell only for another to rise. Shan Yu swept around wildly with the cannon, attracting the attention of half the zombies with the mechanical dog while the other half mindlessly advanced, forming a tightening circle around Shan Yu. Xuesi had long since disappeared, while Gu Shanin stood at the staircase, resisting the zombie onslaught as he shouted down, "Hurry up and come up." The assault team and several remote psi ability users rushed down, striking from afar behind Gu Shanin. The cannons on their shoulders fired ceaselessly as their crystal cores grew scorching hot. Pale-faced ability users drained their last reserves of spirit power, creating a blood-soaked battlefield where they barely managed to carve out a passage leading to the stairs. Gu Shanin descended a few steps and shouted, "Now!" Shengying grabbed Shan Yu and in one leap bounded up the stairs, taking his place beside Gu Shanin. Shan Yu bellowed, "Lynx, come back." Moving faster than the naked eye could follow, the lynx tore through several zombie heads before retracting its claws, leaping straight into Shan Yu's arms. Simultaneously, Shengying shouted, "Golden Aura." As Gu Shanin activated his golden aura, the brilliance stung Shan Yu's eyes shut as the zombies were immediately pushed back. Shengying yelled, "Only 2 seconds, up the stairs." Within 2 seconds, Shan Yu sprang up the stairs in a blur, pursued by the roaring cries of the zombies, yet repelled by the golden light and unable to approach. In 1 second, Shan Yu felt Shengying clutching onto him with burning hands that nearly seared his skin. At 0 seconds, Gu Shanin retracted his golden light as the zombies let out excited howls and surged forward. Mu Yun. Everyone scrambled up to the 3rd floor just as Mu Yun, pale-faced, instantly erected an iron wall behind them that separated the zombies from their retreat. A narrow escape. The zombies banged relentlessly against the iron wall, but the 3rd floor of the community hospital remained temporarily safe. Shan Yu collapsed where he sat, gasping for air while holding the lynx, taking a long time to recover. Other than the incessant thumping sounds of the zombies colliding with the iron wall, the entire 3rd floor fell into an eerie silence. The assault team patrolled with cannons, then reported back to Shengying, "We're safe for now." Shengying nodded, his throat slightly hoarse from earlier overexertion. "Mu Yun, how long can your wall hold?" Pale-faced Mu Yun shook his head, "Not long. My spirit energy was insufficient just now, so I made the wall too thin. With constant attacks from the zombies, it won't last more than 3 hours." Shengying nodded again, instructing Mu Yun, "Rest up and restore some spirit energy. If you run out of crystals, take them from me." Mu Yun nodded and sat in the corner with his husky, closing his eyes to rest. Shengying leaned against the wall, appearing relaxed but exuding a commanding aura that demanded obedience without question. "We now have 2 options. First, go back via the pulley system on the roof, leave the same way we came. Occupation of this building has failed. We'll try again next time. Second option, change defense into offense, make the 3rd floor our stronghold and clear all the zombies inside this building. There's an unmanned artillery platform on the rooftop that will help watch surrounding zombies and keep them outside the firing range. Once these zombies are cleared, we'll take control of this hospital. Let's decide which path we take. We'll vote later, majority rules." Shan Yu inwardly flinched. Did they really want to fight? The zombies downstairs swarmed like waves. Was Shengying not afraid? However, when the vote was called, everyone except Xuesi chose the second path. Xuesi looked extremely displeased. "Are you crazy? Didn't you see how many zombies there were just now? How do you plan to defend? When Mu Yun's wall collapses, we're all dead." Standing up, Xuesi declared, "I don't care. I'm going back. Where's my silly cat? Humph, what are you doing clinging to someone else? Do you still have any affection for me? Come back now." The lynx turned its head and gave Shan Yu a grateful glance before rising to leave. Shan Yu held it down, glaring coldly at Xuesi. "Wait. It's injured." Though the pets were tough, they still felt pain when injured and discomfort when forgotten by their owners. Shengying spoke up, "Dr. Shang, please check the pets first. Treat any injuries now, we're about to face another tough battle. As for you, if you want to go back, fine. Leave Lynx behind, don't drive, and walk back on your own." Shengying's tone was icy as he faced Xuesi. Xuesi immediately deflated. Walking back alone was impossible with so many zombies around, each capable of killing him with a single grab. He sat back, grumbling indignantly, "They're my pets, how can you not let me take them?" Jian Xiling had a fiery temper and didn't even glance up. "Your pets? Do you even deserve to be their owner?" Owners treated their pets like teammates. During retreats, the pets were sent back first while their masters stayed behind to cover the rear. This person not only retreated first but also forgot his pet downstairs. If he hadn't rashly gone down later, nothing more would have happened. Shan Yu sat nearby, stopping the bleeding on the lynx cradled in his arms. He himself had several claw marks, fortunately none too deep, which required just simple treatment. The 3rd floor grew quiet. Some team members took time to rest, others ate to replenish their strength, while some closed their eyes to prepare for the upcoming fight. Shan Yu checked the condition of all the pets and found that they were in fairly good shape. Shengying then inspected everyone's mechanical cannons and equipment, replacing them with new crystal cores and parts. After finishing, he walked over to sit beside Shan Yu. "Are you alright?" Shan Yu shook his head. "I'm fine. Thanks for saving me earlier." Shengying acted as though it were no big deal and even made a joke, no problem, after all, you're my boss. I need 5 crystal cores a day to eat. Shan Yu almost burst out laughing. Shengying said, you'll handle the lynx next time. Both Shan Yu and the lynx looked up at Shengying in surprise. Shengying explained, Shuesi has lost his fighting spirit. This guy had no real skills, he was only invited because the lynx is such a powerful fighter. Turns out, he's utterly useless. He turned to the lynx and asked it like it was human, Lynx, would you help me protect Dr. Shang later? The lynx rested in Shang Yu's embrace, revealing gentle emotions in its noble, cold eyes, licking Shang Yu's face before nodding at Shengying. After narrowly surviving together, the two felt much closer. Shang Yu asked him, why do everyone prefer the second path instead of returning the same way? Shengying said, because defense is easier than offense. Sun Tzu once said that an army needs tenfold the strength to encircle its enemy. In other words, there are not more than 250 zombies here. And we have plenty of crystal cores, meaning unlimited firepower against the attacking zombies. Plus, the outside zombies are already being controlled by the artillery platforms, Shengying continued calmly, like discussing whether, overall, our chances of winning are very high. 3 hours passed quickly. Everyone was fully rested, with mental energy restored to maximum, the cannons recharged, and the pet's wounds stopped bleeding. They eagerly wanted to tear off the bandages. Shengying assigned tasks. Mu Yun, after the iron wall is removed, set up an iron fence where it stood, keeping the zombies outside while we attack them from within using the cannon platforms. Everyone will be divided into 2 groups, remote psi ability users in one, platform operators in the other, taking turns attacking the zombies outside the fence every 10 minutes. All pets stay inside the iron fence, guarding against claws reaching through. I'll count to 3 to remove the iron wall. 1, 2, 3. The iron wall disappeared, revealing the hideous faces of the zombies, who screamed and lunged towards them. Chapter 15. An iron fence instantly rose between the humans and the zombies. The zombies wildly rushed toward the fence, exposing their sharp claws and teeth. The pet sprang forward, instantly biting off the outstretched zombie claws. Platform group, fire. Shengying commanded. Shang Yu pushed the cannon gun barrel through the gaps in the fence. Crystal energy immediately gathered, unleashing indiscriminate attacks. The lynx guarded beneath Shang Yu, blocking sneak attacks aimed at him. Jian Xiling used precise shooting, hitting the zombies' heads one by one. Soon, a pile of corpses accumulated behind the fence. Switch groups. After 10 minutes, the cannon platform team quickly retreated, and the remote psi ability users moved in. Various psi powers surged forth, wind blades flew like knives toward the iron fence, slicing off zombie heads. Boomerang spun around aimlessly, suspended outside the iron bars, striking at any target that showed up. Shang Yu took this opportunity to replace the overheated crystal cores of the cannon platforms and checked each pet's condition. The pets had grown familiar with Shang Yu, showing him where they were in pain. As Shang Yu comforted them, he gently applied medicine. Thankfully, most of their injuries were minor. By the time Shang Yu and the others returned to their positions, the bodies piled behind the iron fence had reached waist-high. Yet the zombies still charged forward without hesitation, as if they were going after a prime cut of 5-flavored pork. The zombies kept arriving, climbing over piles of corpses, bearing their fangs toward the team members before being killed by long-range attacks. After several rounds, the dead bodies completely blocked the entire iron fence. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single living zombie left. Shengying called everyone back to rest, let's wait. These zombies are more impatient than us, they will continue attacking. Sure enough, after a short while, the zombie corpses were pushed aside, and a new wave of zombies surged up. This went on for a few rounds, and the attacks began to slow down. Dr. Shang, check the situation outside, Shengying told him. Shang Yu activated his psi ability, looking through layers of bodies, only to find that almost all the zombies had been cleared away. The following phase went much smoother. Jiang Min and Gu Donglai rushed into the first floor, cleaning it out. Once the iron fence was removed, what lay before them was no longer just corpses but a feast of crystal cores. Next came building walls and sweeping areas. Shengying's taut nerves finally relaxed. After the work was done, he quickly led the convoy back to base. At the main gate of the base, the convoy returned with a full load of crystal cores and supplies. Everyone gathered at the entrance, waiting for Shengying to distribute the resources allocated from this mission. The lynx had followed Shang Yu almost all day. Though it knew it should be with its owner, this person spoke kindly to it, treated its wounds, and even caressed its head and chin. It was this person who picked him up when his original owner abandoned him. His original owner had never treated him like this. A little bashfully, the lynx rubbed against Shang Yu. Shang Yu lowered his head and stroked it once. What's wrong? The pale, refined man asked him. Actually, nothing. The lynx made soft rumbling noises in its throat, wanting Shang Yu to stroke him again but feeling somewhat embarrassed. Shang Yu squatted down and gently patted him. Although the lynx looked like a cat, it had erect ears, strong limbs, and was more wild, like a noble and cold king of the plateau, overlooking all beings below. Such an elegant and handsome boy, Shan Yu said with a smile. Was he talking about him? The lynx hesitantly approached, wanting to get closer to Shan Yu. Hey, hey, hey. What are you doing? Xuesi suddenly walked over. He had just been scolded by Xingying and was now extremely upset, yelling at Shan Yu right away, talking to you. Why are your hands so dirty? Asking for a beating, huh? Even someone as easygoing as Shan Yu got angry at Xuesi's provocation. He stood up, ready to respond, when Xuesi suddenly grabbed the lynx's ear and dragged it toward himself. This dumbass on drugs? Not leaving. What are you doing with this guy? Waiting to be kidnapped. The lynx felt immense pain in its ear as it obeyed its original master and reluctantly stood up, but it wanted to look back at Shan Yu. Shan Yu coldly stopped Xuesi. Xuesi turned around and smirked, so this fool likes my cat. Shan Yu's lips curved into a smirk, you're the fool. Xuesi was about to retort when Shan Yu suddenly raised his voice, Jiao Jiao, Momo, Era, attack him. 3 huge beasts darted out from behind Shan Yu, ferociously lunging toward him. Xuesi was terrified and fled while screaming. In the waning sunlight, the 3 giant creatures chased after him like hawks catching chickens, pushing him here and there, making Shan Yu laugh uncontrollably. They're back. Still enjoying the moment, Shan Yu called his children back. Standing far away, Xuesi didn't dare approach, shouting curses and pointing fingers at Shan Yu. Shan Yu lifted his hand again, ready to send Jiao Jiao and the others after him, forcing Xuesi to hastily run off. The lynx gazed at him from afar. The last rays of the sunset burst forth behind him, casting a golden halo around the lynx's body. From afar, it looked like a solemn statue. With his back to the light, Shan Yu couldn't see the lynx's expression. Eventually, this king of the plateau turned around and followed his master's steps. Shan Yu stared at the lynx's retreating figure for a long time before sighing after a while. Loyalty was a virtue of pets, but did they have to be loyal even to an unqualified owner? But that was the lynx's choice. Shan Yu stretched lazily, feeling as if he had returned from hell to earth. He suddenly wanted to go home and retrieve Xiaosha to sleep well. So, he called out to his 3 giant beasts, let's go home. All 4, Shan Yu and the 3 beasts, gathered in his small courtyard. Chairs and tables were set up under the fading glow of the sun. Xingying personally cooked, and the smell of the food wafted out of the villa. The pets ran wild in the yard, occasionally sneaking some food from the table, no matter if it was meat or not, anything edible was fine. The 4 teammates toasted with tea instead of alcohol, their laughter echoing beyond the walls. As the moon rose high into the night sky, spreading its silver light across the heavens, the meal continued under its gaze. The pets played until they were exhausted and fell asleep on the corridor beneath the villa. Xingying carried over a diesel generator, and together with a few clumsy men, they pulled wires from the villa, hanging incandescent lights on the wall, finally lighting up the area with dazzling brilliance. The 3 men sat together playing landlord, sticking paper notes on each other, laughing and mocking continuously. It's really good, Jian Ziling said, sitting in a reclining chair, blankly staring at the stars. This is truly great. Yes, it was indeed good. The next day, Shan Yu slept until noon. When he emerged rubbing his eyes, only Jiao Jiao was around again. Is your dad skipping work again? Shan Yu patted Jiao Jiao and yawned while preparing food for the 2 kids. Xiaosha cooed and whined cutely, clinging to Shan Yu and refusing to leave. Shan Yu, in his slippers, held Xiaosha and wandered around the villa searching until he found another board. After Shan Yu wrote something down, he hung it outside the wall, grabbed a reclining chair, and went to bask in the sun in the yard with Xiaosha in his arms. Shan Yu thought it might take a year or half, but unexpectedly, the professionals arrived so quickly. The woman standing in front of him was skeletal thin, her face sallow yellow, clearly having lived poorly during the apocalypse. Nevertheless, her hair was neatly combed, and though her clothes were old, they were clean. Her demeanor was anxious yet sincere. Were you a professional nurse at a pet hospital before the apocalypse? Shan Yu asked. Then what about after? The woman named Lin Xiaodan gave a bitter smile. What else can I do? Strive to live on, I guess. It doesn't matter if I die, but I still have a child. She's so young, I can't just give up. Lin Xiaodan and Shan Yu looked out of the window together. In the yard, Lin Xiaodan's daughter chased Xiaosha innocently. She was obviously well cared for, plump and white-skinned, still retaining baby fat. Shan Yu asked, how old is your child? Lin Xiaodan replied, 30 months, her name is Lin Yiming. And what about the child's father? Shan Yu asked. Lin Xiaodan's lips curled slightly, with a mix of bitterness and hatred. That man developed psychic abilities after the apocalypse and abandoned us because we slowed him down. Facing the apocalypse, people's hearts became unpredictable. Shan Yu sighed inwardly and glanced out of the window. A girl over 2 years old, dressed in pink-white clothes, stomped on tiptoes with short legs, holding Jiao Jiao's big head, tilting her head to nestle into Jiao Jiao's embrace. Chapter 16. Jiao Jiao, this black panther who seemed fragile and easily defeated in front of Shan Yu and Xingying, was fiercely brutal when faced with others. Her yellow eyes made anyone uneasy, causing chills all over. Her large size meant most people would instinctively avoid her. Shan Yu was somewhat worried that Jiao Jiao might hurt the child, so he put down his cup and walked to the yard. However, Jiao Jiao allowed the little girl to hold her obediently, her claws retracted, looking quite helpless. Lin Yiming hugged Jiao Jiao for a while and then opened the little pouch she carried, taking out a candy. Carefully peeling off the wrapper, she held it up earnestly. Eat, Lin Yiming raised her hand, looking up with crystal-clear eyes towards Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao. Shan Yu stood in the corridor with his arms crossed, watching with great interest and making no move to stop the interaction. Jiao Jiao got up from the ground and stepped back a few paces, refusing with her actions. She didn't eat anything from anyone except for Shang Yu and Qingying. Lin Yiming took a few steps forward, holding up the candy. Eat. Jiao Jiao simply stood up and backed away, until the little girl finally chased after her, raising the candy high. Eat the candy, eat the candy. Unable to contain himself, Shan Yu burst into laughter at the sight of Jiao Jiao being chased by the child around the yard. Lin Yiming couldn't keep up with Jiao Jiao, stopping dazedly. She looked back at Shan Yu laughing loudly, then glanced at the candy in her hand. Her lips began to quiver as tears welled up in her eyes. Realizing things had taken a turn for the worse, Shan Yu rushed over to comfort Lin Yiming. Lin Xiaodan came out of the villa and picked up Lin Yiming. The young Miss Lin returned to her mother's embrace, still gripping the candy. With that, she burst into loud cries. Shan Yu was at a loss, not knowing how to console the child, while Xiao Xia and Jiao Jiao peeked curiously from a distance. Little Lin Yiming's face turned crimson red from crying, then pointed at Shan Yu and clearly accused him with precise words. Big brother laughed at me, woo-woo. Shan Yu shook his hands frantically. No, but remembering he actually did laugh, he fell silent. Lin Xiaodan soothed her child and greeted Shan Yu politely. Sorry about this, the child is a bit delicate. Then she gently spoke to Lin Yiming. The big brother was just teasing you. Will you stop crying? Please. Little Lin followed obediently, calming down after a couple of comforting words. As she hiccuped softly from crying, she carefully rewrapped the candy and put it gently back into her pouch. Lin Xiaodan felt slightly embarrassed, saying, this is her last piece of candy, and she's been reluctant to eat it. It's almost past its expiration date. Upon hearing this, Shan Yu felt deeply guilty and immediately invited them both to stay for lunch, awkwardly cooking rice and preparing dishes. Both mother and daughter ate heartily until their mouths were bulging. In the afternoon, Shan Yu and Lin Xiaodan continued exchanging thoughts, and Shan Yu discovered Lin Xiaodan was indeed experienced. She had previously worked in a pet hospital for 5 years before becoming a stay-at-home mom due to pregnancy. However, all her professional knowledge remained intact, and she could even answer questions Shan Yu encountered during simulated surgeries. Most importantly, neither Xiao Xia nor Jiao Jiao rejected her. Shan Yu was highly satisfied. He said to Lin Xiaodan, my clinic has only opened recently and is rather quiet. So the salary will be 8 crystal cores per day, 1 lunch included, with 1 day off per week. Do you think that's acceptable? Lin Xiaodan was somewhat nervous, twisting her clothes hem. I want to. Shan Yu looked at her encouragingly. I can take only 5 crystal cores daily. Lin Xiaodan took a deep breath and smoothly said her sentence. I wish to bring my child to work together because there's only her and me at home. I'm afraid she might get hurt if left alone. Before Shan Yu could respond, Lin Xiaodan quickly added, I can help with cooking and also take care of the yard. The child is well behaved and won't cry randomly. Shan Yu understood the feelings of a mother. Alone with her child and without any psychic abilities, somehow she survived 2 years in this apocalypse world. Other than the possibilities of stealing or scamming, this mother must possess an indomitable will and resilience. He happened to look toward the window at this moment, and little Miss Lin required no attention from her mom. She climbed onto a reclining chair herself, lay down quietly to take a nap. The wind occasionally blew her bangs, lifting soft curves, making people feel their hearts melting. After playing by herself in the yard for a while, Jiao Jiao noticed little Miss Lin asleep and casually approached, observing her quietly for a long time. The autumn breeze was already a bit chilly. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao ran into the villa, darted upstairs quickly, and dragged out a blanket from Qingying's room, covering it gently on Lin Yiming's body. Shan Yu smiled silently and turned to Lin Xiaodan, saying, all right. Thereafter, Lin Xiaodan brought her child to work at the clinic. Efficient and professional, Lin Xiaodan didn't ask too many questions about the hospital's luxurious facilities. Moreover, she actively helped with lunch, relieving Shang Yu of his chef duties, which made him greatly relieved. Finally, little Miss Lin sent away her precious milk candy. Xiao Xia displayed his charming ability to socialize enthusiastically and quickly mixed with the children. In no time, he tricked the last piece of candy into his own mouth. In order to make up for his previous fault, Shang Yu bought a big bag of candy from the system and gave it to little Miss Lin. Faced with this sudden wealth, she was at a loss about what to do, and only after getting her mother's consent did she happily take the bag of candy home. Ever since Shang Yu returned and reopened the pet hospital, some owners with pets also began bringing their animals over for checkups. This pet hospital is better than the opposite base hospital. The owner took a tour around, very fond of the extravagant boarding rooms and examined them again and again. The base hospital was a hospital specifically for treating humans. Although its facilities were old, there were enough doctors and nurses available, and the equipment was complete. It ran diesel generators 24 hours a day all year round. Since humans die easily if caught by zombies, they usually just came here for minor ailments. Most of the time, research was being done on serums and vaccines. How much does one day of boarding cost? Shang Yu introduced, it depends on the size. Small pets cost 1 crystal core per day, large ones cost 2 crystal cores per day. The other party was surprised, so cheap. Shang Yu thought to himself, you haven't seen my system yet. Just for your reference, 50 pounds of dog food costs only 1 crystal core. With word-of-mouth promotion among people, business quickly arrived. A mynah bird and a ragdoll cat were sent into the new boarding room. The ragdoll cat was extremely beautiful, its blue eyes like a vast starry sky, its fur as soft as cotton, dragging behind it a grey tail like a mop. Its character was gentle and sweetly cute, elegant and adorable. When it cooed, it melted people's hearts. Shang Yu had always liked ragdoll cats before the apocalypse. He followed no less than 10 ragdoll catters on Weibo, indulging in cat photos daily and even inquired about adoption conditions. According to his pre-apocalypse experience, this ragdoll in front of him could at least qualify for competition level. The ragdoll's owner introduced, her name is Cotton, she's 4.5 years old. I have to go on a mission and can't take care of her, so I'm leaving her with you for a few days. Shang Yu was a little puzzled. Generally, owners would bring their pets along when going on missions, but this girl didn't plan to, instead choosing to board her pet at the base. Facing this question, Tong Shushu said, no, my Cotton was born to enjoy life, not to fight zombies. I'll kill the zombies and earn the crystal cores. My Cotton just needs to eat well and drink well. Shang Yu nodded, picked up the frail ragdoll cat, and assured the owner that there would be no problems. Due to her stunning beauty and soft nature, Cotton quickly became the favorite of the entire hospital. Shang Yu provided special system salmon and cat canned food, making Cotton purr continuously. Lin Xiaodan brought a ball of yarn from home for her to play with, and even the roguelike mynah bird sang songs to her. Jiao Jiao followed Cotton around all day. They were both felines, one black and shiny, the other with white fur like clouds. Jiao Jiao even shared her raw beef with Cotton. One day, when Shang Yu came out of doing simulation practice from the system, he saw Jiao Jiao and Cotton clinging together closely. Just as he was about to turn away, he noticed Jiao Jiao extending her claws and attempting to mount the other. Shang Yu darted forward, no. 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 Shang Yu desperately grabbed Jiao Jiao's thick long tail and dragged her back, you get down. What kind of behavior is this? Stop learning bad things. Get down now or I'll tell your father. Cotton chirped beside them, her soft voice laced with cooing sounds. While Shang Yu was lecturing the perpetrator, he comforted Cotton, saying, Cotton, don't be afraid. I'll uphold justice for you. Jiao Jiao confronted Shang Yu while Cotton called on the side. There was total chaos in the room. Xiao Lin brought Xiao Sha over to see what was happening, but none of them understood what had occurred. Xiao Lin, be a good girl and take Cotton outside. I need to talk to Jiao Jiao. After Xiao Lin led Cotton away, Jiao Jiao stared at the direction where Cotton disappeared for a long time, then turned and growled lowly at Shang Yu, pacing restlessly inside the room. Shang Yu closed the door and harshly educated her, impressive, huh? Doing such a thing. Did you get permission? Acting all touchy-feely, how inappropriate. Look at your size compared to hers, what if you injure her? Jiao Jiao stared at him defiantly. Shang Yu continued reprimanding her, what are you trying to become, Behaving recklessly. Jiao Jiao was still fuming, her little sword still erect as she barked furiously at Shang Yu in a fit of rage. Shang Yu almost lost his temper and shouted at Jiao Jiao, are you done barking? Do you think it's justified to take advantage of your size to bully others? Did you force her, huh? She just came here a few days ago, and you already made your move. You big thug. After Shang Yu had scolded Jiao Jiao thoroughly and dried his throat from yelling, Jiao Jiao continued to glare defiantly at him. Shang Yu thought to himself that he must report this incident to Xingying and let him discipline his son properly. Unable to outbark Jiao Jiao, Shang Yu sighed and sat down next to her like a buddy, reasoning earnestly, Jiao Jiao, I know you're growing up and want a mate, but finding a partner depends on matching sizes too, right? What about you and Cotton? She's only 1/10 of your size. If I didn't stop you today, how would you feel if you hurt her? Jiao Jiao stopped arguing back instantly after hearing this. Seizing the opportunity, Shang Yu quickly added, look at Momo and second haha, they're similar in size and their relationship is harmonious. But Cotton is too small, she's really not suitable for you. If you truly want a mate, we can find someone appropriate next spring, okay? After hearing this, Jiao Jiao's ears drooped. Shang Yu cruelly crushed this inappropriate romance and patted Jiao Jiao's shoulder, saying, come on, don't be sad. I'll make some food to cool your fire. We'll look for a mate for you next year, alright? Even though I'm not sure where to find another leopard in this world, as long as we try, it's possible, isn't it? But love knows no bounds, it persists like wild grass regrowing under the spring breeze. To Shang Yu's great dismay, he discovered that they actually liked each other mutually, without any coercion. Cotton, who was 10 times smaller than Jiao Jiao, even willingly exposed her belly to Jiao Jiao in front of everyone. Beyond mutual grooming and touching noses or foreheads, why were you sticking up your little bottom? Absolutely not. The noble and elegant image of the ragdoll cat completely collapsed in Shang Yu's eyes. Chapter 17. For several days, the adults kept watch over this twisted relationship, finally waiting for Tong Shu to pick up Cotton. Shang Yu hastily carried Cotton outside. Has Cotton caused you any trouble? Tong Shu asked, confused by the sense of relief on Shang Yu's face. Shang Yu felt a bit guilty since she had entrusted her cat with them, nearly allowing something inappropriate to happen. He explained the whole situation somewhat awkwardly. Tong Shu suddenly understood. But, Tong Shu covered Cotton's ears so she couldn't hear. Cotton has been spayed long ago. Shang Yu froze momentarily before realizing the implication, unsure of how to react, both feeling relieved and amused. He remembered that all the ragdoll cats sold in reputable catterers before the apocalypse had already been spayed. Jiao Jiao, apparently unfamiliar with what spayed meant, followed Cotton closely all the way, with both pets affectionately licking each other until it was time to leave. They were reluctant to part ways, staying entangled near the garden gate for a long while. Ultimately, Cotton allowed herself to be taken away by Tong Shu, leaving Jiao Jiao sitting by the garden gate, staring in the direction they disappeared into for a long time, until the night fell, and then she slowly returned. Shang Yu consoled her, let's go inside and have dinner. I'll make meatballs for you today. Even the promise of meatballs wasn't enough to attract Jiao Jiao. She trudged back to the boarding room, staring at Cotton's previous small room as if reminiscing about old times. Shang Yu checked on her multiple times, even thinking he might have been overly harsh. He mixed chicken, beef, corn, and calcium tablets into meatballs, and when he brought them into the boarding room, Jiao Jiao had fallen asleep at the entrance of Cotton's room. So Shang Yu placed the prepared meatballs beside her for her to eat upon waking up. Love truly is an annoying little devil. Shen Ying finally returned to the hospital after a few days' work. He brought Shang Yu quite a few devices, including an anesthesia ventilator, a sterilizer, and a microscope, all items he had transported back from the community hospital. Shang Yu happily accepted them, knowing these items were pricey in the system. He went to the community hospital once, finding that getting these supplies felt like finding treasure. Don't they need these at the base hospital? Shang Yu asked. Shen Ying replied, they don't need them, they have everything there. They're rolling in money. Shen Ying also brought diesel fuel for the hospital generator. Once the generator started, the shadowless lamps connected smoothly, turning the operating room into a functional area again. Lin Xiaodan was fine facing Shen Ying, but Xiao Ming was a little afraid of Shen Ying and hid far away, hugging Xiao Sha, peeking curiously with her little head. Shen Ying returned to the hospital fully relaxed, changed into casual clothes and took a cup of tea, only to discover that Jiao Jiao hadn't come to greet him. He shuffled around in his slippers looking everywhere. Don't bother looking, your son got dumped, Shang Yu said as he came out after organizing the equipment. Shen Ying was shocked, when did this kid start dating without me knowing? Shang Yu told him everything. Shen Ying paused silently for a moment, as if considering something serious. After half a day, he finally looked up and said, Dr. Shang, how about you castrate my son? Shang Yu almost choked on his tea at the sound of it, staring at him in shock. Are you really this cruel to your own son? Shen Ying was just joking around, not actually intending to sterilize Jiao Jiao. He sighed and said, by next spring, you'll know the potency of my son's heat. It seemed that when leopards went into heat, they were quite unbearable. Shang Yu curiously asked, then how did you get through his heat seasons in previous years? Shen Ying glanced at Shang Yu, his ear roots turning slightly red as he uncomfortably turned his head and said, I handled it myself. Shang Yu hesitated for a moment before catching on, then burst out laughing uncontrollably for a while. Next came Momo's Children's Day to return to the hospital for vaccinations, and the hospital became lively again. Jian Xiling, Mu Yun brought Momo and second Haha back to the hospital, and the parents arrived on schedule to vaccinate the puppies and check their health. The yard was filled with barking dogs, howling wolves, along with Xiao Ming's joyful playing sounds, making the sunlight in the hospital seem especially warm. Teeth development is good, the fur color is shiny, weight, a bit too heavy. Owners need to watch out, don't feed the puppies too many snacks. Shang Yu checked the puppies all over, informing their owners of their conditions. In daily life, you can take them out for some exercise and basic training, which will help reduce weight. The puppy in his hand was even rounder than Xiao Sha, its mouth naturally curling upwards at the corners, eyes closed in enjoyment as it soaked in Shang Yu's touch, looking from afar like a small ball of fluff. It was clearly well taken care of by its owner. The owner looked somewhat embarrassed. I was worried that he didn't eat enough. Whenever I ate, he would follow me around asking for food, and I couldn't bear not giving him anything. Could anyone resist such an adorable little pet gazing pitifully at its owner with wagging tails and begging? For these 6 pups, the hospital was the place where they grew up, equivalent to home. But once Shang Yu pulled out the needles, no matter how warm this place might be, it made no difference. After receiving their first shot, one of the puppies bolted out of the examination room and let out a long howl, letting all the other pups know that trouble was coming, causing them all to scatter like birds or beasts. Shang Yu chased after them with the needle, laughing wryly. As the hospital was filled with laughter and joy, Gu Shinshin suddenly rushed in, startling everyone like a thunderclap, frantically calling out, "Where's the leader? Leader!" Sheng Ying was relaxing in the courtyard in the sun. "What's wrong? Why are you so anxious?" Gu Shinshin was in such a rush he didn't care about anything else. He yelled, "A zombie wave is coming." Shang Yu felt as if cold water had been poured over his entire body, leaving him ice cold. Zombie waves, the most terrifying existence since the apocalypse, where thousands upon thousands of zombies march toward a single direction to attack a specific base or region, typically resulting in heavy casualties and significant losses, could turn a hard-earned base into a feast for zombies overnight. Sheng Ying quickly rose to his feet, asking as he walked outside, "How long until they reach the base?" Gu Shinshin replied, "According to the progress, they'll be outside the walls in less than 3 days." The two quickly headed toward the command center, leaving everyone in the hospital standing there in shock, their faces ashen. That day, the command center quickly issued an announcement declaring the situation, calling all residents to defend against the zombie wave on the city walls. Regardless of whether they possessed special abilities, anyone who participated in the battlefield would receive 500 crystal cores, along with free mechanical artillery platforms and weapons. Starting that day, the city gates would remain closed, prohibiting anyone from entering or exiting. Chaos erupted within the base. Some people, scared out of their wits, caused trouble at the entrance gate, yelling to leave. Sheng Ying arrived at the scene and slapped someone across the face, silencing them immediately. Sheng Ying stood at the entrance of the base, like a mighty and steadfast pillar that holds up heaven and earth. Facing the panicked crowd, his voice rang out as loud as a bell, reaching everyone's ears. "Look behind you, that's your home. Where will you run to? Where are there no zombies, where is there no danger? What lies outside the city walls? Nothing but a horde of brainless monsters. We are humans, we possess civilization, intelligence, love, poetry, we carry an immortal history, vast spirituality, and countless possibilities. Why should we ever be defeated by them? Why?" More people gathered, slowly clustering around Sheng Ying. "They can never conquer us. For we unite with one spirit, resolved to protect our homes, and have the will to survive. As long as I'm still breathing, there's always hope for a comeback." Sheng Ying paused for a moment before continuing, "I won't force any of you to go up on the walls to fight the zombie waves, but please look back at your home behind you, it shares life or death with each of you. It's worth fighting for. The skies ahead may be filled with dark clouds, but humanity never gives up." After Sheng Ying's speech, the atmosphere of the entire base lifted instantly. People busied themselves preparing for the coming fierce battle. Various mechanisms were installed along the walls, unmanned artillery platforms placed every meter apart. Whether gifted with special abilities or not, anyone capable of contributing did what they could. Some who needed to go into battle couldn't care for their pets, so they came to the animal hospital to board them. Among them were the 5 pups owners and Tong Shushu. "I've always been alone, only my Cotton accompanies me. If I don't come back this time, doctor, can you find another family for Cotton?" Tong Shushu patted Cotton twice, forcing a smile, "As long as she has food." Shang Yu quickly shook his head, "Don't talk nonsense, you'll definitely be fine." He paused, then asked cautiously, "What if Cotton goes with you? The two of you can protect each other." Tong Shushu declined again, "I wouldn't want my Cotton to suffer. In any case, I leave Cotton in your hands." Tong Shushu kissed Cotton hard and said to her, "You must listen to Dr. Shang, do you understand?" Even though Cotton had been raised by Tong Shushu to be innocent and naive, she knew now was a dangerous time and mewed persistently, refusing to let go. Tong Shushu turned away as if seeing her for the last time, and walked away without looking back. Meow, Cotton suddenly darted over and clung to Tong Shushu's calf. Tong Shushu, tears brimming in her eyes, pried Cotton's claws off and quickly left. Mu Yun and Jian Xiling also came once. This was the first time Shang Yu saw them not argue but instead sit quietly on the sofa, a heavy silence pressing down on all. Silent for a long time, Mu Yun finally spoke, "Dr. Shang, if..." Shang Yu couldn't bear it and loudly interrupted, "Stop saying, if. There is no if. All 4 of you will definitely return safely." Shang Yu couldn't handle the atmosphere of parting. "Protect yourselves, and also protect Momo and the others. We'll get through this zombie wave." Mu Yun bitterly laughed, "Sounds easier than it is." Shang Yu stared fixedly at both of them, "I know it's hard, but I'm waiting here for you. If you don't come back, I'll wait forever. The gates of this base are always open for you. So you must come back." Shang Yu then brought Jiao Jiao to the command center to find Sheng Ying. Everyone in the base sprang into action. Those strong and young climbed the walls early to prepare, the older ones handled logistics, distributing weapons and food. The walls were reinforced internally, crystal cores transported in large bags to replace the energy sources of artillery platforms and supply psychokinesis for the mutants. The entire command center was brightly lit day and night. Sheng Ying hadn't slept for several days straight, his eyes bloodshot. Seeing him, he looked very surprised. "Why are you here?" Shang Yu handed Jiao Jiao to Sheng Ying, "We can't afford to lose him in battle." Sheng Ying nodded, then Shang Yu asked, "When about will the zombies arrive?" Sheng rubbed his tired eyes and said, probably around dawn tomorrow, perhaps even earlier. Zombies tend to be more active at night. Shang Yu said, Sheng, remember to send all injured pets to me. I'll take care of the rescues. Sheng didn't refuse, nodding and saying, all right. I'll count on you then. No one slept this night. In the hospital, Shang Yu and Lin Xiaodan were ready for action. Little Stupid, who had been sleeping halfway through the night, suddenly woke up and ran to the yard, howling toward the distant city wall with its tail tightly pressed against its bottom. It's begun, Shang Yu said in a low voice. The garden gate was wide open for people to bring injured pets inside. From far away came the faint cries of zombies and the roar of artillery, making their current silence seem even more unsettling. Here. Is there a doctor? We need an emergency rescue for a pet. Outside came chaotic footsteps from the logistics team, and soon the first injured pet was carried in. It was a big golden retriever, its back scratched by a zombie, but fortunately, the bleeding wasn't heavy. Shang Yu and Lin Xiaodan quickly took over, stopping the bleeding and suturing the wound, working with incredible efficiency. After the suture was done, Lin Xiaodan sent it to the foster room for rest, only to encounter the second injured pet soon after. It was a lynx. After a tough fight, the lynx had been caught by a zombie right at its chest, the deep wound showing bone. It was barely missing the carotid artery above. Stop the bleeding, Shang Yu told Lin Xiaodan. Lin Xiaodan quickly began hemostasis but still reminded Shang Yu, blood pressure is dropping continuously, Dr. Shang. It's lost too much blood. Shang Yu, without looking up, said, I know, stop the bleeding. If a human lost too much blood, they could have voluntary or family blood donations. But what about pets? Would anyone let their own pet donate blood? Each pet is a beloved member of its owner's heart. Therefore, when a pet loses too much blood, this question often has no solution. Especially not for a lynx. Shang Yu suddenly looked up, eyes red, stop the bleeding. I've got it. Chapter 18. Under the pretext of going upstairs to find a blood bag, Shang Yu actually sneaked into the system store and started searching rapidly for a blood pack. There must be one, Shang Yu told himself, as his fingers flew down the system page. This store prepared almost everything for pets, so surely it had blood packs. Found it. Shang Yu quickly stopped scrolling and stared, but although he found blood packs for lizards, he couldn't find any for the lynx. Shang Yu almost smashed the system in frustration, sweat dripping into his eyes, until he finally saw one in the corner. This is it. Shang Yu swiftly bought it and went downstairs with the blood pack. Lin Xiaodan was surprised and asked, what is this? Without looking up, Shang Yu said, don't ask. Hook it up for the lynx. Having gone through the simulated surgeries provided by the system, Shang Yu now did suture surgery with precision and decisiveness, stitching the wound tight and secure in no time. As Lin Xiaodan assisted Shang Yu in sewing up the wound, she monitored various data closely and relaxed slightly upon seeing no signs of rejection. Lin Xiaodan recorded the data and after a moment raised her head and said, Dr. Shang, all vital signs are stable. Shang Yu nodded and exhaled deeply, good. Keep observing, and if there's no problem, send it to the foster room. After 2 pets were sent in, there were no other injured pets for the time being. Shang Yu and Lin Xiaodan remained steadfast at their posts, fully prepared, and didn't dare sit down to rest even once. Daylight broke. The 2 dared not leave, grabbing a logistics staff member to ask, why aren't more injured pets being brought in? The logistics person spoke quickly, there's a mutated zombie. Everyone's out fighting the zombies, we don't have enough hands. Before Shang Yu could continue asking, the logistics personnel interrupted him, I'm going back to call more people, why don't you come too? You'd be better off on the city walls than staying cooped up here. With that, they hurried off. After hearing this, Shang Yu immediately packed a bag filled with various emergency medical supplies and headed for the city wall. It's too dangerous, Lin Xiaodan said, looking at Shang Yu, there's no space on the wall for you to conduct emergency care. Shang Yu didn't stop, replying, if we can't bring the wounded down, I'll treat them there. I can't just watch them bleed to death. Shang Yu didn't allow Lin Xiaodan to follow, saying, stay here with little Ming, lock the door well. Our hospital wall has unmanned artillery platforms, so nothing will happen. Be careful. Shang Yu left without turning back, carrying the backpack. There were still some elderly, weak individuals, women, and children left in the base. These people walked toward the city wall. The grandpas and grandmas held wooden sticks, the frail women carried kitchen knives, and the doctors from the base hospital held various equipment. Along the way, more people kept joining them, forming a group with no one retreating or giving up. Shang Yu ascended the city wall with everyone else. The world outside the wall suddenly unfolded before his eyes, making Shang Yu's pupils tremble. What an alarming yet spectacular scene it was. As far as he could see, it was densely packed with zombies, corpses piled up against the city wall like mountains. The zombies climbed on top of these bloody hills, extending their rotten hands toward the humans. The artillery roared, spraying bullets at the zombies below the city wall. People on the wall kept throwing boulders and grenades down, and psi abilities flew everywhere. Giant birds circled in the sky, constantly diving to attack. However, they couldn't stop the bodies from piling higher and higher, getting closer and closer to the people, almost ready to climb onto the wall. The rising sun seemed blood-stained, it was hell on earth. There are more and more zombies. Gu Shenying shouted while operating the cannon and firing furiously, reporting to Shenying. Shenying had bloodshot eyes and shouted without turning back, "Is the diesel ready?" Diesel was continuously being transported to the wall, poured over the hill of corpses. Owners whistled to recall their birds, allowing them to carry diesel barrels to sprinkle the fuel in the air. "Call all the birds back." Shenying roared, beginning the countdown, "Prepare. 3, 2, 1. Ignite." The fire sources were thrown down, and beneath the wall rose a towering inferno instantly. Zombies plunged into the flames, with cries of agony and struggles ringing in their ears. Black smoke filled the sky, obscuring the light. People cheered with joy, their shouts echoing through the heavens and earth. "It's not over. Don't slack off, replenish crystals, it's not done." Shenying turned toward the inside of the wall. His eyes were red from the fumes, and glancing to the side, he spotted Shang Yu. "What are you doing here? Go back." Shenying rushed to Shang Yu and grabbed him by the shoulders. "Gu Shenying, take him." "Look out," someone shouted. A zombie covered in fire leaped high into the air, reaching a height of 10 meters on the city wall in an instant. A mutated zombie. Shang Yu's eyes widened as behind Shenying, the mutated zombie showed no fear of the barrage of gunfire and lunged toward him with a nasty grin. "Take cover." Shang Yu threw his arm around Shenying's neck and violently pulled him down. The fiery mutated zombie narrowly missed them, flying past overhead. Upon missing its mark, the mutated zombie tried to turn around just as Shenying quickly stood up and revved the machine gun turret to its fastest speed, stopping it from approaching any further. "Leader, get out of the way." Jian Xiling ran from afar, unsheathing her sword. Hearing this, Shenying crouched low as Jian Xiling soared in from behind, instantly severing the zombie's head in one smooth motion. In a flash, the zombie's head hit the ground. Shang Yu let out a huge sigh of relief as Jian Xiling and Mo hurriedly ran over. "Dr. Shang, why did you come over?" Shang Yu stood up and pointed to the large bag in his hand, teasing lightly, "Have you heard of battlefield doctors?" Shenying frowned, "Don't mess around." Shang Yu interrupted him, "I know what you're going to say, but I'm a man, and men should go to war. Those women and old folks have already come, am I going to be a coward hiding in the back? I can't do it." Shang Yu was determined, taking a step backward while speaking, "I know you're worried about me, but I won't go back, Shenying." Shang Yu found a piece of open space slightly behind the city wall, spread out a mat, and layered several disposable plastic sheets on top. Some doctors from the base hospital passed by, and he quickly called out, "I'm a pet doctor, I need a nurse." The few doctors exchanged glances, and 2 of them immediately stayed to help. The people on the city wall were tense but not disorganized, noticing the makeshift medical station there and asking questions. "It's for treating pets. Any injured pets? Bring them over, we'll treat them." Soon, a number of parents gathered there, holding their pets. "Doctor, a zombie clawed it. Please check our child." Shang Yu wore a mask, one by one, the serious cases first. "Don't worry, we can save them all. This pigeon needs stitches. Yes, after the surgery, it will be sent to the Villa Area Pet Hospital to recuperate. Remember to pick your child up from the hospital." Shang Yu swiftly allocated tasks to the 2 assisting doctors, one was helping, and the other was applying basic first aid measures for those waiting in line. As they were all doctors, their cooperation was seamless, allowing them to efficiently complete the first surgery. Shang Yu then retrieved a blood bag for the pet that had lost excessive blood, instructing 2 uncles to transport it back to the pet hospital. The 3 worked like a well-oiled assembly line, stitching up every injured pet as they came in 2s or 3s. The lighting on the city wall wasn't as good as in the operating room, so Shang Yu ignored aesthetics and focused solely on ensuring the stitches were strong and secure, wrapping them with gauze before sending them off to the hospital. By the afternoon, they had performed over a dozen surgeries, successfully treating all the injured pets. When Shang Yu stood up, he felt dizzy and nearly fainted. "The zombies are about to make a comeback," one of the doctors observed, looking out beyond the wall before turning around and pulling out a large pancake from his bag. "Want some?" Shang Yu didn't hesitate, taking it and biting in as the 3 stood together on the city wall, watching the battlefield outside. The mound of corpses by the city wall was now gone, the zombie bodies had turned into scorched earth, leaving behind tens of thousands of crystal cores piled beneath the wall. The fire had dwindled significantly, with zombies in the distance howling, preparing for action. After introductions, Shang Yu learned that the doctor who gave him the pancake was named Shin Khan, and the quieter one was called Yu Jun, both being from the base hospital. "By the way, why does this zombie tide keep targeting our base?" Shang Yu asked. Shin Khan shook his head. "I don't know," he replied. "But I think the zombies will attack tonight, let's rest while we can." They quickly replenished their strength and slept awkwardly on the city wall. Vast land stretched endlessly under the setting sun, whose last bit of brilliance dissipated. Shenying led the humans of the base standing on the city wall, ready to face another round of attacks from the zombies. An indistinct voice began singing softly, the song carried away along with the evening glow. One mountain after another, ridge upon ridge, river flowing through valleys. My homeland is hard to part with. Through winds and frosts, snows and rains, we endure many farewells. For hope, we never give up. Unsure where my journey leads. Guided only by an undying hope and heart of valor. The way home grows clearer. In dreams, my heart wanders back and forth. Awakening to the song, Shan Yu found that the great horde of zombies was returning, as Xing raised the cannon, everything wrapped in the melody. Attack. The human spirit would not perish. Has the age of humanity ended? No, Shan Yu thought. Only we ourselves could kill humanity. We are invincible. This war dragged on day after endless day. Thousand-strong tides of zombies relentlessly attacked the base, but it was never breached. On several occasions, mutated zombies jumped onto the city wall, attempting to infiltrate the base, yet the humans on the wall resisted steadfastly. Many people lost their lives. Compared to pets, human life was more fragile, a single grab from a zombie equating to a death sentence. Sheng specially prepared rooms to accommodate those who had been scratched or bitten, hoping they would at least pass away with dignity. Shan Yu managed to save dozens of pet lives. The White Rabbit and Momo had been injured once each but were skillfully nursed back to health and sent to recuperate at the hospital. Their emergency station stayed open all hours of the day and night, its lights always shining, like a lighthouse in the darkness, symbolizing a strong pillar of spirit. Yet, when would this nightmare end? The diesel had run out, food supplies, though still existing, were also diminishing. People had never longed for winter as much as they did now, hoping the cold winds could slow the advance of the zombies. The young girl who sang on the city wall gathered others daily in prayer. Lord, grant us fierce winds, bestow us the first snowflake, bring us winter. Let dawn and hope be with us, Amen. All bowed their heads making the sign of the cross, Amen. Finally, one day, when people on the city wall held their cannons waiting for the zombies' assault that never came, they realized winter had arrived. And when Shan Yu returned to the villa, seeing the animals he had saved running out to greet him one by one, he laughed. The winter sun shone brightly, and Shan Yu sat cross-legged as the animals he had saved one by one leapt into his arms. He laughed heartily as animal fur floated in the sunlight and the sounds of pets begging for attention filled his ears. It was all worth it. What could be more satisfying than saving lives? Beyond the walls was a chaotic world of bloodshed. Within the walls, humanity thrived once more. Chapter 19. After the tide of zombies passed, beneath the city wall were piles upon piles of crystalline cores. Small robots worked day and night outside the wall, collecting the cores which were then transported into the base in carts after carts. The pet hospital experienced its busiest days ever. These tough, mutated pets recovered their spirits only a few days after their weakness, causing the entire hospital to become a cacophony of energy and chaos. Shan Yu was driven almost berserk by the animals and spent all day bellowing throughout the hospital. Momo and Jiao Jiao, stop fighting already. Momo, control your kids please. Crow, don't take advantage of having wings to pluck others' fur. You're about to make them bald. Golden Retriever, you should not be playing in the water with an unhealed wound. Do you want an infection? Get back here now. Meal times were even more like a battlefield. Xiaosi, eat your own food. Why are you eating Mianhua's? Fat Orange, aren't you full yet? If you're still hungry, ask me for more. Don't eat Lynx's food. Ah, Lynx, please let this go. Who spilled the milk? Step forward voluntarily or I'll use force. Shan Yu lost half his spirit to the antics of the pets and collapsed on the sofa, feeling utterly drained. Even relaxing on the sofa offered no respite for Shan Yu when the golden retriever leaped directly into his arms, pinning him firmly under dozens of pounds of dog meat, nearly making him vomit blood. Do you even know how heavy you are? Shan Yu gasped faintly under the weight as the retriever licked him and nuzzled closer. Alright, isn't everyone still just a baby? Not even the restroom visits were peaceful for the pets. Since Shan Yu hadn't completed his system tasks, there was no automatic toilet reward. Each room for the pets included its own sandbox for them to use. But some animals, like the lynx who had obsessive cleanliness habits, refused to relieve themselves in their own rooms, insisting on going outside instead. With the lynx leading the charge, other animals also decided this was a great idea, resulting in the garden being temporarily overwhelmed with mountains of droppings and pools of urine, the stench unbearable. This drove Shan Yu mad, and the lynx was given several public swats on the bottom before things improved slightly. A few days later, the pets staying at the hospital were taken home by their families first. Another week passed, and those with shallow wounds started having their stitches removed, returning happily home with their families. With this batch sent off, the number of pets immediately halved, allowing Shan Yu to breathe a sigh of relief, until he turned around and stepped right into a pile of excrement. Shan Yu. Who did this? The pets scattered quickly in the yard, leaving Shan Yu near tears, unstable on his feet. As the pets at the hospital were gradually taken home, Mianhua began to seem more dejected. Tong Shushu never appeared. Shan Yu remembered meeting her a few times on the city wall. Tong Shushu's superpower was extraordinarily potent. She could create multiple decoys that would rush down from the wall to repel the zombies while she herself remained safe. Later, Shan Yu remembered being so immersed in surgery that time seemed to blur. There were many people on the city wall, and whether or not he had seen Tong Shushu, he couldn't remember. Lin Xiaodan had gone out during a lull to look for her a few times but could find her neither at her house nor on the city wall. I've checked the casualty list too, and her name isn't on it, Lin Xiaodan quietly told Shan Yu, following his gaze towards the villa entrance. Mianhua's small figure sat motionless by the door, staring steadfastly in the direction of her owner. Jiao Jiao walked over and nudged her gently, Mianhua whimpering softly as they rubbed necks against each other. Mianhua waited patiently for days, eating less and less. Every slight sound by the door caused her to spring up instantly, only to collapse back down again in disappointment after recognizing the visitor. Shan Yu approached, trying to coax Mianhua to eat. Mianhua always loved canned food, have a little more, won't you? Mianhua buried her face in her hands. As Shan Yu tried to encourage her to eat, he realized Mianhua had been crying. Tears welled up in her beautiful, crystalline eyes and spilled over the brim of her fluffy fur. With a soft mew, she buried herself into Shan Yu's arms. Shan Yu's heart clenched as if it were being squeezed tightly. He picked Mianhua up and consoled her, there's nothing to worry about. Your mom will come. She must have been delayed by something, she wouldn't leave you on your own, right? That day, Mianhua cried for a long time nestled in Shan Yu's embrace, soaking his sweater with tears. Shan Yu had never seen an animal cry before. He held her for what seemed like forever, whispering soothing words, she always has you in her mind. She'll definitely come back. She would definitely come back. But where had Tong Shushu gone? Shan Yu specially asked Xingying for help in finding her, but Xingying questioned everyone around, and none had seen her. Which left only one terrifying answer. Shan Yu shook his head and drove away the dark thoughts from his mind, going back to take care of the children. 3 days later, on an early morning, while Shan Yu yawned, he opened the garden gate and saw Shen Shirkan, a doctor from the base walking over. Shen greeted him and asked, Dr. Shan, is this main pet hospital? Shan Yu nodded. Shen Shirkan replied, oh, our hospital admitted a female patient who just woke up yesterday. She said she wanted to go to the pet hospital to find a cat named Cotton. At that moment, Shan Yu felt as though thousands of fireworks erupted in his mind. He didn't hear what Shen Shirkan said afterward as he raced back inside, shouting, we found her. Where's Cotton? We found Tong Shushu. We found your mom. Holding Cotton in his arms, Shan Yu walked briskly alongside Shen Shirkan and discovered what had happened that day. Tong Shushu had fallen off the city wall. It seemed she was pushed by a mutated zombie, caught off guard, and fell off the wall. Luckily, she wasn't infected by the virus but suffered 3 broken ribs, 1 fractured calf, and some slight damage to her skull, causing her prolonged unconsciousness. Fortunately, she fell into the base. If she'd tumbled even slightly off the other side, outside the wall. Shan Yu didn't know whether he was excited or happy, clutching Cotton tightly as he moved swiftly down the road, arriving at the base hospital where Tong Shushu lay on the bed. Her face was pale, her sleep deep. Wrapped entirely in bandages, she was connected to a ventilator, with monitors tracking her steady heartbeat. A great weight lifted from Shan Yu's chest as he exhaled deeply. It might not be the worst result, but it was more than enough to bring joy. With a tiny mew, Cotton finally saw her owner struggling to move out of Shan Yu's embrace. Shan Yu held her firmly and explained gently, she's all hurt, so she can't hold you right now. Wait until she gets better, alright? Reluctantly agreeing, Shan Yu then carefully placed Cotton next to Tong Shushu. Cotton leaned her head toward Tong Shushu's, lightly touching foreheads. And Tong Shushu woke up. Hey there, little buddy. Though weak from her ordeal, upon waking to see her most cherished companion alive, tears almost filled Tong Shushu's eyes. You look well. Sunlight filtered through the window panes, dust particles drifting gracefully in the air. The end-of-the-world survivors, who relied on each other for life, missed one another endlessly, and they'd finally reunited. Upon seeing Shan Yu standing near the window, Tong Shushu smiled and said, thank you, Dr. Shan. Shan Yu waved his hand dismissing her gratitude, saying, your Cotton has been waiting for you. Child, let Cotton go to battle. Let her stand beside you as your teammate. If she does nothing and hides away while you get injured in front of her eyes, I think she'd feel guilty for the rest of her life. Shan Yu stated earnestly. If it were me, and I hid behind instead of facing the danger on the wall that day, I would also feel remorse for my entire life. So, surely Cotton feels the same way. Tong Shushu argued, but isn't it our duty as owners to protect our pets? Shan Yu smiled gently and responded, but don't pets want to protect you too? Tong Shushu couldn't help but cry, tears streaming down her cheeks, but her smile lingered, alright. Chapter 20. Given Tong Shushu's current physical state, she couldn't yet care for Cotton, so Cotton was once again entrusted to Shan Yu to bring back to the hospital. After finding her mother, Cotton enjoyed a large meal of canned food, took a nap, and soon after, was enthusiastically dating Jiao Jiao with high spirits. Shan Yu had originally intended to keep an eagle eye on them, but he noticed that Jiao Jiao and Cotton spent every moment together, looking blissfully content even without any intimate actions. This was fine too. Shan Yu felt a warm comfort settle within his heart. Then there was the lynx. Xuesi took a long time to come to the hospital to pick up the lynx, which made Xiang Yu very happy. He started raising the lynx as his own pet, and within a month, it gained a circle around its waist. Previously, when the lynx had led the pets in rebellion and they all went to the garden to relieve themselves, the lynx had been scolded and spanked on its behind by Xiang Yu, sulking for several days. Later, Xiang Yu kindly set up an outdoor dedicated toilet for the lynx, only then did it feel satisfied. This was the most luxurious time the lynx had ever experienced. A month later, Xuesi finally showed up tardily. After going to the community hospital with Shenying, Xuesi's life started to get difficult. Xuesi himself was just an incapable rich second-generation heir, and the tough lynx was a money-making tool for him. After returning from the community hospital, no one hired him for missions anymore, and he couldn't help but suspect that Shenying hadn't played any tricks behind his back. On the city wall, he just wanted to make up the numbers and take the 500 crystal core salary. But when he saw so many zombies below, his legs turned weak out of fear. When the mutated zombie charged toward him, without thinking, he grabbed the lynx and held it in front of him as a shield. The lynx was faster than the mutated zombie and could have fought, but due to being tightly gripped by the neck by its master, it couldn't move at all. It roared and struggled, wanting the master to let go, but the master didn't. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, as it helplessly watched the zombie rip open its chest. I could have beaten it, the lynx thought. I could have. All the loyalty of a lifetime was spent. Dropped on the ground, the lynx's body gradually grew cold, some things slowly flowing away with the blood. Xuesi thought that the stupid cat was beyond saving. Pet lives, compared to human lives, don't matter much. That stupid cat dying saved him, so it wasn't for nothing. As long as he lived, even if he lost the lynx, no one would help him earn crystal cores anymore. Until 1 month later, when he accidentally passed by the pet hospital and discovered that his lynx was still alive. "This dumb cat, you're still alive." The familiar voice rang out at the door. Xiang Yu turned around to see Xuesi walking in casually, reaching out and pulling the lynx's ear. Xiang Yu frowned, noticing the lynx was no longer the obedient and loyal creature it used to be. It struggled backward, forcefully pulling its ear from Xuesi's hand, growling lowly at him. Xuesi paid no attention, casually patting the lynx twice, speaking in a domineering tone, "Still pretty tough, big survivor, good." With that, he walked toward the villa. "What? How many crystal cores?" Xuesi glared at Xiang Yu, speaking arrogantly, "Recalculate that." "Mr. Xue, 500 crystal cores for surgery, 100 crystal cores for blood packages, 5 crystal cores per day for hospitalization, 2 crystal cores per day for boarding. Total is 690 crystal cores," Xiang Yu said. "We don't offer credit here, please settle immediately." Xuesi's eyes widened like gongs. "Is your place a black market or what? Ripping people off?" Xuesi screamed, "Show me the price list. What kind of lousy hospital is this, trying to bully me?" Xiang Yu replied, "There's no price list, Mr. Xue." Xuesi banged on the table, cursing loudly, pointing his finger almost to Xiang Yu's nose. Xiang Yu coldly called out, "Jiao Jiao." The huge beast suddenly leaped out of the darkness, jumping high and slapping Xuesi onto the ground with one paw. "You have such a dirty mouth, looks like you didn't learn your lesson last time." Xiang Yu stood above him, looking down arrogantly. Xuesi stumbled up awkwardly, his face scratched by Jiao Jiao's claws, yelling while running away, You wait." Xiang Yu watched Xuesi flee clumsily, sighing quietly after a long pause. Then he stroked the lynx in the yard. "Looks like I can't protect you anymore." The lynx wailed desperately for a long time, rubbing its head against Xiang Yu's hand. Xiang Yu asked softly, "Does the lynx not want to leave me?" The lynx nodded. Xiang Yu felt uneasy, holding the lynx close. "I don't want to let go of you either." The lynx desperately tried to express something, but Xiang Yu couldn't understand. So he made lots of delicious food for the lynx, hoping to give it some good meals in these final days. Several days later, Xuesi returned to the hospital with the crystal cores and settled the bill. Xiang Yu was extremely reluctant, but he was a doctor, not an owner. He could only stand in the corridor and watch Xuesi walk toward the lynx. Good-for-nothing heir, leaving already. Xuesi had just emptied his coffers. His mood was irritable as he dismissed the lynx with a wave of his hand. The lynx didn't move. It sat in the garden, growling lowly at Xuesi. Xuesi, already irritated, saw the lynx's inaction and unleashed his anger on it. "What? Now I can't command you anymore. Get up. Let's go." The lynx stood up, backing away a few steps, its fur standing on end as it kept roaring at Xuesi. Just as Xiang Yu was about to speak, he saw Xuesi take a few steps forward, raise his foot high, and kick hard towards the lynx's soft belly. "I'll be damned." Xiang Yu could no longer restrain himself, his blood rushed to his head. He picked up a scalpel nearby and rushed into the garden. "Stop it this instant." Little dummy in the garden sensed something wrong, lifting its neck and howling. In a flash, various animals appeared from all over the villa, charging out en masse. Xuesi took a few steps back, startled. What is this?" Jiao Jiao blocked his retreat route. The pigeon on Xiang Yu's shoulder spread its wings, while Mianhua crouched down, ready to strike. A circle of more than 10 pets surrounded Xuesi, baring their teeth and hissing. The scalpel in Shang Yu's hand pointed straight at Xue Si's eyes. Tilting his head, he smirked coldly, "Mr. Xue, let's do a deal." "What? 690 crystal cores for the lynx?" "Why you?" Xue Si's face was incredulous, trying to bluff. I won't agree." Shang Yu spoke confidently, "Mr. Xue, now it's not up to you whether or not to agree." With a nod from Shang Yu, Jiao Jiao roared and pounced on Xue Si immediately, her sharp claws a centimeter away from his neck. Xue Si's voice trembled, "Why, you're forcing a sale." Shang Yu raised an eyebrow, "That's right." Shang Yu continued, "Xue Si, you're unworthy to be a master. Pets aren't your possessions, they are lives. You don't even have the most basic respect for life, so you don't deserve their loyalty." Mentioning loyalty, Xue Si suddenly thought of something, "Why you taking it won't work anyway. The loyalty and friendship between a pet and its master are unbreakable. You can't command it." Shang Yu coldly laughed, "Is that so? Then why hasn't your lynx come to save you yet?" Xue Si looked over, only to see the lynx sitting aside, calmly staring at him without moving. Xue Si's last hope crumbled. A pet's loyalty isn't a weakness that can be exploited by the master. Cause and effect will eventually come around, and those who abuse their pets will ultimately reap what they sow. Shang Yu turned around and solemnly asked the lynx, "Lynx, would you like to become my pet, to rely on each other and fight together?" The lynx held long toward the sky, making its promise. From then on, the king of the plateau had a new master and no longer had anything to do with Xue Si. Interlude Division Line. The Dragon Boat Festival arrived, and the parents of the 6 little puppies once again gathered at the hospital, preparing for the final vaccination. Meanwhile, in the garden, the puppies were planning an organized and premeditated escape operation. Puppy leader, woof 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 woof. No more needles, shots hurt. Puppy 2, woof woof. Right, refuse enslavement, refuse abuse. Puppy 3, woof woof woof. Charge comrades, the gate is over there. Puppy 4, whimper whimper. Whimper. Mom is watching at the gate, what should we do? Little dummy, whimper whimper. Watch me. So little dummy ran up to Mo, barking a few times, pointing first at itself and then at Jiao Jiao, tearfully looking pitiful. Mo stood up, glaring angrily at Jiao Jiao far away, who looked utterly confused. What? Mo roared furiously, rushing forward instantly, dare to hurt my child. Die. Jiao Jiao yelped in surprise and hastily responded, causing feathers and fur to fly everywhere in a moment of chaos. In the distance came Shang Yu's exasperated voice, Jiao Jiao, fighting again. Are you asking for it? Jiao Jiao was utterly perplexed, tears welling up in frustration, it wasn't me. It was now or never. The 6 little wolf dogs took advantage of the commotion to open the garden gate and slipped out one by one. The myna bird watching from the corridor shouted loudly, "They're escaping. They're escaping." The hospital was in an uproar. Shang Yu was still trying to break up a fight and asked the myna without looking up, "Who escaped?" The myna yelled at the top of its lungs, "The little ones. The little ones." Shang Yu looked up and saw that the 6 little wolf dogs were already gone. The newly freed wolf dogs ran amok around the base, heading first to the cafeteria. Selling their cuteness collectively, the 6 wolf dogs gained endless affection from the cafeteria aunties, snacking on everything available. Having filled their bellies through trickery, the wolf dogs bid farewell to the cafeteria aunties and headed to the entrance of the command center, where they spotted Gu Xinjin's giant white rabbit. "Leader, oh woo. She looks so delicious." The white rabbit rolled its eyes and kicked the leader onto its back. "Second, wah. Brothers, charge." The white rabbit was surrounded by the wolf dogs and fell to the ground in tears. Unstoppable, the wolf dogs sneaked into the warehouse of the base and gathered around the mechanical dogs inside. Little dummy climbed onto the mechanical dog, starting the power source. The mechanical dog shot off like lightning. Little dummy, ow ow ow. The others followed suit, excitedly riding the mechanical dogs and rushing everywhere inside the command center. The command center was in chaos, with papers flying everywhere. What is this thing? Who released the mechanical dogs? Seize the mechanical dogs, and the dogs on them. The whole command center jumped around, all joining the team chasing the little dogs. Little dummy greeted the wind, head held high howling, "Wah." The taste of freedom, happiness. Little dummy led the jailbreak squad out intact from the command center but failed to watch where he was going, colliding with someone's legs. Tong Shu Shu looked down, "You look familiar." Little dummy, "Ayo. Brothers, run. The bad person is coming to catch us." The 6 wolf dogs scattered, and Tong Shu Shu summoned 6 shadowy figures, smiling as she came closer. Ah. Never having seen such a scene, the wolf dogs barked loudly while running aimlessly, eventually bumping into each other and getting grabbed by the neck by the shadowy figures. "You seem to have sneaked out." Tong Shu Shu approached, "Let's go. I'll send you back." One shadow figure carried each wolf dog as they followed Tong Shu Shu back to the hospital. The 7 of her standing outside the hospital gate gave Shang Yu quite a surprise. Tong Shushu handed over the puppies, and the shadowy figures disappeared. The wolf dogs sighed in relief, licking each other's fur. That sister really scared us. When they turned around, they saw Shang Yu welcoming Tong Shushu inside. Closing the door, he gave them a sinister smile. I've got a present for you. After the hustle and bustle of the day, all adults and small pets gathered to watch the public spanking of the little wolf dogs. Through teary eyes, little Dummy was given another injection, thinking in his heart, I'll never love Dr. Shang again. Wah. Chapter 21. Shang Yu had now realized that whenever there were pets beginning to live at the hospital, fights were unavoidable. The smaller ones weren't too bad, but those larger ones often started trouble, with Jiao Jiao being the ringleader. The lynx and Jiao Jiao each occupied opposite ends of the garden, coldly glaring at each other. Xiaoming suddenly burst out, shouting in a baby voice, don't fight. The two huge creatures immediately looked away, one licking its paw and the other gazing at the sky. In the afternoon, when Xiaoming went to take a nap, Xingying returned just then and patted the lynx's head twice. This gesture was akin to blowing the war trumpet, as the two beasts instantly engaged in fierce combat. Cat hairs flew everywhere, claws and teeth flashing. The Mina didn't even attempt to mediate but instead sang a battle song on the sidelines. Helpless, Shang Yu could only ask Xingying, why don't you go pet Jiao Jiao too? Maybe they'll stop fighting then. Xingying chuckled, my hand is a reward, isn't it? It might be better if you go, just spank each of them once and they'll settle down. Shang Yu had placed 2 chairs and a table in the corridor before, so the two of them simply sat there to watch the animals fight, while catching up on what each had been busy with recently. So, Gu Shinjin is out again. After the zombie wave, our base has plenty of crystal cores but insufficient supplies. Gu Shinjin led a team to other bases to exchange for some supplies and do a bit of scavenging along the way. Otherwise, we won't have enough food for winter. Which base is he heading to? Among the bases we know of now, one is the military airport base at Milan Lake, the other is the dog farm at the wildlife park. Gu Shinjin might visit both. All members of the convoy are elites and don't fear being watched. I was thinking about expanding the base earlier, but now it looks like we'll have to postpone until next year, Xingying said. Speaking of which, Shang Yu asked, I have a question for you. Xingying nodded, sure. Shang Yu chose his words carefully as he asked, actually, I'm not anyone important. Why do you always look after me so well? He hoped he wasn't assuming too much, whether it was the time they went to the community hospital or this recent zombie wave. Xingying always treated him with special care. That moment in the community hospital when Xingying rushed towards him without hesitation left an indelible impression in his mind. Almost everyone on the wall participated in the battle, including a highly respected elderly researcher from the hospital who had long been studying the Pandora virus. On that day, he also climbed the wall to assist with logistics work. But Xingying didn't seem half as worried about him. Xingying didn't expect this question and blushed slightly. Shang Yu hurried to add, I'm just asking, that. Xingying suddenly interrupted him, his tone extremely assertive, you are an important person. As if afraid Shang Yu wouldn't hear clearly, he repeated, you are an important person. It must have been several years ago, Shanghai had rarely seen such heavy snowfall. After returning from a party with a few friends, Xingying didn't get out of the car immediately. Instead, he turned off the headlights and sat alone inside. In the stillness of the night, with the quiet fall of snow halting time, it felt as though the entire world contained only him. After what seemed like a long while, a figure slowly approached under a distant street lamp. The young man had a fresh yet gentle countenance, wearing light-colored overcoat, without an umbrella. He stopped under the streetlight. Lifting his face skyward with his eyes closed, his pale lips curled slightly upward. He stood quietly under the lamplight for a while. Xingying realized after watching for a while what he was doing, he was letting the snow land on his face. Ha, southerner. Xingying couldn't help but smile. The moment that strikes a heart is strange, the chord inside you might be struck without you even realizing, and only when the echo lingers does it dawn on you. Xingying had his friends investigate the young man's name, family background, history, and romantic past. Finally sighing, he's straight. Calling himself a gentleman, Xingying never tried to convert a straight man, nor did he wish to inconvenience others. The glowing youth under the street lamp frequently appeared in Xingying's dreams. They'd encountered each other countless times in the neighborhood, yet Xingying never took a single step forward. Until now. The main system quest had dragged on for quite some time. Shang Yu visited the base hospital, brazenly seeking out Shin Shirkan and Yu Jun who had helped on the wall before, hoping to recruit them to the pet hospital. Both were surgeons. In this post-apocalyptic world, there aren't many places where a surgeon's skills are necessary, so they mostly spent their time helping around the base hospital while taking leisurely strolls. Thus, they smoothly joined Shang Yu. The long-awaited automatic litter tray finally arrived, 5 models arranged in size order from small to large, the smallest being about the size of a goose egg, and the largest taller than Shang Yu himself. After pets defecated, the droppings would automatically drop to the layer below, leaving the top layer clean. This way, Shang Yu no longer had to shovel poop daily. The subsequent main quest was revealed. Quest objective, cumulatively rescue 30 pets. Quest description, what's the purpose of a hospital? Healing sick pets. Don't abandon treatments. Quest reward, gain a drug preparation room, laboratory, activity room, crystal cores * 10,000. Note, please leave enough space within the building, the system will renovate the building. Estimated time 1 hour. Shang Yu's eyes lit up, the main quest was already completed, and the quest rewards could be claimed directly. During the zombie wave, he had performed dozens of surgeries on the city wall, which the system automatically counted towards this task. Shang Yu consulted with Sheng Ying, came up with an excuse, and granted everyone at the hospital a 3-day holiday. When they returned, the villa's second floor had undergone a complete transformation. Inside the drug preparation room, rows of iron racks stood ready to store various medications. In the laboratory, there were common blood analyzers, urine analysis devices, centrifuges, biochemistry machines, hemocytometers, and more. The microscope that Shang Yu had obtained previously also rested in there. The largest room on the second floor was the pet activity room, spanning over 100 square meters. It resembled a large kindergarten, exquisitely decorated in a charmingly cute style. Soft pads and blankets covered every corner, several luxurious cat climbing frames were set up, and elegant birdhouses were affixed to the walls. There was even a cabinet stocked with a variety of pet toys, bite chews, toy balls, feather wands for cats, flying discs, all neatly arranged. The most jaw-dropping change was how the system had transformed the original balcony on the second floor into a slide. The pets could directly slide down from the second floor balcony straight to the garden. Although I know it isn't good for pets' knees to constantly go up and down stairs, but this is quite extravagant. Shen Shirkan glanced at Shang Yu. Dr. Shang, you really do love your pets. Shang Yu chuckled nervously and quickly explained, it was leader Sheng who had the construction team do this. I couldn't have managed it all by myself. On the surface, Shang Yu laughed dryly, but inside, he was thrilled out of his mind, _ I want to play on that slide too. What can I do about it, _ The following main quest issued by the system was to become a battlefield doctor. Quest objective, become a battlefield doctor. Quest description, follow combat teams, providing a safe rear support and life assurance for pets. Quest reward, hospitalization department quest unlocked, crystal cores * 5,000. Wasn't he already a battlefield doctor? He thought that being on the city walls meant he was a battlefield doctor already. And what exactly was the hospitalization department quest? He didn't understand. Gu Xinjin's convoy finally returned with sufficient supplies. The base now had crystal cores piled up like mountains, and resources were abundant. Therefore, they started distributing benefits to the public. Each person who participated in the battle during the zombie wave received an additional 500 crystal cores, 50 kilograms of wheat and rice, and 10 heads of cabbage. Sheng Ying's group selected an empty townhouse villa and transformed it into a small market where people could set up stalls to buy and sell supplies. They only needed to pay 1 crystal core daily as management fees. With the increased availability of crystal cores and sufficient resources, the marketplace buzzed with a cheerful and lively atmosphere. This winter was the most comfortable one the base had ever experienced. The pet hospital was as warm as spring. Adults shamelessly squeezed into the pet activity room, while Xiao Ming classmate diligently read fairy tales to Xiao Sha. Sheng Ying and Shen Shirkan brought in a large table. Is there a blanket? Shen Shirkan asked. Shang Yu fetched a rarely used large blanket, spread it over the table, creating a makeshift Japanese kotatsu, heated table. Then he stuffed a fluffy little pet inside, forming a great warm kotatsu pit. Jian Xiling and Mu Yun frequently dropped by for visits. Tong Shu had been discharged from the hospital, so the group gathered under the kotatsu to play cards and cheat. On days when the crowd grew larger, they enjoyed games of werewolf and Texas Hold'em poker. The electric kettle bubbled warmly atop its stand, making winter seem distant from this cozy villa. Life was just too blissful, and sometimes Shang Yu even felt as though the apocalypse had never come. A few days before New Year's Day, Jian Xiling suddenly blushed slightly as she said, I'm pregnant. Shang Yu widened his eyes. Whose? Jian Xiling lowered her head. That man's. Chapter 22. So women truly are contradictory creatures, calling someone a good-for-nothing one moment and sharing a bed with him the next. Shang Yu couldn't help but ask another question, did he force you? Jian Xiling's act of bashfulness vanished immediately, revealing her true self, forced me. With his skills. Mu Yun enthusiastically rounded up various infant-related items, soft cotton fabrics, bibs for children, baby chairs, a copy of _10 things a new mom should know published who knows when, and piled them in front of Jian Xiling. Check if there's anything else you might need. Mu Yun, full of zest, took off her down jacket, steam practically rising from her body. If not enough, I'll grab some more. There's a lot of useful stuff available in the market. Mo sat tensely by Jian Xiling's feet, not allowing anyone to come near, and being cautious herself not to get too close to Jian Xiling's belly. Shang Yu pulled Mo over and checked her for parasite prevention. Before the apocalypse, many families worried about their pets spreading disease to newborns, so they either gave them away or sold them. In reality, that was unnecessary, only regular deworming and keeping pregnant women from touching pet droppings were needed. Both the husky and Momo had been well taken care of, and Shang Yu reminded Mu Yun to be responsible for cleaning up after them, to which Mu Yun enthusiastically agreed. Before leaving, Jian Xiling grabbed Shang Yu and feigned crying, "Look at this man who doesn't want to spend a single cent but wants me to bear his child. No diamond ring, no wedding dress, no dowry, why am I so pitiful, wah wah." Shang Yu carefully said, "Well, it's because you yourself went upstairs with him." Jian Xiling interrupted him, pointing at Mu Yun again, "A scoundrel." Scoundrel Mu Yun, standing aside, swore to heaven, "All crystal cores will be yours in the future, the husky will be under your charge, I'll take care of the kid, everything will be as you wish. Can the Empress go back to her palace now? When we return, I'll cook you some soup." The two bickered all the way home. Shang Yu watched for quite a while before turning around, exclaiming, "Ah, how nice." Sheng Ying thought Shang Yu envied their family life and once again felt a bit low. On New Year's Day, Shang Yu and his group kept vigil symbolically. Several older folks in the base counted on their fingers and decided that the Spring Festival would fall on February 19th. Life during this period was pleasant, and many people wanted to have a celebration party to add cheer. So Sheng Ying went out again to prepare. As the Spring Festival approached, everyone mostly stayed inside the base, and there weren't many parents visiting, most fostered pets had returned home with their owners. Shang Yu simply scheduled shifts for Lin Xiaodan, Shen Shikan, and Yu Jun to rotate duties. Just before the Spring Festival, an unexpected visitor suddenly appeared at the hospital. The usually quiet Lynx suddenly stood up and began growling tensely toward the entrance, while Jiao Jiao and Xiao Shu showed no reaction. Shang Yu thought Xue Si had arrived, but upon looking, it turned out to be the respected old professor from the base hospital. The old professor's name was Lu Qianxiu, already over 70 years old. It was rumored that he used to be the head of a department at Zhongshan Hospital and retired to live with his wife here in the community, looked after by a housekeeper. Because the elderly couple liked stockpiling supplies, they managed to survive through the toughest initial phase after the apocalypse. When the base was just established, Professor Lu and his wife opened their villa and step by step built up the current state of the base hospital from nothing, saving numerous lives. His strength and determination surpassed even Shang Yu's advantages. Shang Yu hurriedly greeted him as he arrived. Professor Lu appeared spirited and alert, his waist straight, his hair gray but his eyes sharp, wearing a pair of reading glasses, warmly addressing Shang Yu, "You must be the director of this pet hospital, Mr. Shang Yu?" Shang Yu nodded with a smile, saying, "Yes, hello, Professor Lu." The lynx stood in the garden, constantly growling at Professor Lu, but the professor didn't appear annoyed. Instead, he laughed and greeted the lynx, "We meet again." Shang Yu was surprised, "Do you know him?" Professor Lu smiled and said, "Yes, I once drew blood from it." "What?" Shang Yu led him to the living room to hear the purpose of his visit. "Let me introduce myself first. I was once the chief of cardiology at Zhongshan Hospital. My wife held a PhD in microbiology and virology from the University of Chicago. After the apocalypse, my wife and I have been studying the structure, function, regulation mechanisms, and gene expression of the Pandora virus. During this period, we captured several live zombies and conducted thousands of experiments. But as you know, such experiments cannot yield results immediately. 6 months ago, we changed our experimental direction, hoping to study the virus mode of transmission by comparing human DNA with pet DNA. This requires a large number of blood samples for testing." He pulled up his sleeve and showed Shang Yu the needle marks on his arm, clearly having just finished donating blood himself. "It's easier to obtain human blood. However, I previously visited many pet owners in the base, hoping they could provide pet blood for research purposes. Most owners are protective of their pets, so only a few were willing to let me draw blood for the tests, including the owner of this lynx at the time. Now the experiment has reached a critical stage, and our samples are almost depleted. So I'd like to ask you, could you allow me to draw another blood sample from the lynx? Of course, I'll provide sufficient crystal cores and supplies as compensation." Shang Yu wasn't sure how to respond, and was momentarily at a loss for words. It would be ridiculous to expect the lynx to just volunteer its blood. The blood bags in the system could theoretically work, but when they were used to transfuse blood into the lynx earlier, it turned out that all animal blood types were compatible with no adverse reactions. If he handed this kind of blood over, there was no way the researchers wouldn't notice something was off. Shang Yu awkwardly asked, "How much blood do you need?" Professor Lu took a look at the lynx and said to Shang Yu, 400 milliliters. Shang Yu blurted out, "Isn't that too cruel? Generally, human donors only give 200 milliliters, so this request for 400 seemed excessive. Mutated pets might indeed be tougher, but that didn't mean they should be treated this way." It was clear why most pet owners refused. Losing 400 milliliters would take a serious toll on any creature. Shang Yu firmly said, "No donation." Professor Lu said, "Dr. Shang, this concerns the fate and future of humanity. Both of us are doctors, we know that once a virus becomes involved, the future of humanity depends entirely on medical research. Breakthroughs in science will pave the way for reclaiming our homeland. The path ahead is difficult, and sacrifices are inevitable." Impatient inside but keeping his calm outwardly, Shang Yu's tone turned sour. "Sacrifice? Professor Lu, if not for pets, humans facing the Pandora virus would already be extinct. We're incredibly fragile compared to this. Does Professor Lu remember how the Pandora virus got its name? Shang Yu continued, a little agitated. American researchers discovered that humans had absolutely no defense against the virus, yet pets were immune. They believed pets were humanity's last hope, so they named it Pandora. For 2 years, pets have faithfully protected humans without hesitation or rest. And how have we repaid them? By sacrificing them, drawing their blood, and calling it for the sake of humanity's future. Are all creatures on Earth simply meant to serve humanity? Isn't humanity being a bit too arrogant? Professor Lu also grew serious, sitting upright, and pointed toward the wall outside. Dr. Shang, beyond these walls isn't just those zombies, there's also the civilization we've fought for thousands of years. Generations of relentless effort and progress created today's highly civilized world. Are we really going to abandon it, staying locked in bases just focused on surviving day to day? Just as Shang Yu was about to counter, Professor Lu suddenly shifted gears and asked, do you know how many babies will be born this year? Shang Yu froze, unsure what to say. Professor Lu explained, because of the previous zombie wave, people have enough resources and crystal cores, and since winter leaves them relatively idle, many pregnant women have already come to the hospital for checkups. He raised 3 fingers, more than 30. These children will be confined to this base from the moment they're born. They won't know the vastness of the world, nor can they enjoy the fruits of industrial and information revolutions. They can't even imagine humans ever walking on the moon. They don't recognize smartphones. In fact, they can't even get baby formula. They're just trapped within this tiny space. As Shang Yu tried to interject, he remembered how Mu Yun scoured the entire market and could only find some old baby clothes, no diapers available. Not long ago, Mu Yun had secretly complained to him about Jian Xiling's small chest size and lack of formula. If we don't fight for this generation, civilization will fragment. Humanity will never return to its glory days, and will surrender our Earth to those monsters outside. Professor Lu paused to catch his breath, then looked directly at Shang Yu. Are we really going to leave such a future for our descendants? 2 days later, Shang Yu bought several blood packs from the system. He dismantled the original packaging and replaced it with containers collected by Xingying, filling 2 large bags and personally delivering them to the hospital. Handing them over to Professor Lu, Shang Yu flatly said, I hope Professor Lu won't ask where these blood packets came from. Just use them. If you need more, ask me. Overjoyed and deeply appreciative, Professor Lu immediately promised Shang Yu a fair share of crystal cores as a reward, but Shang Yu politely declined, reiterating, just use them as needed, and I won't tell anyone anything. Shang Yu, having done a good deed, couldn't explain to Professor Lu what the system was. Actually, he didn't know either, only able to speculate it might be some kind of highly advanced implant. After leaving the hospital, Shang Yu sighed in relief. Perfect, there's no way he'd let his links get bled. Sure, using blood packs from the system carried risks, but as long as Professor Lu just used them without investigating too much, there wouldn't be a problem. Time to go home and take care of the kids. But researchers' minds are naturally geared towards inquiry. On the little New Year Eve, while Xingying and Shang Yu were cooking, Professor Lu suddenly walked in wanting to ask Shang Yu a few questions. Shang Yu's face read, don't even bother asking me, I know nothing, while Professor Lu's excitement was obvious, with a slight flush on his cheeks, a sharp contrast between the two. Professor Lu said, Dr. Shang, today I came here because I wanted to consult you about those 2 blood bags you gave me earlier. You told me one was pet cat blood, and the other dog blood. Generally, cats have 3 blood types, dogs 13. But when I tested the samples, I found they don't belong to any of these known types, yet remain compatible with all blood types. Shang Yu kept his eyes on his nose, thinking to himself that of course they did, after all, the system already labeled them as such, they could work with any blood type. Professor Lu continued, our hospital has never seen this kind of blood before, so we conducted quite a lot of research. We found something in the bottom of the bag you gave us. Professor Lu handed over a small plastic bag. After looking at it for a long time, Shang Yu noticed there was a tiny piece of plastic packaging inside. We analyzed this plastic packaging, and discovered its density is greater than anything our current technology can produce. Professor Lu adjusted his glasses, which means this piece of plastic packaging does not belong to modern civilization. Shang Yu's heart skipped a beat. This piece of plastic must have slipped in accidentally when he cut open the system's packaging. Moreover, we also found some residual ink prints on the surface of this plastic. We compared them using carbon-14 dating and ink color grading methods, confirming our suspicions. At this point, Shang Yu stopped hearing anything, internally freaking out. What the hell, I shouldn't have done that good deed in the first place. What's the big deal if I hadn't given him the blood bags? And the 2 blood bags you gave us each contained more than 1 liter of blood. No animal could possibly survive donating 1 liter of blood. Moreover, no animal has this kind of universally compatible blood type. Professor Lu pushed up his glasses, staring directly at Shang Yu. Based on the above, we speculate that your ability involves connecting with future time-space and includes trading functions. Am I right, Dr. Shang? Chapter 23. As Shang Yu gritted his teeth, unsure how to respond, Xingying came out with dishes, his whole being full of warmth and cheer. Unlike the base leader, Professor Lu, let's eat first. It's little New Year Eve today. We can talk after dinner. Professor Lu wouldn't have it, about to protest, when Mu Yun burst into the garden with her entire family, shouting loudly, "Boss Sheng, is the food ready yet?" Jian Xiling slapped him lightly, while Xingying laughed near the door, so loud-mouthed, "Hurry up and come in and grab a bowl." Mo and Er Ha dashed around the garden wildly, Xia Sha rushing over to be cuddled by Er Ha. Tong Shu arrived with Mianhua, bringing along an old bottle of red wine no one remembered where it came from. Jiao Jiao yowled happily and ran forward. Xiaoming shot inside like a cannonball, holding a branch of blooming plum blossoms and raising it up in front of Shanyu. "Big brother, this is for you." Lin Xiaodan followed behind, with Yu Jun and Shen Shiken walking at the end. A group of young people laughed and played, various pets rolling on their backs across the garden. Professor Lu seemed utterly out of place in this lively scene. "Professor Lu, join us for dinner. Today, a few of our friends are gathering together." They invited warmly. Even if Professor Lu lacked tact, he understood it wasn't the right moment and politely declined. Xingying escorted Professor Lu to the gate. The laughter and noise from inside the villa could still be heard through the wall, making the wind outside seem even colder. Xingying said, "Professor, it's little New Year Eve today, and your wife is waiting for you at home for dinner. How about this, we celebrate the New Year first, then afterward, we'll sit down for a proper discussion. Does that sound okay to you?" The professor nodded, rejecting Xingying's offer to send him back to the hospital, returning on his own. Back at the hospital, the villa was lit up brightly. Humans and pets had gathered together, with a table full of dishes and wineglasses filled with red wine. The pets were being kept off the table by their owners who held their heads down, while Mu Yun placed cutlery and looked back to call out to Xingying, "Why are you standing in the garden? It's time to eat." Xingying chuckled, with his friends and loyal companions inside waiting for him to return home. Everyone stood up to toast in celebration, and as the host, Shan Yu declared after drinking, "Let's start eating." The Chinese way of celebrating always involved food, and Shan Yu got thoroughly drunk, clutching his stomach as he played poker late into the night. His drunkenness caused him to lose dozens of crystal cores. Finally, Tong Shu decided she didn't want his crystal cores and instead wanted to touch the lynx's chin to offset his gambling debts. With tear-filled eyes, Shan Yu pleaded, "Can I touch Xia Sha's chin?" The group wouldn't hear it. "Xia Sha's belly isn't worth much, no thanks." Shan Yu tenderly hugged his lynx and suddenly cried out, "Son, save your dad." Despite its aloof demeanor, the lynx ultimately fell victim to its own father's scheming. Tong Shu discovered a new path to riches through her card skills. Cotton dragged a small toy out of the activity room, and every time Shan Yu lost, she would pull the toy under her paw. By the end of the night, she had amassed 3 cat teaser sticks and a small stuffed bear. On New Year's Eve, the base organized a grand feast in the canteen. Everyone was present, packing the dining hall tightly. Xingying directed the serving of dishes, and the crowd anticipated a few words from him. For a moment, the canteen was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. After scanning everyone present, Xingying simply said, "Next year during the spring festival, not a single one of you should be missing. Let's have another great banquet. Now, let's eat." The entire base gathered together for the vigil that night. Surrounding Shan Yu was a circle of pets, each receiving a small red envelope in turn. They were all the little animals he'd handled and helped rescue, each containing a unique toy ball. Pets may be smart, but they're children at heart, playing joyfully. Shan Yu also prepared a big red envelope for Xiao Ming, inside which were a few fairy tale books. Xiao Ming liked them immensely, his face flushing red as he softly thanked Shan Yu. As midnight approached, everyone stood together, their eyes fixed on a mechanical watch counting down. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. During the holiday, Shan Yu found himself idle and went along with Xingying to talk with Professor Lu. How do we explain this to him? Shan Yu felt somewhat uneasy. Without turning around, Xingying pulled him along and said firmly, "You don't speak, I'll handle it." Professor Lu had been waiting eagerly and rushed over upon seeing them, an excited look on his face. "So, did my guess prove correct?" Xingying settled himself slowly before replying, "Professor Lu, indeed our Dr. Shang possesses supernatural abilities. However, what exactly those abilities are, we regretfully cannot tell you. Dr. Shang supported you and the human cause by taking a big risk to provide blood bags, only to become an object of your research." Professor Lu became slightly embarrassed, "But, the blood is indeed extraordinary." Xingying cut him off, "Then, has this blood been helpful to Professor Lu's experiments?" At the mention of this, Professor Lu slapped his thigh in excitement, "Yes. Absolutely. Previously, the samples we received were too scarce to allow extensive research. This time, Dr. Shang delivered so much, and the previously stalled experiments can now proceed." Xingying nodded, "In that case, we feel reassured. You know, getting this amount of blood from Dr. Shang wasn't easy, and we won't be providing any more." With that, he moved to take Shan Yu away. Professor Lu hurriedly called them back, wait, I still hope that Dr. Shang could use his abilities to help us researchers further." Xingying smiled, "Yesterday, our Dr. Shang told me that he feels disheartened, generously offering the blood packs to you, Professor Lu, but then getting doubted by his own people. An anxious Professor Lu quickly responded, "Oh, there's no suspicion, truly not. Our whole lives have revolved around studying, brains unable to adapt quickly when we see something needing to test its composition. Dr. Shang, please accept my apology." As Professor Lu was about to bow, Shang Yu quickly stopped him. Sheng Ying exchanged a glance with Shang Yu, and the two shared perfect understanding. Shang Yu began to redden in the face. "Professor Lu, please don't be so formal. I'm just a junior, and I can't accept this." The following discussion went much more smoothly, with one playing the bad cop and the other the good. They reached an agreement with Professor Lu, no pursuit into the source of Shang Yu's blood bags, keeping his abilities a secret and explaining that everything came from Sheng Ying if questioned. In return, Shang Yu would assist in providing the necessary materials for Professor Lu's research. Of course, the price doubled, leaving Shang Yu unapologetic. With the matter settled, Shang Yu felt incredibly relieved and couldn't help but admire Sheng Ying. "You're really good at negotiating," you had Professor Lu completely dazed. Sheng Ying chuckled, "No problem. Later, let me touch Xia Sha's chin as a reward." Speechless, Shang Yu lit a candle mentally for the links. "Father's debts must be repaid by the son, Xia Sha, you'll have to endure a little more." Before the Lantern Festival even passed, Sheng Ying and the others were already busy again. The expansion plans previously in progress had been put on hold. Now they had to start work despite the early spring chill, as waiting for warmer weather wouldn't be favorable. After a winter's rest, people worked with fervor, and the pets began their mating season. The base resounded with barks, meows, and even nocturnal cat yowls signaling heat. Walking through the streets, Shang Yu truly felt a pervasive sense of pregnancy. With warmth and full stomachs comes thoughts of reproduction. People spent the winter eating and drinking, without much else to do, resulting in an unprecedented number of pregnant women since the apocalypse. Shang Yu's clinic was going smoothly. He now had employees, freeing up his time for learning simulated surgeries across all specialties. Lately, he focused on skin grafting. For severely injured wounds, simple sutures couldn't heal them. There were two choices for such grievous injuries, skin grafting or amputation. The skin graft surgery within the system used micrografting, requiring high technical expertise. Shang Yu spent all day studying inside the system, only to receive a score of 30 points. Amidst this peaceful atmosphere in the base, an unexpected visitor arrived. A middle-aged man claiming to come from a pet breeding dog farm drove a large truck to the base, smiling gently, looking for some pets. The rear door of the truck opened, revealing dozens of stacked cages reaching the roof, emitting frightened cries from over 100 pets. The rumored breeding farms notorious for forced pet breeding and selling had brought their business directly to them. Chapter 24. This middle-aged man was named Chen Tao, who smiled warmly at everyone, making it hard to gauge his intentions. When Sheng Ying probed, he didn't beat around the bush. "Our boss. Boss Wu Yunfei, the former deputy director of Shanghai Wildlife Park. You know, wildlife parks have pretty strict safety measures, zombies can't even get in. We've built our own base and thrived accordingly. As for these pets, not to boast, our wildlife park has everything. In my truck, there are dogs, cats, lizards, snakes, sheep, turtles, owls, you name it. They're all of high quality, come take a look." Sheng Yi asked, "I've heard your place specializes in breeding pets, is that true?" Chen Tao just smiled ambiguously, neither confirming nor denying. Shang Yu knew how popular pets were. Back when the hospital used to offer pet adoptions, except those blocked by Sheng Ying, scores of people competed for one puppy, filling the hospital's living room. Chen Tao stood by his truck, smiling pleasantly as someone asked him the prices. He said, 1,000 crystal cores each, non-negotiable, cash on delivery, fair trade. Some were already tempted. It was far simpler here than before when adopting a puppy from Shang Yu required completing tests. Shang Yu stood aside silently. Jian Xiling cautiously cradled her belly, wary of being bumped into, and quietly asked Shang Yu, "Dr. Shang, what do you think about these pets?" Before Shang Yu could respond, the young Ming in his arms suddenly pointed at the truck and said, "They're not happy." Shang Yu smiled, even Ming noticed. Chen Tao began unloading the cages from his truck one by one, revealing dogs, cats, sheep, each exposed to the sunlight for people to observe. While these were also young animals, the pets Chen Tao brought out couldn't compare with the ones Shang Yu had nurtured. Not only were they a head shorter, but they were dirty all over, their fur matted against their bodies. Their weak legs trembled as they stood in the iron cages, looking like they barely had any meat on them. Most importantly, they were injured. From afar, Shang Yu couldn't see clearly, but he noticed the disheveled fur hiding wounds that had scabbed over. Someone asked Chen Tao, "Why are all these pets injured?" Chen Tao smiled and replied, "Pets always fight with each other, right? They probably bit each other while playing in the same den. How could ordinary play result in such injuries?" Shang Yu's suspicions grew. More and more people gathered around. Concerned about the crowd's safety, Shang Yu gently supported Jian Xiling with one hand and held Ming in the other as he slowly walked toward the hospital. Jian Xiling asked, "Dr. Shang, aren't you a big pet lover? Aren't you going to buy one?" Shang Yu shook his head and said, "I won't compete with them. Our base has over 1,500 people but less than 100 pets, not even a tenth of the population. His 100 or so pets will be snatched up in no time. As it turned out, the next day, Tong Shu Shu rushed over and said, "It was crazy yesterday. All those pets were sold within 2 hours, some even through auctions. Today, Chen Tao is leaving, and there are already over a dozen people planning to follow him back to the wildlife park to pick out pets there." Shang Yu was surprised too. This is madness. Just then, a parent hurriedly carried a little Doberman into the hospital and upon seeing Shang Yu, pleaded, "Doctor, could you please take a look at this? I just bought this pet yesterday, and now it's like this." Upon inspection, Shang Yu found the little Doberman had a dry nose, piles of eye gunk, and lay listlessly. He took its temperature and said, "It has a fever." The parent panicked, "I spent 1,500 crystal cores to get it yesterday, and today it already has a fever." Shang Yu carefully conducted a full-body checkup and concluded, this Doberman was previously injured. It hadn't healed before being transported here after a long journey, plus it's still so young. Getting sick is inevitable. The parent felt both heartbroken and angry, but Shang Yu consoled the dog while preparing the medicine. He said, "I wanted to give an injection, but he's too weak, and I'm worried he wouldn't be able to handle it. Mix these medicines with dog food and let him eat it for a couple of days. If there are any issues, come find me." The parent left with the Doberman. Soon after, a few more parents arrived, all having bought pets from Chen Tao who ended up having problems the next day. By the time they thought to seek out Chen Tao, he was already gone. 3 days later, the several people who had followed Chen Tao to the wildlife park returned proudly, carrying back pets that were several times better than the ones Chen Tao had brought along, stronger spirit, larger size. When asked, they said, "There are thousands of pets over there. You can choose freely." Very soon, a second group of people planned to visit the wildlife park. When Xingying returned to the hospital, he told Shang Yu, "I asked those who came back from the wildlife park. They said that after the baby pets are born and reach a month old, they make them fight. The winners stay, and the losers are shipped out for sale." Shang Yu immediately responded, "That's impossible. Pets at 1 month old would never use lethal force. They're only playing around. Baby pets learn hunting skills through regular roughhousing, they certainly wouldn't hurt each other seriously." Xingying replied, "Then I don't know." Shang Yu said, "Let's make some guesses. First, the animals inside the wildlife park mutated at the beginning of the apocalypse and recognized the handlers as their masters. Deputy director and the handlers bred numerous pets over 2 years, leading to saturation." Xingying continued, "Then they started selling pets outside, obtaining a large amount of crystal cores and resources. That still didn't stop their breeding efforts. They began picking the best. The ones with good potential and health stayed for further breeding, those deemed inferior were sold. In doing so, the pets they breed have increasingly superior qualifications. And somehow, they incite 1-month-old pets into extreme ferocity, causing them to fight to the death with their own siblings, achieving their objectives in this way. As for why they came knocking, it was because Gu Shanin had once gone there to exchange supplies, making them realize the financial strength of our base, prompting this visit." The two shared a knowing smile. The spring evening breeze was soft and alluring, melting hearts. The trees in the courtyard relaxed their branches, they were 2 cherry blossoms, their flower buds swaying under the moonlight. Xingying asked him, "Do you want to take a look over there?" Shang Yu chuckled mischievously, "Still, you understand me best." Xingying sighed, "I know I can't stop you. Then there's just one thing I ask for. Please let me protect you." With Xingying taking the lead, the second group planning to go to the wildlife park naturally took their time, waiting for his arrangements. After finishing up some tasks at hand, Shang Yu conducted home visits with several injured pets to check on their recovery status, only preparing to set off when they were mostly healed. The pets in the villa had grown quite familiar with Lin Xiaodan and the others. Shang Yu entrusted Yu Jun and Shen Shirkan to take turns staying at the hospital before bidding farewell to both big and small ones. "You can't come this time, as we're going somewhere far away. We'll bring you next time, alright?" Shang Yu helplessly embraced Jiao Jiao, who had leaped on him, coaxing her for a while before turning to the lynx and saying, "Son, remember to eat well, and take Jiao Jiao along." This resulted in both large animals pouncing on him together. Xingying grabbed them one by one, placing Xiao Xia on Jiao Jiao's back and extending a hand toward Shang Yu, "Let's go." 3 SUVs sped quickly, crushing zombies directly under their tires. They arrived at the wildlife park in less than 2 hours. The once beautiful flower beds and gates now stood ruined, but upon driving further inside, they saw human figures. Deputy Director Wu Yunfei of the wildlife park personally came out to greet them upon hearing that a top official from a base had arrived. Shang Yu had expected an older man but found instead a tall and handsome young man. After some pleasantries, Wu Yunfei enthusiastically told them, "Your arrival is perfect. We are hosting a competition here, and all the bases from the Yangtze River Delta region have sent representatives." Shang Yu inwardly startled. While their own base was still tucked away in a corner, the wildlife park had already expanded its business to cover the entire Yangtze River Delta. At this moment, Xingying's acting skills were superb as he immediately turned into a curious nouveau riche hick, asking, "What kind of competition?" Wu Yunfei laughed and said, "The Beast Arena." Because Xingying was present, Wu Yunfei personally escorted them, leading them deeper inside. Shan Yu trailed behind the group, noticing that quite a few people had gathered. The whole wildlife park was festooned with lights, resembling a festival atmosphere. And the pets weren't roaming freely on the large grassland as he had imagined. Shan Yu thought the extensive space of a wildlife park should allow for free-range pets. Wu Yunfei led them into a building and introduced, "Let me show you our carefully bred pets. After being born, our pets undergo a selection process, leaving only strong, superior pets for continued breeding. Several generations of selections later, our pets far surpass ordinary ones." Shan Yu followed the group inside the building. In front of them was an enormous space filled with hundreds or even thousands of cages lined up in multiple rows, stretching endlessly. Each cage held one or more pets. Observing from behind, Shan Yu noticed that although the pets seemed physically fine, they looked exhausted, frightened, and numb, displaying poor mental states. Many cages housed mothers and their offspring together. Seeing the adorable guinea pig with her babies, Shan Yu couldn't resist touching them through the bars. The guinea pig ignored him and began licking each of her 3 babies in turn. Suddenly, she bared her teeth and bit down toward her children. Shan Yu panicked and thrust his fingers in between, pulling the mother back. "What are you doing?" Looking around, he noticed the staff standing some distance away and hadn't yet noticed this side. Lowering his voice, he asked, "What are you doing? Not even tiger poison eats its own offspring, how could you do such a thing?" After pulling the mother aside, Shan Yu realized she was crying. Shan Yu hesitated, looking at the mother and then her pups, asking, "Is it because they are about to fight each other to the death, so you'd rather kill them yourself?" The guinea pig nodded, then shook her head. Shan Yu couldn't understand what she meant at first, and asked again, "Is it because the living conditions here are so bad that you'd rather bite them to death than let them suffer?" The guinea pig nodded this time. At this moment, the staff noticed him and walked toward him. "Sir, please leave immediately." Shan Yu turned back and hastily replied, then said to the guinea pig, "Don't bite your children again, they are still so young." The staff got closer. "Sir." Shan Yu was anxious but couldn't help her further. Before leaving, he hurriedly said, I will come up with a way to save you guys later. Don't bite them." The staff had already reached his side, so he stood up quickly, laughing and explaining, "They were too cute, and I couldn't resist touching them." He glanced sideways at the guinea pig, and the mother secretly bowed down in gratitude where the staff couldn't see. The staff led him back to the group. Wu Yunfei had already begun introducing the breeding methods of the pets. There are generally 2 estrus periods per year. We increase both quality and quantity by increasing some pets' estrus cycles to 4 times. Xingying asked ignorantly as a rich tycoon, "How do you do that?" Wu Yunfei said, "It's quite simple. For males, we use electrocution to collect their semen. For females, we tie them up and make them stay still." Everyone watched like an audience as a pair of horses experienced estrus. The mare was forced into a narrow cage, preventing any movement or turning. The stallion was tied and made to painfully stand. The surrounding staff leered and jeered, with vulgar comments continuously being thrown around. Shan Yu could not bear to watch and turned away. For intelligent mutated pets, dignity was shattered beyond repair. After the tour ended, Wu Yunfei invited everyone to stay overnight and hoped they would participate in the arena fight 3 days later, casting subtle glances at Shan Yu. This time it's different from before when things would end once someone hit the mark. This time it's a death match. A death match, until one party perishes. Everyone was arranged to stay in well-conditioned dormitories. Shan Yu found Xingying, saying stammeringly, I want to save them." Xingying pulled him into the room and asked, "Thinking too much? With just us few people. Their base has many people, and representatives from all the Yangtze River Delta bases are participating in this event. Are you planning to ruin this event?" Shan Yu nodded, "I'm not seeking my own death, but I am thinking if the pets could turn against their masters collectively." Chapter 25. Xingying, turn against their masters collectively? What do you mean? Shan Yu became a little excited. Our definition of pets is that they are absolutely loyal to their owners. Pets dedicate their loyalty and friendship entirely to their owners. But remember how earlier the lynx betrayed Xuesi and remained loyal to me instead. Doesn't this indicate that once an owner behaves evil enough to reach a certain tipping point, the pet stops being loyal to them? Xingying did not object. Go on. Shan Yu paced back and forth in the room, proving his hypothesis. I remember, when the lynx was recovering in the hospital, its attitude toward Xuesi changed from obedience to resistance. It refused for Xuesi to pull its ears and rejected going back with him, which wasn't how the lynx used to act. I speculate if there was something Xuesi did during the zombie wave, causing the lynx to reach this tipping point. And this tipping point explains why it betrayed Xuesi and became loyal to me. Xingying said, I remember someone told me. When a mutated zombie jumped out during the wave, Xuesi used the lynx as a shield. Is that the reason? Shan Yu confidently nodded, that's it. No wonder his injuries were so severe. He mentioned today's incident with the guinea pig. The guinea pig preferred killing her own offspring rather than letting them survive, probably because life here feels worse than death. Instead of enduring torment, it's better to die early. So, I believe they have reached this tipping point. If I... Sheng Ying interrupted him, but why don't the pets rebel on their own? Their combat abilities far exceed those of humans. They could easily turn against their masters. Can we deduce that pets won't harm their own owners even when driven to the brink? Xiang Yu recalled what the lynx had done before and reflected, seems that way. Even in that situation, the lynx did not hurt Xuesi. Of course, after recognizing me as its master, it can then harm its previous owner. Sheng Ying summarized, so, you want them all to recognize you as their master and lead them to rebel against the entire base under your guidance. Xiang Yu fervently flattered Sheng Ying, leader, you're truly smart. Sheng Ying glanced at him, laughing helplessly, stop flattering me. You're overthinking this. There are only 3 days until the event starts. How can more than 1,000 pets recognize you as their master within 3 days? Why would they even do that? Besides, do you think people here eat grass? Even the cleaning lady downstairs has special abilities, do you believe it? Not to mention, every base in the Yangtze River Delta has sent representatives for this event. Are you planning to go against the entire Yangtze River Delta? Xiang Yu's enthusiasm was drenched, and he sat motionless by the window for a while. It was springtime, yet Xiang Yu felt a chill all over. He suddenly asked, is the death match what I think it is? Sheng Ying nodded, to the death, until one side loses their life. Using blood to activate humanity's bloodthirsty factors and achieve their goals, he stood up, patting Xiang Yu on the head, I'll go out and gather some information. Don't act impulsively, okay? We'll solve any problems together. Xiang Yu returned to his room, lying on the bed, constantly thinking of the guinea pig's tears and the horse's anguished whinnying. No, he couldn't just sit here doing nothing. Xiang Yu stood up, wanting to do something. At this moment, a knock came from outside the door. Xiang Yu thought it was Sheng Ying, opening the door while saying, how could you be back so fast? Wu Yunfei stood there, smiling at him, what do you mean, so fast? Xiang Yu, Wu Yunfei changed clothes and looked somewhat wickedly attractive, with broad angular jawlines and a smirk curving at the corner of his mouth. Xiang Yu thought, this man is handsome but lacks integrity. Still, our leader is both handsome and upright. As the host, Wu Yunfei was very enthusiastic, sorry to bother you. I just came to check if you need anything added, he smiled brilliantly, may I know your surname? Xiang Yu said, I'm surnamed Shang, my name is Xiang Yu. Wu Yunfei seemed interested in the name, what a nice name. Xiang Yu gave him a stiff smile. Wu Yunfei kept smiling, you must be tired after such a long journey. Could I have the honor of inviting you to dinner? Xiang Yu realized, our leader just went out. Should I ask him to come back? Wu Yunfei hands in pockets leaned against the doorframe and smiled, can't I invite you alone? Xiang Yu almost agreed. He intended to fish for Wu Yunfei's words, but then thought better of it. Given his own lack of tact, he would be transparent like a piece of paper in front of Wu Yunfei. So, he decided not to pursue it. Wu Yunfei spread his hands regretfully, all right, rest well. Xiang Yu was about to close the door when Wu Yunfei suddenly propped his hand against it, still smirking with mockery flashing in his eyes, Xiang Yu, you look like someone who's easily bullied. Xiang Yu's face turned grave, Mr. Wu, those who think I'm easy to bully end up being educated by me. The door slammed shut loudly, and Xiang Yu rolled his eyes. What kind of person is this? On the other side, Sheng Ying, acting perfectly online worthy, wandered around wearing a rich, good-looking but very dumb, rich second-generation face. He got a rough understanding of the surrounding environment. The wildlife park personnel knew he had been personally received by Wu Yunfei, so they didn't obstruct him much. Some guests from other bases gathered in a place similar to a former coffee shop. Sheng Ying casually joined a group of people and inserted himself into their conversation. I saw that some pets have very gentle temperaments, like rabbits or mice. They're so timid, how could they engage in a death match? Sheng Ying's face resembled an ignorant fool, prompting some to explain to him. Are you new here? They have special medicine here. As soon as the medicine is ground up, oh wow, that scent. The pet's gaze immediately changes, fierce. Very fierce. Their personalities transform completely. Then they issue commands, and the pets start fighting. I also watched last year, it was exciting. Sheng Ying feigned sudden understanding, so, the effect of this drug is temporary then. Yes, they recover their senses after it ends. Pets that win stay in the zoo or participate in subsequent auctions. Those who lose either die, get injured, or are sold outside. Another person excitedly spoke up, hey, there's another highlight this year. Apparently, they've created a super beast that will be showcased in the arena. What's a super beast? Supposedly, it's the offspring of a pit bull and a Caucasian shepherd, bred through some sort of cruel internal combat process, creating a monster. They say its eyes are blood red, and no one can control it, it just attacks anyone it sees. The man whispered mysteriously, they say while raising it, the monster ate the caretaker. Now, it's locked in a cage, and no one dares to go near it. A few people were excitedly discussing it as Sheng Ying silently slipped away, feeling a physiological aversion to these bloody conversations. Sheng Ying returned to the dormitory, found Xiang Yu, and said he wanted to discuss specific operational details about the pet's betrayal. Shang Yu was confused. Didn't you say at noon that I was overthinking things, and it was impossible? Why the sudden change of heart? It turned out that though Sheng Ying had verbally dismissed it as impossible and overthought, he had spent the entire afternoon secretly planning and even sketched out the layout of the wildlife park. He marked the number of guards at each gate and figured out how many people worked in each small building and what they did, except for the confidential areas. That night, Shang Yu and Sheng Ying walked together into the building where the pets were kept. Sheng Ying distracted the staff, while Shang Yu sneaked in and found the guinea pig. 2 nights from now, they're having some kind of opening ceremony, and I plan to sneak you all out at that time. Can you help me pass this message to all the pets? Oh, except for that monster. It's a wild beast. 2 nights from now, I'll cut off the power supply to this building. Without power, the electronic locks on the cages will all open. Once you're out, follow me quietly, don't make any noise. Got it? Whoever wants to leave, come with me. Trust me, I'll definitely help you escape. The guinea pig chirped repeatedly, nodding and hopping around, which made Shang Yu laugh a little as he pressed his finger on its head. Calm down, 2 nights from now, alright? And don't let anyone find out. As Shang Yu was about to leave, he noticed that all the little pets in the surrounding cages moved closer, wide-eyed, gripping their cages to look at him. Shang Yu patted the little golden monkey to his right. You heard, right? Are you willing to go with us? The little golden monkey nodded, looking at him with bright, watery eyes, appearing obedient and adorable. Shang Yu asked the surrounding pets to help spread the message, then went to find the horse. In the distance, Sheng Ying, wearing an exaggerated expression, was causing a scene. Where's Chen Tao? He sold our base more than 100 injured pets, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. This attracted all the staff inside the building, and Shang Yu saw his chance to speed up. Inside the building, there was a row of horses crammed into dilapidated wooden pens. Even upon seeing Shang Yu, they only raised their eyelids lazily, seeming numb. Hey, Shang Yu softly called out to the male horse he'd seen during the day, are you their lead horse? Horses are social animals, and within a herd, the strongest and youngest usually serves as the lead horse, leading the entire herd. The lead horse was completely white, without a single blemish, strong-bodied, with silken white mane shining under the dim yellow light, resembling a luminous being. So beautiful, Shang Yu nearly drooled. Shang Yu smacked his lips and began chatting up the lead horse. I saw you this morning, you. The lead horse snorted loudly and turned its head away. Realizing he'd said something wrong, Shang Yu hurried to fix it. Look, I'm here to save you guys. I can help you escape, 2 nights from now. At this moment, Sheng Ying's voice grew louder. The head staff member said, Sir, making trouble here won't work. How about we go see Dean Wu, and let him talk to you? Sheng Ying agreed, alright, while pretending to casually search through the rows of cages for Shang Yu. The head staffer said, Great, we're closing up too. Please wait a moment while I lock up and then I'll go with you. Though outwardly calm, Sheng Ying was anxious inside. The premises were enormous, and the gates were about to close while Shang Yu's whereabouts were still unknown. Leaning against the door, he absent-mindedly whistled a cheerful tune, trying to give Shang Yu a signal. The leader moved quickly, making a final check of the power source and pulling out a set of keys from his pocket. Sir, let's go. Sheng Ying slowly walked out, but he never saw Shang Yu come out until the very last moment. On the other side, Shang Yu had heard the whistle but it was too late. By the time he reached the door, it was already closed. Besides, this building had no windows, only a few skylights in the ceiling allowing weak moonlight to shine through the glass down below. Alright. Shang Yu tightened his clothes. As long as his life wasn't in danger, he could just not sleep on a bed tonight. He turned to the beautiful lead horse and said, I have an entire night now to cozy up to you, hee. There was no pet that didn't love him. He was alone in the whole building. Shang Yu confidently opened the system, found the horse feed beans, wheat, straw, mixed them together, and placed them in the troughs, filling the row of horse troughs with delicious food. Over there, the guinea pigs had already started working, chirping loudly, followed by other pets joining in the noise. The excited pets were jumping around, the cages clanging, various calls getting louder and louder until it seemed like the ceiling might collapse. Afraid they'd attract attention with too much noise, Shang Yu shouted quickly, Stop shouting. It's me. I'll take you all out in 2 days. All the pets looked at him, their eyes wide and unblinking. For a moment, Shang Yu felt like he was the animal being watched while caged. With a moderate voice that echoed well in the open space, every pet could hear him clearly, You've suffered enough. At these words, the gentle-natured water rodent nearby began sobbing. Not all humans are so cruel. Not all bases are like this. I'm different from them. Where we are going, people and pets are equal, and we will cherish your loyalty and friendship. We will protect you and won't force you to do things you don't want to. There are no iron cages for you, no forced killing, no forced pregnancies. Believe me. I'll help you escape. I'll help you find new owners, a new destiny. Shang Yu looked around at all the surrounding animals. Here is already hell, take one more step, and it's paradise. You guys, will you follow me? Chapter 26. Poor Shang Yu spent the entire night bonding with over 1,000 pets, leaving him dazed the next morning while the excited pets, who had stayed awake all night too, also appeared groggy. When the doors opened, Shang Yu slipped out unnoticed and returned to the dormitory, falling asleep immediately without hearing anything Xing Ying said. By noon, hunger woke Shang Yu up. After a quick wash and toothbrushing, he went to knock on Xing Ying's door. Xing Ying had already prepared the meal and laid it out on the table. Sorry about last night, I didn't expect the leader to move so fast, letting you get locked up for a night. Was it cold? Did you catch a chill? He extended his hand to feel Shang Yu's forehead, but Shang Yu kept his head down, eating voraciously without avoiding his touch. No problem, last night those over 1,000 pets allowed me to bond with each of them fully. Ah, by the way, I found out that they haven't bred ferocious pets like tigers, lions, falcons, or aquatic animals. Xing Ying replied, yeah, after all, they're supposed to be sold as weapons. Who would buy fish? And creatures like tigers aren't easy to control, right? Shang Yu was starving, so he ate heartily for a while before slowing down, but I couldn't find that monster. It probably isn't kept with those other pets. Once Shang Yu had eaten enough, Xing Ying sat down and began explaining the detailed plan. 2 people from the base have gone back, they've already notified the team. Gu Shinin will bring reinforcements to meet us 2 kilometers away from the back gate of the wildlife park. We'll follow the outer ring road along Dechuan Avenue, it'll take less than 2 hours to return to our base. When the opening ceremony starts, Wu Yunfei will speak on stage, and the base people will handle the staff along the way. You and I will just focus on leading the pets out. Here's the map, memorize it. The preparations the pets need to make, you need to start early. What are the necessary preparations? Tell me. Shang Yu took a sip of water. All the animals with hooves will have their feet wrapped in cotton cloth. For the slow-footed pets, I'll either carry them on my back or let the horses do it. I'll buy saddles and bags in advance from the system, then the slow-moving pets like the capybaras and guinea pigs can be placed in bags and loaded onto the backs of the horses. To prevent trampling, large animals will be at the front, medium-sized animals in the middle, and small animals at the rear. When the time comes, I'll lead the way up front, and you'll bring up the rear. The owls have promised to help me keep an eye out for any stragglers from above and alert me if anyone gets left behind. I guarantee every pet will stay with the group until we reach the rendezvous point. Xing Ying nodded. Have you arranged things with the herd of horses? Shang Yu blushed slightly. All the horses seem pretty obedient to me, except that lead horse. Xing Ying chuckled. Didn't you tell me before? No pet doesn't love you. Shang Yu covered his face with both hands. Ah, the horse stumbled in front of me. Gu Shinin came in briefly, leaving a large bag of weapons for Xing Ying, then prepared to leave. Before departing, he gripped Shang Yu's hand emotionally. Fortune lies in daring adventures. It all depends on you, Dr. Shang. Become the king of beasts. Shang Yu gave him a long, exasperated look. The opening ceremony was set for tomorrow evening. More and more people were driving off-road vehicles into the base, making the place bustling with visitors. Shang Yu and Xing Ying decided to take advantage of the crowds to sneak into the pet building and met Wu Yunfei right by the entrance. Seeing them, Wu Yunfei enthusiastically approached. Nice to see you again. Wu Yunfei left the guests he was supposed to entertain and specifically walked over to them. Did you find the accommodations suitable these few days? Xing Ying instantly turned into a simpleton. There are so many mosquitoes here. Last night, I got bitten with 3 big lumps. Wu Yunfei listened earnestly to Xing Ying's complaint, saying, we have a lot of trees and pets here, hence attracting lots of mosquitoes. My apologies. I'll send some mosquito coils tonight. Wu Yunfei then turned to Shang Yu. And you, little you, with your delicate skin, haven't been eaten alive by mosquitoes, have you? Shang Yu felt chills running down his spine and rolled his eyes. Dean Wu, if you have free time, why not go bother someone else instead of picking on me? Wu Yunfei chuckled softly, though his words were directed at Shang Yu, his gaze slowly shifted to Xing Ying. What I mean is, if mosquitoes don't eat you, I'll devour you myself. Due to bumping into Wu Yunfei, Shang Yu and Xing Ying had no chance to further connect with the lead horse and returned. Xing Ying's face darkened as if it would start raining at any moment. He clung to Shang Yu's shoulder possessively, suppressing his anger, much like a great black dragon breathing flames through its nose. Shang Yu consoled him, don't get angry. This guy's just being a rogue. Let him talk nonsense. Tomorrow, we'll cut off his source of income, utterly ruining his plans. It'll be absolutely gratifying. Xing Ying suddenly said, tomorrow, there must only be success, no failure. Do you know why I agreed to take such a huge risk to steal these pets? Because they're developing monsters. It's as if all bases are using small rifles, while they're already working on advanced weapons. If they succeed, every base in the Yangtze River Delta will have to bow to their whims, and I can't bear to see that happen. Shang Yu looked up, and Xing Ying continued, if we succeed, we'll become the strongest base in Shanghai, not only possessing intelligent robots but also having over 1,500 people, almost everyone owning a pet. No one will dare touch us. But if we fail, the entire base will be dragged into it. At that point. Shang Yu interrupted, we will definitely succeed. Xing Ying tested him, if someone discovers us and catches up, what's our contingency plan? Shang Yu eagerly replied, throw the secret weapon. I've prepared a whole sackful. Sheng Ying nodded, success or failure depends on tomorrow. The opening ceremony was extravagantly lavish. Dozens of diesel generators roared loudly as various lighting effects dazzled everywhere, dozens of beauties in dance costumes performed on stage, and at least 1,000 people gathered below, forming a dense sea of heads. Sheng Ying and Shang Yu sat pretending to enjoy the show for a bit, then gradually slipped away. Shang Yu went first along with several people from the base. He arrived early at the pet building where, by this time, all staff members had gone to attend the opening ceremony. However, the gates were locked. One of the men melted the lock directly, opened the door, and said to Shang Yu, "Dr. Shang, this is up to you now. We'll leave one person to keep watch, while the rest go clear the roadblocks. Boss Sheng will be here soon." Shang Yu nodded, opened the package, and began wrapping cotton cloth around the hooves of several horses. At this point, the pet building was eerily quiet, all the pets waited silently without a single sound. Shang Yu worked quickly, soon wrapping all the hoofed animals. By then, Sheng Ying had also arrived. "Did the lead horse agree?" Sheng Ying asked. Shang Yu replied, "It's ready." He took out the saddle and asked the head horse, "I'm short-legged and can't run fast, so I'll ride you for a bit, alright?" The head horse snorted again, causing Shang Yu to hastily step back. Alright, he murmured, then looked for another horse. Unexpectedly, the head horse turned behind him, opened its mouth, and clamped down on Shang Yu's clothes, not allowing him to leave. Fine, the head horse was mouthy but straightforward. With all the preparations completed, Sheng Ying placed his hand on the electrical switch and said one final sentence, "Let's go." On the spring night, soft evening breezes blew gently, the night as calm as water with the stars and moon intertwining their glow. From afar came waves of sound, yet here it was silent. The power was shut off, the electronic locks unlocked, and the owls were the first to dart out. Dozens of birds flew from various places inside the house, spreading their wings toward the boundless night sky. Shang Yu rode on the horse, heart pounding like a drum, and raised his hand, "All pets, follow me." Outside the pet building, the black-haired youth led a white horse at the forefront, taking more than 1,000 pets charging toward freedom. Since Shang Yu hadn't ridden much before, he tightly squeezed the horse's belly, the spring breeze brushing past his ears. He glanced back and saw more than 1,000 pets galloping away, the golden monkeys leaping lightly on the tree branches overhead, birds circling in the starry skies. No pet made a sound, only the thundering hooves resounded dully in his ears. Shang Yu's hands were sweating nervously as he controlled the reins, galloping towards the back gate. The staff had already been cleared by the base personnel, the gates wide open, with a few zombies aimlessly wandering over. "Charge through, they can't harm you," Shang Yu shouted from the horse. The speed of the white horse did not diminish, the zombies were swept underfoot by the flood of pets. Shang Yu pointed toward the rear gate, shouting, "That way." Shang Yu's nerves were taut as 1,000 pets fled at breakneck speed. When the white horse leaped forward, presenting the highway outside the zoo in front of him. Freedom. Shang Yu wanted nothing more than to let out a triumphant roar and continued leading the group forward tirelessly. He quickly glanced back, and sure enough, Sheng Ying had caught up. Relieved, Shang Yu thought that once they left the base, they just needed 2 more kilometers to meet up with the main force. Meanwhile, the closing ceremony had reached its climax. The host raised his voice, "In the past 2 years, our wildlife park business has grown larger, thanks to the support of various bases. Now we invite representatives and leaders from all bases to the stage. Cheetom Base. Taihu Base. Baoshan Base." The host called again. "Baoshan Base." No one responded, and no one stepped onto the stage. Wu Yunfei, who leaned against the wall with his arms crossed backstage, curled his lips slightly, as if it were exactly what he expected. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates quickly left. Fleeing in the night, the closer the team got to the rendezvous point, the calmer Shang Yu felt inside. It wouldn't take long, they were less than a kilometer away. Suddenly, an owl above emitted an urgent, shrill cry. Shang Yu looked up and just in time saw an arrow flying straight, piercing the owl directly. "Stop!" Shang Yu shouted loudly, abruptly pulling on the reins, stopping the entire troop mid-stride. The owl fell straight into the grass beside the road. Shang Yu hurriedly picked it up. Sheng Ying rode over and asked, "What's wrong?" The pets were restless, and silence enveloped everything except for the rustling of tree tips blown by the spring wind. Shang Yu stared into the endless darkness ahead. "Someone has discovered us." Cool night air brushed across the landscape as the moon finally peeked out from behind thick clouds. From the dark end of the road, someone slowly emerged. "Boss Sheng, you finally stopped pretending. Our boss thought you'd expose yourself later." It was Chen Tao, holding a bow and arrow, smiling smugly while blocking the path for thousands of troops. Sheng Ying said, "Chen Tao, move aside. We have so many pets with us, you can't stop us." "Can't stop you." Chen Tao let out a low chuckle. "Do you think these pets willing to follow you makes them yours?" Chen Tao wagged his finger. No, they will always be under our control." The pet army was ready, surrounding Chen Tao from all sides. He calmly said, "I'm sure you've heard of how we control the pets, but hearing is different from seeing. Let me show you." Shan Yu shouted loudly, "Stop him." A gorilla rushed over and tackled Chen Tao to the ground while the golden monkey swooped down from above, pinning his limbs. Chen Tao fell hard but smiled smugly as he said, "Hee hee, too late." An unknown scent suddenly wafted through the air, causing everyone's heads to ache. Terrifying events unfolded. On the vast empty wildlands, over 1,000 beasts stood stiff-legged, their eyes glowing red. All of them turned their heads at once and stared directly at Xingying and Shan Yu. Chapter 27. The situation reversed instantly. Chen Tao dusted himself off and got up. "How about that? Have you seen it now? Right now, if I just give an order." Shan Yu quickly struck out, taking out a large package of secret weapons and smashing it on the ground. The tiger-branded mint ointment bought from the system shattered into more than 100 bottles, releasing a sharp menthol smell that swept across the entire wasteland. The pets sneezed several times, instantly snapping back to their senses. The red glow disappeared from their eyes, and the gorilla pounced again on Chen Tao, landing 2 heavy punches on his chest. Shan Yu placed his hands on his hips. "Ha ha 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 ha. You can't beat me, there's nothing I can do about being this powerful." The situation reversed again. Chen Tao was beaten almost to spitting blood, yet pointed at Shan Yu with trembling fingers. "You." Shan Yu grinned arrogantly, "You think we didn't prepare in advance? Huh, this was exactly what we were waiting for." Xingying tied up Chen Tao while Shan Yu swiftly provided first aid to the injured owl in his arms. The whole group reassembled and was about to continue their journey when the lead horse suddenly whinnied and began backing away frantically. "What's happening?" Xingying looked around to find other pets trembling in fear, fur bristling, some already fleeing backward. The guinea pig fled with her children into her bag, and birds roosting on the tree soared rapidly high into the sky. Chen Tao, bound tightly, burst out laughing. "Run fast. The monster is coming out." "The monster." Shan Yu couldn't believe it. Xingying shook his head, "Impossible, no one could control it, and thus impossible to release it." "Who says no one can control it?" Wu Yunfei walked slowly closer, holding a chain in his hand. At the end of the chain, a gigantic monster emerged from the darkness. The monster stood as tall as Wu Yunfei's chest, its body bulging with twisted muscles, veins bursting out like snakes under the skin. Its blood-red eyes showed years of eating raw meat. It bared its huge mouth full of foul-smelling, sharp fangs. Every step it took brought immense pressure and fear. A hybrid creation combining the genes of a pit bull and a Caucasian of Charka, this monster bred specifically to devour humans stood before them. It clearly liked Shan Yu, fixing its eyes greedily on him as saliva dripped from its intertwined fangs, and it took one step toward him. Some pets had already been frightened to the point of wetting themselves, unable to stand straight on their legs. Wu Yunfei chuckled softly. "Look, Arthur really likes you. Any more secret weapons left, huh?" Wu Yunfei lazily played with the chain on his little finger, pretending to drop it. "Let's see whether your gadgets or our Arthur wins." Shan Yu subconsciously tightened his grip on Xingying's hand, his knuckles turning white, asking tremulously, "What do you want?" Wu Yunfei seemed helpless. "Not wanting much, you stole my assets. So, I thought I'd invite you over to my place for a chat." The wildlife park. Wu Yunfei sat in the main seat as Xingying and Shan Yu were pushed in, bound tightly. The owl Shan Yu held in his arms was snatched away. Chen Tao removed the big backpack from Xingying's shoulders, and the items inside spilled onto the ground. "What are all these things?" The contents of the backpack spilled everywhere, and Shan Yu glanced briefly, a few oddly colored crystal nuclei and some mechanical parts. All these things were thrown aside like garbage while Wu Yunfei lounged lazily with his legs crossed. The leader of the esteemed base actually resorts to thievery, and on such a grand scale. "Truly, you've surprised me, Xingying." His subordinates returned all the escaped pets after capturing them and reported back to Wu Yunfei. He frowned, "After your antics, over 200 pets have escaped, including the nationally protected animal, the golden monkey." When the monster appeared, the winged ones immediately fled into the air, those on the trees quietly slipped away. Later, the timid ones started digging holes and hid underground where they couldn't be found. The remaining trembling pets were all captured by the staff of the wildlife park. Xingying interrupted him, "Just tell us what you want." Wu Yunfei didn't get upset at being interrupted. Instead, he said to Shan Yu, "What I want, Xiao Yu should know clearly." Shan Yu replied dryly, "I don't know." Wu Yunfei paused for a second, "I don't think I've seen it wrong. Xiao Yu is gay." Shan Yu nodded, "So what?" Xingying, hearing this, turned his head sharply beside him. "What?" He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Wu Yunfei continued, "Xiao Yu should understand my intentions. I've always wanted to pursue Xiao Yu, but Xiao Yu doesn't seem to give me any chance." Before Shan Yu could say anything, Wu Yunfei went on, "If Xiao Yu comes with me, surely a good life awaits. We are the wealthiest base in the Yangtze River Delta area, and if you come here." Shan Yu cut him off impatiently, "No thanks." Wu Yunfei had never been rejected so decisively before. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Fine. The beast fighting will start tomorrow, and as you may know, Arthur will take part. I originally intended to let Dobbin fight against Arthur, but now." Wu Yunfei sat lazily and pointed at Shengying with his fingertip. How about letting you replace Dabin? Shengying and Shang Yu were tied up tightly and thrown into a dilapidated room. Shang Yu remained silent for a while before muttering, "We lost." An activity that could only succeed but not fail ended because of unexpected changes. Losing meant not only that they failed to rescue the pets but also that their entire base would be implicated. Not only did they lose their chickens, but their own nest was also destroyed. Shengying suddenly asked, "Are you gay?" "When did that happen?" Shang Yu admitted frankly, "Probably around university time. In high school, I dated the top student beauty, but I always felt nothing special. In college, online dating was pretty popular, and through it, I realized my sexual orientation might differ. That's why when Shengying commissioned someone to investigate Shang Yu's background, they only learned about his relationship with a girl in high school, but online dating details couldn't be tracked down." Facing their impending doom, both men reminisced about their pasts as if reliving their whole lives. "I never met the person I was dating online face-to-face, but our online romance was so intense that I became completely absorbed. I constantly clung to my phone chatting with him. Occasionally, he'd send me pictures of muscular bodies that made me utterly captivated." Shengying asked, "And then?" Shang Yu's face filled with regret. "Online dating requires caution. Once you meet in person, everything crumbles. I finally met him and discovered that the man who sent those muscle shots every day was actually an overweight shut-in, and the photos were downloaded from Instagram." Shengying actually laughed out loud. Amidst their predicament, they indulged in recounting some embarrassing moments from their pasts, teasing each other until the moon dipped low and dawn began to break. "Is what we've done right?" Shang Yu thought of friends at the base, the pets, and Coco, the lynx. "My impulsive decision placed the base in danger and even opposed the entire base of the Yangtze River Delta. It doomed us too." Shang Yu smiled bitterly. Shengying asked, "If given another chance, would you still save them? Would you just sit by and watch as the pets suffer without taking action?" Shang Yu nodded firmly. Shengying said, "As long as you have no regrets, regarding tomorrow." Shengying chuckled, "It isn't necessarily a dead end." Shengying nodded toward a certain spot. Shang Yu looked and saw the cement floor of the shabby room softening suddenly. Several black and white badgers emerged from a tunnel, shaking off chunks of dirt from their fur. Shang Yu marveled, "This tunneling machine is amazing." The talented digging badgers had immediately begun furiously burrowing when the monster first appeared, then they dug all the way back from outside the zoo and found Wu Yunfei and Shengying. Now, they proudly looked up expecting praise. The badgers bit through the ropes with their teeth, releasing Shang Yu, who stood up and stretched, asking, "What do you think? The badgers can dig fast and large tunnels. If we crawl through them together, we'll escape quickly." Shengying shook his head, "Then what? Then the monster would chase us and we'd run all the way back to the base." Shang Yu gulped, Yes. Although it's a bit embarrassing, at least we'll keep our lives. Or are you thinking of fighting the monstrous beast before fleeing?" Shengying nodded. Shang Yu inhaled sharply, "Boss, are you crazy? Leaders usually have strong personal opinions." Despite his effort to persuade, Shang Yu received no response and could only follow Shengying's instructions. He taught the badgers to dig toward the room they stayed in earlier and retrieve Shengying's bag. "What are these parts?" Shang Yu picked up an oddly shaped mechanical item, examining it carefully from different angles. Shengying hummed thoughtfully, confidently grabbing several parts and modifying them. He increased their size and embedded peculiarly colored crystal cores into each part. By now, it was early morning, and the sounds outside gradually grew louder as staff rushed around with clamorous chatter and shouts. When the badgers heard the commotion, they quickly bowed toward Shang Yu before retreating back into their tunnels. Both Shang Yu and Shengying were famished, but no one brought them food. Fortunately, Shang Yu had access to a system, allowing him to buy plenty of food online. Maybe this is our last breakfast," Shang Yu said. Shengying lightly tapped his head with chopsticks, "Don't talk nonsense. I won't let anything happen to you. You'll see me activate my ace in the hole soon." Shang Yu curiously asked, "What kind of ace in the hole?" Shengying smiled while looking down, refusing to answer. Wildlife Zoo Arena. In the ancient Roman-style circular building, seats were fully occupied. People eagerly awaited the blood-soaked spectacle with thunderous cheers. "We want to see the beast. Death match. Death match. Death match." The crowd waiting for the matches to begin were bloodthirsty and cruel, anticipating seeing the pets fight to the death and stain the arena floor with their blood. The host finally emerged, transmitting their voice through the loudspeaker to every corner of the arena, "Welcome everyone." Cheering erupted, echoing loudly to the heavens. After the cheers settled a little, the host continued, "I'm sure everyone knows that the tournament rules have changed this year. What has changed? Let's all shout it out together. Death match." The audience excitedly shouted. With fiery passion, the host egged on the crowd, "That's right, a death match. One-on-one contests where one side must kill the other to win. Are you all looking forward to it?" Another wave of excitement followed. Not far from the arena, Shang Yu unconsciously gripped Shengying's hand, trembling slightly. It's alright, Shenying reassured him, you forgot about my abilities, haven't you? We're not going to die. At that moment, the door opened with a bang. A strange staff member hurried in, Shenying and Shang Yu. You two, come with me quickly, your turn is coming up. Oh, why aren't you tied up? Shenying countered, isn't it my turn to go on the field? Why does Shang Yu need to go too? The staff member explained, you go first, and he will go later. Either way, both of you are going to die. Don't waste time, come with me quickly, there's no time left. Without a word, Shenying put on his backpack and held hands with Shang Yu as they walked out. By this point, the arena atmosphere had reached its peak, hearing is not as good as seeing. Now, please welcome this bloodthirsty monster, Arthur. People cheered rhythmically as the iron gate creaked open. With a loud thud, a pair of sharp claws churned up the dirt as a grotesque, heavily muscled monster with veins bulging emerged from the darkness. The ugly and bloodstained beast incited the darkest desires in the spectators. After cheering wildly, they began shouting the monster's name in unison, Arthur. 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 The host deliberately positioned themselves at a safe distance away from the beast, which sparked laughter and ridicule from the crowd. After the cheers died down, the host raised the megaphone again, do you know who will fight to the death with Arthur? The host paused for a moment before continuing, let's welcome the boss of Baoshan Base, Shenying. For a second, the arena fell silent, only to be swept by an even more enthusiastic roar that nearly lifted the entire amphitheater off its foundations. Shenying and Shang Yu stood in the waiting area. Shenying pulled his hand away from Shang Yu's, don't be nervous. A staff member rushed over to urge them on, it's your turn. Hurry up. Ignoring the urging, Shenying seemed to focus only on Shang Yu. He leaned close and whispered in his ear, if I win, could you promise me one thing? The staff member cursed, what are you dilly-dallying about? The gate is open. Shang Yu shouted loudly, anything. You must come back safely. Satisfied, Shenying gave him a smile and walked out with his backpack. Without realizing it, Shang Yu followed a few steps forward, reaching out to try and pull him back. As the iron door slowly rose, Shenying stepped into the light, walking step by steady step onto the field, leaving behind just a slender silhouette imprinted in Shang Yu's pupils. Chapter 28. Arena. The sinewy monster bared its teeth in a grin at Shenying and charged at him swiftly. So fast. Shenying quickly swung his bag, scattering parts on the ground. In a split-second roll, he avoided the beast and snatched a part, fitting it onto his hand. It seamlessly attached to his skin, transforming into a handheld cannon, firing a powerful shot toward the monster. Unsuccessful in its first strike, the monster dodged the attack, bloodlust flaring even brighter in its eyes as it let out a fierce roar and charged at Shenying again. Seizing this opportunity, Shenying added another part, firing from both hands without pause. Against all odds, he was suppressing the monster and keeping it at bay. The audience was deprived of their anticipated scene of bloodshed and began chanting fiercely for the monster, bite him. Bite his neck. Kill him. Initially disadvantaged, the monster showed some hesitation due to Shenying's weapons. However, after 2 rounds, it learned to avoid the bombardment. With several quick leaps, the beast closed in. With a jolt, Shenying rolled backward, evading the creature's reach. The audience erupted, pumped up like they were high on adrenaline, chanting in unison, chase him. Chase. 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 The monster roared ferociously, digging its claws into the ground as it pounced forward with terrifying speed. Clenching his teeth, Shenying leaped into the air, pushed off the wall, and flipped his body, firing 2 successive shots toward the monster. The monster let out a painful howl, a bloody wound appeared on its back, blood streaming continuously. He hit it. Turning around, Shenying ran back and fitted another part. Suddenly, a shiver ran down the back of his neck. Without turning his head, Shenying instantly flipped over. The monster had seized this chance and landed a claw, tearing 3 deep cuts into Shenying's arm, revealing bone. The crowd clapped and cheered, while Shang Yu watching inside the iron gate trembled uncontrollably. Finally, he turned around and squatted down, unable to bear the sight any longer. The smell of blood deeply stimulated the monster, which greedily licked Shenying's spilled blood off the ground. By the time it raised its head, Shenying had already equipped the 3rd piece of equipment. Parts whose mechanisms remained unclear upon contact with Shenying's foot fully enveloped it in a polished steel casing that gleamed silver and covered his flesh below the calf. Finally, the monster reacted, screaming at Shenying before leaping through the air. One of Shenying's feet was wrapped in the equipment, while the other wasn't. The uneven footing caused him to stumble and fall backward, turning around just in time to see the monster's gaping mouth right before him. Clutching his teeth, Shenying fired the cannon toward the monster's belly, the massive impact propelling the creature into the air. The monster was thrown heavily to the ground, its powerful self-defense mechanisms ensuring only 2 wounds on its belly, but its internal organs were damaged. Seizing the moment, Shenying fitted the 4th part. Breathing heavily, the monster struggled to its feet when the 5th part was locked into place. Once again, it charged forward. Shenying kept running and shooting simultaneously, the 6th The shoulder pieces transformed into two mechanical cannons, weakening the cries from the stands as shocked gasps rippled through the crowd. The monster recharged, and 4 cannons began rotating powerfully, unleashing an assault that forced the monster to dodge and run repeatedly. What had begun as a predictable entertainment match had now completely reversed. The 7th. The 8th. The 9th. As the last 3 parts were installed, a complete suit of steel armor appeared on the field. The originally useless parts adhered to Xing Ying's body, tightly wrapping him inside. Iron Man. Except for the helmet not being fully enclosed, a sight once seen only in sci-fi movies was now vividly alive before everyone's eyes. Shan Yu inside the Iron Gate was too excited to speak. The monster had no way against the steel armor, even with its powerful bite force, it couldn't penetrate the steel. Step by step, Xing Ying advanced as 4 cannons operated simultaneously. Despite the monster's agile dodging, it sustained several wounds, blood trickling from its mouth. The steel armor stood still within the arena, all 4 cannons aiming. With a roar, they fired together, causing the monster to emit a heart-wrenching scream as one of its front legs was obliterated. Xing Ying did not stop. He aimed again and blasted the monster's rear leg into a bloody mess. Just then, the host received a signal from Wu Yunfei and hurriedly stepped forward. "Alright, this match is." But Xing Ying didn't halt, and the cannon fire continued roaring, tearing apart the creature's hard skin. With one final shot, the monster was obliterated. The entire stadium fell silent. In despair, the host shouted, "Didn't you hear me telling you to stop?" A smirk crossed Xing Ying's lips. "Isn't this supposed to be a fight to the death?" The audience erupted in shock. Beast fighting arena. Someone began chanting, "Cheating." Soon, the crowd started rhythmically yelling, "Cheating! Cheating! Cheating!" Xing Ying grinned and turned his cannons toward Wu Yunfei, unleashing a ruthless blast in his direction. The crowd screamed as bloodthirsty guests, valuing their lives, fled in every direction, creating chaos on the scene. "Shang Yu!" Xing Ying roared. Inside the Iron Gate, Shang Yu immediately understood and quickly opened the gate, rushing out while the staff chased after him. "Stop right there." With the scene completely chaotic, Shang Yu grabbed a stick at random, turning back to knock out the man pursuing him, taking the key from his pocket. All the animals scheduled for the death matches were locked behind another iron gate. Once Shang Yu unlocked it, he leapt onto the nearest horse, shouting fiercely, "All pets, follow me." This was a battle beyond words to describe. The flood of pets surged out, fearlessly attacking the villains who once imprisoned them. At the critical moment, Wu Yunfei was saved by someone nearby, unleashing his supernatural powers and transforming his arms into countless vines that lashed out towards them. With one hand gripping the vines, Xing Ying fired 3 other cannons, pulverizing the vines. However, the next instant, they grew infinitely, re-sweeping back towards them. Interweaving his cannon blasts, Xing Ying remained unable to close the distance. Somebody pulled out a pet-controlling drug, but Shang Yu, uncaring if anyone saw, simply opened the system and bought menthol ointment, wildly throwing it, continuing until it hit the person using the drugs. F***K. Shang Yu struck down his opponent with a stick. Wu Yunfei glanced at Shang Yu distractedly, appreciation evident in his eyes. Young Shang really is formidable. 2 tendrils were shattered by Xing Ying's dual cannon shots, and he roared loudly, "Your opponent is me." Wu Yunfei gave a cold laugh and attacked Xing Ying. Shang Yu swung the reins with one hand and wielded a stick in the other, smashing every head he encountered in a rampage across the field. An arrow flew in from Chen Tao, narrowly missing Shang Yu thanks to his lead horse swerving just in time and galloping toward Chen Tao. Chen Tao laughed loudly, "You're no match for me, Shang Yu." Lifting his bow, he conjured 3 transparent arrows out of thin air, which soared toward Shang Yu faster than the human eye could perceive. Leaping off the horse, Shang Yu split up with the lead horse to dodge the arrows, which zipped past his hair. He swiftly dove backstage. "You can't escape," said Chen Tao slowly advancing, like a hunter playing with his prey. The moment Shang Yu hit backstage, he activated his penetration power, and Chen Tao became fully exposed before his eyes. Range fighters fear nothing more than close combat and guerrilla warfare. Barefoot, Shang Yu circled around Chen Tao, suddenly appearing behind him. "You!" Before Chen Tao could turn, Shang Yu swung his club, leaving Chen Tao dazed and disoriented. Snatching the bow from Chen Tao, Shang Yu dealt another blow, knocking Chen Tao unconscious. "You're no match for me." Clutching the club, Shang Yu left. The arena was filled with the smell of menthol ointment, and using drugs was no longer effective. The pets were courageous and fearless, while the staff unleashed various superpowers to fight back. The beast fighting arena turned into a chaotic battlefield, filled with screams and smoke. Suddenly, Xing Ying flipped backward, dodging the vines as he ran toward Shang Yu, crystal core. Shang Yu quickly opened the system and took out a crystal core, but Xing Ying shouted, "No, we need the mutated zombie's crystal core." Shang Yu gasped, he remembered the oddly colored crystal cores in Xing Ying's backpack. He immediately turned around and headed back for the bag. Wu Yunfei swung a tendril at him, and behind him, Xing Ying gathered up the last bit of energy he had left and fired a cannon at the tendril. A staff member noticed Shang Yu running toward the backpack and rushed over. "Get lost." Shang Yu was too late, the worker leaped onto the backpack. But then there came a wail of agony. The hamster and her pups bared their teeth and bit down on the worker's hand. Seizing this opportunity, Shang Yu shoved the man aside and knocked him unconscious with one strike, grabbing the backpack while shouting at the hamster, "It's too dangerous. Hurry and leave." On the other side, without a crystal core as power, the Iron Man suit was just a clumsy armor. Sheng Ying struggled clumsily to dodge the vines, rolling across the field from being struck. Shang Yu pulled out the crystal core and ran toward Sheng Ying. Seeing this, Wu Yunfei smirked coldly, not a chance. Two tendrils of Wu Yunfei lunged directly at Shang Yu, while Sheng Ying, operating the clunky exoskeleton, ran over yelling, "Watch out." This time, Sheng Ying couldn't save him in time. Shang Yu felt a sudden pull, the excruciating pain in his chest forcing him to kneel. Wu Yunfei wrapped a vine around Sheng Ying and slowly lifted him into the air, playing cowherd and weaver girl. Lifted into the air, when Wu Yunfei released the vines, the steel armor crashed down, making the ground beneath Shang Yu tremble. Repeating his earlier action, Wu Yunfei slammed Sheng Ying multiple times. "Hiding in armor like that doesn't make you a real man. Why don't you come out and let me play with you?" Sheng Ying groaned in pain, being repeatedly battered by Wu Yunfei, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, clearly suffering serious injuries. Shang Yu, in agonizing chest pain, held the crystal core but couldn't deliver it to Sheng Ying. At that moment, a faint clear whistle echoed from afar. Shang Yu suddenly looked up. Again, the sound of the whistle rang out. He hadn't misheard. Somehow finding the strength to rise from the ground, clutching the crystal core, Shang Yu hurled it high into the sky with all his might and yelled, "Birds!" The birds that had left before returned to the battlefield at lightning speed, diving swiftly to retrieve the crystal core and bringing it to Sheng Ying. In an instant, Sheng Ying was fully recharged. All four cannons fired simultaneously, relentlessly bombarding the connection point between the vines and Wu Yunfei's shoulders. The vines fell entirely, though they started to grow again. Sheng Ying surged forward several steps, rushing straight to Wu Yunfei, placing the cannon against the wound and firing once more. Wu Yunfei emitted an inhuman scream, his body rapidly shrinking, actually reducing to the size of a small boy. Startled, Sheng Ying didn't have time to react when a figure suddenly flashed forward and swiftly carried off the little boy version of Wu Yunfei, disappearing in an instant. The battle scene changed dramatically in a split second. More than 200 pets who had left earlier returned to the fray. Monkeys swung back through tree branches, and the birds made great contributions, setting traps everywhere with the help of animals that could dig tunnels. The lead horse chased after the staff, catching up soon and trampling them until their bones broke. The badger used himself as bait to lure the staff toward a trap, which promptly swallowed them up with a thud. The chimpanzees landed knockout punches, knocking out the weaker ones instantly. Old hatreds and debts of blood were paid back on the battlefield today. On the other hand, without Wu Yunfei maintaining order and with the extraordinary fighting capabilities of the pets, the staff dropped their weapons and fled, some injured and others unconscious, sprawled across the ground in large numbers. The chimpanzee circled the field once, raising her fist and beating her chest 3 times before letting out a thunderous roar to the sky, roar. The pets all howled loudly in unison, their cries resonating endlessly. The soil here was soaked with the blood of their compatriots. Now with vengeance achieved, their souls could finally rest in peace. Shang Yu lay on the ground, gasping for breath. A few of his ribs were likely broken, and sharp pains jolted through his chest. Yet, the sun emerged from behind layers of dark clouds, its golden rim glistening against the gloom. Birds soared gracefully in the sky, their silhouettes delicate and light. Sheng Ying removed his armor and approached Shang Yu. His towering figure blocked the sunlight, prompting Shang Yu to laugh aloud and give a thumbs up. "Golden fingers look awesome." 2 people and 1,000 fierce beasts had taken down a base, something unprecedented. Sheng Ying knelt down tenderly, "Stop laughing." He gently prodded Shang Yu's chest. "You've broken some ribs." Shang Yu scanned Sheng Ying with his X-ray ability, "So have you." Shang Yu fumbled to bandage Sheng Ying's wounds, but Sheng Ying firmly stopped him. The 2 men, both suffering from fractured ribs, lay side by side in silence, gazing at the sky. Finally, the sun broke free entirely from the clouds, and the warm spring rays caused Shang Yu to squint slightly. Sheng Ying said, "Do you remember your promise to me before?" Shang Yu, "I do. If we win, I'll agree to anything." Sheng Ying's voice, magnetic and deep, spoke, "When I was younger, I thought my future stretched endlessly ahead, so I took my time pursuing the one I wanted. But today, facing death head-on, I realized how fleeting life is. The future is made up of countless moments, and the path is paved by countless steps. The person I want to pursue, I should start confessing now." "You." Sheng Ying breathed in deeply. "I've liked you for such a long time. Whether it was using excuses to be a security guard or saving you from zombies, it was all because you are the most special person to me. In my eyes, you shine. You're the center of attention wherever you go, the most noticeable among any crowd." So, the warm breeze grazed over Shang Yu's cheeks, carrying Sheng Ying's confession, "Shang Yu, I like you. Please give me the chance to pursue you," he continued. Stunned, Shang Yu struggled to respond for a long while. Lacking sensitivity towards emotions and oblivious to hints, he had unknowingly earned a reputation for feigning ignorance even when faced with obvious gestures. This sudden confession felt like a huge pie falling from the sky, leaving him unsure whether to take it or not. I. Xiang Yu stammered, his face flushing red as if he would combust. Had it not been for his fractured ribs hindering his movements, he might have run laps around the arena in excitement. Xiang Yu asked nervously, I haven't truly dated a man before. I don't have much experience. Would you mind? Shen Ying hurriedly replied, neither have I. I only dated once before, and that lasted merely a month. As long as you don't mind. Xiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of responsibility toward this heartfelt confession. He didn't dare make a move carelessly, all he could do was handle it with utmost care, avoiding any harm or damage. Holding this burning-hearted declaration in his hands, Xiang Yu hesitated awkwardly, stuttering, we need to approach this seriously. I will consider it carefully. Xiang Yu assumed Shen Ying would feel disappointed, but unexpectedly, he agreed readily, all right, take your time. I'll work hard for it. With countless threads running through his mind, ranging from why Shen Ying liked him to how two men kiss and whether they should cohabit, Xiang Yu spent hours contemplating. Suddenly, both men remembered the rescue team. They had lain injured for quite a while before compassionate little animals finally came to check on them. Xiang Yu instructed the golden monkey to call the lead horse. He hastily scribbled a note and tucked it into the saddle, sending the lead horse to find Gu Shenying. Not long after, Gu Shenying arrived with reinforcements at the wildlife park, finding the two wounded men. How did you end up in such bad shape? Why didn't you send a message earlier? If we'd known, we would have stormed in immediately. Gu Shenying's hasty arrival meant no medical personnel accompanied them. Yet there lay a considerable number of injured. Apart from Xiang Yu and Shen Ying, the pets had also suffered varying degrees of injuries. The owl ultimately sacrificed himself. After being pierced by an arrow from Qintao, he missed the best treatment opportunity. Perhaps the sole freedom he ever experienced was the 20 minutes of soaring last night. Xiang Yu held the owl and brought him back. He thought the owl wouldn't want to be buried here. In a hurry, Gu Shenying dismantled door panels to serve as stretchers, ordering others to carry Xiang Yu and Shenying back to the car. Then, he placed the wounded pets inside as well, planning to return home first. Then, when he turned back, all the captives on the ground gave him quite a headache. Xiang Yu had returned. Even though it had only been several days, Xiang Yu felt like it had been ages since he left, and even those grey high walls made him feel a profound yearning. Shen Ying and Xiang Yu were taken directly to the hospital upon entering the base, they didn't even have a chance to go home. Professor Lu personally directed the doctors to conduct a full set of examinations for them, only relaxing after confirming that their ribs hadn't injured their lungs. They were then forcibly hospitalized. Mu Yun and Jian Xiling came to visit with a group of children. Jian Xiling, holding her belly, teased them, you two are pretty bold, taking down an entire base all by yourselves. Lying in bed, unable to move much due to being licked repeatedly by the kids, Xiang Yu found a moment to respond, this shows how powerful we are. Cotton, with his strong jumping ability, lightly hopped onto the bed and began purring around Xiang Yu, going straight for a kiss on the mouth. Little Dumb, short-legged as he was, could only anxiously pace back and forth down below. Now recalling the situation, Xiang Yu felt a wave of aftershock. If it hadn't been for Shen Ying's amazing cannon shot at Wu Yunfei, they might never have returned. Reflecting on the matter now, Shen Ying had already devised a master plan for their comeback, where participating in the arena wasn't aimed at battling the monster but instead firing at Wu Yunfei. The wildlife park's winning weapons were twofold, firstly the drug-controlling pets and secondly the specially developed monster. As long as these two weapons were neutralized, they were no different from any regular zoo, especially since the animals inside had also rebelled against them. Thinking about those bloodthirsty spectators from the Yangtze River Delta and remembering Shen Ying's brilliant counterattack on the arena stage, Xiang Yu couldn't help but be thrilled inwardly, such a tough guy actually likes me and has liked me for so long. Sigh. Xiang Yu bubbled over with happiness. Jian Xiling was overly perceptive and immediately asked, Dr. Xiang is thinking about someone, isn't he? Are you feeling romantic? Xiang Yu wished to throw a pillow at her, it's you who's feeling romantic, your whole family feels romantic. Rib fractures did not require surgery, just immobilization and rest, plus, both being mutants, their physical constitutions would heal them quickly. A week later, Shen Ying and Xiang Yu once again collaborated, threatening not to let Professor Lu get his blood packs unless they were discharged forcefully. Professor Lu graciously helped the two young men carry their things back to the villa, don't exert too much force, and ask for help when lying down or getting up, don't push yourself. Don't remove the chest bandages, and try to be more polite when you laugh, don't do that loud haha sound, understood? After putting down the stuff, Professor Lu stood up and sighed, your environment here is quite nice. The cherry blossoms in the yard had fallen. It was a bright spring day, and the cherry blossom petals in the garden floated gently with the wind, covering the garden floor with a pink carpet. The injured pets from the zoo played amidst the petals, with baby Stupid's soft nose adorned by a pink petal. Little Ming and his mother were grafting by the wall, burying rose cuttings into the soil which would bloom into an expanse of roses by next year. Shen Shiran sneaked over, holding a bunch of petals to give Little Ming a shower of petals. Only then did Shang Yu truly feel the atmosphere of coming home. Wah, I want to play with the petal carpet too. Crying, Shang Yu allowed Xing Ying to drag him back. Shang Yu's body wasn't suitable for busy activity, he could only stay still. The small wounded pets staying in the villa were quite numerous, almost filling up the entire foster care room. With 3 medical staff on hand, 1 doctor and 2 nurses, they complemented each other's strengths and were handling things quite well. What about the ones who weren't hurt? Shang Yu asked. Mu Yin replied, oh, we've specially allocated a building for them to live in. Come see once your body recovers. Without you, we didn't dare make any moves. These pets, they're all restless. Upon inspection, Gu Shenying had prepared 2 linked villas for them, yet their living quarters were littered with excrement and daily noises disrupted the peace. It wasn't just heaven for these pets, but enough to tear the ceiling off. Shang Yu decided immediately to organize an adoption event, inviting people without pets from the base to come and adopt. The recovering pets would follow in the second batch and could self-select their new homes through the animal hospital. There was no need for advertisement this time. People from the base, hearing the news, eagerly awaited their free pets handed out by the facility. Shang Yu stood at the door collecting crystal cores. Free? That's nonsense, they've all been earned with lives. Many pets have also been injured. Shang Yu has always respected pets, adoptions can only proceed if there is mutual affection. Otherwise, no amount of money would suffice. Some people went around the building and came out empty-handed while others had 2 or 3 pets in their arms, competing jealously with punches and kicks. Shang Yu generally limits each person to adopting 1 pet, so parents who win the affection of a pet often reluctantly let go and choose just 1. The base was once again swept up in a fervent adoption craze, with people lining up daily in front of the row houses, enduring the smell of feces inside, hoping a pet would choose them. Of course, every parent walking by the lead stallion couldn't help but pause to admire it. So beautiful. A parent asked Shang Yu, this horse? Shang Yu replied, oh, this is the leader of their group of horses, so he's the strongest and most beautiful among them. The lead horse wouldn't even glance at the admirers, snorting loudly, and Shang Yu could only shrug his shoulders as the parent left regretfully. If you don't find someone suitable, I'll have to raise you. Shang Yu had his own little plan, hoping that no one would pick this horse so that he could logically adopt the fine steed. Every morning afterward, instead of walking dogs like everyone else, he would be walking this horse. It was bound to make him look cool. He touched the white mane of the head horse and said, it's not bad following me, at least you won't worry about eating or drinking. Many parents eyed the chimpanzee, but ultimately the chimp chose a frail little girl and kept extending its arms, insisting the girl scratch its armpits. The guinea pig and her children were adopted by an old lady, who stopped by Shang Yu before leaving to bow respectfully to him. During the last adoption event, the middle-aged man who bragged about being wealthy came back, parading in front of the pets all day but going home empty-handed and dejected. After all the pets in the building were adopted, Shang Yu finally got what he wanted. He approached the lead horse saying, see? As I told you, don't set your sights too high. Since you don't want anyone else, I'll have to take care of you. Shang Yu proudly led the horse home, garnering quite a few envious looks along the way, which made him so happy that his steps became light. What should I name you? How about Bai Long Ma, White Dragon Horse? What do you think? From then on, Bai Long Ma officially joined the team, becoming Shang Yu's pet. Back at the hospital, Xing Ying was waiting for him in the yard. Do you want to go check out the command center? They say this wildlife park is not ordinary. So the 2 of them strolled to the command center as though they were window shopping. Gu Shenying and his men were interrogating captives, tied up in various knots, sitting in a long line. Gu Shenying rushed out, leader, come listen to this. Xing Ying pulled Shang Yu into the room, where a staff member tremblingly revealed everything he knew. Medicine. Are you referring to the drug that makes the pets wilder? Oh, that's called little red pills, said the man, who looked thin and small. Full of hope, he added, if you want to know anything, I will tell you. Can you not send me away? The zombies outside are really scary. Xing Ying asked, when did you start developing the little red pills? Developing? We've never done that. They were all given to us by Big Brother Wu, the thin man replied. Then where did Wu Yunfei get them from? The thin man shook his head, I don't know, really. I'm just expendable, I don't know much. Shang Yu said, if you don't know about the little red pills, surely you must know something about the monster. The man nodded quickly, yes, yes. This monster is a descendant of a Caucasian dog and a pit bull. There were 5 of them originally in the litter. After their full moon celebration, they were locked in a small room without food or water. Hungry, they began to eat each other. This one was the only one who survived from that litter. Shang Yu wrinkled his brow. Afterward, they used it for various experiments, such as injections and blood draws. Xing Ying interrupted, what kind of injections? Do you know? The thin man had a lost look on his face, I don't know, these were done by the people around him. Suddenly recalling something, he shouted, Chen Tao knows. Ask him, he definitely knows more than me. As a result, when Chen Tao was questioned, he gave a strange smile, do you think I would tell you? I'm a dying man, so you can do whatever you want with me. Shengying and Shang Yu glanced at each other, utterly baffled. The two walked back in the spring breeze, sorting out a series of puzzles. Firstly, Wu Yunfei letting you fire a cannon into his wounds didn't kill him, instead, he turned into a child. That doesn't make sense. Even if it were some kind of growth-based plant ability, how could it be so powerful? Secondly, where did the drugs from the wildlife park come from? Were they made by Wu Yunfei or given to him by someone else? Shengying added, after Wu Yunfei was injured, who took him away? If that person was nearby, why didn't I notice? Shang Yu furrowed his brow. Chen Tao is also very strange. We haven't even done anything to him yet, but he's already claiming he's going to die. Is he sick or is there someone who wants to kill him? The entire wildlife park seemed like one big mystery. They had originally thought it was just an unscrupulous businessman, but it turned out there were many suspicious points behind this shady merchant. In the end, all the captives were driven out of the base. With their hands stained with the blood of pets, no one welcomed them. Shengying gave them some dry rations, leaving them to survive on their own. Only Chen Tao was an exception. Professor Lu conducted a full-body examination on him. The results revealed that all his organs were failing, just like a leaf without water, beyond medical help. A few days later, he passed away quietly on the hospital bed. Professor Lu and his team of doctors stood around Chen Tao, frowning anxiously. Finally, Professor Lu approached Shengying, hoping to perform an autopsy on Chen Tao's body to obtain the final answers. Shang Yu was confused by this string of puzzles and hid in the hospital to play with the pets. It was much better with the pets, their thoughts were pure and innocent, free from complicated schemes. In the evening, Shengying came back to cook for Shang Yu and seriously proposed the idea of a date. Date? Where to? Their base was not large, and even after expansion, there wasn't really any fun place to go. Was walking around the base all they could do? How about the wildlife park? They have a movie projector at the opening ceremony site. Shengying swallowed a piece of meat. That place has been swept by Gu Shenying and his people, so it's empty now. We've posted some guards at the gates, so it's very safe. Shang Yu looked at the chest straps tied around their bodies and the bandages still wrapped on Shengying, feeling hesitant. Shengying persisted, or we can bring along a lynx. Jiao Jiao is busy these days, probably unwilling to join us. What I'm thinking is, it will rain soon, and spring is too short. We should give ourselves some time to relax. Cotton recently entered heat. Though Jiao Jiao couldn't do anything, she followed Cotton everywhere, fearing that her wife might be taken away. These days, she couldn't even be seen at the hospital. Comrade Shengying brought Child Comfort a big pack of fresh beef, using his status as an injured patient to temporarily entrust Jiao Jiao to Child Comfort. Under Shengying's hopeful gaze, Shang Yu nodded in agreement. The next morning, Gu Shenying drove a jeep to the hospital gate. Shengying worked energetically, loading the generator, diesel, a large bag of food wrapped in tablecloths, and checking the condition of the car before reporting to Shang Yu, all set, let's go. The two, together with a lynx, got into the car and headed towards the base gate. Gu Shenying and Shen Shirkan saw them off in the distance. Shen Shirkan asked, I heard our boss has only ever been in a month-long relationship. What should we do? Without experience, it's easy to screw things up. Gu Shenying said, no problem. For today, our boss prepared a whole 10 pages of dating notes. Shen Shirkan. Gu Shenying, plus 5 pages of a detailed dating plan. He added, want me to show you? We can sneak into his room. As Shengying drove the jeep, he soon grew annoyed. The lynx kept placing its head between him and Shang Yu, making it impossible for him to even glance at Shang Yu. Shang Yu doted on the lynx excessively, hugging its big head once in a while and feeding it snacks. Any planned romantic mood setting with music was entirely out of the question. When they arrived at the zoo, Shengying ran around pulling wires and testing equipment. Just as he finally found a couple's seat and was preparing to get close to Shang Yu, the lynx looked left and right, then squeezed itself between the two of them. Shengying squinted his eyes, Dr. Shang, my wound on the arm hurts a bit. Can you take a look at it? Upon hearing this, Shang Yu immediately set down the lynx and untied the bandage to carefully examine it. Shengying gave the neglected lynx a smirk. Shang Yu gently wrapped up the wound and said, it might be because you've been driving for too long. The stitches haven't been removed yet, so it's better not to exert too much force. Is there any other discomfort? Shengying replied, nothing else, just that the wound feels a bit cold. Shang Yu instantly placed his palm against the wound and maintained this position while watching a 2-hour movie. The lynx was discontent, trying several times to find an opportunity to climb onto their laps, but Shang Yu said, be good, lynx. Sit by yourself and watch, okay? Shengying was so smug he almost started wagging his tail. As for what they watched in the movie, he couldn't remember a thing. After the movie ended, Shengying said he wanted to check out Wu Yunfei's place. The two followed a small path until they reached a small building. Gu Shenying had previously swept through the entire wildlife park, collecting all usable supplies which were then loaded into vehicles and taken back. Now the whole building stood empty, dusted with a thin layer of ash. As Shang Yu was about to walk inside, Shengying stopped him, nodding towards something and saying to Shang Yu, someone has been here. In the fine ash, there was a string of shallow footprints leading from the door all the way to the refrigerator. The footprints were from a standard man's shoe sole, and revealed no specific clues. Xiang Yu was surprised. Wu Yunfei's people. Sheng Ying said, likely so. Let's check. Upon opening the refrigerator, all they found were some spoiled fruits and vegetables, nothing else. This building was supplied with electricity year-round. However, when Gu Shenying's group conducted their sweep, they took away the generator and diesel fuel, leaving the building without power. Any items that should have been kept frozen thus went bad. What exactly did Wu Yunfei retrieve under the risk of being caught? Even if the items were already spoiled, why would he take them anyway? The two searched the entire building but found no clues. The lynx was used as a hunting dog, sniffing every corner upstairs and downstairs, still finding nothing. Having gained no useful information, they spread out a picnic blanket on the grass and had a sumptuous meal in the sunshine. Sheng Ying's cooking far surpassed Xiang Yu's. In front of such delicacies, the lynx lowered its dignity and begged Sheng Ying for extra pieces of meat. In the afternoon, the two, along with the lynx, took a nap under the tree shade. When they woke up, the sun was setting to the west. On their way back, Xiang Yu insisted on driving. As soon as they entered the base, they were pulled over by Gu Shenying who was waiting by the gate. What's the rush? Gu Shenying said nothing, hurriedly leading them to the base hospital. Not until they reached a secluded spot did Gu Shenying reveal, Professor Lu just announced that they've successfully developed the vaccine. Chapter 29. Professor Lu and his entire experimental team gathered in the laboratory. Professor Lu could hardly contain his excitement as he introduced the major experimental breakthrough to Sheng Ying and the others. The Pandora virus infects human cells upon entering the body. Human cells view the Pandora virus as an enemy. Unwilling to be defeated by the virus, they fight for survival space, resulting in monsters that can survive without oxygen. The change in body cells ultimately turns humans into zombies. Zombies do not need to breathe oxygen, nor do they require food or water. They only replenish their cellular metabolism by eating humans. This is the principle of the Pandora virus I've researched for 2 years. Professor Lu walked to the blackboard, attempting to explain to Sheng Ying and Xiang Yu, animals are different. Thanks to Dr. Shang's assistance, we discovered in countless experiments that the Pandora virus enters animals' bodies in the same way. However, the animal cells learn to coexist with the Pandora virus, befriending it. What's the result? Both the physical capabilities and intelligence of the animals become significantly enhanced. In other words, human cells treat the Pandora virus as an enemy, which ends up harming themselves. Meanwhile, the animal cells coexist with the Pandora virus, reaping benefits instead. Professor Lu sighed, for so long, our research direction has been wrong. We've always viewed the virus as a terrifying disaster, but it isn't necessarily so. Xiang Yu suddenly realized and asked, so after the apocalypse, our pets' bodies became stronger. Can our special abilities as mutants be explained by the Pandora virus? Professor Lu shook his head, I haven't researched that yet. Sheng Ying said, but we can't control the behavior of cells in our bodies. Is the vaccine you've developed this time related to controlling the cellular behavior inside us? Professor Lu's wife, Professor Sun Lina, spoke up, yes, we've developed a special vaccine that disguises the Pandora virus, allowing it to enter the human body smoothly without being recognized as an enemy. If this is successful, then we will no longer have to fear the Pandora virus. Gu Shenying excitedly said. Professor Sun continued, that's right. This is our biggest breakthrough recently. However, there are still many flaws in the vaccine. First, it cannot achieve mass production in the near future. Though a bit disappointed, it was expected. Secondly, its effectiveness lasts only 24 hours. This means that more than 24 hours after receiving the vaccine, the disguise effect will no longer work. If you're caught by zombies after that, it's still a dead end. Do I need to take the vaccine within 24 hours before I get caught by zombies? How would I know when I'll be caught? And if I'm not caught, wouldn't the vaccine be wasted? Xiang Yu asked. Professor Lu nodded, that's how it is for now. But with ongoing trials, we will continue to optimize the vaccine and strive to extend its effective duration. Even so, this was an extraordinary breakthrough. Nowadays, humans were extremely fragile in front of zombies, one scratch could kill them. If the vaccine could achieve such a breakthrough, the radius of human activity would significantly increase. So, after receiving the vaccine, can we humans also greatly improve our physical and intellectual capabilities like our pets? Sheng Ying asked. Professor Sun replied, theoretically, yes, but how exactly it will happen, we do not know. This made Xiang Yu recall Wu Yunfei's extraordinary powers. Wu Yunfei's abilities were strong, perhaps because they had been conducting related experiments. Had they already succeeded? Since the vaccine couldn't be mass-produced, Sheng Ying forbade anyone from disclosing the information externally to avoid unnecessary commotion. For now, only Gu Shenying, Sheng Ying, Xiang Yu, and their experimental team knew about this development. Before leaving, Sheng Ying told the two professors, if there's anything you need us to help with, please don't hesitate to let me know. I will certainly give you all my support. The two professors smiled and agreed. By the time they returned to the villa, it was already evening. As soon as Sheng Ying entered the house, he started cooking while Xiang Yu went to take care of the several small pets. When Shang Yu came back, the dishes were already on the table. It already felt like living together, and Shang Yu indulged in some daydreaming. "What are you thinking about?" Xing Ying asked him. "Let me finish making another dish, and you go play a little more, okay?" Definitely the feeling of living together. Shang Yu obediently ran off, his face red. During dinner, Shang Yu finally remembered to ask him, "By the way, when did you make that armor?" "I didn't know. It was absolutely stunning." Xing Ying said, "Is it? I originally planned to make it for you." Shang Yu's mouth dropped open. Xing Ying said, "Aren't you particularly fond of going to dangerous places? I can't stop you, so I decided to make you armor. This way, as long as you're inside the armor, the zombies won't be able to harm you." But, Xing Ying looked slightly annoyed, "It ended up fitting me first. I'll adjust it back to your size later, and whenever you go out, you must wear it, alright?" Shang Yu was stunned by Xing Ying's protective nature. After Shang Yu returned, the business at the pet hospital began to flourish even more. Even before spring ended, a few parents came holding their pets to get health checkups. "We want to see if she got pregnant," one parent eagerly held their little teddy bear dog. "Right after the spring festival, I found her a mate. Lately, she has suddenly stopped clinging to her mate, so I thought maybe she's pregnant, so I'm here to check." The white long-haired teddy bear dog appeared gentle and obedient. Its owner carefully trimmed its fur themselves, shaping it into a cute round head that, paired with its shiny black eyes, was absolutely adorable. Shang Yu's otherwise useless special ability came in handy at moments like this. He activated it and carefully observed, then looked up and smiled, "Congratulations, she's pregnant." The owner was overjoyed, hugging the little teddy bear dog and kissing it repeatedly, then pulling Shang Yu aside to ask more than a dozen questions, from due dates to dietary concerns. Shang Yu didn't show any sign of impatience and patiently answered them all. Deeply satisfied, the owner even paid a deposit to reserve the birthing room before leaving home filled with anticipation. In the following days, Shang Yu hosted several expectant pet mothers, including a pregnant macaw mom, a border collie mom, and most uniquely, a chameleon mom. After calculating, Shang Yu determined that there were at least 10 pregnant pets with varying due dates, the nearest being the macaw mom who would need to move in next month. Shang Yu cleared out part of the boarding room and transformed it into a birthing room. It was stacked with soft and warm cotton cloth for comfort. The boarding room provided an independent and quiet environment, giving the mothers a sense of security. Originally, they had thought that Momo and the husky would get pregnant again this year, but Momo had refused to approach the husky because it wanted to protect Jian Xiling's unborn child. Jian Xiling's pregnancy started showing, her condition stabilized, and she gained some weight, taking on a plump, rosy glow. She radiated warmth both inside and out. Sitting in the garden, she half-joked, "When Muyan tried to touch my belly, Momo wouldn't let him and even barked at him." Momo sat beside Jian Xiling like a guardian, its ears perked up vigilantly. Shang Yu burst out laughing, "Could Little Dumb approach you?" Jian Xiling enthusiastically said she'd try, calling out loud for Little Dumb to come play. Little Dumb excitedly ran halfway toward them before Momo stopped it with an outstretched paw. Both laughed heartily. After escorting Jian Xiling home, Shang Yu began studying cesarean surgery simulations in the system. Just like humans, pets also faced risks of difficult childbirths. Doctors should never be unprepared, so whenever he was free, Shang Yu either read books or used the system to simulate every possible scenario during childbirth. Xing Ying sometimes led teams outside and other times focused on expanding the base, but returned every day to cook for Shang Yu. Under Xing Ying's care, Shang Yu gained several pounds. Xing Ying commented, "Great, chubby is good." At that moment, one of the lab team members rushed in with a letter, his face alarmed as he asked Xing Ying for help. Professor Lu and Professor Sun, they might have gone outside the base without telling anyone. Xing Ying furrowed his brows and sternly questioned, "What?" The member handed him the letter, explaining, "We found this on the experiment desk this morning." Xing Ying opened the letter and his frown deepened. "Dear colleagues. By the time you read this letter, my wife and I might already be outside the base. All of you have been our devoted colleagues throughout our research journey, so you must understand that we are now at a critical stage of experimentation, we lack clinical trials. In the past, clinical trials always depended on lab animals such as rats and rabbits to observe drug reactions and effects. But now, the Pandora virus does not affect pets, they cannot provide us with valuable data. Without clinical trials, we won't know how effective the vaccine is, if there are any adverse reactions, or even if the trial will succeed. We also won't know which direction to pursue further. We initially wanted to ask Xing Ying to find someone willing to participate in clinical trials, but do we really have the right to do that? How can we demand others to take such immense risks? After much deliberation, we decided to conduct the trials ourselves. My wife and I have each injected ourselves with 1 dose of the vaccine. Within the next 24 hours, we will leave the base and allow ourselves to be attacked by zombies. If one or both of us return, it means the vaccine was successful. If neither of us comes back, then the direction of the experiment remains incorrect. Please don't worry about us. We are among the oldest here in the base. While you young ones focus on protecting it, we seniors hope to contribute something meaningful. All our test data is on the desk. If neither of us comes back, all our work experiences and notes are recorded there for your reference. As human civilization wanes, the human spirit will forever endure. Best regards. Sheng Ying clenched the letter in anger. Ridiculous. Short scene divider. Mu Yun was planning a wedding for Jian Xiling. He showed a stack of sketches to Shang Yu. Look, first let her walk in from the door, then to the center of the garden, I'll kneel down and propose. Shang Yu interrupted. Wait a minute, Is this the small garden of the pet hospital? Mu Yun replied, yeah, just borrowing your place. The environment here is good, with trees and flowers, it's romantic. You won't refuse, right? Shang Yu said, if you don't mind holding the wedding at the hospital, it's fine by me. Mu Yun waved his hand to show he didn't care, and continued, then she'll change into her wedding dress and walk out of the villa while I wait for her in the garden. We'll have Sheng Ying as the host, Ming as the flower girl. What do you think? Her bridesmaid will be Tong Shu Shu, my best man will be you. After the ceremony, we'll have a little party, some singing and dancing, that's all. Shang Yu asked, where did you get the wedding dress? Mu Yun said, I've been fighting zombies outside every day. Whenever I see a mall, I go in for a look. Look, I've tanned. On that day, almost everyone they knew attended. Jian Xiling was blindfolded, carefully led in by Tong Shu Shu, with Momo cautiously guarding beside her. What exactly are we doing? Jian Xiling asked, cupping her 4-month belly and sniffing, seems like we're at Dr. Shang's hospital. Then, the blindfold was removed, revealing Mu Yun rarely dressed up in an expensive, well-fitted suit with cufflinks, his hair neatly combed back. Slowly, and solemnly, he knelt down on one knee. Do you like the diamond? Mu Yun opened the jewelry box and smiled gently, his eyes sparkling, let me ask you to marry me. The familiar faces around clapped. Jian Xiling immediately understood, tears welling up in her eyes. Mu Yun, still kneeling, said, don't cry, do you not like it? Jian Xiling reached out with a tearful face, sobbing, you liar. You hid this from me for so long. Mu Yun slipped the ring onto Jian Xiling's finger and stood up, saying to her, stop crying, we still have the wedding. I've prepared the gown, it's upstairs. The gown was irresistible. Jian Xiling gasped, quickly wiped her face, and dragged Tong Shu Shu upstairs. With the bride absent, chaos erupted downstairs. Xiao Beilong, taking advantage of his height, leaned in to sniff Mu Yun's bow tie. The simple-minded little dumb ran around everywhere, and the lynx and Jiao Jiao were about to fight again. After quite some time, Tong Shu Shu rushed downstairs, clearing her throat, ahem, the bride is coming. People immediately lined up in 2 rows. Tong Shu Shu was wearing the beautiful white gown carefully selected by Mu Yun, with a long veil trailing behind her, holding a bouquet made of hydrangeas as she slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. This was the most blissful moment for a woman, people with sincere blessings scattered rose petals into the air. Rarely wearing formal attire, Sheng Ying took on the role of officiating the wedding, pretending a book was a Bible. Groom, do you take Jian Xiling as your wife, to stand by her through safety or danger, prosperity or adversity, never abandon her when she needs you the most, vowing to protect her for life? Mu Yun grinned, I do. Bride, do you take Mu Yun as your husband, whether within walls or beyond, healthy or ill, never abandon him when he needs you the most, pledging to love him lifelong? Jian Xiling cried until hiccuping, I do. Sheng Ying chuckled, closing the Bible, all right, the bride and groom may now kiss. Cheers and applause echoed through the room, nearly lifting the roof off. Rose petals fluttered down, covering the ground. Mu Yun lifted the veil and placed a kiss, sealing their bond for eternity. Mu Yun asked, how was the wedding? You say one word, and I run around preparing all this. Am I still a scoundrel? Jian Xiling replied, scoundrel. Mu Yun was almost jumping up and down, how can you still call him a rogue? Jian Xiling sniffled, he stole my heart, a typical rogue. Chapter 30. Sheng Ying stormed out in anger, then abruptly turned back. His face still bore traces of fury, but his tone softened instantly, I'm not sure how many days I'll be out. How are you going to eat these few days? Shang Yu thought for a moment, the cafeteria? Sheng Ying fished out a handful of crystal cores and shoved them into Shang Yu's hands, good. Remember to buy yourself something nice. Before I come back, all these crystal cores must be spent, okay? Without waiting for Shang Yu's reply, Sheng Ying hurriedly left. 2 off-road vehicles were waiting at the door, ready to set out to search for Professor Lu and Professor Sun's whereabouts. Shang Yu held onto the pile of crystal cores in his hand, feeling both happy and worried. He put the crystal cores away and played with Little Dumb for a while. This foolish child bit Shang Yu on the arm, leaving one of his baby teeth there. Little Dumb. My tooth fell out. I can't eat meat anymore, cack. Shang Yu quickly consoled him, don't worry, you're losing your baby tooth. Stronger ones will grow in later. Shang Yu carefully wrapped the baby tooth and kept it safe, after all, the first fallen tooth had such commemorative significance. Little Dumb cooed and cuddled against Shang Yu. After a while, he took another several bites on Shang Yu's arm. Ouch, take it easy. Shang Yu didn't get angry. He patted Little Dump's fur and fetched a chew toy from the activity room for him to gnaw on. Puppies often have itchy roots during teething and couldn't help biting things. It wasn't because they were naughty. The owner should be more patient and help the puppy through this phase rather than simply reprimanding them. Little Dumb was playing happily upstairs. Not long after, another tooth fell out. He spat the tooth carefully in front of Shangyu, meaning he wanted Shangyu to keep it safe. Alright, bring all your fallen teeth to me and be careful not to swallow them. Shangyu examined Little Dump's mouth carefully. There was no bleeding. Inside the gum, there was a small white, indicating that the permanent tooth was starting to emerge. After taking care of Little Dumb, Yujun suddenly ran over. Dr. Shang, the macaw has laid her eggs. Shangyu was surprised, so soon. Both of them rushed to the foster room. Indeed, thick layers of wood shavings covered a small white egg. The owner missed the egg-laying process, Yujun said. Originally, the owner planned to observe it up close. Shangyu said, no problem. If people are around, the macaw would feel stressed instead. Maybe she wouldn't even lay an egg then. The two observed the little egg in front of the fostering room. The macaw carefully pawed at it a few times, moved it to a comfortable position, and sat down on it diligently using her soft large bottom, beginning the serious incubation. She glared at the two and screeched, go away. Go away. Alright, we're leaving. Shangyu said, I'll go upstairs and prepare some food for the macaw. Yujun, you fetch some plants from the garden to cover the macaw's foster room. Female birds prefer dim and secluded environments when incubating. Yujun agreed. Shangyu opened the system, bought a pack of macaw feed, added some vegetable leaves, and mixed it well, placing it by the entrance. The mother macaw guarded the egg vigilantly. When Yujun tried to sneak a peek by lifting the leaf a little, she flapped her wings and glared at him, go away. Go away. Shangyu laughed and said, let's go, it takes a month for the macaw to incubate her eggs. We'll wait until she hatches them before looking again. By late afternoon, the doctors gradually finished their shifts and went home. Xiaoming waved goodbye to Shangyu politely and followed Lin Xiaodan home. Shangyu prepared hay for Xiao Beilong, played with the lynx for a while, and suddenly felt an emptiness inside the villa. It seemed like the old days when he had just opened the hospital. Shangyu hugged a pillow and rolled around on the sofa, as an emotion that he himself found embarrassing spread through his chest. It wasn't like this before. Shangyu thought. Hugging the pillow, his thoughts drifted aimlessly, plunging him into a fuzzy dream. Outside the base at this time, Professor Lu and Professor Sun were actively searching for zombies. Due to Xingying's unmanned artillery platform operating year-round, there wasn't a single zombie outside the city walls. They wielded axes as weapons and walked beyond the range of the cannon, encountering a lone zombie. This one, we take turns. Let him bite us once and then we run, Professor Lu said. Professor Sun raised his axe, old man, be careful. Professor Lu rolled up his sleeves, what do I have to worry about? I'm quick. The two 70-year-old men thought they were still nimble on their feet, but they hadn't noticed that more and more zombies were slowly surrounding them. Professor Lu exposed his arm, ready to feed the zombie, when Gu Shening's car drifted over from far away, a hail of bullets flying past. Are you guys looking for death? Get back here. Professors Lu and Sun stuck out their necks and shouted, we're making contributions for humanity. You young ones don't understand. Gu Shening sniffed. The young ones, who didn't understand anything, crushed the zombies, bound the two professors hand and foot, and carried them back in the car. When they returned to the base, Xingying specifically stopped the car and instructed the gate guards in front of the two professors, these two professors are treasures of our base. In the future, without my permission, these two professors cannot leave the base. Professor Lu bristled his beard in protest, you're imprisoning us. The protest was ineffective. Xingying sent the two professors back to the hospital and had a long private conversation before ending it. Shangyu woke up lured by the smell of food, his stomach growling. The kitchen emitted the aroma of cooking and warm lighting. Awake? Xingying wore an apron with loose straps tied around his waist, it's already late, I've made some midnight snacks. Let's eat together. Shangyu, groggy from sleep, washed his face to wake up, and walked into the kitchen asking, how did you come back so fast? Xingying hummed, good luck, not long after we encountered them. The two old professors have never been close to zombies before, they thought it was all fun and games. If we hadn't found them, the two would have been eaten like kebabs. Xingying made 2 bowls of tomato noodles, red broth paired with noodles and canned meat, rich and delicious. He served the noodles, come, eat. So fragrant. Shangyu was starving, burying his head to eat the noodles, having a hearty meal before putting down the empty bowl, patting his belly and sighing, too delicious. Xingying was still eating his noodles leisurely, saying without raising his head, if I didn't come back, could you starve yourself until tomorrow morning? Shangyu smiled embarrassingly. Before he came, Shangyu ate plain steamed buns for 3 meals. After he came, this villa finally came alive. Shangyu's heart felt grounded, returning to his stomach with the noodles. Shangyu ran to ask Jian Xiling, if someone says they want to pursue you, and after how many days you agree, how would you express it to the other party? Jian Xiling replied straightaway, we seasoned veterans never confess. We show actions. Your question, I wouldn't know. Shang Yu, alright. He hugged Little Dumb back to the hospital and, passing through the base gate, saw a crowd gathered there, including Xingying. Xingying saw Shang Yu and gestured for him to come over. Jiang Lin, let me introduce you. This is the person I'm courting, Shang Yu, Xingying said, then turned to Shang Yu, this is my ex-girlfriend, Jiang Lin. Oh. Chapter 31. Generally speaking, when dealing with an ex-girlfriend, if she plays Thebio, a manipulative woman, you play an even bigger bio. If she ignores you, subtly express your grievances. If she mocks you, seek comfort by cuddling. But Jiang Lin wasn't any of these types. She was brisk and graceful, extending her hand. Hello Shang Yu. I'm the leader of Wenzhou Base, Jiang Lin. Nice to meet you. A leader from Baoshan Base and a leader from Wenzhou Base, they suited each other perfectly. Even under the poor conditions of the post-apocalypse, it was clear that Jiang Lin was beautiful, tall, and well-built, with shoulder-length black hair. She wore a white tight-knit sweater, showing off perfect curves. And Shang Yu was still pitifully binding his chest. After introducing himself dryly, Shang Yu felt his shoulder being hugged briefly by Xingying, then released immediately. Jiang Lin was drawn to the pet in Shang Yu's arms. Is this your pet? It's really cute. Saying so, she reached out to touch it. In response, Little Dumb stretched its head out and with a loud "Aow," it bit down hard on Jiang Lin's hand. Ouch! Jiang Lin quickly pulled her hand back, leaving a shallow circle of tooth marks. Shang Yu gently patted Little Dumb and apologized to Jiang Lin. Sorry, he's teething and bites anything he sees. Jiang Lin lowered her hand and smiled. Alright, this naughty dog needs some discipline. Is she always so strict? Teething children aren't being naughty, it's not their choice. With guests having traveled such a long way, they couldn't stand talking at the gate, so Xingying and Shang Yu walked side by side, leading the guests to the center of the base. On the way, Shang Yu hugged Little Dumb and quietly asked, she's clearly the leader of the Wenzhou base. Why did you introduce her as your ex-girlfriend? Xingying replied, if I didn't tell you now, then told you later, you would definitely be angrier, leading to misunderstandings. More importantly, if I didn't say anything, she would have, which could cause suspicion. Rather than that, I prefer to personally tell you. The slight discomfort in Shang Yu's heart diminished slightly. So she's the ex-girlfriend you mentioned, who dated for a month. Xingying said, that's right. I'm bisexual, and she was an arranged blind date introduced by my father. Unable to get out of it, I tried dating her, but it just didn't work, so we broke up after a month. As for the reason for breaking up, Xingying summarized in 4 words, personality mismatch. After settling down, Jiang Lin first greeted Xingying with a warm smile, catching up casually. It's been over 5 years since we last saw each other, hasn't it? After the apocalypse, I thought we'd never meet again. Xingying let Shang Yu sit beside him and fetched cushions and water for him. In response to Jiang Lin's question, he casually hummed an acknowledgement. Unfazed, Jiang Lin continued in a natural and intimate tone, how about you recently? I've heard you shone brightly at the wildlife park. Now everyone in the Yangtze River Delta knows your name, Xingying. When the conversation turned to business matters, Xingying finally stopped coddling and asked Jiang Lin, do you know the wildlife park? Have you ever been there before? Jiang Lin naturally responded, of course. It's famous for its annual pet market held every spring. People from various bases are invited to buy pets there. Did your base also send people? Xingying asked. Jiang Lin blinked, yes, how many pet owners were there back then? About 1 out of 10, right? Moreover, most people neutered their pets pre-apocalypse, so I always sent staff there to purchase new pets. Recalling the deafening cheers from the beast arena, both Xingying and Shang Yu fell silent. The mad shout still echoed in their ears. The humanity forgotten, kindness discarded, people turned into monsters devouring flesh and sucking blood. Each pet that died in the wildlife park made everyone complicit in their deaths. Does Jiang Lin know? Does she realize her subordinates once cheered wildly, watching eagerly for Xingying to die under the monster's claws? After exchanging pleasantries for a few more minutes, Jiang Lin finally revealed the purpose of her visit. Since the wildlife park is gone now, we don't know where to buy pets. That's when I heard about your exploits, how you single-handedly took down the entire park. So, I came here to see if you have any pets for sale. Xingying corrected her, it wasn't just me. Our Dr. Shang here was also involved, Xingying explained. Together, the two of us dismantled the wildlife park. Jiang Lin cast a surprised glance at Shang Yu. Xingying added, all questions regarding pets can be directed to Dr. Shang, he handles that department. Jiang Lin looked even more astonished. Shang Yu sighed internally, do I look that incapable? Are there any pets for sale? Yes. Some injured animals from the wildlife park are still recuperating in his hospital, and this year over a dozen female pets are due to give birth. Almost everyone already has a pet, and the base's pet population is almost saturated. However. What? You're selling pets like this? Jiang Lin expressed her third surprise, you make the owner come in person, and only if the pet likes them can they take it home. And there are quizzes too. Shang Yu nodded, everyone follows this process. Jiang Lin chuckled, looks like our base is different from yours. As strategic resources, pets are allocated to those who contribute the most or demonstrate the greatest capability. Shan Yu didn't agree but kept silent. Jiang Lin turned to Xingying, her demeanor and eyes becoming soft and alluring. She was naturally pretty, and the few single men in the room couldn't take their eyes off her. Xingying, help us out. We've come a long way from Wenzhou. Can you talk to Dr. Shang for us, so he'll make an exception? Xingying's expression remained unchanged, his tone completely official. I follow Dr. Shang's decision. Shan Yu felt proud inside to no end. Jiang Lin received a cold shoulder and later requested that Xingying demonstrate the use of the mechanical turrets for them. Xingying handed this task over to Gu Shenying and followed Shang Yu instead. After returning to the villa, Xingying voluntarily disclosed his entire romantic history of the past month. We dated once a week. Where are you at? Oh, holding hands. Kissing. No, haven't kissed yet. Xingying sat honestly on the sofa, with his hands placed on his knees like a kindergarten child. Shang Yu's eyes lit up as he unconsciously licked around his lips. The first kiss, are the rich kids really so pure these days? Sitting on the couch, Xingying felt a chill down his back, as if being eyed as prey. Jiang Lin stayed overnight at the base with her people. The next morning, she proposed that her subordinates come to adopt pets. Shang Yu opened the hospital gates and led the group to the foster care room. Shang Yu lagged behind. Jiang Lin soon deliberately walked beside him, probing into the hospital conditions. Dr. Shang must have put a lot of effort into decorating this place. Shang Yu replied, alright, sponsored by Xingying. Jiang Lin fell silent for a moment, then suddenly said, to be honest, Dr. Shang, I think you're not worthy of Xingying. Huh? Shang Yu rolled his eyes, what's it got to do with you? Not at all upset, Jiang Lin seriously stated facts, you're just a veterinarian, while Xingying is a soaring eagle. The base is merely his starting point. Being with you will undoubtedly hold him back. So, Jiang Lin, you think you're also an eagle who will one day fly side by side with him, right? Shang Yu wanted to roll his eyes again, biggest joke ever. Jiang Lin smiled, Dr. Shang, don't get angry. Shang Yu ignored her and whispered to Little Dumb, growl once. Little Dumb raised its head and howled, triggering the lynx to dash in and stand in front of Shang Yu, staring fiercely at Jiang Lin. Hey, Shang Yu shouted toward those picking pets ahead, you guys stop looking, I'm not selling anymore. Those people exchanged bewildered glances. Jiang Lin became anxious and dropped her polite facade, Dr. Shang, that's petty. You flipped because I just said a few things, how are you supposed to help Xingying acting like this? Shang Yu gave a cold laugh, you're wrong, Jiang Lin, I don't want to be a supportive spouse. I fight alongside him. All the animals in the foster care room came out, raising their hackles and baring their teeth, surrounding the people. The mutated pet's strong self-healing abilities had allowed them to recover quickly, but Shang Yu was still uneasy about letting them go, keeping them for now until their claws grew itchy from idleness. It's me and him who took down the wildlife park, it's me and him who saved the pets there. And you? While Xingying was in danger, your subordinates were cheering on stage for the monster to bite him. Shang Yu retaliated calmly while hugging Little Dumb. Jiang Lin's face changed. Miss Jiang, I hope you understand your position well. What kind of authority does a former girlfriend have to say these things to me? I know you look down on me, but we're doing business. Let's talk shop and avoid attacking each other. Do you think I'm begging you for crystal cores? Shang Yu dismissed them, haven't left yet. You're not welcome here. Jiang Lin turned red with anger, relies on pets to do what? Make them retreat, and let's fight fairly. Shang Yu retorted, I can make pets listen to me, can you? Shang Yu smirked, you're dumb. With her face losing favor in front of her subordinates, Jiang Lin shook with rage, her scara suddenly turning golden, about to unleash her powers. At this time, Xingying came downstairs in his pajamas, his hair messy, what's going on? So noisy. Jiang Lin was greatly startled and stopped releasing her power, you two are cohabiting. Even though it wasn't exactly the case, Shang Yu enthusiastically nodded, yeah, that's right. Jiang Lin was making one last effort and acted pitifully, Xingying, please help me. We had agreed on coming here to buy pets, but Shang Yu suddenly said he wouldn't sell anymore. Business is business, I know he doesn't like me as his ex-girlfriend, but this bullying goes too far. Twisting the truth, who bullied who anyway? In the morning, Xingying got upset when he woke up and spoke curtly, if they're unwelcome, they should leave earlier. Using powers in other people's territory and destroying it, can you afford the damages? Jiang Lin stared at him incredulously. Shang Yu intentionally made trouble and called out, Xing security guard. Xingying played along, standing upright, yes. Shang Yu smirked, escort them out. Jiang Lin was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Lin came empty-handed and left the same way. Before leaving, Jiang Lin apologized to Shang Yu, Dr. Shang, my attitude yesterday wasn't good, and I said inappropriate things. Sorry. Shang Yu grinned amiably, no problem. Jiang Lin then turned to Xingying, are you free? I have some information about the wildlife park that I'd like to discuss privately with you. Xingying coldly replied, talk here. Dr. Shang isn't an outsider. Shang Yu showed rare generosity once, you two talk. I'll take my leave. He held Little Dumb and said in front of them, Little Dumb, protect Xingying for me. If this ant tries anything against my boyfriend, bite her. Understand? Little Dumb let out an AO. Shang Yu shoved Little Dumb into Xingying's arms, giving Jiang Lin a smug look before walking away despite Xingying's surprised eyes gleaming with joy. How pleasant. Shang Yu licked his lips, planning to seize the moment and take Xingying's first kiss. He'd hit the jackpot. Chapter 32. On one side, Shang Yu was skipping happily, while on the other side, Jiang Lin kept persistently trying to poach Xingying. Xingying, are you really going to be with Dr. Shang? Jiang Lin's voice softened, as if she were greatly wronged. Xingying was still immersed in the sweetness of being called boyfriend by Shang Yu, all pink and happy bubbles, and absent-mindedly gave a distracted hum in response. Jiang Lin felt so furious inside. When she was dating Xingying, she never saw such a gentle and adorable expression from him. Jiang Lin continued, regarding the wildlife park, I've heard some rumors before, some of which seem pretty reliable. As soon as serious matters were mentioned, Xingying refocused, go on. Jiang Lin elaborated, the boss of the wildlife park, Wu Yunfei, uses drugs to control the animals, making them kill each other. Xingying already knew these facts, what else? Jiang Lin added, it's rumored that Wu Yunfei has an indestructible body. His power is overwhelmingly terrifying. You fought with Wu Yunfei, what do you think of him? Recalling those vines rapidly regenerating in his shrinking body, Xingying shook his head, unfathomable. Jiang Lin remarked, the former leader of the Zhuoxin Garden Base was named Jin Min, who received a vial from Wu Yunfei. After injecting it, his abilities skyrocketed as if energized by ginseng, staying awake for a whole week. Later, for unknown reasons, his internal organs failed, and he died. This struck a chord with Xingying, reminding him of Chen Tao. Jiang Lin went on, I used to have a close relationship with Jin Min, so I learned about the details. I suspect this vial can not only enhance someone's power but also boost their metabolism drastically. Once separated from it, the body can't bear the accelerated metabolism, leading to organ failure. Xingying responded, so, Wu Yunfei once attempted to control Jin Min using this vial. But after their negotiation broke down, Wu Yunfei stopped providing the vial, so Jin Min died. Jiang Lin nodded, that's right. Chen Tao's death also occurred because, after being captured, he no longer received the injections, realizing there was no hope for survival. And when he and Shang Yu were dating, they went to the building where Wu Yunfei lived, and Wu Yunfei specially returned to retrieve something from the fridge, it must be the vial. Wu Yunfei, Chen Tao, and Jin Min had all taken the drug. Those who stopped taking it eventually died. Wu Yunfei even risked his life to go back because without further doses, he would die as well. Then who made this agent? Xingying asked. Jiang Lin shook her head, I don't know, but I have a guess. There must be a bigger organization behind Wu Yunfei. A zoo wouldn't have access to so many bizarre drugs. So. Xingying, this organization will definitely target you. They are hidden while you are exposed. Can you deal with them? Jiang Lin took a step closer, with urgency and longing in her eyes, let me help you. Let's defeat this organization together. Little Dumb followed Shang Yu's instructions and growled at her threateningly. Jiang Lin, with bright eyes filled with both desperation and sincerity, said, whether it's the cooperation of our two bases or I simply bring people to join your base, I am worried about you now, Xingying. As she spoke, she couldn't help but reach out to touch Xingying's face, I miss you. Little Dumb barked and darted out from Xingying's arms, biting down hard on Jiang Lin's hand. Ha! You little beast. Jiang Lin tried to shake Little Dumb off, Xingying, help me. Xingying was initially prepared to watch the drama unfold. Only when Jiang Lin sought help did he slowly walk over and lift Little Dumb from her hand, seeing one of the baby teeth embedded in her arm. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled. You were quite forceful there, Xingying gently held Little Dumb and calmed him. Jiang Lin removed the tooth, leaving a small bloody hole on her arm. She looked pitiful, glaring at him as she complained, what's so funny, Xingying? We at least shared something in the past, yet you're being so cold-blooded now. Look, I've been bitten and I'm bleeding. Disappointed beyond measure, Jiang Lin spun around angrily and stormed away. Hey! Xingying called her back. Jiang Lin's hope reignited. With a mix of shyness and grievance, she turned, what is it? Xingying stretched out his hand toward her. Her eyes lit up. The tooth, Shan doctor wants to collect it, Xingying said. Jiang Lin was so frustrated she almost spat blood. When Xingying returned to the hospital, he hesitated outside its door, gripped by an emotion akin to homesickness. Little Dumb didn't understand and yelled out, summoning Shang Yu. Huh? Did you two agree on something? Why don't you come in? Shang Yu held a brush, ready to clean Xiaobeilong. Xingying hummed in affirmation, avoiding Shang Yu's eyes, touching his nose, and slightly turning his face away, exposing ears that were burning red. Shang Yu was nervous too. One stood outside, the other inside, silently tense for a moment before Xingying walked in and handed over the tooth to Shang Yu. your son was exceptionally brave today. He recounted word for word his conversation with Jiang Lin. So, a very powerful organization really has targeted us. Xiang Yu was a little nervous. Sheng Ying nodded, it might be. This is all speculation for now, there is no definite evidence yet. However, regardless, we need to stay alert. Wu Yunfei will surely return. The two bathed Xiao Beilong together, separated by a horse, as a flirtatious atmosphere spread between them, making cheeks flush and hearts race. Is the boyfriend thing true? Sheng Ying verified again. Xiang Yu replied, of course it's true. How can such matters be joked about? Being inexperienced in love, Sheng Ying felt increasingly tongue-tied and unsure what to say during this first love affair, but Xiang Yu had more experience. He kept thinking about stealing Sheng Ying's first kiss. In the following days, whether Sheng Ying was eating, talking, or even drinking water, Xiang Yu's gaze remained fixed on his lips without blinking. Sheng Ying was discussing removing chest bandages the next day when Xiang Yu absent-mindedly responded, causing Sheng Ying to question, what's wrong? Xiang Yu thought how beautiful Sheng Ying's lips were, curious about their temperature, their softness. He decided then and there, he couldn't let another Jiang Lin make a move first. Xiang Yu swallowed, inching closer to Sheng Ying, can I kiss you? Sheng Ying's face blushed slightly this time, and he nodded. Their lips gently touched, moist and warm, only for a brief moment before parting. Seemingly savoring the moment, after a while Sheng Ying asked Xiang Yu, shall we do it again? This time, Sheng Ying took the initiative to move closer, lightly grinding against Xiang Yu's lips, then instinctively flicked his tongue to open Xiang Yu's mouth, exploring the soft interior hidden behind the firm shell. Sheng Ying became more intense as the kisses went on, moving his hand from top to bottom, circling around Xiang Yu's waist, until finally pressing him down onto the sofa. Comfortable? Sheng Ying tenderly kissed Xiang Yu's forehead with anticipation in his eyes, do it again. As Xiang Yu just caught his breath, Sheng Ying pounced again. Sheng Ying forced his lips apart, finding Xiang Yu's tongue and entwining with it, searching through this new world that was Xiang Yu's mouth, exploring relentlessly without wanting to let go. When Xiang Yu dated the campus beauty queen, their kisses were always fleeting touches, there had never been anything so passionate. He couldn't keep up. He only wanted a first kiss, but how did it turn into this? Xiang Yu could distinctly feel something hard pressed against his groin. Don't go too far, Xiang Yu thought. Fortunately, Sheng Ying was quite innocent, and throughout the entire afternoon, he eagerly searched for opportunities to kiss him like a diligent student, asking which ways felt better. The neck doesn't work. Xiang Yu covered his neck and quickly moved away because it was his weakness, any touch made him itch uncontrollably. Why not? Xiang Yu found an excuse, tomorrow, we're removing the chest bandages. If someone notices, it won't be good. Sheng Ying thought about it for a moment, then realized, you mean hickeys. I don't even know how to make them yet, let me try. With these words, he bent down again. Xiang Yu felt close to tears and was nearly driven mad. The next day, the two went together to remove the chest bandages. Xiang Yu's neck had 4 or 5 pinkish hickeys, and the innocent doctor asked, what are these? Why so many? Xiang Yu struggled to appear composed and described them offhandedly, mosquito bites. Next to him, Sheng Ying commented, the mosquito is me. Xiang Yu sharply drew in a breath of cold air. Leaving the hospital under amorous glances, Sheng Ying put his arm around Xiang Yu's shoulders, hey, are you mad? Xiang Yu stiffly replied, no. Sheng Ying nodded, if you're not mad, come here for a kiss. Before Xiang Yu could refuse, Sheng Ying bent down and hugged him in broad daylight, kissing him for what seemed like eternity. After returning from the hospital, Xiang Yu first took a bath and then enthusiastically rushed to Xiao Beilong, let's go out and play. Xiang Yu climbed atop the horse, taking the lynx along as they rode out of the base, circling it once. How about going outside to kill some zombies? A gentle spring breeze blew, and beneath bright sunshine, the handsome young man riding a white horse saw his black hair form a dynamic curve in the wind. Xiao Beilong stomped its front hooves, showing readiness, while the lynx that had been kept in the villa for a long time was already itching to use its claws. They moved beyond the unmanned artillery platform's range, where stray zombies wandered aimlessly. Upon seeing them, the zombies excitedly staggered toward them. Go, son! The lynx struck swiftly like lightning, instantly dispatching 3 zombies in one motion. Wanna give it a try, Xiao Beilong? Xiang Yu guided the horse, stomped the zombie's head with your iron hooves, no worries. With the lynx clearing the nearby zombies, Xiao Beilong found its target, raising its front hooves to knock the zombie over, then stamping to crush its head. Amazing! Xiang Yu loudly cheered them on, let's go round and finish a circle. Both the lynx and Xiao Beilong were extraordinarily fast pets, often crushing the zombies' heads before they even reacted. A group of zombies trailed behind, unable to keep up, gradually left behind. As Xiang Yu galloped, giving orders all along the way, they encountered hunting squads killing zombies, who looked at him with envious eyes. Finally stretching his body that hadn't moved in a long while, Xiang Yu called out loudly in the wind, slowly slowing the horse down. Did you have fun? Xiang Yu asked. The lynx still wanted more, unwilling to leave. Let's go back. I'll bring you here every morning. Shang Yu turned the horse around and headed back. Come on, let's go collect the crystal cores. Shang Yu returned to the base and asked for a small robot at the gate to collect crystal cores. After playing with the lynx and Xiaobelong outside for a while, the little robot came back dragging a large pile of crystal cores. Satisfied, Shang Yu stored the crystal cores in his system and went back to the base, only to find that ambiguous rumors were already spreading like wildfire throughout the city. Hey, did you hear? Our boss is together with Dr. Shang. Our boss and Dr. Shang kissed passionately at the hospital entrance. When did they start dating? Who pursued whom? The subject of all this gossip, Shang Yu, was holding the horse's reins. A gentle breeze carried the gossipy whispers to Shang Yu's ears. Hey, who's the top and who's the bottom between them? Of course our boss is the top. Look at Dr. Shang's frail build. Unable to bear it anymore, Shang Yu abruptly turned around. Who said he has a frail build? I'm 178 centimeters tall, alright. What do you say about that? And if you don't stop, I won't catch fleas from your kids' pets anymore. The gossipers scattered like birds and beasts. In high dudgeon, Shang Yu returned to the hospital. The perpetrator was nowhere to be seen, but Xiao Ming, eyes shining brightly, ran over. Brother, you and Brother Sheng are a couple. Then Xiao Ming put two tiny fists in front of his eyes, bending his thumbs as if imitating something. Shang Yu made an indignant sound. On the other side, the research base had launched a generous bounty for Professor Lu's vaccine. Not only was the bounty worth 5,000 crystal cores, but it also included 6 months of free food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Many people were astonished by the generosity of the bounty, but upon closer inspection, they realized it was for a highly dangerous vaccine. Just get vaccinated, why does one need to be scratched by a zombie too? Take a look at the last part. There's a chance for ordinary people to turn into mutants. What does this mean? We ordinary people will become mutants after getting this vaccine. Hey, it says there's a chance. A chance. They didn't specify how big the chance is. Do you think it's so easy to mutate? Yeah, plus, we need to get scratched by zombies outside. Normally, one scratch would mean death. What if the vaccine doesn't work? It'd just be a suicide mission. Groups of people came, then left again. Tempted by the 5,000 crystal cores, they decided it wasn't worth dying for them. So, the bounty notice hung for several days without any takers. Shenying had merely tried as an experiment and hadn't held much hope for the bounty. But unexpectedly, someone eventually showed up. Xuesi. Ever since Xuesi's lynx was bought by Shang Yu, Xuesi's life became rather difficult. With very few crystal cores, he managed to survive the winter, but soon started worrying about his livelihood. Without a pet, no abilities, and no special skills, no hunting team would accept him. He was considered dead weight. Xuesi had gone months without income. He first ate plain rice, then watery porridge, losing a noticeable amount of weight. With no other options and nearly starving to death, seeing the bounty was his last hope. What are you staring at? Can't I take the vaccine? Xuesi growled coarsely. Shenying paid no mind, letting the doctors conduct a full-body checkup. Gu Shenyin read out the injection precautions and subsequent procedures. Within 24 hours of the vaccination, you must be infected with Pandora virus, otherwise, the vaccine will be considered ineffective, and you will have to compensate for related losses and fees. One of our assault teams will accompany you along with a doctor, so there's no need to worry about your safety. If the vaccine fails, we'll award you the title of martyr, and pay your family a compensation fee along with the bounty, totaling 10,000 crystal cores. Who is your family? Xuesi waved dismissively. No family. Gu Shenyin continued, after the successful vaccination, the doctors will conduct clinical follow-ups on your physical and motor functions for half a year. During this period, all your expenses will be covered by the hospital. Please follow the doctor's instructions. After finishing reading, Gu Shenyin asked, do you have any questions? Xuesi shook his head. Then, Professor Lu personally administered the vaccine to Xuesi. The assault team carried artillery, surrounding him like guarding a VIP. Gu Shenyin said goodbye to Shenying. I'm off, boss, see you later. Shenying nodded. A few hours later, Gu Shenyin returned with his group. Xuesi was either unconscious or dead, half of his body covered in blood, and he was brought back tied to a stretcher. Originally, our strike team had captured a zombie. All Xuesi needed to do was let the zombie scratch him, but unexpectedly, he soiled himself and suddenly pushed us away and ran. He didn't get far before other zombies caught him. Look, there's a chunk of flesh missing from his leg, said Gu Shenyin. Shenying asked, so how is he now? Gu Shenyin replied, we'll do a suture surgery first, then take care of the rest. Since we don't know if the vaccine is effective, this operation is extremely dangerous. We've strapped him down on the operating table, and the assault team is standing by outside the operating room. Luckily, until the end of the surgery, Xuesi showed no signs of waking up. Xuesi remained unconscious for several days. Although his physical condition was extremely unstable, there were no signs of bruising or stiffness that would indicate he had become a zombie. This greatly excited Professor Lu. A week later, Shuesi woke up, and the vaccine proved a huge success. Another week later, Shuesi awakened with special powers. This caused quite a stir among their inner circle of those who knew about it, turning Professor Lu's theory into reality. Shang Yu remarked rather surprised, he's like finding a wallet, not only was the vaccine successful, but he also awakened with special powers. What kind of powers does he have? Sheng Ying said, basic physical powers. Shang Yu asked, that's not bad. Does that mean we won't be afraid of zombies in the future? Sheng Ying shook his head, not really, the vaccine lasts for 24 hours. If he's scratched after 24 hours, he will still die. The vaccine was still in its early stages of research and had significant flaws. If the 24-hour period could be extended, it would be humanity's first step towards defeating the zombies. Sheng Ying reminded him, after awakening, he may come looking for trouble when I'm not home. Be careful then. Tomorrow, I'll pick up Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao had been clinging around Mianhua long enough, even surpassing Sheng Ying, her master, in appeal. Shang Yu said indifferently, it doesn't matter, I have plenty of pets here. Sheng Ying placed his arm around Shang Yu's shoulders, alright, good. Come, let me kiss you again. The expansion of the base was in full swing. Sheng Ying gained fame by firing at Wu Yunfei, attracting many scattered people to Bao Mountain Base hoping for shelter. Some representatives from other bases also came to test the strength of the Bao Mountain Base. Sheng Ying was still as busy as before, working in the command center during the day and returning home at night to cook meals for Shang Yu. Sheng Ying stuck by Shang Yu like a piece of chewy candy, recently learning how to unbutton clothes. Can I kiss you here? Sheng Ying gazed deeply into Shang Yu's eyes, gently rubbing his chest. Shang Yu exclaimed, ah. No. One day, Shang Yu woke up from a deep spring dream, still reminiscing about the situation in the dream, when he suddenly saw someone sitting in his room. Wu Yunfei. The cool night breeze made the blood drain quickly from Shang Yu's face. How did you get here? Wu Yunfei still looked as towering as they first met, grinning with one corner of his mouth raised. He sat at the edge of his bed as if an intimate lover. I've come to take you, little you. Sheng Ying was woken up by Xiaoshazi and Lynx in the middle of the night. His head felt foggy, his limbs weak, walking unsteadily. What's wrong? Sheng Ying heard his own voice coming from afar. Lynx dragged Sheng Ying into the next room. They found Shang Yu's room door wide open, the warmth of the blanket still lingering, yet the person had vanished without a trace. Chapter 33. Time rewound. Shang Yu and Wu Yunfei stood off against each other inside the room. Just as Shang Yu opened his mouth, Wu Yunfei suddenly pressed his index finger against his lips. Shoo. Don't bother calling for help. Your pets and your lover are sleeping soundly, they won't wake up until tomorrow morning. Wu Yunfei's gaze slithered over Shang Yu's clavicle like a sticky snake. There were a few hickeys, resting delicately on his collarbone like plum blossoms on snow. That night, Sheng Ying had embraced him from behind while he was washing dishes and left those marks. Wu Yunfei's expression turned flirtatious as he arched an eyebrow. He finally claimed you. Quite fast. Shang Yu seized the opportunity to shout with all his might, Sheng Ying. No response. Wu Yunfei seemed to be laughing at his naivety. I told you, they won't wake up. Shang Yu's heart slowly sank. The base walls were 10 meters high, and there were over 1,000 mutated pets within the compound. Xiaoshazi was so small that even at midnight, he could get up and shout against the tide of zombies outside the walls. But today, not a single pet had noticed Wu Yunfei's arrival. This man's abilities were unfathomable. At this moment, someone suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Shang Yu's heart raced, but it turned out to be an unfamiliar and unremarkable man who carried a slightly dazing aroma. So, there was another person. Mr. Wu, everything is ready, he respectfully said to Wu Yunfei. Wu Yunfei grunted in acknowledgement and then turned to Shang Yu, his tone as gentle as a lover's. Little you, let's go. Shang Yu's hands and feet were tied, and his eyes were blindfolded. He seemed to be cradled in someone's arms as wind blew past his ears, making it feel like they were moving fast. Then he was shoved into a car, and after a while, the car started. Zombies were active at night, so most drivers would equip their cars with guardrails to directly run over zombies. However, this car didn't have one, they rather chose to drive around the zombies. Were they afraid of Sheng Ying following the trail of bodies? Shang Yu had some reassurance, their fear of Sheng Ying meant there might still be hope for rescue. I need to use the restroom, Shang Yu said. Wu Yunfei, sitting beside him, replied coldly, don't think about leaving messages for your pets. If you really need to, urinate on yourself. Shang Yu fell silent for a moment before saying again, really, my kidneys aren't good. I urinate frequently. Wu Yunfei seemed extremely impatient. He yanked Shang Yu's chin hard and snarled, your kidneys are bad, huh? Don't make me hurt you, I don't care if you're missing an arm or a leg. He then harshly flung Shang Yu's face aside. Shang Yu stopped speaking entirely. The car swayed violently, blinding Shang Yu's vision completely. Time itself became hazy. He felt dizzy in the car and forced himself to say, I'm going to throw up. Seeing his pale complexion and sweating forehead, Wu Yunfei helplessly ordered, stop the car, let him vomit. Shang Yu really needed to vomit. Wu Yunfei held his head out of the window, and Shang Yu's stomach churned violently as he threw up everything from dinner. Zombies shambled excitedly towards them. The unfamiliar man driving got out of the car, and there were several puff sounds as the zombies fell to the ground. So quick. After vomiting for a while, Shang Yu finally finished. The unfamiliar man asked, "Should I clean up, Mr. Wu?" Wu Yunfei replied with distaste, "Forget it, we're already far enough away, they won't catch up. Let's go." After vomiting, Shang Yu felt much better. For the rest of the journey, they no longer tortured him by driving zigzag routes, choosing instead to crush straight through obstacles. This gave Shang Yu a sigh of relief. Time lost its meaning. Shang Yu didn't know how long they'd been traveling when he faintly heard birds chirping and insects buzzing. He murmured softly, "It's dawn." They must have driven at least 3 hours, likely far away from Shanghai. Shang Yu recalled his earlier assumption: behind Wu Yunfei was certainly a larger organization specializing in various strange drugs. Wu Yunfei was taking him to this organization. Why? And why only him? What would they do once he got there? When would Xingyin come for him? As the warmth of the sun finally touched his face, the car gradually slowed down. The unfamiliar man stuck his head out, seemingly passing through a checkpoint, then restarted the vehicle. After a few turns, the unfamiliar man said, "Mr. Wu, we've arrived." Wu Yunfei instructed, "You go park the car." He then pulled Shang Yu out of the car and took him up a few steps. Suddenly, the temperature dropped sharply. It seemed they'd entered a building. "Please inform Professor Ouyang that I've brought the guest," Wu Yunfei's voice sounded. A little later, Wu Yunfei led Shang Yu forward a few steps, evidently entering a room. Wu Yunfei said respectfully, "Professor Ouyang, I've brought the person here." "Ah, why is his eyes bound with cloth?" Professor Ouyang asked in a warm, exaggerated tone, "Don't do that, this is our guest. Quickly remove the blindfold." Wu Yunfei obeyed without hesitation. After several hours, Shang Yu finally saw the light of day again. The light was so bright that Shang Yu couldn't open his eyes. He squinted and it took a long while before he could clearly see Professor Ouyang in front of him. Ouyang was a plump man with glasses, wearing a white lab coat, looking quite amiable. The room he was in seemed to be a laboratory, filled with bottles, jars, glassware, and several large specimens containing the corpses of unknown creatures. "Don't look around." Wu Yunfei scolded softly. Professor Ouyang waved his hand, "Oh, don't scare him. It's normal for someone who has just arrived. Shang Yu, right? Come, have a seat. Xiao Wu, go get him a cup of tea." Shang Yu looked at him coldly and didn't move. Professor Ouyang didn't force him. Sitting behind his desk, he placed his fingers together on the desk and smiled at Shang Yu as they chatted. "Shang Yu, I heard that you also possess special abilities, is that correct?" Shang Yu said coldly, "What do you want to do?" Professor Ouyang replied, "Oh, don't be nervous. I'm just chatting with you, do you think I can eat you?" Shang Yu remained silent. Seeing that Shang Yu wouldn't be swayed easily, Professor Ouyang decided to get to the point. "I heard about your special abilities from Xiao Wu. I find them very interesting, so I asked him to bring you here. Shang Yu, can you show us? Is it a storage ability? A shopping ability? Where do things come from?" Here we go again. These mad scientists were always interested in his system. Xiao Wu said he saw your ability, a blue, transparent interface, and the items come from there, right? We scientists are naturally curious about peculiar things, Professor Ouyang said. Can you open that interface and let me see what it's like? Shang Yu glanced at Wu Yunfei. So that's why he brought him here, because of his system. The last time at the animal sanctuary arena during the great beast battle, someone had tried to control the animals with red pills, and in a moment of desperation, Shang Yu opened the interface in front of everyone to buy menthol oil. He thought all those who'd seen his interface would die under the pet's claws. But who knew Wu Yunfei would later transform into a child and escape, only to catch him now. Seeing that Shang Yu wasn't responding, Professor Ouyang still wore a Buddha-like smile. "I know you may not be willing, but did you know? We have a kind of drug here that can make your ability much stronger. Would you like to try?" Shang Yu shook his head without hesitation, "No." Professor Ouyang continued to persuade gently, "It has no side effects, it's a good thing. Look at Xiao Wu. Originally, he was just a vine mutant, and now his mutation ability is already at the 3rd stage. What's the 3rd stage? Shang Yu asked curiously. 3rd stage. Mr. Ouyang smiled and said, "Oh. You don't even know this? Xiao Wu, explain it to him." Wu Yunfei was unusually obedient in front of Professor Ouyang. He nodded toward Ouyang and then turned to Shang Yu and said, "The name of the agent is PSI, which aims to rapidly enhance human mutation capabilities. After 3 injections of this agent, the mutation ability will experience a qualitative leap, and we call it the 2nd stage. After another 6 injections, the mutation ability advances further, and we call it the 3rd stage. When I reached the 2nd stage ability, the vines could regenerate quickly, and when I reached the 3rd stage, the quick regeneration skill could be applied to myself. In other words, I possess the ability of rapid self-regeneration. After the 3rd stage, most people with common abilities can't touch us. As for the fourth or even fifth stage, Wu Yunfei's eyes were filled with arrogance and desire. I dare say, it would exceed our imagination. No wonder Wu Yunfei was so powerful, the organization had been studying this. The unfamiliar man beside him was probably also at the third stage. That person was the one who saved Wu Yunfei in front of Xingying back at the fighting arena. And the same person likely brought him out of the base today. Professor Ouyang looked proud and gestured to Wu Yunfei to take out a vial of the drug to show Shang Yu. Shang Yu gave it a glance and showed no interest. Then what? People who've taken the injection must continue forever, unable to break free, enslaved by the drugs for life. Once they stop, they'll die from organ failure. Shang Yu mocked. Professor Ouyang was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised that Shang Yu knew these things. He quickly recovered and laughed. Why would you want to get rid of it? The abilities of mutated humans are gifts bestowed upon us by the apocalypse. Why should we reject them? Humans have always pursued greater abilities and more powerful weapons. Now the apocalypse has placed this power right in front of you. Wouldn't it be a waste not to use it? As Professor Ouyang spoke, he grew increasingly excited. He stood up and paced back and forth. After the apocalypse, pets mutated, people turned into zombies. These unprecedented phenomena indicate what? They show that we humans need mutated people to save us. Unfit humans become zombies, ordinary ones scrape by for survival, but only the mutants. Only the mutants can stand at the top of the pyramid, saving humanity, saving the earth. If we mutants don't grow stronger, who else can humanity rely on? Don't you think so? Professor Ouyang turned around and asked Shang Yu. Shang Yu suddenly interrupted him. Did you take the agent? Professor Ouyang froze for a moment, clearly not expecting such a question. Shang Yu repeated himself, his eyes locking onto the professor's face. If mutant abilities are a gift from the apocalypse for humanity, then tell me, did you inject yourself with PSI? The smile slowly faded from Professor Ouyang's face, and the air in the room grew heavy. Wu Yunfei also unconsciously tensed up. I don't have any special abilities, Shang Yu, Professor Ouyang admitted. Take him away, Xiao Wu, Professor Ouyang said coldly, with an undeniable cruelty in his tone. Within 3 days, make him hand over his ability. If he refuses. Ouyang took off his glasses and wiped them clean, his piercing gaze landing directly on Shang Yu, then just administer the drug. We're in desperate need of test subjects. Wu Yunfei dragged Shang Yu out of the room. As they walked down a long corridor lined with rooms, people bustled about quietly and seriously. Wu Yunfei's face darkened as he led Shang Yu outside the building. Shang Yu looked up, it was a school. The apocalypse had occurred during the month of July when most schools were already on holiday. Universities, sprawling and often located in suburbs, could easily fortify themselves if they established walls and defense systems early on. But which university was this? Wu Yunfei brought Shang Yu to another building, pushing him up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Wu Yunfei took out a key, unlocking a door. Stay here. I'll go grab some food. He slammed the door shut and locked it from the outside. Shang Yu's hands were still bound behind his back. He glanced around the room, it seemed to be Wu Yunfei's personal space. It wasn't very large, containing only a desk and a bed, with clothes scattered messily everywhere. Looking out the window, Shang Yu saw a plaza outside with signs plastered on it. After being dragged around and feeling both exhausted and hungry, Shang Yu slumped onto a sofa, replaying the clues in his mind. Apart from that pile of vomit, he realized there was no way for him to leave more traces. Could Xingying find him? If he really ended up being drugged, he'd forever be controlled like a puppet, subject to Ouyang's whims. What was the point of living like that? Shang Yu buried his forehead into his knees and closed his eyes, his mind consumed entirely by thoughts of Xingying. Wu Yunfei returned quickly with food. He untied Shang Yu's bindings and tossed him a package of flatbreads. Eat. After you finish, show me your ability. Shang Yu sighed, rubbing his sore wrists. He decided to satisfy his hunger first. Once he finished eating, Shang Yu looked up and said, I'm not stupid, Wu Yunfei. Regardless of whether I display my ability or not, you're going to drug me anyway. If he showed the system, Ouyang would clap and say, what a useful thing. Tie him up and don't let him escape. If he didn't show the system, Ouyang would clap and say, what backbone. Tie him up and make him a lab rat. Wu Yunfei no longer appeared confident and poised, his brows carried fatigue and despair. With a mocking laugh, he remarked, no, you're truly stupid. Do you know what hell looks like? Do you know how the agents are made? Today, I'll show you. Wu Yunfei stood up, leaning down close to Shang Yu with a cruel smirk. Shang Yu, I'm already trapped in hell with no way out. For people like us, the only thing that makes me happy is pulling those in paradise down to suffer with me. Wu Yunfei shook off crumbs from the flatbread, yanked Shang Yu out of the sofa, and led him all the way to a factory building. Wu Yunfei greeted the guard at the door and pushed it open. Suddenly, Shang Yu's view opened up. Inside the factory, thousands of muscular beasts similar to Arthur turned their heads toward him and slowly bared their teeth. Chapter 34. Elsewhere, Xingying was suffering from a splitting headache. He fumbled and switched off an incense stick in the corner, instantly feeling the air clear. He dunked his head into cold water, which jolted him awake. Dr. Shang. Shen Ying gasped for breath as he rushed into the bedroom searching for clues. It was as if Dr. Shang had just gone to the bathroom, leaving no trace behind. Lynx tugged at his clothes, dragging him out while Xiaoxua anxiously barked nearby. Shen Ying frowned and asked, "Where?" In the first-floor pet boarding room, the animals were chirping and whinnying incessantly. The little white dragon in the stable was anxiously pawing with its front hooves. Shen Ying followed Lynx to the garden where Lynx barked outside and called, "Out there." Outside, beyond the base. Shen Ying, along with Lynx and Xiaoxua, hurried to the gate of the base, where Lynx anxiously paced back and forth, wanting to go out. The quiet night at the base began to become lively as more than a dozen pets woke up. Without exception, they gathered at the base's gate. The golden monkey swung on tree branches, screeching anxiously. A golden retriever's owner followed in a sleep robe, and the chimpanzee used various gestures to communicate with Shen Ying. They all looked anxiously over the wall, hoping to break through and find Dr. Shang. Mu Yun trailed after two dogs named Era and Momo. "Slow down. Why are you running?" Era and Momo barked towards the outside of the base and joined Lynx in leaning against the gate. "What's going on?" Mu Yun asked, knitting her brows. "Why are they gathering here?" Shen Ying's expression darkened. Someone took Dr. Shang. The people around let out low cries of surprise. Mu Yun couldn't believe it. "That's impossible. With our high walls, how could they have gotten in? There are so many pets downstairs." They didn't make a sound when someone arrived but started barking only after Dr. Shang left. "What's really going on here?" Shen Ying shook his head. "It's Wu Yunfei. He has a lot of drugs, doesn't he? Right now, the problem isn't how they got in, it's how we're going to bring Dr. Shang back. I'll visit the command center." Shen Ying grabbed a car, throwing armor and weapons into the trunk, grabbing 2 large packs of crystal cores and dry rations on the way. Gu Shinjin appeared tardily in his pajamas. "Boss, you're planning to leave like this? Let us come with you, bring some men." Shen Ying kept working. "All right, go call them." After preparing, Shen Ying let Lynx into the car and sent Xiaoxua to Yu Jun, explaining the situation and entrusting the hospital's pets to him. He drove back to the base's gate, where several cars were already waiting. "I want to help find Dr. Shang, my grandson still needs his care." Mu Yun leaned out of the car, with Momo and Era howling eagerly behind her. "That's right, my son owes his life to him." The golden retriever's owner patted the car door. A few honks sounded in succession as the pets in the cars let out tense urging cries. At the last moment, Gu Shinjin jumped into Shen Ying's car. Mu Yun said cheerfully, "Leader, we're ready." Shen Ying nodded. "Good, let's go. We'll track down Dr. Shang." However, their pursuit proved incredibly difficult. Although pets' sense of smell is thousands of times stronger than humans, enabling them to track based on special scents, even after half an hour since leaving the base, Lynx started to seem uncertain and hesitant. With zombies active at night, their caravan was basically walking bacon. Shen Ying led the group into a building, clearing it of zombies, before taking a short rest and deciding to wait until morning to set out again. Shen Ying didn't sleep all night. After eating dry rations in the morning, he began assigning tasks, 1 human and 1 pet per team, dispersing to search for clues, regrouping within 5 hours inside the building. There will definitely be clues, whether it's tire tracks or footprints. All these count as clues. Remember to protect yourselves, Shen Ying reminded them. Even a zombie corpse can be a clue. Count on everyone. Meanwhile, Shan Yu was still lost in shock. Suddenly, Wu Yunfei locked the door again, pulling him to the square. Only then did Shan Yu clearly see the slogan on the square, "Endure great hardship, and you shall become superior." Many people were practicing their abilities on the square. Shan Yu observed for a while and realized that someone like Chen Tao wouldn't stand a chance in this place. This organization was far more powerful than he could have imagined. Back then, a single Arthur had made Shen Ying exert all his efforts, and now there were over 1,000 of these beasts here. And before coming here, he never would have guessed that someone could upgrade psi abilities. Chen Tao. He's only undergone 1 dose of the formula, while most people here are second-stage mutants, Wu Yunfei said softly by his side. "Imagine if your lover grew to be a second or even third-stage mutant, how amazing their powers would be." Shan Yu coldly replied, "Don't even think about it." Wu Yunfei mocked Shan Yu from his superior position. "You underestimate humanity's thirst for power. Once we spread our formula worldwide and all base inhabitants use PSI, how will you possibly compete? They might already overthrow your base." Shan Yu sneered in return. "Do you think others are fools who would willingly be controlled by you? Stop dreaming, unify the world. Will you even survive long enough to play with this dream?" As Shan Yu turned to leave, Wu Yunfei followed nonchalantly, reminding him, "You've got 3 days." Shan Yu's face darkened. "That's none of your business." Though his mouth was sharp, deep inside Shan Yu felt completely lost. Shan Yu stayed in Wu Yunfei's room the whole time. He wasn't allowed to go anywhere, and when using the restroom, he wasn't even permitted to close the door. By night, Shan Yu stubbornly sat on the sofa, refusing to climb into bed. Wu Yunfei chuckled derisively, "Not like I'm going to eat you." With that, he took a pillow and went to sleep. Shan Yu slept poorly. The next morning, he sported big black circles under his eyes, and he also had a stiff neck. Breakfastless, Wu Yunfei dragged him in front of Professor Ouyang. Not thought it through yet? Professor Ouyang squinted at him with a smirk. Shan Yu promptly turned his head away. On the third day, Shan Yu couldn't fall asleep, tossed and turned on the sofa, and despair gradually crept into his heart. Shen Ying hadn't come. The worst possible outcome loomed ahead. Even the system couldn't help him. The pet supplies section in the system mall was large, but human goods were scarce. Finding a knife seemed harder than ascending to heaven. Moreover, he couldn't possibly open the system in front of Wu Yunfei. With bloodshot eyes, Shan Yu silently buried his face in his hands. Shan Yu waited the entire night on the sofa, until dawn broke. How about it? Made up your mind yet? Wu Yunfei asked him. Shan Yu cast a final glance out the window, straining his gaze as far as he could, yet no familiar figure appeared. Don't bother looking, Wu Yunfei said coldly, he's abandoned you. Wu Yunfei bound Shan Yu again and dragged him back to Professor Ouyang, respectfully bowing to the professor. You can leave. I'll handle this. Professor Ouyang enjoyed the process thoroughly. Wu Yunfei rechecked Shan Yu's ropes, bowed to Ouyang once more, and left. Professor Ouyang calmly took out the drug, needle, alcohol, and put on a mask. It'll be quite painful. Professor Ouyang donned gloves, slowly drawing out light blue medicine with a syringe. After the PSI enters your body, your temperature will rise above 40 degrees Celsius, your heartbeat will exceed 140 beats per minute, and your internal organs will feel as if they're being torn apart. Shan Yu stared at the window behind Professor Ouyang, hoping for a miracle. But there was none. Our method usually involves tying people to chairs so they endure the process forcibly, but you're different, Ouyang said. How am I different? Shan Yu asked listlessly. Ouyang responded, your ability, we've never seen a psi like yours, I need to conduct further research on you. Shan Yu's last bit of hope slowly crumbled. No rescue was coming. Ouyang strolled closer lazily, alright, no need to drag this out, what must come will come. He slightly tested the needle and approached Shan Yu against the light, give me your hand. Every hair on Shan Yu's body stood upright, just like a 3-year-old child facing an injection. He instinctively stepped backward. Tisk, Ouyang pushed him down onto the chair, isn't this futile? At that moment, from the corner of his eye, Shan Yu saw a tree branch shake abruptly outside the window. Shan Yu's heart finally began pounding violently. Blurted nonsense began spilling from his lips. Professor Ouyang, wait, I want to make a deal with you. Oh. Ouyang lifted his head, what is it? A black mechanical arm revealed itself outside the glass window. Shan Yu's nerves were taut as he focused his gaze on Ouyang, I'll tell you the source of my psi abilities. With this information, you can also obtain such powers. Ouyang finally became intrigued by Shan Yu. Oh. What is the source? The mechanical arm silently opened the window. Shan Yu curved a smirk on his lips, a cat. Shen Ying's entire body appeared outside, quickly leaping in with a loud thud. Upon hearing the sound, Ouyang instinctively turned around. Without hesitation, Shan Yu lowered his head and rammed into Ouyang's chest. Thrown backward a few steps, Ouyang lost balance, and Shen Ying immediately closed in, clamping his neck with fingers like a clamp. Wu Yunfei rushed in at the sound but was shouted back by Shen Ying, stay away. Ouyang, one hand holding the syringe, the other trembling to wave Wu Yunfei off, no, don't. Shen Ying had seized an advantage for once. Everyone, step back. Shen Ying tightened his grip on Ouyang's neck and tossed a backpack toward Shan Yu, Dr. Shang, put this on. Shan Yu opened the bag to find another suit of armor. This armor was crafted with more precision for him, entirely deep gray with streamlined contours. It wrapped him up snugly from head to toe, leaving only his eyes exposed. In a panic, Shan Yu scrambled to put it on. Just as someone tried to seize the moment for an attack, Shen Ying fired without hesitation, instantly piercing through Ouyang's shoulder with a bullet. Ah! Stop fighting. Ouyang screamed in agony, barely standing due to pain and sweat streaming down his face as his body slid downward. Are you ready? Shen Ying held Ouyang by the neck with one hand, extending the other toward Shan Yu, grab onto me. The two mechanical arms merged together. Shen Ying activated some unknown skill, and suddenly both suits of armor along with Ouyang broke through the room's walls. The trees and buildings raced backward as they bolted out at breakneck speed. They were flying. Shan Yu didn't even have time to yell as the armored figures crashed again, bursting through the school gate, speeding toward the wilderness. By halfway through their escape, Shen Ying and Shan Yu hastily dumped Ouyang, who was already bloodied and unconscious. They carelessly discarded him and changed direction. Gu Shinin's team awaited them en route, and just as Shen Ying and Shan Yu's armor ran completely out of power, they stuffed it hurriedly into the trunk and sped off in the car. Now that Shan Yu had a chance to speak, there's a speed-type mutant among them, it's the one who stole me from the base. Shen Ying accelerated the car past 100 miles per hour, I know, that's why I took the professor hostage. Before we came in, we cornered a lone member and extracted all the intel. With so many second and third stage mutants on their side, and only us two, there was no way we could fight them head-on, so taking hostages was the only option. Now that you're back, it's fine, Shengying drove, running over zombies as they sped. They'll be busy saving Ouyang and won't have time to chase after us. Let's return to the base, we'll deal with the rest later. Xiangyu, still shaken, hugged the lynx sitting in the back seat and rubbed it gently while gazing out the window. Out of the window flashed a familiar face, keeping pace with them at equal speed, glancing back with a smile. Chapter 35. Xiangyu noticed, it was the speed-type mutant by Wu Yunfei's side. Before Xiangyu could react, the lynx shattered the car window glass and pounced at the man. Xiangyu hurriedly yelled, "Stop the car." The sharp screech of brakes echoed harshly on the road, causing the cars behind them to also come to an abrupt halt. Xiangyu jumped out and found the lynx standing dumbfounded outside, its ears pricked up searching left and right. "Didn't get him?" Xiangyu asked. The lynx was incredibly fast, yet the man had effortlessly evaded the lynx's claws. "Ha ha." A mocking laugh drifted faintly in the wind. Shengying emerged with a cannon, back in the car. "Zombies are coming." Shengying raised the cannon in defense as Xiangyu and the lynx retreated to the vehicle. While calling the lynx back, just as Xiangyu turned around, he felt his hair blowing backward. "Look out!" Shengying shouted loudly, turning around. Someone suddenly tackled Xiangyu to the ground, rolling several times with him in a fierce struggle. The man then pinned Xiangyu down and hurled him toward the direction of the zombies. Shengying immediately fired, and although the man still managed to turn back and grin at Shengying before the bullets reached him, he disappeared instantly. A bullet grazed Xiangyu's ear and embedded itself into a zombie's shoulder. The zombie was completely unaffected as its rotten claws reached toward Xiangyu's face. For a moment, Xiangyu thought he was dead. Roar! At this point, the lynx arrived in a flash, swiftly knocking down the zombie and smashing its head with one swift swipe. The other pets and team members quickly arrived to clear out the surrounding zombies. But when they looked for the man, he had already vanished without a trace. "Forget it, get in the car." Shengying raised the cannon, he's buying time, waiting for reinforcements. "If we don't leave now, we'll be stuck." The man did not make another move, and the team quickly climbed into the vehicle, mowing down several zombies on their way as they sped off. That man wasn't carrying any weapons. Shengying's fingers turned white gripping the steering wheel while speeding forward. If he had, you'd already be dead. Speed-based mutants who lacked offensive abilities had only one strength, a speed faster than bullets. However, even his attacks relied on the help of zombies. Xiangyu glanced back, anxious. He's definitely still following us, passing information to the main force. "What should we do?" Shengying said grimly, "We're too close to the school right now. Once we're farther away, we'll find a way to kill him." Xiangyu analyzed, his power won't last long. Our vehicle is more durable, so when that happens. Before Shengying could reply, there came a thunderous bang from the roof of the car, causing it to dent slightly. The man smiled as he peered inside from the top of the car. Xiangyu almost swore before grabbing the cannon, preparing to open the window. "You'll just waste your effort." Shengying shouted, grabbed the handle tightly. From the rear vehicles, people opened their windows and shot at the man, but with his speed, how could he possibly take bullets into account? He dodged them within seconds. Shengying sharply turned the car, making Xiangyu feel like he would be flung out of the vehicle. With one hand gripping the handle and the other clutching the lynx tightly, Xiangyu struggled to hold on as Shengying made a sharp turn to the right, launching the SUV off the road and sending half the man's body flying off. With one hand holding onto the luggage rack and the other reaching down, the man attempted to control Shengying's steering wheel. Shengying suddenly came up with an idea, shouting, "Pull him in." Without hesitation, Xiangyu pounced onto Shengying, attempting to grab the man's arm. His hand swiftly withdrew. But Shengying and Xiangyu were perfectly synchronized. As soon as Shengying hit the brakes, the man's body surged forward, allowing Xiangyu to seize his arm firmly. At this point, it was too late for the man to struggle. Xiangyu pulled hard, and the lynx immediately opened its massive jaws to bite down on the man's arm. With a tug of its neck, it dragged half of the man's body inside. Shengying and Xiangyu stepped out of the car. With the lynx biting down relentlessly, the small interior of the vehicle became a trap from which the man could not escape despite his great speed. After a while, bloodstains surrounded the lynx's mouth as it licked its lips and jumped off the car. The man was already bitten to death. The scent of blood drew a crowd of zombies, but Shengying swiftly disposed of the corpse, cleaning the car hastily before calling out to Xiangyu, "Let's go, bear with it." It wasn't clear if too much time had been wasted handling this man or if Wu Yunfei's team arrived too fast, but soon after the fleet set off, a massive vine suddenly blocked their path. More vines followed in quick succession, lashing down furiously. Shengying struggled to control the wheel, barely dodging left and right. His ability is rapid regeneration. Xiangyu was jostled around inside the car, shouting to Shengying, "If we want to kill him." Xiangyu emphasized, "We must strike once, and it must be decisive." At that moment, Muyun's car screeched to a halt, a vine fiercely striking it and flattening its body. The car flipped several times in the air, crashing heavily to the ground, bouncing like a ball twice. "Muyun!" Xiang Yu screamed. The convoy stopped. Sheng Ying led the team and their pets to provide cover fire, launching a strong attack. Xiang Yu and another member rushed to rescue Muyun. How's Muyun? Xiang Yu yanked open the car door. Momo and the Labrador retriever were lightly injured, crawling out on their own soon afterward. Muyun was trapped in the driver's seat, the airbag deployed but his hand bent unnaturally, blood streaming down his forehead to his chin. Despite the injuries, his consciousness remained somewhat clear. The other member was Meng Qi. With no visible muscles, he roared loudly, tearing the metal apart effortlessly, dismantling the car into pieces and gently lifting Muyun out. Xiang Yu was the only one in the entire team who had a basic understanding of medicine. He laid Muyun flat on the ground and examined the wound on his head. The battle erupted ahead while Meng Qi watched the rear to prevent zombie attacks. However, they soon realized that their normal abilities as anomalies were worlds apart from those who had taken drugs. Boss, how did you kill Wu Yunfei last time? Gu Shinin desperately dodged a vine, the opposing strength-type mutant relentlessly threw trees and boulders at them. This can't go on. Not to mention the nearly indestructible vines, other second-stage mutants also demonstrated exceptional powers. They effortlessly uprooted the surrounding trees and attacked Sheng Ying's group. Sheng Ying narrowly avoided a large tree, hurriedly counterattacking. A careless moment allowed a wind blade to pass by his ear, nearly severing it off. What kind of drugs are they taking? Gu Shinin shouted, having just dealt with several approaching zombies and turning back to attack the mutants. Drugs for death. Sheng Ying was beside himself with anger. Without access to his armor, he had no room to fight back. The mutants' attacks grew increasingly fierce. Several fire dragons, combined with strong winds, swept toward them. Even the pets retreated, tails tucked between their legs, unwilling to advance. In front, they faced wolves, behind them tigers, and even further behind, the zombies, drawn by the sounds of battle, eagerly surrounded them. Seeing the situation worsen, Sheng Ying called out, "Prepare to retreat. Where's Dr. Shang? Take Sheng Ying and retreat backward." Once again, the pets courageously charged forward, holding back the mutants' offensive. Supporting Sheng Ying, Xiang Yu asked while retreating, "Where should we retreat to?" Their current location was part of the economic development zone, wide open roads and empty spaces. The buildings nearby were grand yet hollow, mostly empty inside. Sheng Ying quickly scanned the surroundings and said, "There. The art center." Sheng Ying attempted to grab the armor from the trunk, but Wu Yunfei hit him repeatedly to prevent him from succeeding. Cursing under his breath, Sheng Ying shouted, "Meng Qi." Understanding immediately, Meng Qi lifted a car as a shield, covering everyone's retreat. Xiang Yu supported Sheng Ying, fighting and retreating simultaneously alongside Meng Qi. Wu Yunfei's side tried multiple times to stop Sheng Ying, but the pets concentrated their attacks on him and forcefully held them back. There's a concert hall inside the art center. Sheng Ying guarded the entrance while giving cover to the others, shouting, "Go inside quickly." The art center was built beautifully yet emptily, with broken paintings hanging on the walls. The concert hall, located in the center of the building, was vast and sturdy, equipped with only a few safety exits. Its thick soundproof walls were designed for sound insulation. Fortunately, there were only 2 or 3 zombies inside. As they continued their retreat, the opposing fire grew denser. Outside, the glass walls of the art center shattered. Xiang Yu noticed a zombie sneak past unnoticed, biting one of their enemies on the shoulder blade. Ayawa. The man rolled on the ground in agony, only to have Wu Yunfei ruthlessly strike his head off with a swift swipe. One after another, people retreated inside and launched long-range attacks from within, leaving only the pets still engaging in close combat with the enemy. Xiang Yu, carrying Sheng Ying, had already safely retreated inside. He placed Sheng Ying on the ground, quickly hid to one side, opened the system, bought bandages, and applied hemostatic bandaging to Sheng Ying's head. "We can retreat now." Sheng Ying yelled, suppressing the enemy as he donned his armor piece by piece. The pets gradually retreated. Momo and the Labrador rushed into the concert hall first, followed by the golden retriever. The lynx leapt inside like lightning. Using the last ounce of his strength, Sheng Ying sealed the entrance and collapsed. Everyone plopped down on the floor, gasping for breath. "They're too powerful." Meng Qi sighed, "It's not even comparable. If it weren't for the pets stalling them, we would probably have perished here today." At this point, a muffled noise came from outside. After a moment of listening, Gu Shinin said, "They're attempting to break in from outside." "Relax, they can't get in for now. The walls of the concert hall are thick, their abilities, no matter how strong, aren't enough to break through." Sheng Ying replied. No one could treat Sheng Ying's arm, and prolonging the situation might lead to irreversible damage. Moreover, during the earlier skirmish, some had sustained minor injuries, while Momo and the Labrador also suffered various degrees of abrasions. The entire team, trapped inside the concert hall like caged beasts, awaited their next move. Inside the concert hall, time passed without notice and no lighting. Xiang Yu quietly purchased several high-powered flashlights and hung them around. The attacks from outside came intermittently, accompanied by rumbling sounds. After an unknown amount of time, the attacks finally slowed down. Xiang Yu used his ability to investigate and said to Xingying, "They are lying in wait outside." Xingying remained silent, deep in thought. The next day, Muyun's arm began to swell considerably, and he started to run a low fever. Despite Xiang Yu's objections, he reinforced the iron wall once more before drifting off to sleep. "What should we do?" Xiang Yu asked quietly. "If Muyun's arm isn't treated soon, it will be useless." Xingying had been silent for 2 days. "I know, but now, either we die or those outside die. Let's see who outlasts whom." Though the people outside possessed remarkable abilities, they were roughing it outdoors, with zombies harassing them, their mental state wouldn't be good. And as for them, their abilities lagged behind by several levels. They were like trapped beasts, with provisions decreasing continuously. Xiang Yu wanted to secretly buy food from the system, but Xingying refused him. "We need to save Muyun, he's about to become a father and can't lose his arm. Tomorrow, we'll break through." When the news of breaking through was announced, the morale of the people improved. Everyone adjusted their state and rested, asking about the plan when prompted. Xingying replied indifferently, "Just follow me when the time comes." Xingying usually carried a lot of authority, so everyone calmed down and rested peacefully after hearing his words. Xiang Yu did one final check on Muyun. His condition was poor, and Momo and the Labrador paced restlessly nearby. Aside from giving him some antibiotics and applying ice packs bought from the system, there wasn't much else that could be done. Xingying hadn't slept yet. In the dim light, Xiang Yu saw that he was holding a light blue syringe. Sigh. Xiang Yu was surprised. "Did you get it from Ouyang?" Xingying nodded. "Yeah, I thought of taking it back for Professor Lu to study." Xiang Yu hesitated before asking, "You're not thinking of using it on yourself, are you?" Xingying laughed and put away the syringe. "What nonsense, I was just checking it out." Suspicious, Xiang Yu looked at him. "Why check it now? Tomorrow we're going to break through. Aren't you really planning to use it?" Before Xingying could speak, Xiang Yu, with an unprecedentedly serious expression, told him, "You can't use this, Xingying, you know why. If you use it, you'll become their puppet." "They stop at nothing to gain strength," Xiang Yu said. "If you're controlled by such drugs, you—" Xingying chuckled easily, interrupting him, "I don't plan to use it, really." He pulled Xiang Yu closer, sniffing his neck. "I was just looking at it. We're breaking through tomorrow, don't overthink things. Want to kiss me?" Reluctantly exchanging a kiss, Xiang Yu laid down with Xingying and embraced him to sleep. In the middle of the night, Xiang Yu woke up drowsily, tightened the clothes on his body, and muttered, "Xingying." Xingying was gone. Xiang Yu immediately woke up fully and jumped up. Under the dim light not far away, Xingying was ready to inject himself with the syringe. Without thinking, Xiang Yu rushed over and snatched the syringe, throwing it to the ground. The glass shattered everywhere, and the light blue medicine spilled on the floor. "What are you doing?" Xiang Yu yelled, startling the others awake and drawing everyone's attention. "I've already told you, don't touch this stuff. What's the difference between PSI and poison at us? Once you use it, you'll be under their control." Xiang Yu looked incredulously at Xingying, trembling with excitement or anger. "Besides, you only have one vial. What if there's none left in the future? What if in the future you simply—" Xingying glanced at the broken glass shards, looking somewhat helpless, trying to hold Xiang Yu's hand. The people nearby, awakened from their dreams, gradually became more alert. "Does the boss want to use the drug? But wasn't it said that we can't use it?" Xingying firmly hugged Xiang Yu's shoulder, pulling him into his embrace. "It's fine." Suddenly, Gu Shinin called out, "What are you doing, Husky?" Everyone looked over and saw that the husky had run over at some point, burrowing its head into the broken glass pieces and licking them. When it was called, its mouth still had traces of the light blue liquid. It licked its lips contentedly. The crowd. Xiang Yu was furious, lunging forward and grabbing the husky by the neck. "Spit it out." Just then, the husky that had been licking its lips a second ago suddenly roared at the sky in anger. Its body swelled rapidly as it took a step forward, inflating like a balloon. Its rear instantly crushed hundreds of chairs in the concert hall, its head reaching the crystal chandeliers, and its paws became as large as wheels. Everyone looked on in horror as the husky continued to swell without stopping. It swung a paw, roared with tremendous force, and broke through the ceiling of the art hall. The dog emerged from the concert hall like a monstrous beast. The people outside hadn't realized what happened when the husky struck with one claw, smashing Wu Yunfei directly under its paw. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. Chapter 36. The ground trembled violently. The husky, as tall as a 2-story building, crushed Wu Yunfei into the ground with a single swipe like he was a rat. His whole body disappeared even beneath the vines. The husky lowered its head, hunting like it was playing whack-a-mole, with claws pressing down powerfully and crushing everything. When it lifted its feet, the powerful mutants were nothing but bloody remains. Outside, everyone was terrified beyond belief. Xingying quickly came to his senses and shouted, "Get up, break through." People leapt into action swiftly. Gu Shinin reacted fast, throwing strong flashlights toward the enemies while firing artillery. Others threw their powers all at once at the other side, charging behind the husky. Shang Yu carried Muyun back and activated his ability to examine this massive creature. There were no obvious abnormalities in the husky's bones or muscles, but its heartbeat was too fast, showing signs of excessive excitement, an evident symptom of over-rapid metabolism. The husky excitedly chased after the fleeing enemies. Wind blades kept coming, yet they couldn't cut a single hair off its fur. Everyone fled in panic and terror. Two wind and fire elementals tried again, unleashing a sea of flames towards the husky. After retreating slightly, the husky found that not even a strand of its hair was singed black and immediately charged at them excitedly. After handling the duo, the husky wagged its tongue and ran back, sniffing around Wu Yunfei. He detected flying vines surrounding Wu Yunfei, signaling that he was regenerating rapidly. Bang! It stomped down once more. The second stage mutant users were utterly frightened, shouting wildly, "Retreat! Run for your lives!" Shengying blocked their retreat. The husky rushed towards them like an enormous tank. "Run! Retreat now!" The voices of the mutants cracked, panicking as they lost all their equipment. Nothing could hurt the husky, there was no time to think about resistance, survival was the only priority. As the husky charged, the earth itself seemed to tremble. A few swipes annihilated the mutants. Opening its huge mouth, it caught two mutants in its jaws, swinging them dozens of meters away with ease, leaving their fates uncertain. "Come back, husky!" Shang Yu shouted. The husky, completely engrossed in the chase, ignored Shang Yu and ran far away, only returning reluctantly after wiping out all the mutants. It smelled the pit where Wu Yunfei lay, finding a faint trace of life remaining. Then, with another bang, it crushed him underfoot again. Wu Yunfei was dead. Everyone stared silently. The team members who'd reaped the spoils of victory still hadn't recovered from this overwhelmingly one-sided win, staring dumbfounded at the giant beast. The pet's eyes sparkled as they stared enviously at the husky, drooling uncontrollably. Shang Yu sighed helplessly, "Momo, don't look at him like that, don't imitate your husband." Still excited from the fight, the husky circled around the art center, slaughtering every nearby zombie, covering the grounds with bodies. Then it returned to Shang Yu and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shang Yu screamed and pounced on the husky, his heart racing as he checked it with his ability. However, he discovered that the husky was perfectly fine. Panting heavily, it flipped its white belly up and playfully sought affection in front of Shang Yu. "You scared me to death." Shang Yu felt like he might get a heart attack, slapping the husky's paw hard, which the husky interpreted as petting and began licking Shang Yu from head to toe. Shang Yu wiped his face, drenched in the husky's saliva. Before Shang Yu could thoroughly examine the husky, it jumped up eagerly and rushed out again. In the faint moonlight, its silver fur gleamed, its massive body gracefully stepping on the surrounding zombies as if playing. Satisfied, it howled at the moon in joy. The other pets followed the husky enviously, barking excitedly. Shenying and the others returned after checking the situation and reported to Shang Yu, "They're all dead." In a stroke of luck gone wrong, the husky had mutated into an enormous beast, impervious to water and fire. With an overwhelming force, it wiped out the entire team of mutant opponents in one swift move, a combat strength far surpassing the combined power of everyone present. Shenying looked toward the distant husky trampling zombies for fun and asked Shang Yu, "Have you checked on the husky?" Shang Yu shook his head, "I couldn't call him back. I could only examine him with my ability. His heart is racing, he's overly excited, and his tongue is always out to cool down, this is a typical sign of excessive metabolism." Behind the joyful rampage lay concerns over the unknown. Both stared at the frolicking husky in the distance, falling silent. If the husky can't endure its rapid metabolism, it might either rely on PSI to keep alive or... Muyun remained asleep as the husky grew tired of playing, howling once more before suddenly dashing off into the distance. "Hey, husky! Where are you going?" Shang Yu was startled, running after the husky. However, the husky sprinted away without paying any attention to him, vanishing into the night in an instant. The abrupt change left the members speechless. The other pets ran after the husky a few steps before being called back by their masters, still gazing in the direction the husky had disappeared. Gu Shinin glanced around, he's heading toward the school. What does he plan to do? With Muyun unconscious and unable to stop the husky, the current version of the husky was now an uncontrollable monster. Shenying pondered for a moment and said, "We can't leave him alone, but we can't neglect Muyun's arm either. Let's split into two groups. One group will go with me in the car to look for the husky, while the other stays hidden here until morning, then bring Muyun back to the base in the morning." Just as Shang Yu was about to speak, Shenying stopped him, "Dr. Shang, Muyun needs your care. You're the only one here who knows a little medicine. We can't delay any longer." Shang Yu thought it over and agreed. Shenying left Meng Qi behind with three others, including Momo, hiding in a small room inside the wrecked art center to wait for dawn and drive back to the base afterward. Meanwhile, Shenying led the main group to search for the husky. Before leaving, he carefully chose his words, staring deeply into Shang Yu's eyes, "No one knows what will happen to the husky next." He took a deep breath. If his excessively fast metabolism causes organ failure, you, Muyun, and Momo, you need to be prepared mentally. Shang Yu nodded silently. Shenying hugged him tightly, giving him a quick peck on the ear. Stay safe. The next morning, Meng Qi brought Shang Yu and Mu Yun out of the art center, opened the car, crushed several zombies under the wheels, and raced back to the base. Upon arrival, Mu Yun was rushed into the hospital. The people from the base crowded around to ask about Shenying's situation, but Shang Yu could only shake his head, uncertain. Jian Xiling, hearing the news, hurried over while holding her stomach. Seeing Mu Yun lying unconscious, she shed tears endlessly, clinging on to Shang Yu and crying. I'll never call him a bastard again, Wah. Shang Yu consoled her, nothing will go wrong. Mutated humans have much better physical conditions than ordinary people. Lucky people naturally find ways to survive. He's still waiting to become a father. After crying for a while, Jian Xiling suddenly asked, where's the husky? Shang Yu was at a loss for words, unsure of how to explain. Jian Xiling anxiously grabbed Shang Yu's hand, alarmed, did something bad happen to him? Swallowing hard, Shang Yu tried to organize his thoughts, don't panic. This is the situation. Holding her stomach, Jian Xiling couldn't process the information quickly. Summarizing Shang Yu's words, she muttered, so, right now, the husky's fate is uncertain, and even if he returns safely, we won't know what will happen to him in the future, right? Shang Yu nodded, that's correct. Since no pet has ever eaten this kind of medicine, we truly don't know what the consequences will be. Jian Xiling thought for a moment, that's strange. Didn't that school conduct experiments day and night? Why didn't they discover the effects of the drug? Shang Yu helplessly replied, there were no normal pets in that school. When he was there, he only saw thousands of creatures like Arthur, monstrous beings, while there wasn't a single ordinary pet. Then came the waiting. Shang Yu alternated between consoling himself, thinking that with Era's presence, Shenying and his group could slay any obstacle, whether supernatural beings or zombies, and pacing restlessly through sleepless nights, unsure if Era's body could endure the transformation. The wait stretched on, lasting an astonishing 5 days. Shang Yu, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, examined the chameleon. This mother had laid 31 eggs in one go. Shang Yu checked each one with a flashlight, only to find they were all fertilized. The owner visited daily, praying for the health of all 31 offspring. On the 6th day, Shang Yu bought pig bones from the system, boiled a rich bone soup, and brought it to the hospital for Mu Yun. Mu Yun was already able to get out of bed when Shang Yu arrived. Jian Xiling and Mu Yun were seen strolling outside the hospital entrance. Mu Yun explained helplessly to Shang Yu, actually, this is his true nature. Normally, I keep him in check, so he behaves relatively normally. But when something happens to me, without supervision, he starts causing trouble everywhere. Really sorry, for creating confusion. Shang Yu quickly waved his hands, if it weren't for Era, we might still be surrounded by zombies. No worries. Era, good fortune naturally finds a way. At that moment, thunderous rumbling echoed from outside the base. Mu Yun looked up at the sky and said, it's thunder. We should head inside quickly. Shang Yu let out a sigh of relief, finally relaxing after several anxious days. He slowly turned back and told Mu Yun, no, your son has returned. Mu Yun stared silently, unable to process this turn of events. Thus, in front of everyone in the base, Era wagged his tail, lolling his tongue as his enormous head got stuck in the base gate, preventing him from entering. With one hand still injured, Mu Yun rushed to the base gate to investigate. Upon seeing his master, Era wagged his tail ecstatically and thrust his weight forward with great force, causing the surrounding walls of the gate to collapse like tofu. Mu Yun raised a hand to his forehead, too flustered to look. Chapter 37. Seeing Mu Yun covering his face, Era realized he'd done wrong and pulled his head backward with another great effort. Amidst flying dust, another section of the wall crumbled dramatically. Everyone looked upward, mouths agape, sigma, /. With the collapse of the base wall, zombies sensed the commotion far away and approached. Era, stationed at the entrance, suddenly sprang around and leapt toward the incoming horde, chasing the zombies in excitement. Amidst the chaos, Shenying emerged from the dust cloud, calling people over. They retrieved multiple injured individuals from their vehicle, swiftly transferring them to the hospital. How did these injuries happen? What caused them? People moved aside to make room, whispering amongst themselves. Shenying gestured for Shang Yu to come closer. He led Shang Yu outside the base, opened the rear hatch of a jeep, and cold air burst forth revealing over 100 vials of pale blue PSI reagents neatly stacked on ice blocks. Shang Yu, did you guys, raid Ouyang's lab? Shang Yu asked incredulously. Shenying nodded. Strictly speaking, Era single-handedly attacked the school while we followed up to take advantage of the situation. More than 1,000 monstrous creatures. Nothing in front of Era. Third-stage mutants. Swatted dead with one paw. As for Ouyang, attempting to flee with all his belongings, he was swiftly caught within 2 steps by Era. His screams carried far into the distance, sending shivers down everyone's spines. Despite Era's incredible power, many members sustained severe wounds during the battle. Had it not been for Shenying smashing through the wall to lure the zombies inside later, the casualties would have been even heavier. After Era attacked the school, he found a warehouse storing PSI reagents and consumed 2 more, Xingying said seriously, shaking his head. Nobody could stop him. After consuming 3 PSI reagents consecutively, Era wagged his tail gleefully, excessively excited. If not for Xingying coaxing him back to find his master, he probably would have continued playing recklessly outside. Shan Yu found it difficult to face Era. Xingying then pulled Shan Yu to some other vehicles, where open trunks revealed countless instruments stuffed inside. It seemed as though Xingying had transported the entire contents of Ouyang's office back to the base. Do you need any of these? These test tubes look quite similar to those in the hospital, so I brought them all back. Also, what are these instruments? Though I don't fully understand them, they were in Ouyang's office, and I managed to transport everything back here. Could you find anything useful? Xingying inquired enthusiastically. Like a dragon guarding its treasure, Xingying opened the trunk with great interest, presenting it to Shan Yu. Shan Yu and Xingying hid behind a car lid propped up, sharing a gentle kiss. At this point, Era was having a blast, bounding into the base like a monster and lying down with a thud in front of Mu Yun, wagging his tail and showing his belly in a coquettish manner. The other pets were especially fond of such a physique. They ran excitedly around Era, their tails wagging, both envious and thrilled. Xiaoming held Little Dum to come and watch the commotion. Little Dum's eyes sparkled brightly as he barked in awe, as if asking if he could grow just as large one day. Xiaolong had initially thought himself to be the largest pet in the base, but now standing before Era felt utterly insignificant by comparison. While snorting and swinging his tail in discontent, he couldn't help but glance furtively at Era. Having such a colossal creature blocking the entrance of the base wasn't feasible either. Mu Yun led him carefully towards a more open space inside the base, inadvertently knocking over countless plants along the way. With Mu Yun present, conducting an examination on Era became significantly more convenient. The heart rate and blood pressure are beyond normal levels, Shan Yu frowned as he informed Mu Yun. The temperature is also abnormal. After consuming 3 PSI reagents, even as a mutated pet, his body struggled to cope. However, after growing larger, Era possessed a steel-hard frame. His fur was so tough it pricked people, meaning no one apart from large-scale weapons could harm him. Shan Yu had intended to take a blood sample from Era, but the needle broke upon contact and regular stethoscopes were ineffective. Shan Yu could only wait until Era defecated, then retrieve the droppings for examination afterward. Era's droppings were literally lethal. They smelled so atrocious that nearby residents soon ran over to complain, "It's way too smelly. Do you still expect us to eat?" Hence, Mu Yun and Shan Yu heaved the huge droppings out of the base to dispose of them. A few days later, Shan Yu brought the report to Professor Lu for further research. Professor Lu not only obtained the PSI agent but also received a substantial amount of notes left behind by Ouyang through Xingying. Upon seeing Shan Yu, he enthusiastically beckoned him over. "Shan Yu, have a look." Ouyang's notes spanned at least 3 volumes, one of which was entirely devoted to the study of zombies. "Look here," Professor Lu explained. In reality, Ouyang's research on zombies and the Pandora virus was extremely profound. One could say that, had he continued in this direction, his achievements would have surely surpassed mine. Shan Yu further pointed out, however, he chose the wrong path. Instead of focusing on overcoming the virus, a scientist aimed to control others through medication. Of the other 2 volumes, one was specifically about pets, and the other solely concentrated on mutants. "Look here," Professor Lu stated, Ouyang's research goal was enhancing the abilities of mutants but never explored their dependency on drugs. Shan Yu handed over Era's lab report, which Professor Lu had been studying these past few days regarding the principles of PSI operation. After looking at it for a long while, he shook his head. The situation isn't optimistic. Shan Yu was well aware. I'm measuring his heart rate every day and checking his blood pressure, and there hasn't been any sign of improvement. Moreover, Shan Yu hesitated momentarily. He eats a lot, doesn't sleep much, and goes crazy playing outside the base all day. If things continue like this, he will truly have to rely on PSI to survive. Despite this, Era took immense delight in his transformation. A group of pets followed him daily, treating him like an older brother. Even Jiao Jiao admired him immensely. Momo, walking proudly alongside the group, saw Little Dum and his brothers climbing onto Era's back, yet Shan Yu watched Era anxiously, leaving Era thoroughly confused. "What happens if the PSI runs out?" Professor Lu said. "Though Era looks mighty, danger always looms close. We can't let him develop unchecked." Thus, Shan Yu and Professor Lu agreed to meet daily in the afternoon to find ways to help Era wean off his dependence on PSI. When Shan Yu returned to the hospital, Little Dum kept jumping, pointing his paws in his father's direction. Shan Yu pressed Little Dum's paws down. "Don't envy him, you won't end up as big as him." Little Dum looked disappointed. Since Xingying was leading people to repair the walls, the entire base was wide open. Hence, Mu Yun simply left Era outside where he could move freely, helping guard the base and kill zombies. This also conveniently solved the issue of waste disposal. A week later, Era's body began to undergo further changes. Era originally had medium-length fur, smooth and straight, with soft white fur under his belly. But Shan Yu noticed that Era's fur was transforming. It grew shorter, harder, and thicker, becoming suddenly prickly to touch, akin to that of a hedgehog. Xiang Yu took a strand of hair back for analysis, and the results were as expected, the density of the hair had increased. About 2 weeks later, Era's fur all over his body had changed into coarse short hair. As usual, Xiang Yu conducted the heart rate check on him and was surprised to find that the heart rate had dropped slightly. In the following week, Era kept giving him surprises. His heart rate gradually declined in a very bizarre and slow manner but was indeed moving towards the normal level. Correspondingly, his blood pressure also started to decrease. This made Xiang Yu extremely happy. When he returned to the hospital, Sheng Ying had come back early. Xiang Yu asked, "Is the wall repaired?" Sheng Ying said, "Almost done. We'll start making the door tomorrow. This time we are going to make a big one so it's convenient for Era to go in and out." On an early summer evening, the evening breeze was humid and warm. Sheng Ying waved at him, "Come here." As Xiang Yu approached, he asked, "What's wrong?" Sheng Ying hugged Xiang Yu's waist, "Let me give you a kiss." The two exchanged a long kiss, and silent emotion spread through the garden. Sheng Ying said, "You had a nightmare last night." Xiang Yu was confused, "Did I?" "I don't know." Sheng Ying confirmed confidently, "Yes, I heard you calling my name." Sheng Ying followed Xiang Yu into the villa and said, "You were shouting, 'Sheng Ying saved me' last night." Xiang Yu hesitated with doubts, burying his head to recall. Sheng Ying looked seriously and caringly, full of concern. "Could it be that Wu Yunfei's intrusion left some trauma in your mind?" "Don't worry, he's dead now. There's nothing to fear." Xiang Yu tilted his head and thought carefully. Maybe he really got scared back then. Sheng Ying added, "Do you want me to accompany you when you sleep? If I'm there, you won't have nightmares." Xiang Yu considered the feasibility of this initially but then realized what Sheng Ying was up to and turned red instantly. Xiang Yu assumed this was just Sheng Ying's routine trick, but looking at Sheng Ying's expression, it didn't seem fake. He stuttered, I. No need." Sheng Ying watched him for a while, "Really?" Xiang Yu's face turned red, and he nodded hurriedly, really. Sheng Ying did not force him, lightly kissed his forehead, "All right, if you have a nightmare tonight, you can come find me." Every morning Xiang Yu went out for a run with Little Dragon and Lynx, taking Era for a walk too. Sweating lightly in the early summer mornings, Xiang Yu slid off Little Dragon's back and asked Era, "Are you getting fatter?" After Era grew larger, his appetite also increased proportionally. The dog food collected by Mu Yun was barely enough for Era. Thus, Xiang Yu took over the responsibility of feeding Era himself. Very cleverly, Mu Yun did not ask anything and gave Xiang Yu 2 large bags of crystal nuclei. In the system, 1 crystal nucleus equals 50 pounds of dog food, seemingly tailor-made for Era. Xiang Yu mixed dog food and calcium tablets in a 1-to-1 ratio, and Era ate it with relish. With such a large build, Xiang Yu couldn't weigh Era anymore, he only felt Era's ankles had gotten thicker. A week passed, and Xiang Yu discovered another change. Era was quieter now. Before, when Era ran, it sounded like thunder roaring, as if the entire earth trembled because of him. Now it was as if the volume had been reduced. His weight had increased, yet the noise he made was lessened. Xiang Yu sought Mu Yun. Mu Yun let Era lie down, pinched his legs, and told Xiang Yu, "It doesn't seem like he is getting fat, rather, his bones are getting thicker." Xiang Yu. Did I feed him too many calcium tablets? Xiang Yu originally thought since Era's figure had grown rapidly, the additional weight might burden his bones. So, he intentionally added a lot of calcium tablets to the dog food. And now, he had managed to thicken Era's bones. Mu Yun continued, his paw pads also seemed to have expanded a bit. They weren't shaped this way before. The two invited Professor Lu over again to study the numerous changes happening to Era's body. Facing these transformations, the three were puzzled and helpless, capable only of daily observation. Just when everyone was concerned about Era's health, many people from different bases became envious of Era and came to inquire about his situation. Previously, Sheng Ying dressed in armor gained fame in the wildlife park with a single powerful shot. Some base members came to test their depth, checking out their abilities. On the surface, Sheng Ying means highly enthusiastic, maneuvering around them. But after returning home, he complained to Xiang Yu about how tiring all these superficial formalities were and said they weren't as enjoyable as fighting zombies. During this period, Sheng Ying returned. When people from other bases came over and saw the giant Era sleeping at the entrance of their base, they were so scared that they fled back in a hurry. Thus, the news about Baoshan base raising a giant beast spread all over the city. Some bases sent people to inquire overtly or covertly about the origin of the giant dog, even directly offering to buy Era. Despite his growing impatience, Sheng Ying politely rejected all offers with a smile. He discussed with Xiang Yu, deciding that under no circumstances should the PSI serum be disclosed. The members of their own base treated their pets like children, what about the other bases? There might be cases where they recklessly forced the serum down their pets' throats regardless of their well-being. As for now, Era's situation remains uncertain, they can't take the risk on other pets just for fun. The boss of the startup base, Mr. Chen Xianjin, came personally. He said while smoking, "Younger brother, this isn't good for you in the long term. You're getting all the benefits, mechanical turrets, armored vehicles, thousands of pets, and now another giant one on top of that. How would other bases feel? All the good things will go unnoticed, yet any bad thing will immediately be pinned on you. They'll jump at the first sign of weakness and try to crush your base. Mr. Chen Xianjin was a middle-aged man who was rumored to have worked in government institutions before. He knew how the world worked inside out. In my opinion, you should build relationships with everyone else, sharing both joy and sorrow. Help each other grow between bases. If your base ever runs into trouble in the future, we will surely help you out of respect and friendship. Don't you think so? Mr. Chen Xianjin taught Xingying as if teaching a younger generation. Young man, you need to think ahead. Xingying lowered his eyelids, his lashes casting a shadow over his eyes, replying with only 5 words, I can handle it. No matter how much Mr. Chen Xianjin lectured him, Xingying wouldn't budge an inch. He adjusted his clothes, got up, and stubbed out the cigarette. But, all right, it's your choice to proceed carefully. After Mr. Chen left, Xingying sat alone, frowning anxiously. Did he make a mistake? Since when did becoming strong become a crime? Right from the start, he had invented the mechanical turrets. When other bases were still worrying about survival, their base already had a steady inflow of crystal nuclei, creating a gap since then. His armor took him an entire winter of arduous research. Destroying the wildlife park was due to witnessing Wu Yunfei's brutal actions firsthand. As for Era, it was Wu Yunfei who started provoking them, accidentally allowing Era to ingest the PSI serum. Moreover, there was no certainty yet regarding Era's future. They were carrying tremendous risks at present. All these achievements were hard-earned through blood, sweat, and tears. Each step forward required collective efforts from the base members. And now, others tell them that they shouldn't become too powerful. Annoyed, Xingying crumpled the paper in his hand and stood up from behind the desk. There is nothing wrong with being strong. What's wrong are those who know only envy and suppress others. Xingying returned home under immense pressure, and seeing Shang Yu erased all his tension and frustration outside the door. Being strong has another benefit, protecting the people you love, preserving their dreams. A gentle smile formed on his lips as he approached him. You had nightmares again yesterday. In the evening, as Shang Yu was about to sleep, Xingying appeared at the door holding a pillow, wearing pajamas, with a faint smile. Let me stay with you tonight. The next day, Shang Yu descended listlessly from the 3rd floor, greeting Lynx and Little Dragon. Today I won't take you out to play. Be a good boy, tomorrow okay? Lin Xiaodan arrived early with Xiao Ming to work. She found Shang Yu's condition strange and asked curiously, Dr. Shang didn't get enough rest? Shang Yu frowned, sitting deeply in the couch with dark circles under his eyes. Just as Lin Xiaodan was about to speak, Xingying came down from the 3rd floor looking refreshed. Wearing a white shirt, his tall legs strode straight to the couch, lifting Shang Yu's bangs and planting a kiss on his forehead gently. I'll make breakfast for you. If you're too sleepy, rest a little more, I'll wake you later. Lin Xiaodan remembered the rumors about them and suddenly realized something. Her gaze towards Shang Yu changed. Could it be? So fast? Shang Yu hadn't realized he'd been misinterpreted. Last night was the first time someone shared a bed with him. Xingying hugged him like a doll, but wasn't it already early summer? Isn't it warm? In a haze, Shang Yu moved closer to the edge of the bed, but Xingying reached out to pull him close, murmuring, stop fooling around. As a result, Shang Yu woke up multiple times during the night due to the heat. On the contrary, Xingying, hugging Shang Yu contentedly, slightly lifted the corner of his mouth and rubbed against him like a big wolfhound. Well, considering how content he is, let the heat be. Shang Yu sweated profusely during the night, and in the morning, Xingying was surprised when he saw it. Why are you sweating so much? Shang Yu was speechless. Didn't you find it hot hugging me last night? Xingying said, not at all. You were cool, hugging you felt very comfortable, like holding a jade. Shang Yu looked at him, filled with resentment. Xingying made breakfast for Shang Yu and also prepared a meal for Lin Xiaodan and Xiao Ming. Before leaving, Xingying remarked, the weather will get hotter soon, I'll bring back an air conditioner in a few days. Shang Yu waved his hands continuously. No, diesel fuel will run out eventually, better save it. Xingying was extremely fixated on sleeping together. He feared that Shang Yu would not allow him to sleep together due to the heat later on, so upon arriving at the command center, he began researching methods to generate electricity using crystal nuclei as energy. As long as they could sleep together, anything was fine. He was highly proactive. That very evening, he enthusiastically brought back an air conditioner, connected the power, and a cool breeze immediately wafted toward them. Use it first. As the leader of the base, this is about the only privilege I have, Xingying said. In a few days, once I research the crystal core energy, everyone in the base can use air conditioners in summer. A few days passed, but Xingying had yet to complete the energy research, and Era was almost unable to endure the heat. The weather became hotter day by day. Era was naturally intolerant of heat, and with the PSI enhancement, his metabolism accelerated, and he drooled incessantly, sweating profusely. Now, his large body could not fit into any building, so he had to endure direct sunlight outside the base. Shang Yu prepared several buckets of water for him, which he drank up in no time. Even the usual little friends who followed Era around to play gradually stopped appearing, each hiding indoors where their owners fanned them. Only Momo stayed by his side. A few days later, this colossal creature suffered from heatstroke. Shang Yu and Mu Yun soaked towels in ice water, constantly wiping Era to cool him down. Slightly regaining consciousness, Era gulped down all the ice water before him. This can't go on, Shang Yu said to Mu Yun, his body type makes cooling very inefficient, and it's also quite inconvenient. It's just June now, Shanghai's summer lasts for at least another 2 months. What should we do next? Mu Yun frowned, deeply concerned. If he could transform back, that would be better. At least he could stay indoors away from the sun, and we could fan him. Shang Yu thought for a while, then suddenly an inspiration struck him, Milan Lake. Chapter 38. Milan Lake is a large artificial lake in Baoshan area, known for its beautiful scenery of blue skies and clear waters. Before the apocalypse, it was a popular spot for outings. With such a large body size, regular cooling methods would definitely not work for Era. Shang Yu quickly thought of taking him to Milan Lake to soak and cool off. Mu Yun enlightened, right, take him there to soak. But what about afterward? Shanghai's hottest days reach over 40 degrees Celsius. Letting him soak in the lake every day? Shang Yu didn't know either, could only say, there's no way, let's just get through this part first, then we'll think of something later. Shang Yu returned to the base and mentioned this to Xingying. After hearing, Xingying inexplicably felt angry. They had only just started sleeping together. Just as Shang Yu was about to leave, something seemed off. He turned back and asked, you aren't mad, right? Xingying lowered his head, flipping through documents, pretending it wasn't important, no. Relieved, Shang Yu said, alright, then I'm going tonight, and I'll be back in a few days. A few days? That means missing out on sleeping together for several more days. Shang Yu was soft and cool, always ready for a kiss in his embrace, very easy to tease, and now he would be gone for days. Why didn't he consult with him? Xingying crumpled the documents behind his back and called out to Shang Yu, are you just leaving like this? Shang Yu turned back, puzzled, is there anything else? Xingying held in his breath, walked over, and shut the office door. Kiss me. Xingying ordered. Shang Yu sighed internally, clearly aware he was upset. Xingying stood arrogantly, waiting for Shang Yu's lips. Shang Yu stretched his neck to peck Xingying's chin, doing it slightly in an apologetic manner. Don't be mad. Shang Yu whispered softly, his stubble lightly pricking Xingying's lips. The frustration in Xingying's chest disappeared instantly. Humph, you just know how to act cute. Xingying could no longer hold back, pinching Shang Yu's waist tightly and kissing him passionately. Xingying muttered, in the future, you must discuss things with me. Don't make decisions on your own, understood? He refused to let go of Shang Yu's lips. Shang Yu nodded dazedly. Remember to think of me, he said. The night was cool with a gentle breeze under the moonlight, and Era's condition improved slightly. Mu Yun and Shang Yu climbed onto Era's back, preparing to set off when Xingying hurried out from the base to catch up. I've reconsidered this. There's a base near Milan Lake. If the two of you suddenly appear on their turf with Era, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. I'll go with you. Xingying had mysteriously changed his mind, carrying a backpack, ignoring Shang Yu's astonished gaze as he climbed aboard. There was a military airport near Milan Lake. It was rumored that after the apocalypse began, the nearby residents fled there for protection from the soldiers. Given the location was originally heavily fortified and enclosed, the base flourished. Last year, Gu Shinin went there with a large number of crystal cores to exchange for supplies and gave it high praise. Xingying climbed onto Era's back, deliberately avoiding looking at Shang Yu. Shang Yu sat down but quickly jumped back up, patting his bottom. Ouch. So uncomfortable. Suddenly, Xingying threw out 3 cushions from his bag. Here. What would you do without me? Xingying grunted lowly, casting a smug glance at Shang Yu, unable to stop his corners of the mouth from curling upwards. With only 20 degrees at night, the temperature was perfect for Era. The active zombies on the road were nothing compared to Era's size. The 3 sat on Era's back, watching like spectators as the zombies bounced underneath them. Although Era lacked vitality, his massive frame allowed him to cover the distance to Milan Lake in just over half an hour. Bathed in the moonlight, Milan Lake reflected the starry river, laying peacefully like a cool jade. Seeing such a large lake, Era wagged his tail excitedly and plunged into the water without Mu Yun even needing to tell him. Be careful. Mu Yun clung tightly to Era's fur, afraid to let go. I can't swim. Milan Lake was vast, covering more than 100 acres. Even with Era's huge frame entering the lake, the water level barely rose. The 3 sat on Era's back as though on a broad boat, swaying gently. Era expertly splashed about endlessly in the water, dog paddling several laps before getting tired and coming ashore to splash water around and mess with the zombies for fun. Xingying and Shang Yu took the chance to get off Era's back, leaving Mu Yun still riding above. After playing for a while, Era returned to swimming in the lake, feeling refreshed and comfortable submerged within it. All discomfort from the past few days vanished. Xingying cleared a patch of ground, setting up unmanned artillery stations around the area and laying down a blanket. He asked Shang Yu, are you tired? If so, take a nap while I keep watch. Under the hazy night sky, the clear sound of Era splashing water came from afar, mingling with Mu Yun's distant voice, "Take it slow," which lulled Shang Yu to sleep. Sheng Ying extended both arms toward him, and Shang Yu nestled into Sheng Ying's embrace and fell asleep. The next morning, Shang Yu woke up early after going to bed early. Dazedly climbing out of Sheng Ying's embrace, he saw Mu Yun sleeping not far away and Era sleeping calmly beside her, breathing steadily without the prior signs of restlessness. Shang Yu felt much relieved. Just as he wanted to crawl back in for a second nap, Era suddenly woke up, stood up abruptly, and roared into the distance. Mu Yun and Sheng Ying sprang up instantly. "What's wrong?" Era perked up his ears and barked again. In the distance, 121, 121, training voices echoed along with uniform footsteps. 2 rows of young people in camouflage uniforms jogged on the road, spirited and energetic. The leader seemed to have some sort of ability. With a wave of his hand, the crystal nuclei from the heads of the zombies by the roadside flew directly into his hands, causing the zombies to collapse. Shang Yu and the others had never seen this kind of ability before and were mesmerized. "Quick, look!" One youth in the formation noticed them, pointing at them and shouting loudly. Everyone turned their gaze towards them. Seeing Era's massive figure, they forgot to continue running, mouths agape in astonishment. The leader ordered, "Rest in place." Zhang Xiaowei. The first youth who spotted them stepped forward, "Present." The leader said, "For not focusing during morning exercise, do 30 push-ups." Zhang Xiaowei's face fell instantly. The leader ran towards them and asked from a distance, "Who are you?" Sheng Ying went forward to introduce himself. Shang Yu didn't know how Sheng Ying explained the massive presence of Era, but he saw the person's expression shift from full wariness to hesitant belief. They were chatting at a distance when Shang Yu couldn't help but look further, where the young men stood in small groups. Zhang Xiaowei was doing push-ups while others sat or stood around counting casually. The zombies nearby seemed like mere ants in their eyes. A zombie finally shuffled close, and one of them picked up a pebble without even looking back and threw it out. The pebble pierced through the tough skull of the zombie and directly extracted its crystal core. Before Shang Yu could react, Mu Yun and he noticed that every single youth in the group could do this. Once a zombie got too close, they would throw a pebble. A slight flick of their wrist and it was as simple as swatting a fly. In no time, there were heaps of dead zombies surrounding them. This place was secluded. Before the apocalypse, Mylan Lake had no significant use aside from spring outings and taking wedding photos, so the number of zombies here was also low. Even so, it left Shang Yu astonished. If only one person could do it, it might be because of an enhanced ability. But if everyone could, it meant it was a unique skill exclusive to their base. After a while, Sheng Ying walked back and told them, "It's fine. They are soldiers from the nearby military airport who came for morning exercises." Shang Yu hadn't recovered yet and said to Sheng Ying, "Didn't you see those people just now? They're incredible." Sheng Ying nodded, "I saw. Their base is very strong." Unlike other lively bases, the people of this airport base almost vanished into obscurity, focusing solely on developing themselves. They were self-sufficient within their area and rarely interacted with other bases. The leader's name was Zhang Min, formerly an heir at Force at Warrior. Though not tall, his straight posture revealed that he still held himself as a solider after the apocalypse. Judging by his tone, their base still maintained strict military discipline, with clear styles and ranks. Sheng Ying's group stayed by the lake for a day as Era gradually recovered, becoming lively again. By evening, Shang Yu conducted another health checkup on Era, confirming that everything was fine. "Should we go back tonight?" Shang Yu asked. At this moment, Zhang Min strolled over. After collecting 2 crystal cores from the distance, he extended an invitation. "It will be dark soon. Our commander sent me over to check if you're still here. If you are, he would like to invite you into the base for dinner, avoiding the peak activity period of zombies, and then leave tomorrow morning." The 3 exchanged glances and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Sheng Ying asked, "Aren't you worried that we might be bad people? And we have such a big dog with us." Zhang Min smiled sincerely, "I saw how well you treat the dog in the morning. If you merely saw him as a weapon, you wouldn't care so much about him. People who are good to dogs can't be too bad." Besides, Zhang Min chuckled softly. Meaning they had the confidence and strength to match against Era. Weaker bases would have already shut their gates tightly upon seeing such a large dog, never inviting them inside. Shang Yu felt uneasy, but Sheng Ying gripped his hand, "Let's go, there's nothing to worry about." Mu Yun called Era to stand up and whispered quietly, "We've got Era, so there's no need to fear anything. Let's see what their true intentions are." Following Zhang Min for over an hour, as the sun began to set, they finally spotted the silhouette of the military airport. This airport was heavily fortified, being a military at important site surrounded by an 11-kilometer protective moat, automatically deterring zombie attacks. With the moat in place, the walls of the base didn't need to be particularly high. The gate was an extra-wide iron gate, specifically designed to let Era squeeze through. Upon entering the base, it was dinner time. Shang Yu saw people orderly holding their bowls, queuing up to collect their meals. Though dressed plainly, they looked relaxed with smiles on their faces. On the side, a line of large black-back military dogs waited patiently, their ears perked, looking fierce and imposing. Currently, they sat obediently in a row, biting onto their food bowls awaiting their meal. Military dogs. Shang Yu's eyes lit up as he stared intently at them. Unlike ordinary pets, military dogs undergo careful selection and rigorous training. They have excellent genes, are loyal and reliable, and oh, they're also smart. When Era entered the base, many people ran over to take a look, pointing and discussing non-stop. However, those military dogs only looked up with their heads, not leaving their positions at all. They were all well-trained dogs. So much that Shang Yu was almost drooling, wanting to pet them so badly. Zhang Min led the group to an office building, where Era sat outside due to his large size while the three of them went inside and came to the door of an office. Report. Zhang Min saluted inside and led the group into the office. Shang Yu saw a spirited middle-aged man sitting inside. He was wearing camouflage uniform, his hair half-gray, his appearance dignified with commanding presence. With a full smile, he stood up and extended his hand. Hello, I am Xia Kangyi, the regimental commander of the 16th Regiment, 6th Division of the People's Liberation Army Navy Aviation Corps. After the apocalypse, this familiar name of the country appeared in Shang Yu's ears for the first time. After some small talk, the four of them sat on the sofas and delved into the main topic. Shang Yu thought he would inquire about Era's situation, but instead, he asked about the conditions outside. Sheng Ying had doubts in his heart, but his expression remained normal as he answered Xia Kangyi's questions. When Xia asked about Era, Sheng Ying didn't provide specific details, and Xia Kangyi immediately understood, shifting the topic without further probing. As it grew darker, Shang Yu noticed Xia Kangyi did not intend to turn on the lights. The four of them talked for a while under the twilight, then Xia Kangyi invited them to eat at the square. Our place is entirely self-sufficient. Today we have braised Chinese water chestnuts with rice, said Xia Kangyi. Leading them to the square to collect their meals, he called out to another person, Xiao Wang. Is there extra dog food? Please prepare one portion for this big dog. Xiao Wang enthusiastically left to fetch the food, but Shang Yu quickly declined politely, it won't be necessary, it eats a lot because of its size. Xia Kangyi warmly insisted, it's no problem, will you make me poor? Turning to Xiao Wang, he said, go get our specially made dog food for our guests to see. Xiao Wang soon returned carrying a bucket of dog food. Shang Yu bent down to look at it, and it didn't seem too different from regular dog food, but Era sniffed it and his eyes lit up as saliva dripped while he flirted with Mu Yun for affection. Do you want to try this? Mu Yun asked him. Era huffed happily in agreement. Xia Kangyi proudly smiled, see? I told you, our dog food is specifically made by the state for military dogs, you can't buy it elsewhere now. Every little bit matters. You don't need to worry though, these animals are sharp, if something is wrong, they'll never touch it. On the contrary, when something is good for them, they just devour it. Shang Yu's heart moved a bit. Era couldn't wait any longer to dig in. In one go, his tongue swiped up all the dog food from the bucket into his mouth, chewing it contentedly. Evidently fond of dogs himself, Xia Kangyi watched Era eating lovingly and praised, this dog has been well raised, strong and sturdy. After the meal, the relationship between the four became slightly closer. Sheng Ying asked, you claim to be the regimental commander of the PLA. But after the apocalypse, does the nation still exist? It has been 2 years since we, the common people, have been organizing our own survival efforts, yet neither the army nor the government came to rescue us. So, does the Chinese government still exist? Building bases is good. You can be your own leader, indulging in privileges. But zombies aren't just playing around, one careless moment could lead to being caught, leaving no sense of security. Where does the future lie? What should be done next? These questions, everyone has pondered upon. And, a sense of belonging. Where does my heart belong? Whom do I identify with? At this, Xia Kangyi's smile faded as he said, even though we claim to be part of the Chinese People's Liberation Army, whether the government still exists, we do not know either. In the past 2 years, I sent 2 aircrafts to Beijing to look for clues, but they never returned, bringing no messages at all. Shang Yu was startled internally, never returned. During these 2 years, we continuously searched outside. On one hand, we aimed to protect wandering civilians. On the other hand, we've been trying to learn more about the government. Unfortunately, we haven't found anything, sighed Xia Kangyi. The sun had completely set, and electric wires were drawn to light up a street lamp on the square. Shang Yu was used to using a diesel generator in the base, so even at night, the lights would stay on. Here, however, it was pitch black, obviously without any habit of lighting up. The people gathered on the square and were still loath to leave, idly fanning themselves as they chatted leisurely, reminiscent of how people enjoyed cool winds from their porches in the previous world. Era had gone to play with the other military dogs. Shang Yu couldn't see him clearly but could hear occasional barks in the distance. Shang Yu asked, do you not light up at night? Xia Kangyi shook his head, lighting up requires diesel. These strategic resources are strictly controlled by us, kept for emergency situations later. Shang Yu suddenly felt extremely extravagant. Under Xia Kanyi's warm hospitality, Zhang Min arranged separate dormitories for the three, while Era stayed outside the dormitory building. He could be seen through the window with his white stiff fur. The next day, Shang Yu found that Era's size had returned to normal. He hadn't changed earlier or later, he only changed once inside someone else's base. That works, Shang Yu completely conceded. Now everyone knew there was something fishy about Era. Chapter 39. Even more surprisingly, Shang Yu's group wasn't the first to notice Era's size changes. The youths in the base, which followed strict militaristic management, woke up before dawn for morning exercise. They suddenly discovered that last night's enormous beast was gone, and upon going to check, they saw Era lying on the ground, sprawled out carelessly. By the time the three realized and rushed over, there was already a circle of people around Era, commenting non-stop. That's definitely the one from yesterday, silver fur, blue eyes. It can't be. That large one must have gone somewhere, leaving a pup behind. A dog can't just change sizes like this, it's not a balloon. Wait, I checked it yesterday. The patterns are exactly the same. Mu Yun hurried over and rescued Era from the crowd. He looked utterly carefree, as if he hadn't realized yet that he'd changed back, and flopped straight into Mu Yun's arms, wagging his tail enthusiastically. How did it suddenly change back? Shang Yu thoroughly examined Era after flipping him around a few times. Mu Yun whispered quietly, is it because of the dog food yesterday? How could this happen so suddenly? As Mu Yun was saying this, Xingying stood up composedly, reminding them, someone is coming. Xia Kanyi first drove away the onlookers, sending them off for their morning exercise, then turned to look at the dog in Mu Yun's arms. Where's that big dog from yesterday? And, this one looks exactly like the big one from yesterday. Shang Yu and Mu Yun were wary, their faces inevitably showing some defensive expressions, while only Xingying remained composed as he explained, this is the same one. Previously, it ate some medicine and its body changed dramatically. We don't know why, but today it changed back. Approaching a few steps closer, Xia Kanyi squatted down in front of Era and asked, what medicine did you eat? Whose? And what kind of medicine is this powerful? Saying this, he gently patted Era, like an ordinary uncle would. Wow, your fur feels prickly. Not only did Era not bite, but he affectionately nudged Xia Kanyi's hand, wagging his tail a couple of times. Shang Yu thought it necessary to test Era's IQ when they returned home. Although the three remained tight-lipped around Xia Kanyi, he didn't press further, instead inviting them warmly to have breakfast. They need to keep training for a while. Let's hurry and have breakfast, or those young ones will snatch it all. Xingying politely declined. There's no need for trouble. We originally planned to stay for only one night. Now that we've already stayed overnight, we don't want to bother you. Despite Xia Kanyi's repeated invitations, the three continuously refused, not even accepting breakfast. Previously, they dared to enter the base because they had a giant-sized Era, so they weren't worried at all. Now that Era had unexpectedly faltered, the three of them felt like sheep entering a wolf den. What if the people here had sinister intentions and decided to detain them? They knew full well how strong this base was. Alright, fine, Xia Kanyi was a bit displeased at being turned down. Nevertheless, he still maintained good etiquette and instructed Xiao Wang to prepare a vehicle for them. Turning back, he said, it's quite a distance back home for you. It's inconvenient without a car. Take this car back. Don't worry about returning it. We have plenty of vehicles. Without Era, they indeed needed a vehicle. Xingying thus stopped refusing, and the three followed Xia Kanyi out of the base together. As they passed through the square, the morning exercises of the youngsters were on full display. A line of targets stood neatly arranged, with people standing more than 10 meters away, taking turns to throw pebbles at them. Xingying took a glance, amazed by their incredibly high accuracy. Is this your base's regular training? Xingying asked Xia Kanyi. Xia Kanyi nodded, yes, similar to firearms practice from before. Apart from that, we also have physical and endurance training, even orienteering. Xia Kanyi glanced up at Xingying as if to say, we operate openly, unlike you who hide everything. Xingying didn't mind and acted as if he hadn't noticed. After leaving the base, the three thanked Xia Kanyi again. Xia Kanyi even invited them to visit any time. With trepidation, the three got in a car and deliberately stopped at a place to check it thoroughly before proceeding safely back to their base. Maybe we misjudged Xia Kanyi. Perhaps he is just very enthusiastic. Shang Yu questioned. Xingying replied, it's always better to be cautious. On the back seat, Shang Yu thoroughly checked Era's body. After his rapid size increase, Era's fur, bones, and paw pads had all changed. Now that his size was restored, his fur still felt prickly, and the shape of his paw pads had not fully returned. His heart rate had improved further compared to earlier, his blood pressure needed further measurement once back at the base. The three arrived safely at their base without incident, only to hear upon arrival that Xuesi had gone missing. Professor Lu was inquiring at the gate when he saw Xingying return and immediately grabbed him. Young Shen, you need to help. Xuesi has disappeared. We clearly agreed that after the vaccine success, there would be a 6-month clinical observation period, during which the hospital would provide for his food and accommodation. This morning when I came over, he was gone. The entire base has been searched. Before Shengying could speak, a parent passing by called out to Shang Yu, Dr. Shang, are you still here? There seems to be some issue at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Shang Yu hurried back to the hospital. As soon as he arrived, Shen Shikong rushed towards him. Shuesi came. He moved aside, revealing a chaotic scene of broken rose branches and a half-destroyed slide. What happened? Shang Yu asked, his expression darkening. Shen Shikong, brimming with anger, explained, as soon as we opened this morning, Shuesi rushed in, saying he wanted to take the links away. He claimed it was forcibly bought and sold by you and therefore not valid. When the links refused, he started causing trouble, creating quite a mess here. None of us had any special abilities, and there was even a child. Luckily, Lynx and Jiao Jiao managed to drag him outside. Shang Yu's anger boiled inside. Fuming, Shen Shikong added, at the time, Xiao Ming was in the garden. Shuesi toppled the slide, nearly injuring Xiao Ming. Sister Lin got hurt protecting the child. Shang Yu strode quickly toward the villa, Shen Shikong trailing behind, muttering with some complaints, he's such a despicable person. He shouldn't even have been given any special abilities. Now look, having them, he comes here to cause trouble. Shang Yu repressed his anger and offered an explanation, it was originally meant as a trial with extreme risks. Who knew he'd get lucky? Inside the living room, Lin Xiaodan had her right sleeve rolled up, showing abrasions and blood streaks from shoulder to wrist, while Yu Jun disinfected and bandaged her. Xiao Ming stood nearby, sobbing uncontrollably, her little face soaked with tears. Lin Xiaodan extended a hand to wipe her tears, soothing her softly. All of Shang Yu's anger melted into concern as he walked over, picked up Xiao Ming, and gently wiped the tears off her small face. Don't cry, Xiao Ming. Are you hurt anywhere? Between hiccups, Xiao Ming described the incident to Shang Yu. The bad man came in, hic. Mommy is bleeding. Mommy is in pain. Lin Xiaodan, seated on the sofa, said, Dr. Shang, I'm fine, just some abrasions. Jiao Jiao and the lynx have already chased him away. Yu Jun used tweezers to fetch alcohol-soaked cotton to disinfect Lin Xiaodan, saying, Sister Dan suffered only external injuries, no harm inside. That Shuesi probably dared to cause trouble only because you and Senior Sheng were not around. If it weren't for the lynx and Jiao Jiao today, he would have destroyed our place completely. Xiao Ming flailed her little arms describing the scene to Shang Yu, the kitty bit the bad man. The bad man ran away. Shang Yu took out a handkerchief and wiped Xiao Ming's nose, good job, kitty. Stop crying, Xiao Ming. In the future, hide whenever you see bad men, alright? Xiao Ming nodded, hiccuping uncontrollably, take mommy and, hide. Shang Yu comforted Xiao Ming and roughly understood the events that unfolded. He went outside to check on all the pets. The lynx and Jiao Jiao had dragged a strength-type abnormality individual out of the premises together and were unscathed apart from losing some fur. Good job. I'll give you both canned food tonight. Shang Yu stroked the heads of Jiao Jiao and the lynx in turn. At this moment, Shengying and Mu Yun came over to check the situation. How's it going? What happened? Shang Yu gave a brief summary and presented his hypothesis. I speculate that Shuesi has probably left the base. Before he left, he specially came to claim the lynx. Either he wants to kill zombies or he might have just fled. Mu Yun put down her 2 dogs and frowned, that makes no sense. He has everything here, plenty of meals, enough crystal cores. Why risk going outside? Shengying made a decision immediately. Mu Yun, come with me to check out Shuesi's residence. He looked around at the garden's condition, patting Shang Yu's shoulder, you wait for me for a second. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Shang Yu's mood calmed slightly as he leaned against Shengying. The entire hospital was cloaked in a heavy atmosphere. Shang Yu gave Lin Xiaodan a day off and handed her a big bag full of medicine. Xiao Ming had stopped crying and obediently waved goodbye to Shang Yu. A few of the little ones sat there staring helplessly at the broken slide. It was made of plastic, and Shuesi had torn off a large chunk of it with one pull. The children surrounded Shang Yu, looking up at him expectantly. Staring at me won't help, I don't know how to fix this either. Shang Yu slipped behind the villa quietly and opened the system, hoping to find a function for repairing slides. Huh. Shang Yu glanced at the mission panel and realized that his main mission had been completed without him noticing. His previous mission was to become a battlefield doctor. He didn't understand how the system defined the term, battlefield doctor. Lately, he'd been running around everywhere but hadn't received any prompts from the system. Shang Yu examined the mission details thoroughly and guessed that the key was the phrase, follow along. Only by staying with the group and providing medical examinations and treatments at any time could he complete the battlefield doctor task. Shang Yu obtained 5,000 crystal cores, and one of the mission rewards, the ward construction task, was also unlocked. Hospital construction, Phase 4. Mission objective, obtain another building and establish a ward. Mission description, our hospital is becoming too crowded. We need a specialized ward that provides sterile, safe environments and places for rehabilitation training. Mission reward, basic crystal cores *2000, acquisition of 10 wards. Finding another building for the ward wasn't too hard, there were detached villas beside him and terraced villas behind him, but tearing down walls would be necessary. He decided to set aside the main mission for now and comb through the system entirely. Is there a repair function? Shang Yu mumbled, as several pet heads squeezed closer to look at the system interface with him. Jiao Jiao noticed that the two dogs had transformed back and went off to play with them. Little Silly, who adored the slide, obediently stayed in his arms expectantly. Shang Yu browsed the interface and searched the store for slides, but found nothing. There's nothing, said Shang Yu. The pets drooped their ears and sulked as they walked away. Standing up, Shang Yu smiled after them and said, but we can ask the construction team to help us build a new one. Upon hearing this, the pets' sorrow turned to joy, and they jumped around demanding hugs. After consoling the kids, Shang Yu lifted up Little Silly. Let's go eat some canned food. In the afternoon, Xing Ying and Mu Yun returned, telling Shang Yu, it indeed matched your guess. He took clothes and crystal cores with him, most likely mixing into a hunter squad to leave unnoticed. Shang Yu was also confused. It's so strange, where could he go? Does he think being an abnormality grants him freedom to do anything? No one knew the reason. Shang Yu had nowhere to vent his frustration and could only suppress it. Xing Ying held something wrapped in old newspaper in his hand. Inside were some rose cuttings and hydrangea saplings, still fresh with soil and young leaves clinging to them. Let's plant these together. By next year, we'll have a whole patch blooming. In the afternoon, Shang Yu and Xing Ying took turns inserting cuttings while the other watered them. They planted flower seedlings along the fence, creating a vast area. The tender branches swayed gracefully in the breeze, and the garden devastated by Shui Si began to revive once more. In the following month, Shang Yu's hospital experienced a wave of births. Teddy and her babies gave birth smoothly under his care, delivering 5 tiny little ones. The macaw finally hatched its egg, though only one. This single offspring was both beautiful and healthy. All the chameleon's babies were born, and their owner happily took 31 grandchildren home. In addition to this, there were several cat mothers who delivered litters of pink little bundles at the hospital. Shang Yu was busy every day running around, preparing confinement meals for the mothers and checking on the children for vaccinations. Sometimes when the mothers wanted to relax, they would simply drop their babies in front of him and go off to play in the yard. There was no peace even at night as Shang Yu would always get up to check on them. Xing Ying, who got irritated upon waking up, glanced at Shang Yu with a look of grievance after being disturbed and said, I'll help you check on them at midnight from now on. True to his word, Xing Ying got up at least once every night to add food and water to the small pets downstairs and made rounds before coming back up to sleep with Shang Yu in his arms. The macaw learned to fly in their courtyard. On that day, the sun was so blinding it hurt the eyes. Shang Yu stood in the yard and witnessed together with the owner the moment the little parrot spread its wings and glided through the air. To avoid disturbing the birthing process of the mothers, Shang Yu had neither established an inpatient department nor repaired the slide, worried that the construction noise might agitate the mothers. After all the mothers and babies left, Shang Yu's hospital finally calmed down. On the first day of August, Shang Yu announced, construction of the inpatient department will begin. The original fence was broken down, incorporating the adjacent villa into the hospital area, doubling the size of the entire hospital. This also increased the activity space for the pets. Under the expectant gazes of the pets, the construction team built a new wooden slide. Once finished, the pets gleefully rolled around, climbing up and eagerly sliding down. However, that wasn't all the surprises. As per Shang Yu's request, the construction team also built 2 large swings and a seesaw. Shang Yu wanted to enrich outdoor activities, so he specifically asked the construction team for these. A small bridge was built over the little pond in the backyard. The construction team also brought 2 rockery mountains from outside and placed them beside the pond, giving it a unique and charming appearance. The construction team built a dedicated stable for Little White Dragon. Previously, his stable was built by Shang Yu himself, which was rather simple. Now, the construction team had constructed a curved stable, painted with clear varnish, making it grand and clean. Shang Yu placed tables and chairs in the garden, with a barbecue rack set up nearby, planning future parties. This garden met all of Shang Yu's requirements. After the month of August passed, Jian Xiling officially moved into the hospital to wait for the baby's arrival. The second Harlequin and Momo temporarily stayed at Shang Yu's place, waiting together for the newborn. It was around this time that the leader of the Qidong base, Chen Xianjin, came again. With a cigarette still dangling from his lips, he came straight in saying, Little Sheng, I heard you guys have vaccines. Upon hearing this, Xing Ying furrowed his brows immediately. Vaccines? What vaccines? Chen Xianjin plopped down on the sofa arrogantly. Don't pretend, I've already heard it. Vaccines. Vaccines against Pandora virus. Your base is quite capable, having managed to develop vaccines. Xing Ying kept a poker face. Who told you that? Chen Xianjin sneered. Need I say more? The whole Yangtze River Delta has heard about it. Xing Ying forced himself to stay calm but slowly clenched his fists under the table. SCHC from your base, initially just an ordinary person, gained immunity after taking the vaccine. Not only is he not afraid of zombies anymore, he also developed powers. Those are his own words. Chen Xianjin smirked, enjoying watching the drama unfold. SCHC. He had gone through so much trouble to leave the base just to become a traitor. Xing Ying let out a cold laugh. Chen Xianjin said smugly, before, whatever I said, you wouldn't listen. Now take a look, everyone in the Yangtze River Delta knows you have the vaccine. Can you guess what they'll do? As he blew out a smoke ring, Chen Xianjin leisurely continued, I guess, they'll eat you out until not even the bones remain. Chapter 40. The very next day Chen Xianjin arrived, the leaders of the Yangtze River Delta bases all showed up at the gate of Baoshan base. Just like relatives visiting to scrounge food, they curiously inspected the gun turrets on the walls, the freely moving pets, and finally loitered around the hospital door. Please follow me this way. Gu Shinin repeated many times, guiding them away from the hospital and toward the command center. Dozens of people streamed in, packing Sheng Ying's office to the brim. Sheng Ying and Gu Shinin sat behind the desk, seeming outmanned and overwhelmed. Sheng Ying glanced around, noticing his ex-girlfriend Jiang Lin was among them. A stout middle-aged man was the first to speak, getting straight to the point. Brother Sheng, we're here today to see your vaccine. We heard from your base that it's something extraordinary, apparently, ordinary people can even develop powers with it. We'd like to come in for a visit. A stern-looking middle-aged woman beside him smiled and added, oh, that's right, we brought someone along too. We've heard that they need to take the vaccine first and then be bitten by a zombie. She grabbed a thin man standing nearby. Here, Little Lee, come over, she dragged him forward. Our Little Lee doesn't have any powers, so wouldn't you mind letting him try? What do you say? Little Lee shrank back, clearly terrified but holding his tongue. Before Sheng Ying could respond, this suggestion received enthusiastic support from everyone. That sounds great. I've heard the effects kick in within 2 weeks. Hey, Little Lee, you're about to hit the jackpot. Yeah, Zhongping, good thinking to bring someone along. Look at us, ha ha ha. The crowd debated for some time before finally remembering Sheng Ying's presence. Zhongping turned to him and asked, Brother Sheng, shall we go see the vaccine now? Sheng Ying acted as if he hadn't heard, casually twirling the pen in his hand instead. The room grew silent, still as stagnant water. Hee, the middle-aged man tried to offer a way out, maybe the vaccine isn't ready yet. The others seized on this excuse, laughing and nodding along. The tension dissipated momentarily as Zhongping let her smile fade, crossing her legs nonchalantly. The middle-aged man's name was Ji Gang. He exchanged a glance with Zhongping, who understood and forced another smile. Young Sheng, we've also heard there was a dog at your base that ate some medicine and grew as tall as a 2-story building. Is that true? Sheng Ying and Gu Shinin exchanged a look. Sheng Ying took a deep breath and spoke solemnly to the crowd gathered before him, what exactly are all of you doing here today? Zhongping leaned back slightly, replying, Young Sheng, let's cut to the chase. Let's be honest with each other. We're all humans, children of the same bloodline. We should help each other, right? The group behind her nodded in agreement. Zhongping continued, nowadays, zombies roam outside unchecked, so we must unite and assist one another. The wealthy help the poor, the young help the elderly, and the strong help the weak. Isn't that right? There was another round of loud agreement. As Zhongping became louder and more animated, she exclaimed, Young Sheng, your base is powerful, and you've managed to create these experiments. But look at us, we're struggling just to handle zombies every day. If you could share a bit of those 2 drugs with us, our strength would grow as well. Then, wouldn't it be wonderful when we join forces with your powerful base and drive the zombies away, establishing a large zombie-free zone? Wouldn't that be great? The leaders were stirred into fervor and cheered loudly in agreement. After her impassioned speech, Zhongping turned to persuade Sheng Ying, Young Sheng, what do you think? People must think long-term, be broad-minded, and care for others. You could share the drug with us, so we can research it together or use it collaboratively. That would benefit all of us, wouldn't it? In front of Sheng Ying, a crowd of ugly faces stood densely packed. They spouted their lofty moral platitudes, guilt-tripping Sheng Ying while placing themselves on the high ground, portraying him as an unreasonable child. Hey, why isn't young Sheng answering? Zhong Boss asked you a question. Did you hear what Zhong Boss said earlier? Once you've heard it, give us the drugs. No one monopolizes power forever, right? Yes, listen to Zhong Boss. This is for everyone's good. Sheng Ying managed to remain calm, but Gu Shinin couldn't contain his anger and burst out yelling, stop shouting already. Do you even realize how absurd you sound? What do you mean, for everyone's good? Stop being so hypocritical already. If you're so capable, why don't you conduct your own research instead of coming here to beg? As the saying goes, when you accept favors, you're indebted, don't act so presumptuous after climbing onto our shoulders. How disgraceful is that? Gu Shinin's words immediately drew a chorus of condemnation. What kind of talk is that? What do you mean, we climb over your heads? Who do we struggle for if not for the good of everyone? Little Sheng, it seems you lack skill, unable even to manage your own people. Sheng Ying suddenly stood up from behind the desk, his sharp eyes scanning the person who had spoken. That person instinctively fell silent. May I ask who all of you are, Sheng Ying said, furrowing his brow with impatience. His single sentence momentarily silenced everyone. Ji Gang was instantly subdued by Sheng Ying's imposing presence and followed up on his words, oh, we're I'm meeting all of you seated here for the first time, Shengying continued as though he hadn't heard, slightly frowning as he surveyed the leaders in his office. First meeting in my office, already commanding me like you're in charge. And now you want our stuff too? Shengying gave a cold laugh, as if hearing the best joke in the world, and what qualifies you exactly? Just because there's more of you. You think standing here in my office and exerting pressure will make me bow down and obey you? The leaders seemed surprised as though they just discovered this lump of dough could harden against them. Jiang Lin hadn't spoken a word from beginning to end, but now her eyes lit up as she watched him. Shengying sat back down again, leaning into the chair. He continued criticizing, you want those drugs, right? If you're asking, then say so properly and let's discuss this decently instead of acting like saviors from on high trying to control me. Ha! Once again, the office was silent as still water. After some time, Zhongping spoke, adopting a guiding yet threatening tone, Director Sheng, it seems you haven't recognized the situation. All the major figures from the Yangtze River Delta are before you now. No matter how capable your base is, can you really go up against all of us? We've come today to tell you, should we cooperate, we shall, should we not, your base won't have a peaceful day ahead. Shengying smiled without anger, oh, so you all came for cooperation, did you? And this is how cooperation works for you? I guess I'm inexperienced, seeing such a cooperative method for the first time. Zhongping's face darkened, watching Shengying with a gloomy expression. After finishing his rant, Shengying said lightly, I'd just like to know, if I refuse, what would you plan to do? Zhongping stiffened upon hearing these incredible words, sitting upright, you won't be giving either drug. Shengying said matter-of-factly, what effort or crystal cores have you contributed? Why should I hand over the drugs to you for nothing? Why are you acting so strange? The great bosses of the Yangtze River Delta came en masse, expecting a full return, but Shengying wasn't planning to give anything away. Zhongping said incredulously, don't forget, you're currently in Shanghai. All the bases of the Yangtze River Delta surround you. If. Shengying interrupted impatiently, if I don't give anything, you'll make life hard for me, is that it? Understood. Thanks for the warning. Ji Gang beside him seated in anger, pointing at Shengying's nose, stop climbing above your station. The way of paradise lies open and you choose not to walk on it. Do you really think you're something special? Shengying nodded and leisurely leaned back in his chair, not only am I special, I'm also your nemesis. How could the bigwigs stand down easily? They gathered in Shengying's office, talking incessantly. Shengying played with his pen, letting them speak. After they were done, he finally said, are you all finished? Gu Shanin, please get them water and continue. The leaders nearly bulged their eyes out. The bosses from the Yangtze River Delta came together but left empty-handed. On their way back, they were welcomed by the pets of Baoshan base, not allowing any of their members into the base. Seeing an opportunity when no one paid attention, Jiang Lin worriedly pulled Shengying aside, just lower your head a little bit, if they gang up on you like this, your base can't withstand it. Shengying withdrew his arm from Jiang Lin's grasp, lower my head. Then become an accomplice like you. Shengying's cold gaze pierced through Jiang Lin thoroughly. She opened her mouth to explain but Shengying turned around and walked away without a backward glance. From that day onward, the entire base entered a state of strict alert. Shengying took people out for a final sweep of supplies and then shut down the gates. Daily lives began within closed doors. Strict prohibition on anyone entering or leaving. After adjustments, the unmanned turrets killed any living thing that entered their range. Walls were patrolled 24 hours a day, people with binoculars observing everything. At first, some didn't understand. But Shengying suppressed dissent with an unprecedented firmness. Shengying began to stay back at the command center. He took a few items of clothing from his room and consoled Shangyu, there's nothing to worry about. It'll only be strict for a few days. Those people don't have so much time to focus on us. I'll stay at the command center for a few days and return once everything settles down. Remember to go to the cafeteria for meals. Shengying's tone was steady, which made people feel inexplicably reassured. Shang Yu nodded with a determined look, no matter what happens, I support your decision. Don't worry, we won't hold you back. Shengying smiled softly and reached out to gently ruffle Shang Yu's soft black hair, you're not holding me back, you're my vulnerability. Even so, the atmosphere within the base grew increasingly tense. When Shang Yu visited Jian Xiling, she wouldn't let go of his hand. What happened outside? Why is there suddenly martial law? Shang Yu and Mu Yun comforted her repeatedly, nothing serious, just a small trouble. Sheng Lao will take care of it. Jian Xiling's due date was approaching these days but still showed no signs of labor, and Shang Yu went to see her every day with food. All her roommates in the ward were pregnant women, all conceived during that winter last year. Professor Liu had told him before, that the entire base had over 30 pregnant women, which proved to be true now. Shang Yu only hoped that nothing went wrong, given how many newborns there would be. The martial law lasted more than a month, and people's tightened nerves slowly relaxed. Gu Shanin grumbled on the city wall, all thunder and no rain. They talked tough, one threat after another, but what happened? Our artillery stopped them in their tracks. These leaders weren't completely idle, they once organized an attack. However, as soon as they entered the artillery range, they were hit straight through, and since then, they never came again. Turns out their skills are just like this. Gu Shinin scoffed. During this month, Mu Yun anxiously awaited news of Jian Xiling going into labor. Finally, after an afternoon of struggle, Jian Xiling gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. Mu Yun held one in each arm, smiling like a fool and unable to speak. Momo and Second Ha, on the other hand, remained calm, gently touching the faces of the young masters with their wet noses, from that day forward adding 2 more people they needed to protect. Shan Yu held the little baby joyfully for a long while and was finally about to leave when he was caught by Professor Lu. Hey, I was just looking for you. What about Second Ha? Come here, let's do a physical checkup for you. Professor Lu explained to Shan Yu, in the past few days, Little Xing urged me to study PSI. He probably wants to use PSI on the battlefield, given our current predicament in the base. We need to speed up. Shan Yu brought Second Ha along with Professor Lu and performed a physical examination on him. Second Ha's body was gradually returning to normal. If before there was concern that his internal organs might fail and lead to death, now there was absolutely no worry because all vital signs were infinitely close to normal values. It's just this appearance, Professor Lu said, that can't change back. Harder fur, thicker bones, and larger, softer paw pads. Shan Yu said, let's observe further. Here's my theory, humans cannot process excessive metabolism, so the extra energy affects their internal organs. But when animals cannot digest too fast metabolic rates, they channel the extra energy into their bones and fur instead, so they won't suffer any life-threatening consequences. Professor Lu nodded, that makes sense. I'll start researching from this angle over the next few days. As for any further changes in Second Ha, remember to inform me immediately. Shang Yu, alright. In the blink of an eye, August arrived, and the bigwigs from the Yangtze River Delta still hadn't given up. They organized a second offensive. This time, they used birds to fly high above the base's walls and drop bags. Human limbs and blood stains splashed onto the city wall, appearing enticingly edible to zombies. In an instant, large numbers of zombies were attracted. Damn! Gu Shinin shouted, they're so fucking inhumane. He picked up the portable cannon and began retaliating. Soon, people gathered on the wall and started a one-sided massacre of the zombies. Compared to previous zombie waves, these were just trivial matters. Gu Shinin took the opportunity to clean up the blood stains and severed limbs, turning this assault into an unexpected gift of crystal cores. After thwarting 2 attacks consecutively, Xingying set up a loudspeaker on the base's city wall, looping messages at high volume every day, we are willing to make peace. Willing to make peace. We will only provide 1 vial of medication. The drug will only go to 1 base. Send someone inside to collect it. The Yangtze River Delta leaders each harbored their own thoughts, uniting solely for the medication. Presumably, even if they knew this was a sly strategy to drive a wedge between them, they had no choice but to fall into the trap. After pulling off this series of flashy moves, Xingying still managed to spare time for a quick trip to the hospital. He hugged Shang Yu and asked for a kiss, it feels like we haven't kissed in ages. Shang Yu wondered aloud about the person who used to stay up half the night kissing him every day but now finally got some proper sleep these past few days. The next morning, Gu Shinin yawned as he went on duty at the city wall. The man beside him called out, do you have your telescope? Look there, what is that? Are those ancient trebuchets? Gu Shinin pulled out his telescope. Sure enough, beyond the range of their cannons, dozens of trebuchets were lined up in a straight line. Their baskets contained fresh meat, drawing excited zombies climbing inside. At that moment, the trebuchets fired suddenly. Gu Shinin lowered his telescope as dozens of zombies flew over the cannon turrets toward them. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, he shot while screaming desperately to the base below, duck, get out of the way. Chapter 41. Dark clouds covered the sun, and zombies rained down from the sky. People in the base were cheerful, calling out greetings to each other to start a new day when Xiao Ming suddenly looked up and pointed at the sky, Mom, what's that? People raised their heads to see dozens of zombies plunging toward them like bullets. Zombies. Run. In a flash of panic, people scrambled everywhere. Many had never faced zombies directly before and just stood frozen in terror. Run, run, Gu Shinin yelled furiously from the city wall as he kept shooting, go home. The people scattered chaotically, with screams echoing around. In the chaos, Lu Professor and his wife fell down, knocked over by the rushing crowd. Zombies landing on the ground were shattered into pieces but their nerve endings were still active, reaching out their sharp claws to the people. Even the broken zombie torsos were snapping their mouths, attempting to bite anyone nearby. Xiao Ming dodged the teeth of a zombie and screamed in fright, Mom. Lin Xiaodan picked up Xiao Ming and ran. Zombies kept flying in from outside the walls. She avoided 2 zombies and dashed madly toward the pet hospital. Lu Professor struggled to get up, pulling his wife's son Professor, get up, get up. Zombies surged in like dumplings thrown into boiling water. One zombie leaped directly onto a young girl, viciously tearing the flesh off her cheek. A man running by didn't notice a zombie head underfoot and was bitten on the ankle, crying out painfully in despair. Get up, I'll help you, come. Lou Professor hobbled as hard as he could. A zombie dropped beside them, with only half its body remaining, crawling slowly toward them. Sun Professor tried several times but couldn't get up, pushing him away. Don't worry about me, just go. The zombie's hand reached for Sun Professor's leg. Lou Professor pulled her back in time, gritting his teeth to support her. Yujun rushed by, grabbing Sun Professor in one swift motion. Professor, get up, I'll take you home. Lou Professor pushed his wife into Yujun's hands. Take her back, I need to return to the hospital. Yujun grew anxious, holding a kitchen knife, guarding against the surrounding zombies. He urged, what are you thinking? Why are you going back to the hospital? Lou Professor walked ahead without looking back. There are so many mothers and infants left there. If I don't go, who will? Sun Professor supported her waist and followed along, leaving Yujun spinning anxiously, having no choice but to escort them while clearing a path. At the pet hospital, after a shriek from the macaw, Shengying and Shan Yu saw zombies fall like bombs within the compound through the window. Paradise turned into hell. The place they had fought so hard to protect had been easily destroyed by others. Shan Yu felt weak in his limbs, as if falling into an ice cellar. How could this happen? Shengying quickly reacted, taking a stick downstairs. Dr. Shang. Shan Yu came down. Shengying wrapped an arm around his head and quickly kissed him. I'm leaving, don't open the door, stay here. Before Shan Yu could say anything, Shengying strode toward the door. Jiao Jiao, let's go. He left Shan Yu behind, filled with fear and shock. The pets all gathered in the garden, standing guard. Shan Yu paced a few steps, forcing himself to calm down. Xia Sha, take the macaws and hide in the operating room. It's more enclosed there. He divided the pets into two groups, hiding those unable to protect themselves in the operating room, while capable ones stayed in the garden for defense. Taking a deep breath, he patted the lynx. Let's go, son, we're heading to the entrance. His villa was the closest to the base's gate and the only place with a wall. When Shengying first came to work as a security guard, he brought 4 artillery platforms installed on the wall, and now, during the base's peril, his place served as a shelter. If people panicked and couldn't make it home in time, they could run to his villa. Shan Yu didn't heed Shengying's advice. He opened the door, just in time to see Lin Xiaodan struggling to run toward him. She carried her child who weighed several dozen pounds while being chased by clawing zombies, their claws barely missing her flying hair. Seeing Shan Yu, Lin Xiaodan's eyes lit up. At that moment, the zombie finally grabbed her hair. Mommy, Little Ming cried, and Lin Xiaodan pushed the child toward Shan Yu, shouting desperately, run. Little Ming stood at the edge of the artillery's range, crying heart-wrenchingly and taking a few steps towards Lin Xiaodan. Mommy. Mommy. The zombies lunged forward. The lynx and Shan Yu moved quickly. The lynx roared as it pounced on the zombie, while Shan Yu rolled inward with Little Ming in his arms, narrowly avoiding the zombies who were promptly taken down by the artillery. Like lightning, the lynx resolved the threat, and Lin Xiaodan shoved aside the corpse on top of her and got up. Standing outside the artillery's range, tears streaming down her face, she said to Shan Yu, I won't go inside. Shan Yu took a deep breath and gravely said, come in first, let me check you over, maybe you're not hurt. Lin Xiaodan shook her head, greedily looking at Little Ming, tears constantly falling. Little Ming has to listen to Brother Shang from now on. Little Ming struggled to get out of Shan Yu's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, repeatedly calling for mommy. Lin Xiaodan, her face covered in tears, smiled brilliantly at Little Ming one last time. Zombies continued to be thrown in from outside. Shan Yu refused to give up, so he stepped forward a few more steps, abruptly pulling Lin Xiaodan inside and flipping through her hair to check the back of her neck. Shan Yu paid no heed to anything, continuously checking Lin Xiaodan's exposed skin, muttering to himself, there's no injury. Lin Xiaodan looked blankly, what? Shan Yu thoroughly inspected her once again and repeated, no wounds. Sister Dan, you haven't been injured. Realizing this, Lin Xiaodan, after immense sorrow, felt overwhelming joy. I'm not hurt. Really? I'm not hurt. She explained, my back of the head hurts, I thought I was injured. I thought I was definitely dead. She hugged Little Ming, laughing and crying simultaneously. At the base hospital, a zombie happened to fly into the hospital window, only to have its head swiftly cut off by Mu Yun. The pregnant women screamed, hugging their children and trembling violently. Mu Yun sealed the windows and shouted loudly, stop screaming. He grabbed a nearby doctor. Where is the safest place here? Is there an enclosed environment? The doctor had already been scared witless. Yes, the operating room has a complex structure and electronic locks. Mu Yun nodded, lead us there. Mu Yun and Jian Xiling held the children and headed toward the operating room, inviting other new mothers to follow. Someone muttered, how can we get out of bed when we're still on maternity rest? Is doing the confinement more important than saving your life? Mu Yun barked. Parents started coming to their senses. Fathers supported their wives and children, following Mu Yun towards the direction of the operating room. Outside the hospital, screams and cries filled the air as frantic figures dashed past the windows, causing hearts to tremble. The doctor led them deep into the operating room, passing through several doors before reaching the internal part. There's an air purification system, so don't worry, the doctor said nervously. Mu Yun nodded, personally shutting all exits. When he closed the last door, Sheng Ying arrived with Professor Lu and others. With Sheng Ying around, it was like having a pillar of strength. Mu Yun asked, "What do we do now?" Without stopping his steps, Sheng Ying followed Professor Lu to the laboratory. He carefully opened the freezer and retrieved a PSI drug vial. "Are you going to use this?" Mu Yun asked. Sheng Ying looked down at Jiao Jiao. "Do you want some?" Jiao Jiao eagerly made a sound. Professor Lu shook his head. "Dr. Shang and I haven't figured out how it works yet. Suddenly applying it to pets might be risky. Not all pets have the same constitution as the golden retriever. You must be cautious." Sheng Ying replied, "What else can we do? We need to stop those trebuchets, we can't let them continue this chaos." Mu Yun said, "There's another issue. The artillery on the wall has been set to kill on-sight mode. If Jiao Jiao goes out, he will definitely be attacked by the artillery. Even if his skin is thick, it wouldn't hold up." Sheng Ying began putting on his armor, then turn off the artillery and let them come. He added, "It's not like we haven't defended a city before." At the gate of the base, with a thunderous roar, Jiao Jiao rapidly swelled in size as if being inflated. The massive black beast burst through the base gates and roared toward the trebuchets. Chapter 42. Chaos reigned within the base. Shan Yu stood at the edge of the artillery range shouting, "Don't run around. Come here." The lynx darted out like lightning, killing approaching zombies and guiding people toward Shang Yu. "Nobody injured?" Shang Yu asked. The group responded nervously, "No, none of us are hurt. You can check." Shang Yu gestured, "Head to the hospital. We have walls and artillery, we can hold out for a while." People ran into the pet hospital, where artillery on the walls guarded this last fortress. "Ah!" a woman screamed as a zombie fell from above directly into the yard. Little White Dragon rushed over, smashing the zombie's head underfoot. The base had turned into a hellish battlefield. A familiar man, dragging bloodied legs, crawled toward Shang Yu pleading, "Save me. Please save me." Zombies lumbered forward, drawn by the scent of blood, taking a bite out of him. Unable to bear watching further, Shang Yu instructed the lynx to kill the zombies but avoided looking him in the eye, saying apologetically, "Sorry." In the distance, unmanned artillery shut down altogether. With an earth-shaking shriek, Jiao Jiao, with Sheng Ying riding on his back, charged out of the base. From afar, Shang Yu glimpsed Sheng Ying in black armor, gleaming like a vengeful deity. Finally reacting after initial chaos, people grabbed their weapons, changed clothes, and rushed onto the walls. Gu Shenyin commanded on the walls, "Go grab the artillery. Stay vigilant." Long-range psychics helped cover Sheng Ying. The besieging masses, noticing that the artillery was no longer functioning, surged forward like locusts, attacking the walls and gate furiously. "Hold your ground." Gu Shenyin roared as bullets rained down. Underneath the walls, waves of attackers continued relentlessly. Far away, Jiao Jiao, resembling an ancient giant beast, swung a paw and demolished one trebuchet. "Good." People cheered wildly, spirits revitalized, "Another one, destroy another." "Amazing." They roared in excitement. Jiao Jiao kicked over 3 trebuchets in succession and roared wildly as he rampaged across the battlefield. Inside the hospital, Professor Lu called Mu Yun and Yu Jun over to work on something briefly. After finishing their task, they patrolled the building along with some fathers, double-checking the hospital doors and windows before finally sitting by the entrance to guard. "I wonder how things are outside," Yu Jun mused gloomily, as cries of agony and cannon fire resonated continuously outside. Gu Shenyin's yelling could be faintly heard from within. Yu Jun struck the floor hard, furious, "Those people have no humanity. They're willing to do anything for the drugs." Other fathers chimed in, eyes red, "My dad is still at home. I don't know how she is. Those people deserve to be trampled by black leopards." One father suddenly suggested, "Hey Mu Yun, why don't you give the medicine to your Siberian husky? 2 big ones together would crush them." Yu Jun immediately defended Mu Yun, "The principle of PSI drugs hasn't been figured out yet. How can we just randomly consume it? Besides, your dog already took the medicine, what if its body can't take it this time? The potency of the drug accumulates." Mu Yun spoke seriously, "Our top priority right now isn't taking the medicine but defending ourselves. We have over 30 newborns and mothers here, along with drugs and vaccines. If the walls break and they attack us, they'll come straight here first. As long as we hold out here and keep them from getting the medicine, and wait until Jiao Jiao and Big Brother return, we'll win." Others finally quieted down. At this moment, a sigh came to Mu Yun's ears, "I've finally found it." Mu Yun asked Yu Jun, "What did you find?" Yu Jun looked baffled, "Huh? That wasn't me talking." Mu Yun turned around and saw someone thin as a sheet inserted through the crack in the hospital door, drifting like a kite waving lightly in the breeze, smiling at them. "Get out of the way." Mu Yun's reaction was incredibly fast. The thin steel sheets transformed into sharp blades and flew at him. However, the paper man twisted instantly like a noodle, his arms extended endlessly, reaching for them. Mu Yun had never seen such a mutated person before and was utterly terrified. Leading the others to retreat, he conjured a huge steel bowl using his psychic abilities, attempting to pin the opponent down. He. That person gave a seductive laugh. His legs bent in an unbelievable manner to one side, while his hands continued to reach forward. His strength was enormous as he fiercely slapped toward Mu Yun. Barely dodging it, Mu Yun saw that the paper man's palm left several cracks on the wall. Hold him off. Mu Yun rushed at him with a few dads who had psychic abilities. However, disregarding all else, the paper man's arms extended endlessly like snakes, bypassing them, and attacked Yu Jun who lacked any special abilities. Like a snake, it wrapped around his neck. Yu Jun. Turning back, Mu Yun formed a steel knife and viciously slashed down at the man's arm. The arm bent sharply like it had broken but curved another way, successfully evading the steel knife. At the same time, the other hand stealthily attacked from behind Mu Yun, wrapping around him like a massive snake. "Alright, behave," said the paper man as he tightened his grip, causing Mu Yun's bones to crackle. Yu Jun's face turned crimson, struggling violently. With a soft voice, the paper man said, "I don't want to fight. I am merely here to pick up some items on someone's request." The other dads froze momentarily, forcing themselves to calm down, saying, You release them, and we can talk." The paper man laughed prettily, replying, "Where is the drug that enlarges animals?" In the laboratory, Professor Lu and Professor Sun stood in a corner, trembling furiously. "This is robbery. Kidnapping. This is. Smiling tenderly, the paper man responded, "What is?" Professor Lu's face turned scarlet, but he couldn't say a word. As if carrying two sprouts effortlessly, the paper man grabbed the two like nothing and sat boldly on a chair, demanding, "Where is the drug? Give it to me, and I will release them." Professor Lu shook with his finger pointing at him. "If we give it to you. If we do, how could our base survive?" You bastards, I'll kill you." Professor Sun tried comforting Professor Lu beside him, anxiously saying, "But without giving him the drug, these two children won't survive. Old man, find a way." Professor Lu shook his head, as if making a huge decision. "1 dose. Release them, and I'll give you 1 dose. The paper man showed surprise, laughing softly. "Aha, so these 2 lives are worth just 1 dose of the drug in your eyes?" Professor Lu raised his voice indignantly. 1 dose makes a pet become a monstrous giant, lasting for at least 2 weeks. What do you intend to do with so much? Still smiling indifferently, the paper man retorted, "Where are the drugs then? Let me take a look." Professor Lu signaled to his students and dejectedly sat down. The student opened the freezer, revealing hundreds of vials of pale blue liquid. Upon seeing the drugs, the paper man's eyes gleamed. They roved over the drugs covetously as he muttered, "Who said I only take 1 dose?" Casually tossing Mu Yun and Yu Jun aside, he brought out a small miniature black snake from his bosom and affectionately nudged noses with it. "I'm taking all the drugs." The paper man took out the drug and fed it to the little black snake, but the little snake squirmed and refused to eat. "What's wrong?" He coaxed multiple times, yet the little snake kept retreating and twisting. With a cluck of his tongue, he picked up another dose. With one hand gripping the little black snake and holding the dose with the other, the paper man instructed sternly, "Stop moving, good boy, I'll give you the injection." The little snake hissed as it struggled. The paper man tightly held the little snake as the pale blue drug was slowly injected into the snake. After finishing the injection, the paper man relaxed entirely, leaning back against the chair and even having the leisure to enlighten everyone. "Do you know what kind of snake this is?" He pointed at the snake on the table, a viper, one of the top 10 poisonous snakes nationwide. "Imagine if it becomes a giant venomous snake, 1 bite would be enough for, well. When it grows up, I'll make you its first snack." The paper man smiled sweetly, but his words sent chills down everyone's spine. At this moment, Professor Lu burst out laughing. "Who eats whom? It's not certain yet." The paper man's expression changed. Doubtfully staring at the little black snake on the table, the paper man called out in disbelief, "Mian." But instead of growing, Mian writhed in agony on the table as if enduring immense pain. "What's going on?" The paper man cradled Mian in his arms and looked up at Professor Lu. "Is he too small to endure it?" A cryptic smile played on the edge of Professor Lu's lips, sending a chill through the paper man. "Do you think we'd give such an important agent to you easily?" Professor Lu's eyes sparkled behind his glasses. He picked up one of the vials. "I guess Shuesi must have told you the PSI agent is light blue, and that pets will immediately turn into massive creatures, right?" The paper man held the struggling little snake anxiously. "Yes, could he be wrong?" Professor Lu shook his head. "No, he wasn't wrong. We switched them out." Professor Lu smiled. "We knew you would come for the agent. Do you think we wouldn't prepare? In front of you is diluted copper sulfate solution." The paper man felt as if falling into an ice cellar. The little snake writhed in pain and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "Mian!" The paper man shouted in grief, holding the little snake. Mu Yun didn't give him time to grieve. "Attack!" he ordered, and the ice element abnormal father next to him froze both his hands along with the little snake. Mu Yun's enormous steel pillar dropped down, heading straight for his head. "You scum, I'll kill you all." The death of the little snake utterly enraged the paper man. With a wrench of his hands, the ice shattered, and the steel pillar was easily evaded. Using all his remaining mental power, Mu Yun sent countless steel needles flying toward him. The paper man was forced to step back. At this moment, the student lunged forward, smashing an alcohol lamp against him, drenching him head to toe in alcohol. Ignite! Mu Yun roared. A dad lit a match and charged toward the paper man. At that moment, a mother with her child appeared in the corridor. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as the paper man caught sight of his target and without hesitation, his arm extended like noodles through a crowd of people, accurately grabbing the infant by the neck. The dad who was about to light the match quickly pulled back as the mother screamed and the baby wailed. Don't move, the paper man roared, drenched in alcohol, completely crazed. You killed my Mian, I'll kill a child to avenge him. No, the mother screamed, kneeling down, I'll give you whatever you want, don't harm him. He just turned a month old, he. Mu Yun yelled furiously, why did you even come out? The mother timidly cried, I couldn't hold my urine. Once again, the situation swung back to the paper man's favor. The child in his hand had a bluish-purple face. The paper man lifted the baby and demanded, give me the real agent. With the baby in tow, the paper man fled. Every pocket of his was filled with psi, one hand clamping the baby's neck, the other tightly holding 6 or 7 vials. The mother fainted from crying, the paper man arrived at the bottom of the city wall. Looking back, he threw the baby toward them, his free hand stretching endlessly, flipped over the wall, dodging bullets in an instant, fleeing at great speed. Zombies were no longer entering the base, but Jiao Jiao's angry roar echoed from afar. Mu Yun glanced around and said solemnly, let's go to the pet hospital. Yard was originally filled with many people who had recovered from their initial shock, and soon several teams went to the city walls to counterattack. Now only those who were elderly, sick, or disabled remained in the yard. Mu Yun found Shang Yu and passed on the message. Shang Yu immediately understood, looking beyond the city wall, this can't go on, Jiao Jiao. The paper man took away over a dozen vials, which could allow over a dozen pets to instantly become giants. Jiao Jiao would be overwhelmed, then trample their base. Shang Yu decisively said, either we surrender, or, we take the risk to inject the agents into our pets. Mu Yun stated, surrendering is impossible. I came here to see if any of your pets want to eat PSI. The husky still retained the amount equivalent to 3 doses, Momo guarded Jian Xiling and the twins. Only Shang Yu could provide help. Shang Yu nodded, alright, I don't have many adult pets here. I need you to go out and ask if anyone wants to help the base. Mu Yun agreed and left. Shang Yu took a deep breath and squatted down asking the lynx, do you want to become as big as Jiao Jiao and the husky? The lynx perked up its ears excitedly, its eyes gleaming. Then the little white dragon nearby came running over, clattering around in excitement. Shang Yu patted both creatures on the head in turn, you two have it tough. Shang Yu removed the iron hooves from the white dragon and opened the PSI agent, eat it. That day, under the bright morning sun, those who had been attacking raised their heads to see a colossal horse rise to stand between heaven and earth. Its white mane fluttered in the sunlight as it bent its gaze and casually stepped over the base wall, stepping down with ease. Someone recalling that day remembered how people were like tiny ants in comparison, the mighty beast standing with thunderous force, their coats gleaming brightly in the sun, shaking the rivers and mountains, trembling the heavens and earth, thus opening a new chapter of history. Chapter 43. Sheng Ying led Jiao Jiao in destroying 3 catapults before the attackers reacted in shock, covering their heads and fleeing while unleashing abilities. Jiao Jiao rampaged amidst gunfire, angrily roaring and biting attackers before throwing them away. Her black tail lashed like a whip, forcefully flinging broken trucks on the side of the road. Next. Sheng Ying pointed at the catapult and Jiao Jiao shattered it with one blow, her paw pads smeared with thick blood. In the surrounding chaos, screams and shouts never ceased. Someone yelled loudly, attack its eyes. Eyes. Belly. Sheng Ying kept firing from atop Jiao Jiao while a giant leaped onto Jiao Jiao's nose, only to be blown off by Sheng Ying. From afar, the disorganized attackers formed the first barrier. A row of people stood opposite as their leader lifted his hand, ready, fire. The asphalt beneath Jiao Jiao's feet instantly turned into quicksand, trapping her deeply without the ability to move while various powers rained down like storm. Jiao Jiao roared furiously, giving hope back to the leader. He thought, it works. At this moment, he saw the man atop the black leopard smiling at him. For simultaneous shots fired, turning the line of attackers into targets, which Sheng Ying obliterated from left to right. After the smoke cleared, no one remained alive. As the power effects disappeared, Jiao Jiao charged forward again, annihilating dozens of catapults. On the second floor of a building hastily assembled as a command center, pandemonium broke out among several leaders who swallowed hard and said to Zhongping, maybe we should leave, they're too powerful. Zhongping shot them a cold glare, as long as Pan Jing gets the medicine, we win. Can't you even endure this? Furious now, one of the leaders disregarded all consequences, but look at all the deaths below. Your base didn't send many people, those dying down there are ours. Of course you don't care. Once they die, what will our base eat or drink? If this continues, they'll kill us all. Other leaders couldn't stay seated either and joined in agreement. Zhong Ping remained detached and uncaring until she suddenly noticed Xuesi hiding aside. Xuesi, come here, Zhong Ping asked Xuesi, does the monster below have any weaknesses? Xuesi hesitated, I don't know. Zhong Ping managed a dry laugh, why don't you go meet him? Xuesi widened his eyes and waved his hands frantically, I can't do it. No one with powers below has succeeded. Zhong Ping interrupted, if you succeed, you'll be the deputy leader of the base, how does that sound? You can pick whichever pet you want. Leaders around echoed in support. Zhong Ping added, if you don't go, we'll throw you down. Xiao Jin, take him down. Xuesi seethed, how much information have I brought you? Without me, you'd know nothing. And now that I'm useless, you're going to throw me down as a scapegoat. Xuesi took a few steps toward Zhong Ping and shouted in her face, fine if I die. But I'll drag someone down with me. No one reacted in time as Xuesi pulled Zhong Ping toward the window. The leaders half-heartedly pulled them but watched as Xuesi dragged Zhong Ping through the window, falling straight down. Xiao Jin rushed down to save them, and the leaders looked at each other, maybe we should retreat. Just then, someone burst out from the base. Ji Gang noticed immediately, look, Pan Zheng is coming out. Caught off guard, Zhong Ping was thrown out the window, hitting heavily on the grass. Xuesi quickly got up and spat, what's so great about being the leader? You're nothing without this identity. He raised his hand and shouted loudly to the distance, hey, over here. Here dash. Under the blazing sunlight, Xingying turned his head against the light, Xuesi sneered at Zhong Ping, go die, and quickly ran away. In the distance, Xingying had destroyed all the catapults, commanding Jiao Jiao to walk over, just in time, let's settle new and old grievances together. Jiao Jiao dashed over like lightning. Xiao Jin protected Zhong Ping and got on the car as Xingying shouted, Jiao Jiao, chase that car. The off-road vehicle charged forward recklessly, with a huge black leopard following behind. His body leaped forward lightly, and while falling down, he slammed the entire car flying out. With a massive roar, the car rotated 360 degrees, landing heavily on the ground. Zhong Ping struggled out of the car, pointing her hand at Xingying. Suddenly, the cannon trembled violently, completely out of control. Next, his parts scattered like petals, exploding into pieces. The parts were drawn toward something, forming strings of them descending directly into Zhong Ping's hands. Her two arms transformed into giant magnets, sucking away all of Xingying's armor. She said arrogantly, looks like I'm your kryptonite, little Sheng. Zhong Ping fled forward as Xiao Jin, bleeding profusely, stood in front of Jiao Jiao. He took out a net, which grew larger and larger, and was suspended above Jiao Jiao's head trying to catch him all at once. Xingying shot Xiao Jin dead with one shot, so slow an ability. Jiao Jiao chased for a few steps, made a forward leap, and bit Zhong Ping. Eh! Zhong Ping's face no longer showed her arrogant pride, she immediately threw away the armor, let go, I'll promise you anything. Jiao Jiao clenched her teeth. The next is Xuesi, Xingying jumped off Jiao Jiao's back, picked up the armor and reassembled it, let's take revenge. The battlefield was in shambles, the attackers lost all spirit, fleeing at the sight of Jiao Jiao, many hiding in nearby buildings. Xingying even saw exhaust trails far away. Xingying chased Xuesi all the way to a kilometer away, Jiao Jiao pounced toward Xuesi's car like grabbing a toy and pulled him out with her claws. Xuesi was punctured by Jiao Jiao, leaning on the door, laughing madly, do you know why I betrayed you? It's because of yourself. Xuesi laughed crazily, the base falling is your fault ha 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 ha. When expanding the base years ago, I just bumped into Gu Shenyin once, and you ordered all hunter teams to stop accepting me, Xuesi's eyes were bloodshot, acting crazy, and you conspired with Shan Yu to seize my links. You didn't let me live. So I won't let you live either. Xingying wasn't angry at all, the thing I regret most is not having killed you earlier. Xuesi suddenly jumped, his impressive leap targeting Jiao Jiao's eyes, die. Jiao Jiao didn't even move. Xingying held the cannon, aiming at Xuesi, goodbye. All the catapults had been completely destroyed. Xingying emerged victorious in his revenge, the remaining troops had no fighting spirit left, covering their heads and fleeing in all directions. Xingying rode Jiao Jiao back, leisurely installing crystal cores into his armor. Jiao Jiao suddenly stopped, Xingying looked up and his pupils contracted abruptly. At the end of the road, a colossal golden python coiled at the intersection, its neck high up, blocking their path. On the golden python, sat a flat figure. Sigh. Xingying mumbled, hardly believing as he turned back to look at the base. Did the base fall? Xingying's mind went blank. That can't be possible, the walls of the base are so high, and Gu Shenyin is leading counterattacks. How could it have fallen so quickly? Jiao Jiao took a step back, letting out a low hiss. Dust stirred from the left intersection as a giant Tibetan mastiff appeared between the buildings, shattering the glass walls. Its thick black fur covered its body, its blood-red eyes making people shiver. On the right, a bittern dog's muscles flexed, saliva dangling from its mouth. At the same moment, a piercing whistle came from above, a giant falcon with a wingspan over 20 meters circling overhead. They were surrounded. Jiao Jiao took another step back. Shenying felt a shock deep within, not because of the sight before him, but due to the bright and lively garden of the past, the soft and adorable pets, and that person's smile flashing repeatedly in his mind. Jiao Jiao. Let's go back to the base first and check. Shenying lost all fighting spirit, his voice trembling slightly. Without hesitation, the black leopard turned around and bolted like a black lightning across roadside shops. Several giants rushed toward them. The bitten dog's saliva gleamed in the sunlight, while the giant falcon emitted a clear whistle above. Shenying wore his 4 cannons, brazenly firing them upwards. The giant falcon dodged the cannon fire and dived down instantly. In the blink of an eye, its sharp talons were right before them. Jiao Jiao twisted her body at an incredible angle and swiped with her paw. The giant falcon let out a wail of pain as it narrowly escaped from under Jiao Jiao's claws. However, the bitten dog was now dangerously close. Drooling, it opened its massive jaws. Its terrifying fangs and jaw strength made Jiao Jiao take a step back. Shenying hurriedly shouted, "Don't linger, let's go." At this moment, the group of colossal beasts rushed toward them. Just as Shenying felt all hope lost, the walls behind him erupted with dozens of giant pets leaping over simultaneously, their golden fur shining brilliantly in the sunlight like divine creatures descending to the earth, emitting ear-splitting roars. Charge! Shan Yu rode a white horse wielding a wooden stick, leading the monstrous creatures into a thunderous charge. What an extraordinary and rare sight it was. Humans atop the food chain now stared up helplessly like ants, dozens of pets resembling ancient mythical beasts colliding with earth-shaking force, their silhouettes blocking out the sky and sun. Claws and teeth rose high, their roar echoing for kilometers. It was an epic spectacle, a magnificent marvel that defied description. Sunlight poured down, showing only awe-inspiring shadows wrestling fiercely on the battlefield, using teeth and claws to tear apart each other. Humans could no longer influence the outcome of this war. Using the propulsion of his armor, Shenying jumped off the horse with Shan Yu, placing him atop the wall. "I'm glad you're still here, my Dr. Shang." Shan Yu had no idea how panic-stricken Shenying had been, nor the joy he felt at regaining what he almost lost. When Shan Yu galloped toward him under the fiery sun, that image pierced deep into his mind like an arrow. Shenying loudly shouted, "Gu Shenying." Gu Shenying charged over, "Here." Shenying reactivated his armor, his smile unrestrained and fierce. "Let's go pick up some stragglers." Jiao Jiao was evidently now the leader of all the base's pets. In one leap, she grabbed the golden python's tail and slashed hard, leaving 2 bloody holes in it. The golden python turned around and hissed furiously, snapping its head forward. It coiled its massive body around Jiao Jiao and tightened abruptly. Jiao Jiao let out a cry of pain. Her sharp fangs pierced through the python's tough outer skin. With a tug, she ripped off a chunk of flesh, blood spurting everywhere. A paper figure on the golden python shouted, Big Mian, wrap him up." Jiao Jiao tilted her head and looked curiously at the paper figure for a moment, seemingly intrigued. Injured though it was, the golden python struggled to attack Jiao Jiao again. But Jiao Jiao gracefully leaped up, evading its binding attempt, then landed and clawed deep, opening another bone-deep wound. Having had enough playtime, Jiao Jiao wasted no more time. She took one bite on the left, one swipe on the right, until the golden python bled profusely and finally collapsed in a pool of blood. The paper figure fled swiftly. Jiao Jiao watched the fleeing paper figure with curiosity for a while. Mu Yun soon arrived, "Ape." The black ape turned around. Mu Yun pointed, "Help me catch him." The black ape beat its chest, patted the ground like searching for bugs, then lifted the struggling paper figure who screamed non-stop, its noodle-like body entirely useless in the ape's grip. Mu Yun laughed, "Enjoy playing with him." The ape stretched and squeezed the paper figure curiously, manipulating it as if it were a rubber band, letting it breathe precariously. Shang Yu and Shen Shikuan set up a temporary clinic on the city wall. Shang Yu watched the distant battlefield from afar where the lynx was lurking in the shadows ready to ambush. True to his title as king of the plateau, the lynx moved soundlessly on thick padded paws. His strike speed even exceeded Jiao Jiao's. Hiding in the shadows, waiting for the giant falcon to fly low, he instantaneously sprang into the air, biting it in one swift motion. Instant kill. Yes. Shang Yu applauded enthusiastically. Shang Yu remembered that the battle lasted the entire day. He set up a stall on the wall, stacked with piles of beef, fish, and pork. Tired and hungry pets returned by themselves to grab quick bites before charging back in full fury. Wounded pets came back looking pitifully at Shang Yu with their injuries. Their hides were so thick they resembled walls. Shang Yu couldn't stitch them but could only apply medicine and bandage them. Shenying and the base members rushed out again, the artillery and their powers unleashed simultaneously. The anger of revenge was fully poured onto everyone, signaling the start of the counteroffensive. They pushed back with renewed vigor. The attackers, who lacked any fighting spirit, easily revealed the direction of the command post. By the time Shenying's group arrived at the building, it was already deserted. "Should we chase them?" Gu Shenying asked. Shenying raised a corner of his mouth, "Let's go." The setting sun was blood red, and the battlefield was a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. Baoshan base had ferocious beasts like leopards and lynxes. The opponent's giant creatures looked formidable but were merely all show and no substance. Tibetan mastiffs were once hyped concepts. In reality, 8 Tibetan mastiffs combined couldn't beat a leopard. Pit bulls might be fierce, but they are still canines. The gold python is a naturally gentle animal, making it unsuitable for attacks. The giant creatures had fought all day long. The evening glow hung on the horizon, painting the giant creatures in bright hues. Each one of them was injured, but fortunately, none fell in battle. Jiao Jiao was hit the hardest. Her ears were bitten by a Tibetan mastiff into 2 bloody holes. Shan Yu applied thick layers of medicine and wrapped her up tightly. Jiao Jiao discontentedly scratched at the bandages with her paws, shaking her head so hard that she shook off the bandages. No. Shan Yu said. At this moment, Xingying came over to ask, how is the situation? We're going to press our advantage further and capture those leaders. Is Jiao Jiao ready? Jiao Jiao flailed and wanted to go, even rolling on the ground playfully. Shan Yu stood hands on hips and lectured, want to go? Then put the bandage back properly. Thus, the Black Panther set off rather disgracefully wearing white bandages as Xingying rode atop the Black Panther and extended a hand toward Shan Yu. Come on, let's go together. I'll protect you. Xingying and Shan Yu rode Jiao Jiao while Gu Shenyin and another junior member rode a black gorilla, heading out farther away. With their naturally excellent sense of smell and long legs, moonlit and starsparse nights posed no obstacle to these giant creatures. Shan Yu noticed a ribbon tied around the black gorilla's wrist and moved closer to find out that it was the paper figure. This paper figure could no longer return to its normal state. It had been stretched to its maximum length by the black gorilla and was used as a toy until it was barely alive. Shan Yu saw that the black gorilla really liked this ribbon, occasionally pulling it to provoke some feeble moans from the paper figure. The fleeing soldiers drove off-road vehicles everywhere trying to split up their escape routes. The black gorilla and Black Panther were incredibly fast, blocking the SUV's way in front and behind, chasing them into a corner. Come out. If not, I'll make Jiao Jiao claw you out, Xingying threatened. Soon after, several people with special abilities raised their hands and crawled out of the vehicle. Where's your leader? Xingying asked casually. Several familiar-looking leaders slowly stepped out of the car, trembling before the active zombies nearby. Shan Yu even spotted Jiang Lin, looking back at Xingying instinctively. What's wrong? Xingying didn't seem to realize and gave Shan Yu a peck on the cheek. Ji Gang stepped out of the car, sniveling and pleading with Xingying, please, have mercy. Let us go. We failed to recognize your power, we shouldn't have provoked you, we're sorry. He wiped his tears, his double chin quivering, give us a chance to live, boss. There are so many zombies tonight. How about going back inside the car and discussing things? Before Xingying could speak, one of the leaders beside him opened his mouth, boss, I will give my base to you. Could you let me live? Or let me sweep the floor at your base. It's too dangerous here. Look, the zombies are coming closer. Sitting atop the giant creatures, zombies posed no threat to Xingying's group. People below panicked as those on the periphery had already begun grappling with the zombies. Xingying asked Ji Gang, what do you say? What about your base? Ji Gang nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, I'll give you my base. You take it. Xingying smirked, take me to your base. Led by Ji Gang, Jiao Jiao and the black gorilla herded the escapees together to Ji Gang's base. By the time they reached the base, it was already past 10 o'clock. The entire base was dark except for one lighthouse dimly lighting the midnight sky. Our place is poor, please watch your step, Ji Gang bent over backward to lead the people into the base. Jiao Jiao and the black gorilla crouched down to enter the gate and sat at the entrance, scaring the people inside who gaped in horror. What are you staring at? Tomorrow you won't need to work, Ji Gang excelled at bullying the weak and flattering the strong, scolding the people back before welcoming Xingying's group into the office. Xingying sat in the main seat, demanding Ji Gang to confess how they all united. Meanwhile, Gu Shenyin and others took the other leaders to another office for separate interrogations. In fact, this whole thing started because of one of your subordinates. He escaped to Zhong Ping's place, spilled everything, and asked her to provide him with food and entertainment. Zhong Ping was very envious of your medicine, but she feared she couldn't handle it alone, so she came to me. Ji Gang continued, later, I got drunk once and revealed the entire matter. The next day, everyone in the Yangtze River Delta knew about it. Zhong Ping then threatened me, making me lead an alliance to form a Yangtze River Delta Union and come here to find that medicine. Xingying asked, who came up with the trebuchet idea? Ji Gang swallowed, it was Zhong Ping's idea. At that time, you placed a loudspeaker on the city wall, saying there was only one dose of medicine, and only one base could get it. Some bases began to waver. But Zhong Ping refused to give up after putting over a month into this plan. So a person with manufacturing abilities nearby helped her build dozens of trebuchets, Ji Gang explained. Shan Yu was feeling tired and yawned sleepily as he listened. Xingying put his arm around Shan Yu's shoulder and laid him down on the luxurious vintage sofa nearby, sleep for a bit, I'll wake you when we go back. Shan Yu softly murmured his assent and drifted off into slumber. After Xingying compared what he heard here with what Gu Shenyin had found out, they all seemed to match. This confirmed Ji Gang and their group were telling the truth. What are you planning to do? Gu Shenyin asked. Shenying stated naturally, take over their bases. Gu Shenyin suddenly felt as if his workload doubled and complained endlessly, why do I feel my workload is increasing again? Back in the office, Shenying lowered his voice and spoke gently to Ji Gang, now, let's talk about your base. Even though Ji Gang was extremely unwilling, he had no choice but to surrender his base willingly. After all, two giant beasts were still at their base now. With such a disparity in combat power, what else could be said? If he handed it over smoothly, maybe he'd still receive some crystal cores or something. That night, Ji Gang summoned all the management staff and announced the matter. Shang Yu, half asleep and half awake, only saw Ji Gang together with several strangers transferring account books, registers, and red seals. They were about to transfer the base, he thought. His boyfriend was truly an extraordinary person. The next morning, everyone in Ji Gang's base was gathered in the square, and the announcement was made. When Shenying ascended the stage, the cries and noise from the crowd below nearly tore the sky apart. You live so far away and usually don't stay here, how will you manage our base? If our base runs into trouble, it'll take too long for you to rescue us. Someone dared to ask. Shenying replied, our management method will soon be implemented. Until then, our people will station here until the new management method is ready. Shenying smiled, I hope you will like your new leader. Thus, the Yangtze River Delta Union crumbled. After sending Shang Yu back to the base, Shenying led his men to visit all the bases, without any resistance, smoothly transferring the powers. Since then, all the bases in the Yangtze River Delta fell entirely under Shenying's control. Of course, Jiang Lin continued to cause trouble. Chapter 44. Jiang Lin came to see Shenying, surprising him even more when hearing Jiang Lin's request. Why should I keep you around? Shenying asked. Jiang Lin, blushing, said, you know, I studied management in college. You suddenly taking over so many bases must be overwhelming. If I assist you as your right-hand man, it will surely improve efficiency. Don't you think so? Shenying replied, I think not. Jiang Lin bit his lips, I know you're still mad at me. It was beyond my control at the time, I had to stand with Zhongping since they had overwhelming force. If I didn't join, I'd have been excluded, plus I still had many mouths to feed in my own base. Shenying showed absolutely no emotion on his cold face, talking loudly about liking me, yet when problems arise, you immediately side with whoever benefits you. What kind of liking is this? Go back. According to our decision, all leaders who planned the ambush will be expelled from the Yangtze River Delta and left to survive on their own. Jiang Lin became anxious, but I did remind you in private. Shenying frowned, if you're going to do something, then do it thoroughly. You were on Zhongping's side while privately warning me. Do you want to be a good person on both sides? There's no such good thing in the world. He stood up to send his guest off, leave. Our base does not welcome you. Although he said that, managing the entire Yangtze River Delta was a challenge Shenying had never faced before. Gu Shenyin held the documents and said, now there are 35 bases in the Yangtze River Delta, with about 60,000 people and around 10,000 pets. The 35 bases are distributed all over the Yangtze River Delta. Leader, how do you plan to manage these 35 bases? Shenying waved at his subordinates, and they eagerly leaned forward. I want to integrate the entire Yangtze River Delta into one large base, Shenying said. The subordinates were so shocked they leaned back. Shenying, disregarding their expressions, revealed his grand ideal to his subordinates, look at the map. The whole Yangtze River Delta is a triangle, with two sides by the sea. We just need to build a wall on the side connecting to the mainland, and we can completely construct a safe Yangtze River Delta. This will greatly expand the activity range of humans. The subordinates couldn't say a word for a long time. Zhou Xiangning flattered Shenying first, leader, your broad-mindedness surpasses what I could ever achieve. Then he ignored Shenying and said to the other subordinates, let's divide the tasks. One person manages one base, how does that sound? I'll choose first, I'll take Zhejiang Garden. The other subordinates began clamoring and started drawing lots to allocate bases, leaving Shenying sighing as he massaged his forehead and knocked on the table, there's a reason why I said this. Gu Shenyin asked, regardless of the reasons, leader, where does your confidence come from to kill all the zombies in the Yangtze River Delta? How many people do we have? With only 60,000 people from the combined 35 bases, there are definitely several million zombies in Shanghai alone. Your idea is really... Shenying said, don't we have the pets? Zhou Xiangning shook his head, isn't PSI immature? Plus, letting the pets destroy one base might work, but killing tens of millions of zombies? That's unlikely. Gu Shenyin also asked, even if you clear all the zombies in the entire Yangtze River Delta, where will the bricks for the wall come from? Shenying replied without any shame, I haven't thought that far yet. Everyone let out an humph, and continued drawing lots. Feeling unsupported, Shenying looked wistful as he returned to the villa and asked Lin Xiaodan, where's Dr. Shang? Lin Xiaodan said, oh, those pets outside seem to have heatstroke, so they're treating them. It was still early summer when Era suffered heatstroke. Now in midsummer, the sun beat down directly, making the road scorching hot. The giant beasts, with poor heat dissipation systems, appeared listless, tongues lolling out as they panted heavily. Sheng Ying went outside to find Shang Yu and asked, "What about taking them to Milan Lake to cool down by soaking?" Shang Yu pointed at the pile of giants. "They're all injured, how can they go in the water?" Sheng Ying suddenly carried an ice maker out from the command center. Shang Yu was pleasantly surprised. "How did you get this?" Sheng Ying said, "We found it in Zhong Ping's warehouse when we took over her base." Shang Yu was thrilled, and together they made more than a dozen ice bricks. Each giant beast got one block of ice, and they clutched them tightly. By evening, there was even a thunderstorm which swept away the summer heat entirely. Shang Yu remarked, "Fortunately, Zhong Ping had an ice maker, otherwise, we would have no idea what to do with these furry kids." Pets like Era have terrible heat dissipation abilities, not to mention lynxes, who were born for the cold climate and have a thick coat of fur. Sheng Ying said, "When I took over Zhong Ping's base the other day, I found this in her warehouse and brought it back." He took Shang Yu's hand, and they slowly walked back. "Their base is different from ours." Zhong Ping almost declared herself queen in her own base. "Shang Yu, huh?" Sheng Ying said, "She established a class system in her base. She and her management team were the privileged class, psi-ability individuals were the common class, and ordinary people were the underprivileged class. The privileged class enjoyed 80% of the base resources, while the underprivileged class had no power to resist." Shang Yu couldn't help but be amazed. It was quite audacious of Zhong Ping to blatantly establish classes like that. What Shang Yu didn't know was that there were very few bases as leisurely as theirs, and leaders like Sheng Ying were rare. A week later, Sheng Ying and his subordinates organized a grand and solemn funeral. The somber sound of cellos echoed from the city wall as friends and family carried the coffins around the perimeter of the wall. Cannons mounted on the walls fired into the sky in salute, allowing those who had died heroically or tragically to finally rest in peace. Everyone bowed their heads in mourning on the wall, while the giant beasts below howled towards the sky to express their grief. Sheng Ying spoke at the funeral. "We will always remember that day when zombies fell from the heavens, corpses covered the land, and countless people inside the base died without any defense. We fought back against them, we won the war, we defended our homes, and we made those responsible pay the price they deserved. But we cannot stagnate out of fear, nor can we submit out of cowardice. Settling for a small place and living cautiously may bring temporary safety, but where is the road ahead? It requires all of us to have courage and a fearless determination to find a bright path forward. Evil will not triumph over justice, we will ultimately be the victors." Gradually, the base returned to its previous state, and Sheng Ying officially proposed the large base plan, which was again opposed by his subordinates. "Ideals are abundant, but reality is harsh," Gu Shinin persuaded him. "I understand your idea, you want people to no longer be confined within the walls of the base, to be able to safely step outside, expanding their range of activities. But what about those tens of millions of zombies? Do you really think it's that easy to deal with them?" Gu Shinin continued, "After the virus outbreak, the entire Shanghai became a hell on earth, it was the fastest place for the virus to spread. Now, do you see anyone daring to enter the urban area of Shanghai?" Zhou Xiangming added, "Or we could let these 5 million people come to live in our base. This way, it would be easier to manage, and there's no need to run back and forth." Gu Shinin slapped his thigh. "This is good. Why didn't I think of that? Let's go discuss this." Once again, Sheng Ying was left behind, feeling dejected. The thought he should have abandoned kept taking root in his heart, sprouting and growing stronger, never fading. A week later, all the pets returned to their original sizes. Another week later, good news came from Professor Lu. This budding thought of Sheng Ying stirred once more. Chapter 45. Professor Lu had been studying the principles of PSI all along, so when Shang Yu helped bandage the wounds of the pets, Professor Lu shamelessly asked for a little blood sample. The skin of the giant beasts was tough, not only was their blood hard to draw, even their fur couldn't be cut. Of course, Professor Lu wasn't going to miss such an opportunity. He gently used several cotton swabs to scrape a bit of blood, carefully placing it into a test tube. "This is enough, there's no need to draw blood or anything like that." Then Shang Yu and Professor Lu conducted a full body checkup, comparing the current data of the pets with the previous ones from Era. It looked much better. "These guys are doing well," Professor Lu said, "their heartbeats aren't so fast anymore, and their blood pressure is within acceptable limits. Era overdosing on 3 doses of the drug was too dangerous, this isn't something to play around with." Shang Yu took the chance to educate Era, so medicine shouldn't be taken casually, understand? Era protested with loud barks, excitedly jumping around. A week later, all the pets returned to their original forms. Another week later, Professor Lu made a breakthrough in studying the mechanism of the PSI drug, giving Sheng Ying hope. Sheng Ying and his subordinates were still arguing incessantly over management issues. Sheng Ying's plan A, draw a circle, encircle the 35 bases, eliminate the zombies inside, then humans would effectively own the entire Yangtze River Delta, how refreshing that would be. Gu Shinyin's plan B, treat the 34 bases as subordinate bases of their own, allow the bases to self-manage, and collect crystal cores monthly as taxes. Zhou Xiangning's plan C, absorb the 34 bases' populations to form an ultra-large base, then gradually expand the territory and enlarge the radius of activity. The subordinates turned to await Xing Ying's decision. After looking it over, Xing Ying said, "How about plan B?" Gu Shanin was surprised, looking at him. "Why have you suddenly become so conservative? You were previously quite confident in wanting to include the entire Yangtze River Delta in your control. I thought you'd choose plan C." Xing Ying simply replied, "I don't want other bases to live together with me." Zhou Xiangning understood. "That's right, we just finished fighting a battle here, and then expect people to come and join the base without any hesitation from over there. How is that possible?" Xing Ying said, "Yes, they hate us. We have a Jiao Jiao who killed so many of their people. Their friends and relatives would like to cut us into pieces." Gu Shanin was a little reluctant. "This is like raising high expectations and then letting them down lightly. We've achieved such a great victory, and none of these bases moved at all." Xing Ying played with a pen as he looked down. "Who said they wouldn't move? We'll still gain benefits while sitting here. It's definitely easier than going out to kill zombies. Besides, I'm just saying we can't make the first move. We need to wait for them to come asking us for help. Rest assured, some bases won't last long. They will sacrifice part of the interests of some individuals and seek our protection," Xing Ying predicted. Today, Shan Yu helped deliver 3 puppies for a border collie. After finally settling everything, Shan Yu finally sat on the sofa to take a break. By this time, all his colleagues had already gone off duty, and Xing Ying hadn't returned yet. He sat on the sofa holding Xia Sha, opened the system, and checked the mission. The previous hospital ward task was completed. Now, the villa next to theirs was used as a hospital ward, but fearing drawing attention, Shan Yu didn't claim the reward. The next task. Shan Yu scrolled down. A training room. Shan Yu picked up Xia Sha. "Xia Sha, you can have a place to train now." Hospital Construction, Part 5. Mission Objective, hire 1 trainer. Mission Description, pets are not naturally born fighters. For the safety of the pets, we need to train them, teach them to protect themselves and their owners. Mission Reward, Basic Crystal Core *10,000, obtain a training room, training equipment *20. At this moment, Shan Yu noticed a brand new interface on the system's main page. Upon opening it, he found, Pet Assessment and Rating System. Shan Yu had already become accustomed to the astonishing capabilities of the system. After carefully browsing the new interface, he discovered that it evaluated the pet's abilities through their use of training equipment. It was akin to the system being a terminal that recorded all the performance scores of pets on the training equipment, compiling them into a report. Shan Yu was excited and eager to try, knowing that his Lynx and Jiao Jiao were bound to be 2 of the best. As for the trainer, Shan Yu had someone in mind, Xia Sha's parent, that muscular man. Whenever the muscular man brought his pup for vaccines, Shan Yu couldn't help but compare mentally, why does his look so much better? Although Shan Yu had optimal conditions here, with specially supplied dog food from the system and various treats and chew sticks, why was the muscular man's pup bigger and more robust than Xia Sha? Xia Sha was fat and always flipping onto his back, whereas the other one had started growing leaner, sitting on the examination table with abundant energy and alertness, ears perked up, ready for action. Shan Yu stared at his own silly dog flipping on its back and rarely felt an almost uncharacteristic sense of disappointment. The muscular man's name was Jiang Ximin. When he last brought his pup for the vaccine, Shan Yu couldn't help but ask him for advice. Jiang Ximin smiled, "Isn't this Xia Sha? It's obvious that you pamper him too much, and you don't discipline him when he misbehaves, right?" Shan Yu blushed a little. Jiang Ximin continued, "Discipline doesn't mean scolding or hitting, it means guiding him towards becoming a better version of himself. My daughter Jiang Xiaoyun also used to be naughty, but I took her every morning around the fence to run and taught her to overcome fear and recognize zombies. Although she's young, she's not afraid of zombies anymore." Shan Yu envied him deeply at the time and tried mimicking by taking Xia Sha out of the base, but Xia Sha was scared stiff at the sight of zombies and refused to budge. Of course, Shan Yu hoped Xia Sha could grow up worry-free and never face those nasty things. But could he protect him forever? Would it not be terrible if Xia Sha encountered a zombie and had no self-preservation skills? After making up his mind, Shan Yu decided to invite Jiang Ximin in a few days, along with arranging the ward and training room. Then his hospital could expand its services to include pet training, which meant another source of income. Shan Yu happily closed the system just as he saw Xing Ying changing shoes by the door. "Ah, you're back," Shan Yu said. Xing Ying hummed in acknowledgement and came over in slippers, giving Shan Yu a quick kiss. "What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you." Shan Yu asked, "Are we not busy recently?" Xing Ying nodded, "Yes, we are fishing. Jiangbei Base." With the Bug Queen dead, several gifted individuals who could speak for themselves gathered together, and the atmosphere was as cold as ice. No one wanted to open their mouth. An elder man tapped on the table, "Don't stay silent. What shall we do? Let's have an open discussion." A tattooed man with flowers on his arm spoke directly, "I'll just say it straight. Our base won't last long. How many of us have abilities? 39. What can we possibly achieve? By the end of the month, we still have to pay crystal cores to Baoshan base. Can we afford that? We're barely maintaining enough food to survive. The elder said, so what do you suggest we do next? The tattooed man threw up his hands. What to do? Dissolve the base. Everyone goes wherever they want. After dissolution, there's no need to hand over the crystal cores anymore. Survival from now on is everyone's own responsibility. A man in blue beside him said, this is too irresponsible. We have more than 200 ordinary people here. What about them? Should we just ignore them? The tattooed man casually pointed, let those from the Jiangnan base come here to stay. The elder frowned, Xiaozhou, don't be deliberately leaving no room for others to live. Not only is our relationship with the Jiangnan base poor, but the crystal core fee is also based on a headcount basis. How would they ever agree to take us in? The man in blue felt quite indignant, this is deliberately not letting us live. Bases like ours with limited offensive capability are required to pay crystal cores, and they also intentionally prevent us from going to other bases. What's their intention? The middle-aged man chimed in, exactly. In theory, we are already considered their base, so why are they treating us so cruelly? The middle-aged man stood up, I will go talk to them. The tattooed man suddenly looked up, no. Don't act impulsively. They have a giant beast, and if they are unhappy with you, they might grab you and feed you to wolves. The middle-aged man said, I understand. I'm not there to ask for reasons. I just want to sound them out, to see what they truly mean. The man in blue and the tattooed man anxiously waited for several days. When they were ready to make a move and rescue the man, the middle-aged man returned. What did they say? The man in blue asked. The middle-aged man had a strange expression on his face. They told me, if we cannot pay the crystal cores, we can work by repairing their walls to offset the crystal cores. The three men looked at each other. Their accommodation includes food and lodging, the middle-aged man added, looking even stranger. Sheng Ying, who recently had nothing to do and enjoyed fishing, spent every day at the hospital acting as Shang Yu's bodyguard. His greatest pleasure every day was feeding Shang Yu, then lifting his shirt to grope shamelessly, let me feel if your waist has thickened. After being touched too much, Shang Yu started feeling restless, but whenever Sheng Ying wanted to proceed further, he refused. Sheng Ying was fundamentally a gentleman who respected his partner, but after restraining himself for a long time, a few uncontrollable desires emerged within him. He's my boyfriend, why can't he let me touch? It was him who took the initiative during our first kiss, yet now he doesn't want to initiate anything. One day, Sheng Ying drove out alone, not knowing what he scavenged back. He seriously asked Shang Yu, do you feel hot? Shang Yu shook his head, not at all, isn't there air conditioning? Sheng Ying replied, I feel very hot. Let's take off our clothes and take a nap. And then without hesitation, he pulled off his clothes, revealing broad shoulders and faint muscles, which he didn't consider sufficient. With two hands stretched, he pulled down his pants, openly exposing his crucial part, stopping specially in front of Shang Yu and proudly showcasing his assets. Is it big enough? Huh. Shang Yu was shocked and couldn't help but look down. Talent bestowed, uniquely advantageous. Shang Yu slightly opened his mouth, his pale lips resembling enticing petals, gazing blankly at his crucial part. Sheng Ying could no longer resist leaning over to ravage those petals, one hand gently grabbing Shang Yu's hands and pinning them behind his back, while the other hand decisively wandered upward along his waistline. Wanna try? The burning heat in Sheng Ying's lower abdomen became scorching hot, continuously thrusting against Shang Yu, causing their lower bodies tightly pressed together. The fervent wet kisses spread the waves of passion throughout their bodies like pebbles thrown into water. Sheng Ying panted roughly, wanna try? It won't hurt. Finally releasing Shang Yu's lips, he gasped, huh. Shang Yu panted for a long time until he finally calmed down. Sheng Ying kissed his forehead again, and then he heard Shang Yu say, the curtains aren't drawn. It was obvious that the blazing summer sunshine was rushing in recklessly. Sheng Ying glanced at himself, completely bare, then looked at Shang Yu who was fully clothed, and let out a sound of anguish as he escaped behind the door. You didn't warn me. Shang Yu said innocently, I didn't have time to warn you. Sheng Ying stood behind the door, poking his head out. Be honest, his eyes were firm and sharp, with an oppressive feeling coming through. Do you want it or not? If you do, go close the curtains. Chapter 46. Shang Yu stood there wrestling with himself. If he went to draw the curtains, it would seem like he was too eager, yet if he didn't, he was quite looking forward to it too. Before Shang Yu could decide, Sheng Ying suddenly covered up his crucial part and rushed out from behind the door, pulling the curtains shut in one swift movement, plunging the room into darkness immediately. Sheng Ying turned around, looking smugly at Shang Yu. Shang Yu. You've mastered running naked, good job buddy. With great enthusiasm, Sheng Ying said, quick, take off your clothes, let's take a bath together. Sheng Ying dragged Shang Yu into the bathroom for a bath. In the bathtub Shang Yu's face flushed red, being teased by Sheng Ying to the point of being unable to bear it. Hold on, you release. Ah, he came first. Sheng Ying was both surprised and amused, that was quick. Shang Yu slumped weakly in Sheng Ying's arms, too exhausted even to talk. Sheng Ying moved his hand forward and probed backward. Shang Yu sensed the danger and blushed while trying to hold back Sheng Ying's hand. Slow, slow. Shen Ying made no concessions, with a tone laced with persuasion. All right, I'll go slow. Shen Ying's fingers teasingly brushed against the entrance, Shan Yu, blushing furiously in his arms, black lashes quivering, as if trembling right onto Shen Ying's heart. Shen Ying dropped his gentlemanly demeanor, capturing Shan Yu's lips, gently but resolutely entering with his fingers. Shan Yu's mouth was sealed, whimpering sounds brushing across Shen Ying's desires, as Shen Ying soothed him while delving deeper. Shush, it won't hurt. Shen Ying picked up Shan Yu, making him straddle his legs, carefully exploring inside with his fingers. Hurts. Shan Yu frowned slightly, biting his tender lower lip. Shen Ying coaxed him, how about we move to the bed? I found some lubricant and condoms. After a silent pause, Shan Yu nodded. Lights out. The next day. Last night, Shen Ying had experienced several rounds of intense pleasure, still sleeping soundly in bed. Shan Yu was woken by his biological clock, and the soreness all over his body prompted him to mutter quietly, damn. He grabbed a pajama randomly and put it on, struggling to get off the bed. His limbs felt like noodles, and before he took a few steps, bang, he knelt down on the ground straight away. Shen Ying sprang up like a carp jump and rushed barefoot to hold Shan Yu. Why did you get out of bed? Does it hurt? He placed Shan Yu back on the bed, touching his knees gently. Did you injure any bones? Shan Yu shook his head, nothing serious. Shen Ying still hadn't fully woken up in the morning, dazed. Let me go downstairs and rub you with medicinal alcohol. Saying this, he was about to leave. Shan Yu, no, where is there any medicinal alcohol? Nothing much, 2 bruises at most. Shen Ying groggily sat by the bedside, not forgetting to massage Shan Yu while lying down, suddenly leaping and pinning Shan Yu down, burying his head in his neck. Let's sleep a little longer, Dr. Shang. Even as the steady breathing reached Shan Yu's ears and made him think Shen Ying was asleep, he suddenly asked, what do you think of last night? Expectantly yet anxiously, Shen Ying lifted his head, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at him. Was I impressive? Did I make your legs go weak? Shan Yu. Shen Ying pecked him, you're wearing my pajamas. Shan Yu looked down and sure enough. Shen Ying sniffed closer, it smells like you. Let's do it again. Don't you get morning wood? I'm hard already, can you feel it? Shan Yu speechlessly stared at him, My bladder is going to burst, Shan Yu said. Shen Ying. Shen Ying gently carried Princess Shan Yu in his arms, personally seeing her go to the restroom, then bringing her back to bed. You stay in bed today and rest well. I'll make breakfast. With that said, Shen Ying kissed Shan Yu's forehead and went downstairs with great energy. Lin Xiaodan was always the first to arrive at the hospital for work. She opened the gate, watered all the flowers and plants, and distributed breakfast to the various sizes of animals in the pet hospital. However, she didn't see Shan Yu come downstairs. Lin Xiaodan was feeling strange when she saw Shen Ying come downstairs looking refreshed and energetic, walking with a bounce in his step. Dan's sister, will there be much to do at the hospital today? Asked Shen Ying. Lin Xiaodan thought for a moment, nothing special. What's up? Shen Ying said, I'll ask for leave on behalf of Dr. Shang. He won't be working today. Lin Xiaodan asked surprisedly, is he unwell? Shen Ying almost wanted to proclaim their relationship to the world but restrained himself due to the fear of upsetting Shan Yu. He proudly yet subtly said, no, he got tired last night. The pride was evident, hoping it wouldn't escape anyone's notice. After speaking, leaving Lin Xiaodan behind with an odd expression, he hummed happily as he entered the kitchen. Shan Yu was forced by Shen Ying to lie down all day. That night, after some more persuasion and pestering, they had another round. Shan Yu felt like he was drained of all his energy. The next day when he started work, Lin Xiaodan gave him a strange look multiple times before finally saying, young people should take care of their health. Excess isn't good either. Shan Yu indignantly chose to pretend he didn't hear. Shan Yu took some soups and drinks to visit Jian Xiling at the hospital. She had just recovered from confinement and experienced something terrifying, her body was still somewhat weak. Mu Yun was taking diligent 24-hour care of her and conveniently sent his 2 Alaskan Malamutes over to Shan Yu. Jian Xiling's complexion looked relatively fine, recovering rather smoothly. As Shan Yu turned around, he saw Mo carefully stretching his neck to kiss the sleeping twins inside the small crib. The twins were both incredibly cute, delicate as snow. The boy was asleep, while the girl had her big eyes open wide, clear and lively, resembling black pearls floating in a sea of white. Shan Yu moved closer and teased her, and the girl curiously watched Shan Yu, smiling happily. Shan Yu laughed, this child is so adorable. Do they have names? Jian Xiling, who was making small clothes for the children in bed, said, yes, the boy is named Mu Zian, and the girl is named Mu Zio. The second character comes from Jian Xiling's name, and the third character stands for hopes of their safety and freedom. Freedom and peace are dreams of ours. But we hope these kids can witness the outside world during their lifetimes, no longer troubled by zombies, living freely and doing whatever they want wherever they wish. Mu Yun played with his daughter using a small toy. Mo squatted beside him. Shan Yu consoled them, it surely will happen. Recently, Shen Ying and the others have been planning to build our base into a super large one. As human strength increases, our future prospects look bright. When Shang Yu returned to the hospital with the Alaskan Malamute, he happened to meet Tong Shu Shu bringing cotton for a visit. The two felines, though not officially married, were as close as husband and wife, snuggling together and grooming each other. Also, the chameleon owner came along, carrying his 31 grandkids, and pleadingly asking Shang Yu, "Dr. Shang, do you sell pets here? I've tried giving away these 31 chameleons but no one wants them." Tong Shu Shu added, "Yeah, basically everyone in the base has a pet now. We initially brought back over 1,000 animals from the zoo. Now, the ratio between humans and pets is almost 1-to-1. After hearing this, Shang Yu turned to look at the grass in front of the hospital where there were young macaws, border collies, and several cats' offspring. He had enthusiastically planned to hold an adoption event before since pets were once in short supply. Now, with development, things have taken a sharp turn, reaching a point where pets roam everywhere and no one picks them up. Chapter 47. There were as many as 31 chameleon babies, including their parents. Their owner couldn't take care of them all and therefore placed them under Shang Yu's care and entrusted him with helping sell them. So, Shang Yu put up a little sign outside the hospital. For days, there were no takers. The parent of the macaws happily took the mother and son home. However, the parents of a few cats and dogs all encountered similar issues. "Our few young ones' appetites are almost comparable to adult dogs," said the owner of the border collies, looking dazed. "Every morning when I open my eyes, I start worrying about dog food. All day, I clean up poop, pick up toys, and tidy the house. By the end of the day, it's all about taking care of them." The parent left the 3 puppies here for boarding, and they happily played in the garden, their little legs bouncing around. With no stress in raising these kids, Shang Yu naturally accepted them. So, Shang Yu added a line on the board outside. Gradually, the board was filled with various kinds of pets, listed one after another. But apart from one border collie that was adopted, no one else showed interest. Shang Yu once again faced a pet explosion, with cat hair and dog fur flying everywhere. All the adults together couldn't manage these little bundles of joy. One had to watch their steps while walking, and meal times were chaotic, like a feeding frenzy. Thankfully, the chameleons were kept inside glass terrariums, otherwise, they might have been accidentally injured. Shang Yu made the little bundles form a line every morning, counting them one by one, then again at night, for fear of missing any. He was also extra cautious when opening the door, to prevent them from sneaking out. One day, after seeing Tong Shu Shu and Cotton off, Shang Yu noticed some strangers standing at the gate, faces completely unfamiliar. "Who are you?" Shang Yu asked. The 3 strangers were staring at the board outside the villa. Hearing Shang Yu's question, they hurriedly introduced themselves. "Oh, we're from the Zhou base. We've come to repair the city wall." They gave an honest smile afterward. Shang Yu remembered that Xingying had mentioned that people from other bases would join their base. The history of this country had always been like that: you can deny me a house, deny me a car, but if you stop me from eating, I will dare to overthrow the emperor. Nothing compares to survival. Those who dared to confront Xingying directly were truly those wanting to survive, and he not only provided food and work but also living quarters. "Oh, you want to buy pets?" Shang Yu asked, conveniently closing the door so the puppies wouldn't sneak out unnoticed. The leader of the group quickly waved his hands. "No, we're just taking a look, just looking." Another one bluntly said, "In our old base, we couldn't even get pets unless you were close to the base leader or were a powerful psychic individual. People like us normal folks either already had pets before, or we could only look on enviously. Who would have thought that you'd sell pets here, and so cheaply?" To avoid infiltrators with malicious intentions, Xingying only chose ordinary people to enter the base. Baoshan base had 1 pet per person, making it impossible for them to stir up any major trouble. Thus, all of the people Shang Yu saw were ordinary individuals. Shang Yu looked back at the board. It wasn't cheap. A chameleon cost 750 crystals, and the kittens and puppies were each 850 crystals. For regular people, this qualified as luxury items. The leader sheepishly scratched his head, not saying it's cheap, but we find it interesting. We dream of having a pet, us common folk. Shang Yu asked if they wanted to go inside to take a closer look at the pets. They bashfully waved their hands, and Shang Yu let them be. A week later, Shang Yu officially negotiated with Jiang Ximin, a muscular man, who agreed to train the pets. Moreover, since Shang Yu felt Xiao Sha's training plan couldn't be delayed any longer, he gave the employees a 3-day vacation. "Dr. Shang, can you handle it alone with all these brats?" Lin Xiaodan asked. Shang Yu replied, "No problem. Big brother Sheng will help me watch them." Lin Xiaodan nodded, "All right, when the construction team comes to renovate, make sure you keep them all indoors." As the employees left, the garden was dotted with little bundles sprawled out sleeping. Shang Yu tiptoed through them, opened the system in front of the hospital building, clicked on receiving rewards, and within an hour, all first-floor wards and second-floor training rooms were ready. The first floor was divided into general wards, ICU monitoring wards, and Shang Yu even saw maternity wards, super spacious rooms with large beds, small beds, toys, and more under the warm sunlight filtering through the windows. Such great conditions. Shang Yu marveled. Although the boarding room was nice, for mothers lacking security, like Macaw's, these maternity rooms were far better suited. The entire second floor was dedicated to training rooms, which resembled human gyms. Inside were various pieces of equipment that Xiang Yu couldn't fully understand. There seemed to be some specialized climbing frames, and a sandbag hung from the ceiling, apparently for training pets' jumping ability. The system was linked with this training room. Xiang Yu opened the system to check, and the pet evaluation rating system had already been activated. The entire interface emitted a soft green glow. How to use it? Xiang Yu stood by the window and called the lynx over. The lynx jumped up directly, its claws digging into the wall, as it leapt through the exterior wall into the second floor. Xiang Yu rubbed the back of the lynx's neck and noticed the pet evaluation rating system chimed in with a notification showing the lynx's name, weight, height, and other basic information. Amazing! Xiang Yu then let Little Dumb come up. Little Dumb ran around downstairs for a long time before finding the stairs, waddling its way up cautiously. As soon as 1 foot of Little Dumb entered the training room, the interface immediately displayed a second line of content, showing Little Dumb's information. This could work. Xiang Yu decided to test his own pets first. He clicked the Initial Evaluation button next to the lynx's name, and the interface showed that the lynx needed to play with a bite ball to test its bite strength. The lynx gave a powerful bite, and Xiang Yu watched the data on the interface soar until it stopped at 500 kilograms. Outstanding. The system rated it as outstanding. Little Dumb, your turn. Xiang Yu manipulated the interface, allowing Little Dumb to give it a try. Little Dumb rushed forward fiercely, gnawing desperately, but the data barely rose a little bit. Xiang Yu glanced at it, 30 kilograms. The system directly judged it as failing. For the subsequent evaluations, the lynx performed exceptionally well, its abilities fluctuating between excellent and outstanding, indicating that its combat skills were recognized by the system itself. Finally, when the total score came out, the lynx's overall rating was outstanding, scoring 98, almost perfect. As for Little Dumb, it kept failing, unaware of it, happily grinning at Xiang Yu. Its score was 15, failing. Xiang Yu stared at these scores for a long time and sighed. The next day, Jiang Ximin brought his dog's son, Jiang Xiaoyun, to work. When Xiang Yu opened the training room, Jiang Ximin was stunned. Did you have this specially made? Jiang Ximin's gaze toward Xiang Yu changed. Can we be friends, rich guy? Sure, rich guy has got your back, Xiang Yu joked. He sent all the big pets off for training, including the adorable husky. Meanwhile, he returned to the living room secretly to open the system interface and check. His expression grew increasingly disheartened. Oh no. Jiang Xiaoyun's data was twice as much as Little Dumb's. Twice as much. His score even reached 40 points. Not happy. Xingying hadn't gone to work for several days. He fiddled with tools and crystals, comforting Xiang Yu, our son will bloom late, untrained yet. He'll definitely do well later. Here, honey, pass me a pair of pliers. Xiang Yu went to look for the pliers and asked him, what are you doing? Xingying said, didn't we say last time about making a power generation system using crystal cores? I'm studying it now. Xiang Yu's realization finally hit, what did you just call me? Xingying looked up, matter-of-factly saying, wife, obviously. Xiang Yu frowned, hands on hips, no. Xingying pulled him over and planted a kiss, you were calling me husband last night all the time, so why don't you let me call you wife? Ever since Xingying broke new ground, it was like he unlocked his potential, erasing all previous gentlemanly qualities and switching to puppy dog mode and thug mode. Xingying pressed Xiang Yu against the sofa for a good snogging session, leaving him dizzy and out of breath. Glancing up, Xiang Yu noticed the small pets had silently squeezed through the door and were looking at them innocently. Xiang Yu wished he could dig a hole and bury himself for a few days, refusing to let Xingying kiss him. After a few days, Xingying came back and brought Xiang Yu a Maine Coon cat. The Maine Coon cat exuded a noble demeanor, strong-bodied and elegant, a beautiful and graceful long-haired cat known for its large size before the apocalypse. This wasn't what excited Xiang Yu the most. What excited him the most was, it was a girl. Finally, Xiang Yu's pets included a female. Chapter 48. Xiang Yu originally thought that cats' personalities were all like cotton, delicate, soft, and easily tamed, capable of purring your bones into submission. However, the Maine Coon was different, she wasn't delicate at all but rather very tough, immediately picking a fight with Jiao Jiao upon arrival. The two cats fought fiercely, jumping around everywhere, and in the end, the Maine Coon retreated after licking her wounds. Xiang Yu was about to tend to her injuries when suddenly the Maine Coon reached out a claw and smacked the husky passing by, leaving Xiang Yu dumbfounded. Thus, the husky and the Maine Coon got into another fight. That day, from morning till night, the Maine Coon challenged every adult pet in the garden, unafraid even after losing, until she finally claimed the artificial hill in the back garden as her own, watching over everyone from her high perch with an air of authority. Xiang Yu was impressed. Fortunately, she was still quite affectionate towards humans. After being fed 2 cans of cat food by Xiang Yu, she allowed him to stroke her freely. Even so, Xiang Yu still felt exhausted. Could it be that the Maine Coon's greatest hobby was fighting? Where was his imagined gentle little female kitten? Where was the trembling, coquettish princess he had dreamed of? Why was her temper so explosive? Shang Yu counted the Maine Coon's battle record. She lost to Jiao Jiao and the lynx, tied with the husky, smartly avoided provoking Xiaobeilong, but in one leap bit an 8-colored parakeet housed in the hospital, which made Shang Yu chase her for half a day, hitting her bottom several times with a slipper once he caught her. The Maine Coon had a tough character, not like a girl at all. When Shang Yu wasn't paying attention, she tore the slipper into pieces and buried them under the fake mountain. "You're so tough, how about we call you Little Tiger?" Shang Yu said while bandaging the wounds of the parakeet. Little Tiger seemed satisfied. She meowed once, raised her foot, and went off to cause more trouble outside. Thankfully, Little Tiger never bullied the weak. Despite the various fluffy pets lying all over the garden, she never hurt any of them, but whenever she faced the lynx or Jiao Jiao, she always seemed dissatisfied, thinking she should be the leader. So every morning, the first thing Shang Yu did when counting the buns was to cross his arms and watch coldly as Little Tiger slapped the lynx and Jiao Jiao with a paw, followed by their inevitable brawl, after which they resumed their regular activities. One day, after sleeping late, Shengying casually put on a white t-shirt to take out the garbage. "Why are you three here again?" Shengying asked as he opened the door and saw the 3 ordinary people from Zhujiang Garden looking at the whiteboard. Those 3 were a little scared when they saw Shengying. The leader among them stammered, "We went to the cafeteria for breakfast, then took a detour to have a look." Shengying pushed a few fur balls trying to sneak out back inside, closed the door, and asked, "What are you looking at?" They lowered their heads shyly. "We want to see if the pets are sold yet." Shengying raised an eyebrow. "You want to buy pets? Do you have crystal cores?" The leader blushed and lowered his head, rubbing the corner of his clothes. "No. How could ordinary people like us have crystal cores? We just envy them and look on." Shengying thought for a moment, held up the garbage bag in his hand. "I'm going to take out the garbage." "Wait a moment." After discussing with Shang Yu, Shengying led the 3 to the command center. "What? Working here for 2 years can get you a pet?" The leader, Su Bin, stood up excitedly. "Are you serious?" Shengying nodded. "You work here, meals and accommodations are provided without giving you crystal cores. As a reward, after working here for 2 full years, you can make a mutual selection with the pets at the hospital." Su Bin's chest rose and fell excitedly. After a long pause, he asked, "What conditions are there, boss?" Shengying nodded. "First, no abuse or mistreatment of pets. Once found, the pet will be immediately reclaimed." Su Bin and the others quickly assured him, "How could we do that? Pets are so precious, we'd pamper them." "What else is there?" Shengying said, "Second, if you decide to leave this base to develop in other bases, the pet must be returned to us. Compensation will be given in the form of crystal cores. In other words, after getting a pet after 2 years, one has to settle down at the base and can't leave easily. To leave, the pet must be returned." These 3 were thrilled after hearing this and immediately expressed that they would go back and discuss it. A few days later, a notice was posted at the entrance of the command center, making this method public. It clearly stated the conditions, which could be considered quite lenient, allowing 2 or 3 people to stack their working hours to exchange for a pet, and also allowing the choice of directly taking crystal cores instead of a pet after 2 years. People from other bases gathered at the entrance of the command center, pointing and discussing. Actually, the most cost-effective option is to exchange for a pet. What's the use of trading for crystal cores? Pets can't even be bought outside. Onlooker A said. Onlooker B said, "You can team up and stack time to exchange for a pet. I'll call my younger brother over in a few days, the 2 of us will exchange for 1 pet, and we'll get it in a year." Onlooker C looked a little envious. "Don't get too excited, they said pets might not even like you. Anyway, we never even dreamed of owning a pet before. Now, after working for 2 years, we can get one. What are we waiting for?" As the crowd was discussing enthusiastically, in Shengying's office, Zhou Xiangning felt somewhat annoyed. "Boss, are you really planning to give away the pets?" Shengying nodded. "Aren't we worried about how to conquer the surrounding bases? Using this method, we can slowly gather people and expand our strength." Zhou Xiangning worriedly asked, "What if there are some ill-intentioned people mixed in? Once they get the pets, they might." Shengying replied, "In 2 years, those with bad intentions will definitely expose themselves. If they have deep grudges, they would surely look for vaccines or target me. Besides, after getting a pet, they need to cultivate affection with it, which isn't easy." Zhou Xiangning asked, "How about the crystal cores? What do we give to the original owners if we're just giving away the small pets?" Shengying didn't care at all. "We cover the costs ourselves. We don't lack for much here, but crystal cores are abundant. Can't we afford these crystal cores?" As expected, it didn't take long after the announcement for many people from other bases to approach, hoping to come work there. Ordinary people already lived hard lives and were at the bottom of the hierarchy in the base, struggling to eat and stay warm. This policy attracted at least several hundred people, even mutants who wanted to join. The sub-base people had no objections to this. They paid taxes monthly based on headcount, so losing ordinary people only made them happier. After screening and checking, Baoshan base suddenly expanded by over 200 people. These more than 200 people filled the remaining empty buildings tightly. The entire base's construction advanced rapidly. In less than a month, they transformed a row villa into a small kindergarten. That day, Shengying had to handle various information from newcomers, so Shan Yu went alone to the cafeteria for food. He had just sat down when his name drifted into his ears. "I tell you, recently, try to bring your sons to Dr. Shang's place as little as possible," said Passerby A. "Why?" Passerby A replied, "There's a new female cat there. She's very beautiful, her fur is long and fluffy, her eyes like jade, and her demeanor like a model, very elegant." Shang Yu's ears immediately perked up. Passerby B mocked, "Why? Are you reluctant to let go of your son? Pairing with such a beautiful female cat wouldn't be great." Passerby C said, "Hey, why bother pairing at all? That female cat has a terrible temper. My little black got scratched as soon as he approached her." Dr. Shang then cleaned up, free bandaging for little black while constantly apologizing. Dr. Shang, protective of his female cat, here's someone criticizing her temper. Passerby B asked curiously, "Just keep an eye on your own child and make sure they don't get close to the female cat, right? Why can't you even visit the hospital?" Passerby A said, "You don't know, that female cat has immense charm. As soon as she sits there, all the males lose control, rushing towards her." Passerby B finally understood, she's a heartthrob. Dr. Shang, ears standing straight up, drank his soup smugly. Passerby C said, "But, that female cat fights anyone she sees, male or female. She's large, cruel, stops only when blood is drawn. I heard there hasn't been a single person who could beat her yet." "What does cruel mean?" Shang Yu couldn't hold back any longer, suddenly turning around to glare harshly at Passerby C. Passerby C finally felt the heat of Shang Yu's stare, politely inviting Shang Yu to sit at their table, ordering a few dishes and warmly inviting Shang Yu to join them. Passerby A smiled awkwardly, "We were discussing your little female cat, not realizing the owner was right in front of us." Shang Yu's anger hadn't subsided. He explained coldly, "My little tiger may love fighting, but as long as it beats your son, it won't attack again unless your son initiates the trouble. Your little black always seems to willingly go near her." Passerby C sheepishly admitted, yes, our little black really likes her." Shang Yu was highly displeased. Their tone made it seem like they were portraying his little tiger as an unreasonable troublemaker. But after some time, Shang Yu realized that though his little tiger was a female cat, she was competitive and constantly challenged pets stronger than herself. Once defeated, she didn't even glance at them. She fought with the lynx Jiao Jiao every day, but when facing Cotton, she generally stayed gentle and wouldn't initiate any conflict. At this moment, Passerby A's words continued, "All the male cats in the base like your little female cat. Let me suggest something without offending you, neutering your little female cat might be for the best." Shang Yu sharply sucked in a breath, almost cursing. He scolded Passerby A, "Since you can't watch over your own children properly, instead you suggest that my little tiger gets sterilized. What kind of logic is that? As long as your kids don't provoke her, my little tiger won't take action. But now, because your sons lose fights, I should sterilize my little female cat." Shang Yu no longer wanted to say more, stomping off angrily with his bowl. Dr. Shang was very angry, but the consequences weren't serious. He initially planned to reject Passerby A, B, and C from coming to his place. But later, thinking about it, their children were innocent, why punish the children because of their parents? Thus, Shang Yu silently fumed to himself. However, the reputation of the little tiger had spread throughout the entire base. Everyone knew that there was a little female cat at the pet hospital, beautiful and full of charm, admired by all, but under no circumstances should anyone provoke her. She was a rose with thorns. Thus, some parents of male kittens arrived, bringing cages just in case their sons couldn't control themselves and came back injured. Parents with female kittens would first check where the little tiger was, avoiding confrontation beforehand. Dr. Shang kissed the little tiger on the cheek and thought, this was good too, saved from constant brawls. Beautiful and powerful Rose, who will be your future husband? Chapter 49. Since Shang Yu opened the training room, he hung a sign outside advertising it. Consequently, many parents started asking. Only accepting pets over 5 months old. Class time is every afternoon. Tuition is 50 per month, including one dinner. It's like a kindergarten, Shang Yu said. The parents found it reasonable, intending to send their kids, but once they saw the little tiger there, they hesitated. The little female cat also attends class. That's not good, there'll surely be fights. No thanks. The parents now avoided the little tiger whenever they saw her, yet the Doberman in their arms enthusiastically moved closer. Shang Yu smiled and explained, it won't happen. Our teacher is very professional, and there absolutely won't be discipline problems during class. If you don't believe me, you can try a free trial lesson. So Shang Yu accompanied the parent to the window of the training room and saw the pet sitting obediently inside, ears perked up, young faces displaying seriousness as they focused on Jiang Ximin. Jiang Ximin gave a command, and all the pets lined up neatly. He brought out a low wooden fence for them to jump over. For Jiao Jiao and the others, it was effortless, but for little Dumb who was so tall, it was a bit challenging. A lop-eared rabbit lingered in front of the wooden fence for a long time, attempting several times without success. Jiang Ximin patiently guided her and had the little tiger come to demonstrate, then waited on the other side of the fence with snacks. Finally, the lop-eared rabbit began its run up from far away, then leapt into Jiang Ximin's arms. Jiang Ximin patted her head and fed her the snack. This greatly encouraged the lop-eared rabbit, making her chest puff out proudly. The parent remarked, impressed, and feeling assured, this teacher is great at teaching children. They all listened to him. Just as the words were spoken, it was Little Dumb's turn to jump the hurdle. Unlike the lop-eared rabbit, Little Dumb didn't even attempt the jump, opting instead to beg for attention in front of Jiang Ximin by rolling onto his back. Shang Yu frowned. Jiang Ximin sternly lectured Little Dumb for a few moments, but Little Dumb used the same trick again, refusing to jump no matter what. Jiang Ximin carried Little Dumb to a corner and made him stand against the wall as punishment. Little Dumb finally drooped his ears, pitifully accepting the penalty. Shang Yu sighed. The parents were very satisfied with such a class. Even though Little Tiger was present, all the male pets were focused on training and only dared to sneak glances at her during breaks. I'll send our Doberman here tomorrow. The parent left after setting the time with Shang Yu, full of expectations for their child. That evening, Little Dumb got another severe scolding from Shang Yu, crying bitterly. He didn't eat and hid away sulking. Shengying fed Shang Yu a piece of candy. Why are you so angry? Calm down, he's just mischievous. The two of them looked out the window at the garden where Little Dumb had curled up into a tiny ball, occasionally turning around to glance at them. Shang Yu ruthlessly ignored him and was about to leave when he noticed the lynx quietly sneaking toward Little Tiger. Shang Yu pulled Shengying to change the viewing window. Under the moonlight, the lynx moved as light as snowflakes, leaping onto Little Tiger's artificial rockery and lunging forward fiercely. The two cats began to fight. Shang Yu thought, could it be that the lynx was also attracted to Little Tiger? Shengying enjoyed the spectacle, cheering the two big cats on and pointing things out to Shang Yu. Look, look, the fur is falling out. Meow meow fists are amazing. Shang Yu nudged him in the ribs, then turned to see the lynx using its size advantage to pin Little Tiger underneath it. Little Tiger fought back with her claws, but then the lynx bent down and started forcing licks and kisses onto the little female cat. Poor Little Tiger cried pitifully like a bullied young bride. Shang Yu and Shengying stared dumbfounded. No, surely there won't be any forced mating, Shang Yu worried aloud. Is this how the king of the plateau pursued his mate so wildly? Thankfully, the lynx only kissed and hugged, doing nothing else. After licking enough, it slowly wandered away, leaving a wronged and furious little female cat. In the following days, Shang Yu became like a gossip journalist, keeping an eye on Little Tiger and the lynx every moment. Previously, Little Tiger would find Lynx and Jiao Jiao every morning for a fight. But somehow, Little Tiger now only sought Jiao Jiao and avoided Lynx altogether. On the contrary, it was Lynx who went chasing after her, only to be yelled at by Little Tiger. When no one was watching, Lynx would always go seek out Little Tiger, first starting with a fight and then followed by kissing and hugging. Sometimes, after kissing enough, Lynx would reach out a paw and pat Little Tiger's head gently, acting like a gentle monarch. Shang Yu didn't know what Little Tiger was thinking, but when Lynx was alone, she would sneak over, slap him, and run off quickly, drawing an instant chase from Lynx. Shang Yu watched the two cats like they were junior high students flirting and bickering, locked in a love-hate relationship. Finally, the long summer ended, and several days of rain gave way to the crisp autumn wind. Shang Yu went to pick Jian Xiling up from the hospital. As soon as she sat on the swing, she stretched her arms wide. Finally I'm out. Dr. Shang, you don't know how boring it was in the hospital, not being able to do this or eat that. Mu Yun placed the children in the living room first, and several curious pets followed along, watching attentively under Mo's supervision. Hearing this from Jian Xiling, he replied, it's all for your own good, your body needs proper care. Jian Xiling suddenly turned her head, seeing the barbecue grill in the corner of the garden, immediately jumping up with bright eyes. Dr. Shang, let's have a barbecue. Shang Yu first glanced at Mu Yun's expression before telling Jian Xiling, we've never used this barbecue grill, plus we don't have the ingredients or seasonings prepared. Jian Xiling pouted, stop looking at Mu Yun's mood. He doesn't let me eat anything tasty, I feel like my taste buds are going to die. Suddenly, she grabbed Shang Yu's hand, asking hopefully, let's prepare the materials ourselves. How about scheduling it for tomorrow? What do you say? What about the kids? Shang Yu asked. Jian Xiling said, no problem. At this stage, babies eat and sleep like little pigs. I can prepare some milk in advance and heat it up later. And so, the barbecue at Dr. Shang's house was arranged. By the evening of the next day, the afterglow painted Shang Yu's face red. The hospital doors were closed, and Shengying dragged electrical wires out of the house. Mu Yun arrived carrying large packages of ingredients, followed by Jian Xiling who'd been waiting impatiently. Soon after, Tong Shushi also arrived with cotton and brought along Monty, an uninvited strength mutant. This is my boyfriend, Tong Shushi shyly introduced him to everyone. Wow! When did you two get together? Why didn't I know anything? Jian Xiling excitedly rushed over, grabbing Tong Shushi to gossip. Shang Yu took out the barbecue rack that hadn't been used for a long time, and with Jiang Ximin, they carried a large table out of the villa. Mu Yun lit the stove and started roasting with Xingying. Once the barbecue rack was lit, it attracted all the pets. They gathered around the stove, cheering excitedly. Even Mo, who had been guarding the children on the porch, looked envious. Shang Yu squatted down and hugged Mo's big face. Mo must have worked hard during this time. Let me watch the kids while you go play. Mo thanked him by spraying a face full of saliva at Shang Yu before running off excitedly to join the group. Little Ming came holding a milk bottle, seriously observing the twins for a while. Shang Yu teased her, "What are you looking at, Little Ming?" Little Ming looked up and said to Shang Yu, "They are so tiny." For a 2-year-old like Little Ming to say someone was small made Shang Yu chuckle uncontrollably. That day, Shang Yu didn't remember how it ended. The pets in the yard had never been so thrilled. Excitedly surrounding the grill, they all clamored for food. Lynx, relying on his towering size, managed to snatch meat from Mu Yun several times. He carried the meat back to Little Tiger and gently offered it as an act of courtship. Shang Yu and Xingying stood under the corridor, feeling a sense of gratification akin to, "Our child has finally grown up." That night, Shang Yu saw Little Tiger sleeping in Lynx's arms. The next day, Professor Lu's research made a significant breakthrough. The vaccine's effectiveness duration extended to 48 hours. After this breakthrough, it was as if a new world had opened. 72 hours, 96 hours, new records were constantly being relayed to Shang Yu's ears until it reached a peak at 168 hours. In other words, within 7 days of receiving the vaccine, they would be completely immune to the zombie virus. Their scope of activities would expand even further. Chapter 50. With continuous vaccine breakthroughs in progress, there remained one more issue. Our vaccine cannot be mass-produced, Professor Lu said. Without large-scale production line equipment, our cost and time required to produce the vaccine remain too high, making it unfeasible. Xingying asked, "Then what does Professor Lu intend to do?" Professor Lu solemnly replied, "I want to go to the Jiangsu pharmaceutical plant." The Jiangsu pharmaceutical plant is located in Taizhou. Professor Lu had visited it before. He said, "The plant spans a vast area, bordered by a river on one side and encircled by iron fences. The equipment inside is comprehensive. If we could get it running again, we could start operating within a month and begin production within 2 months. To activate such large-scale production line equipment, a regular diesel generator definitely wouldn't work." Xingying said, "Then Professor Lu, please wait a moment while I develop crystal core energy. We will go together once it's ready." Xingying had always been studying power generation devices using crystal cores as energy sources, originally intending to make air conditioning available for the base residents. However, after procrastinating throughout the summer spent dallying with Shang Yu, he still hadn't completed the research by autumn. Therefore, Xingying dismantled his original room, put in a large workbench, and moved machinery inside. He spent his days researching crystal cores in the hospital to boost efficiency. Meanwhile, Gu Shenyin drove around the Jiangsu pharmaceutical plant and returned with a hand-drawn map to report to Xingying. "From a geographical perspective, it looks good indeed. Right beside it is our sub-base, the Taizhou base. We can stock up there and then take over the pharmaceutical plant." Xingying hummed in acknowledgement without raising his head, continuing his work. "Upon reaching the pharmaceutical plant, we just need to seal off the main gates, then sweep away all zombies inside. However, there are probably tens of thousands of zombies inside, leader, don't you think?" Xingying asked, "Don't you think what?" Gu Shenyin grinned and said, "Bring a pet along, let it consume some PSI energy, and clean out the place." Xingying gave him a glance. "Do not overly rely on pets. Currently, the PSI energy isn't mature yet, so we shouldn't take risks. Moreover, most of the zombies in this pharmaceutical plant are congregated within various workshops. Even a colossal beast wouldn't help." Disappointed, Gu Shenyin left. Following Xingying's instructions, he organized the most elite team, mobilizing almost all top-tier elites and pets. When he approached Shang Yu, hoping for Shang Yu to join, Shang Yu agreed without hesitation. "You're also going to the pharmaceutical plant?" Xingying felt somewhat uncomfortable. "Why didn't you ask me beforehand?" Shang Yu looked bewildered and said, "Huh." Xingying raised his chin and said, "You're not allowed to go." Shang Yu was quite surprised. "Why not?" Xingying hesitated several times to speak but failed, his eyes filled with a mixture of anger and... He eventually shifted his gaze elsewhere. "Anyway, you're not allowed to go." What's wrong with Xingying? Shang Yu racked his brains for half a day. Could it be because he agreed to Gu Shenyin without consulting Xingying first? It shouldn't be that serious, right? The inexplicable anger from Xingying cooled down the temperature between them. Shang Yu felt utterly confused, while Xingying kept mum, refusing to explain. By dinner time, the awkward atmosphere still lingered. That night, Shang Yu went to the studio with a pillow in his arms, asking, "Not planning to sleep?" Xingying glanced at Shang Yu and didn't say anything. Shang Yu kindly asked, "What have I done to upset you? You need to tell me. If you don't, I might never know." Xingying let out a low hum. "Figure it out yourself." "Tut, what a tsundere attitude." Shang Yu responded straightforwardly, "All right, I'll go back to sleep then." He left holding the pillow but before long returned, lingering outside Xingying's studio door. He dropped a sentence, "Oh, I suddenly feel like sleeping naked today." Xingying sat there for a while, seething with anger. Though their argument started by the bed, they reconciled quickly at the end of the night. The next morning, Xingying took the initiative to explain, "In 3 days, it's my birthday. I want to spend it with you." "Ah, so that's why." "But Shang Yu said, I don't even know your birth date." Xingying immediately got stuck and replied, "But I know yours." Shang Yu curiously asked, "How do you know?" Having been infatuated with Shang Yu for years, Xingying wasn't about to admit he had found out beforehand, so he stuttered something about accidentally seeing it once. He concluded with, "Anyway, you have to stay and celebrate my birthday with me." 2 days later, Gu Shenyin led the team in a grand sweep of the pharmaceutical factory, leaving Xingying in charge of the base. Shang Yu sent Yu Jun and Shinshan Kan as accompanying veterinarians, thus half of the hospital staff were gone. After Shang Yu agreed to celebrate the birthday together with Xingying, Xingying's mood greatly improved, and he made significant progress in his work, enjoying Shang Yu's care. "Should we throw a party? How about making you a cake? What gift would you like?" A corner of Xingying's mouth lifted, nearly bursting with pride, yet on the surface, he pretended not to care, "Just the two of us celebrating privately, a bowl of noodles will do." "Of course I'll make it, can you?" Thus, on Xingying's birthday, it was like any ordinary day. 2 bowls of noodles were placed before them, accompanied by a simple dish. Shang Yu sang the birthday song and urged him, "Make a wish quick." Xingying cooperated fully, closing his eyes, then opening them again, "Done." "What did you wish for? Can you tell?" Shang Yu asked. Xingying said, "Of course, I hope in the future we can travel together through the world's beautiful scenery, so our lives won't be wasted." After eating the noodles, Shang Yu eagerly brought out the present he prepared, "Open it and take a look." Before Xingying was a large black box. With great anticipation, he opened it to find 2 huge toolboxes, each containing an array of steel tools for the stereotypical man, impact drills, wrenches, screwdrivers, sockets, needle nose pliers, wire cutters. "Xingying," Shang Yu enthusiastically said, "what do you think? Pretty practical, right? This set includes all kinds of tools, which will make it easier for you when you study machines. See here, I've also equipped you with different types of screws." Xingying, who expected to receive love letters and roses, stared dumbfounded. Shang Yu still brightly looked into his eyes and asked, "Do you like it?" "Like hell, where are my love letters and roses?" From this 2-day exchange, Xingying learned a profound lesson for his first romance: if you want something, just ask directly, or else things might go astray. So, he used his exceptional charm that evening to force Shang Yu to write a 3,000-word love letter, only letting him off after he was satisfied. 2 weeks later, Gu Shenyin returned from the pharmaceutical plant. Xingying personally greeted him, "How did it go? Any casualties?" Gu Shenyin entered the base and finally let out a sigh of relief. "A few pets are injured, they've been sent to the hospital." "Did we take over the pharmaceutical factory?" Gu Shenyin said, "Need to ask. All the elites in the base were mobilized. Could it not be taken over? Besides, we got over 20,000 crystal cores, all brought back." Xingying said, "Good, then I will convert the energy. This winter, we will go to the pharmaceutical factory to produce medicine." Chapter 51. Everyone was eagerly awaiting Xingying's completion of the crystal core energy converter. Xingying again set about moving the entire desk under the corridor, setting up a huge structure in the garden, dragging Gu Shenyin to do experiments daily. Crystal cores were poured in as if money didn't matter. Fortunately, the base had plenty of crystal cores in stock, otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough for him to use. The various pets in the garden showed hostility toward this enormous device, occasionally clawing at it. Shang Yu hurriedly carried them one by one into the villa, leaving the garden free for Xingying's use. Thus, the battlefield shifted indoors. Besides taking care of the pets daily, Shang Yu and his team had another task, removing pet hair from their clothes. Thankfully, there were enough activity and training rooms for everyone to run around in. The mutated pets had abundant energy, so spending more time practicing in the training room would keep them busy. Luckily, Xingying didn't monopolize everything for long. After over a month, the crystal core energy converter officially began its trial run. On a night at Baoshan base, people gathered at the entrance of the hospital, watching the large machine rapidly operating. Crystal cores were fed into the machine via conveyor belts, 2 indicator lights turned green, and electric current surged through the cables above, instantly spreading warmth across the villas. Then light spread house after house, building after building, lamppost after lamppost, like waves passing on illumination, tearing a slit of light through the dark sky. Cheers echoed through the air. Pets ran excitedly everywhere. The Baoshan base shone like a pearl, illuminating the hope of the entire Yangtze River Delta region. People finally returned to an era with electricity and light. Jian Xiling's twin children saw the light bulbs for the first time and stared at them for a long time. People dug out old computers and mobile phones, tears streaming down their faces as they restarted these devices, feeling as if time had reverted to a civilization's glorious past, a period before zombies appeared. A week later, having arranged the work in hand, Shen Ying set off with the machine and his crew, heading towards the pharmaceutical factory. Shan Yu joined as a traveling veterinarian, bringing Xiaobeilong, the lynx, and the little tiger along. As winter approached, zombies became less active. The convoy arrived without obstruction, Shan Yu seeing the corners of the factory buildings far away. The hospital site covered a vast area, with wide roads. Though abandoned for 2 years, one could still sense the grandeur of its past, reflecting its former glory. Inside the factory, everything had already been cleaned. Professor Lu stepped straight into the factory once he got out of the car. After inspecting all the factories, he confirmed, the power supply must be turned on in this factory's assembly line, as well as those in the adjacent factories. We'll clear out the plants and start learning the processes within a couple of days. Shen Ying responded and immediately took people to make arrangements while the professor's students began searching for the operational standard manuals of the assembly lines. With nothing to do nearby, Shan Yu also joined in to help. Professor Lu had previously mentioned dedicating an entire month to studying how to use the equipment, which initially seemed excessive to Shan Yu. However, when the students found the manuals, they were absorbed in reading and couldn't stop. Indeed, specialization has its expertise. Although they were formerly lab elite members, at the pharmaceutical factory, they were akin to beginners, starting from scratch. Despite the time and effort required, none of them slacked off, immersing themselves in study day and night. Another group headed to a vacant factory to arrange accommodation, where several tents were erected inside. Large sleeping areas were set up alongside toilets. Those in charge of logistics had already started fires and were getting busy. Naturally, Shan Yu was allocated a tent. After slightly setting it up, he heard cheers outside and went out to check. It turned out that Shen Ying's machine had been successfully tested, and an assembly line in one factory had hummed to life, the production line slowly rotating. Hold it. Hold it. Professor Lu called out to his students, don't waste electricity. Are our raw materials here? If they are, quickly place them inside. Little Sheng, if we don't need it right now, let us learn first. Shen Ying shook his head, it's okay. How else can we find out if anything is wrong? Go ahead and use it. The crystal cores here are sufficient for continuous 24-hour use for a month. As for other matters, don't worry. We will go kill zombies to replenish the crystal cores. Thus, throughout the desolate winter, while others were terrified at the sight of zombies, they were out looking for them to fight. In the cold winter, zombies hid themselves, and Shan Yu and Shen Ying searched on horseback for a long time but found only a few. If I were a zombie, I'd definitely be huddled with other zombies in some tall building, waiting out the winter before coming out again in the spring, said Shan Yu as he tightened his wool sweater around him. The cold wind made him sneeze. Shen Ying embraced him and shielded him from the wind. Why don't you use your ability? Search slowly, and absorb spirit energy when it's gone. There's no rush. Shan Yu nodded, and the two of them wandered around near the pharmaceutical factory, constantly activating their abilities to search for possible hiding places. 2 days later, as expected, a large group of zombies was densely packed inside a certain underground supermarket. Shan Yu licked his lips. If we had a bomb, we could throw it down there and kill a whole bunch of them. Shen Ying said, once we develop the vaccine, we'll trade it for hand grenades from the soldiers at the airport base. 1 vaccine for 1 grenade. Shan Yu laughed, they'll never agree, do you believe me? Shen Ying said, don't forget the additional benefits of the vaccine. With such a big temptation, how could they resist? There were too many zombies in such a big trap, so they wouldn't be able to handle them all alone. Shen Ying turned his horse back, let's figure out a way to deal with all these zombies. Back at the pharmaceutical factory, Gu Shenyin, hearing about the huge horde of zombies, gleamed immediately, this is easy. Block the doors, pour gasoline or diesel, and then burn. Afterwards, we won't even need to dig out the crystal cores, we can simply pick them up from the ashes. The next day, the small team arrived, Shen Ying and Shan Yu along with Meng Qi went to take a look. Meng Qi effortlessly tore open the ceiling of the underground supermarket, and the zombies hiding in the basement looked up, their turbid eyes filling with excitement. Quick! Gu Shenyin ordered. A few people opened the barrels of gasoline and poured it down below. Some zombies tried to climb out by stepping on each other's faces, only to have their necks mercilessly cut off by Gu Shenyin standing guard. The roars of zombies continued to rise from underground, drawing curious glances from Xiaobeilong and the little tiger. Are you ready? Come, prepare to set it on fire. Retreat. Careful not to get scorched. Gu Shenyin pulled Shan Yu and the others behind him. The little tiger was still peering curiously into the hole, fully demonstrating a cat's curiosity. Little tiger, come back. Shan Yu said. This cat showed no fear, seeing the zombies not only without fear, but also with curiosity, even wanting to reach out and touch them. The lynx couldn't wait any longer and bit the back of the little tiger's neck to drag her back, causing the little tiger to growl angrily and slap her paw, pressing her head against her chest to stroke her fur affectionately. Gu Shenyin cleared the area, lit a match, and threw it into the underground supermarket. They heard continuous screams of agony from below as black smoke rose. The fire burned fiercely, and the screams confirmed the dire situation below. The fire lasted over 2 hours. After the last flame was extinguished, the little robot entered to collect the crystal cores, and the task wasn't completed until 4 p.m. Another 10,000 plus crystal cores, Gu Shenyin said smugly, were rich beyond measure. Chapter 52. With the energy converter finished, the big burly men had nothing left to do but patrol and move heavy objects occasionally. Then, they idly waited for Professor Liu and his team to study the assembly line, passing their days in leisure and boredom. As a result, the pet animals in the plant became their entertainment, including Shan Yu who wasn't exempt. The little tiger's aloof nature was written deep into its bones. When the lynx groomed her fur, she appeared disdainful, often picking fights. The lynx feigned indifference but would soon tentatively rub against her and playfully claw at her. One midnight, Shan Yu was woken by cat noises. Jerking awake, he looked up to see the lynx on top of the little tiger, completing a major feline harmony moment. All three locked eyes silently staring at each other in the dark. After a while, Shan Yu laid his head down and pretended he hadn't seen anything. From that point forward, the two cats seemed to have gained an official pass, stealing away to a corner from time to time. However, the little tiger belonged to the type that flipped her face and acted as if she didn't know the other after enjoying their moments together. She would swing her claws and chase the lynx far away without any tenderness. Shan Yu stood by coldly watching, sometimes even helping cover for them, leading to utter chaos. Xiao Beilong, upon seeing this, felt quite discontented in his heart and kept pestering Shan Yu for affection every day. Shan Yu patted his big head, I know. I'll find you a partner when we get back. Fortunately, they had managed to rescue a line of horses from the zoo at that time, otherwise Xiao Beilong would have had a hard time finding a partner. As days went by doing the same routine, Shan Yu grew bored and became restless, thinking about going for a visit to the neighboring Taizhou base. At that moment, the guard outside suddenly ran in and said, Boss, there are people coming from the neighboring Taizhou base. Gu Shenyin immediately let out a humph. Sima Zhao's ambition is clear. The people from Taizhou base were here now, and it was obvious why: medicine. The Baoshan base held 2 drugs, even just one could turn everything upside down. When they arrived at the pharmaceutical factory, anyone with a brain knew what they wanted to do. It was impossible to hide anything from the neighboring Taizhou base. Gu Shenyin grumpily said, they definitely want to come and share the spoils. Boss, you can't agree to them. Shenying certainly wouldn't agree. Producing medicine was the main priority now, how could he let outsiders interfere? He told the guard, go back and tell them to go home first. I'll personally visit them in a couple of days for discussion. The guard hurried off. Gu Shenyin asked, discussion? What do you plan to discuss, boss? Shenying said, once the assembly line is successfully up and running, it will produce at least 1,000 doses of vaccine per day, 10,000 doses in 10 days, and 30,000 doses in a month. Could our base use all of them? Of course, we'll distribute some to other bases. The people around him felt uncomfortable, we just fought a war with them last summer. So many people died or got injured, and now we're supposed to give them vaccines. Shenying explained, we won't just give it away. Vaccines are so valuable that we should make good use of them. Gu Shenyin chimed in, how to utilize? Let me tell you, we've enough crystal cores. There's piles of them stored in the warehouse, and we're not selling these vaccines. Shenying laughed, alright, if we don't sell, then we don't sell. Meanwhile, over at the Taizhou base. The leader of the Taizhou base was named Ji Xiaoman. As soon as he returned to the base, he was surrounded by people asking non-stop, so, how did it go? What did they say? Ji Xiaoman signaled for everyone to enter the room before speaking. After taking off his coat as he entered the room, he turned around and saw 7 or 8 pairs of eyes expectantly watching him. Hey, why are you all staring at me? Ji Xiaoman sat down, the guy from the Baoshan base makes quick decisions and is powerful. Who can get any cheap benefits from him? I didn't even see him face to face. He sent me back outright, saying he would personally come over in a few days. The others were first disappointed, then anxious, he's coming. Why is he coming? Ji Xiaoman said, I don't know. However, folks, stop calculating how to get the medicine. How? Someone asked, either the vaccine or the PSI drug, whichever comes out would make people drool. They already started mass production, and their entire base couldn't consume all of it. Slightly collaborating with them to gain some advantage doesn't seem unfair, right? Ji Xiaoman replied, do you think that boss will let us have advantages? Face-to-face meeting hasn't happened yet, and I've been turned back. Doesn't he know our intentions? A burly man beside him remarked, what the boss said is true. Their most important things right now are the 2 medications. How would they let us be involved? These are the foundations of their survival. Letting us participate would equal messing with their very lifelines. Another person asked, then, what should we do? They came here once with such difficulty, and we just let them leave without doing anything. What will we say when he comes to visit in a couple of days? Ji Xiaoman thought deeply for a long time before saying, let me think about it. After a few days, Shenying took Shan Yu together to the Taizhou base and was respectfully received by the leader there. After the cleanup operation previously, Shenying had only stipulated that no former higher-ups or managers could assume the role of leader. This current leader, Ji Xiaoman, was a mutant and had somewhat authority. Shen Ying was making polite conversation with Ji Xiaomin, while Shang Yu, bored with the links, looked around aimlessly. This base seemed to also be converted from a factory, covering a considerable area. The surrounding walls were relatively solid, and people lived inside the workshops. The pet animals accompanying them were all taken care of well, their furs shining brightly. Ji Xiaomin led the two to his office, taking out some rare cookies he had been saving as a treat for them. Shen Ying waved a hand. Director Ji, when you visited our pharmaceutical plant a few days ago, we were extremely busy at that time and couldn't properly entertain you. I sincerely apologize. Ji Xiaomin quickly shook his head. I'm the one who shouldn't have disturbed your important work. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Shen Ying asked, so what was it you came to discuss last time? Ji Xiaomin, having already planned out what to say, replied, Big brother, my reason for visiting then was to discuss the taxation issue with you. The monthly tax we owe, 700 crystal cores, it's simply too much for us to bear. Shen Ying appeared surprised. If I remember correctly, there are over 700 people in your base. You mean to say you don't even have 700 crystal cores? Ji Xiaomin nodded, laughing bitterly. The majority of us here are ordinary people. Our mutants' abilities lean more toward support roles rather than attack, so very few of us possess high-value abilities. 700 crystal cores is just too much for us. Boss, can you see, we really can't keep up anymore. Shen Ying questioned. We posted notices earlier stating that ordinary people working at Baoshan base would receive benefits. Haven't you received those announcements? Ji Xiaomin responded, yes, we've received the notice, but most of these people are former employees here and have deep roots in this area. They prefer to stay here due to their attachment to it, hence they didn't move. Shen Ying couldn't tell yet if Ji Xiaomin was lying or not. He took out a pre-prepared plan and began introducing it to Ji Xiaomin. What? Tax payments can be substituted with pet offspring? Ji Xiaomin exclaimed, astonished, is that true? Shen Ying nodded affirmatively, it's true. This policy hasn't been announced officially yet, but I'll give you a heads up first. He paused briefly, however, if I were you, I wouldn't do this. As soon as he heard that, Ji Xiaomin immediately looked up and asked curiously, why not? Because, Shen Ying explained, 30 unclaimed pet pups can be exchanged for 1 dose of the antivirus vaccine. Ji Xiaomin stopped calculating on his abacus, staring dumbfoundedly at Shen Ying. It felt like a bomb had been dropped right in front of him, leaving him dazed. 30, they could produce 30 pups by next spring. How? Shen Ying continued, within 7 days of receiving the vaccine, you will become immune to the Pandora virus. 7 days. Ji Xiaomin's face flushed red from excitement. The hope of humanity lay right before them. Chapter 53. Shen Ying's actions were designed to weaken the strength of neighboring bases while enhancing his own. With the medicine in hand, it equated to controlling the lifelines of surrounding bases. Unable to suppress his excitement, Ji Xiaomin asked Shen Ying, we have a rodent here that's very fertile, giving birth several times a year. Can that also be used for the exchange? Shen Ying nodded, yes. Ji Xiaomin became so agitated he could no longer sit still. I'll go tell them now. Shen Ying hurriedly stopped him, hold on for a moment. Details on how this will be executed will be introduced to you by our Dr. Shang. This puzzled Ji Xiaomin. What else did they need? Dr. Shang nodded and explained to Ji Xiaomin, first, we conduct an annual census of the various pets across all the bases. The types, ages, and genders of existing pets will all be registered. When the new year begins, we'll send personnel to each base to inspect breeding practices among the animals. Forced estrus and forced pregnancy are strictly prohibited. Ji Xiaomin hastened to assure, of course, naturally allowing pets to breed freely without any intervention from us. Dr. Shang Yu went on, also, based on the number and types of existing pets at each base, we will set limits on the quantity of vaccines available for exchange. Ji Xiaomin questioned, how exactly does that work? Dr. Shang Yu illustrated, let me give an example. Suppose your base currently has 200 pets and expects 60 pups next year, thus qualifying for 2 doses of the vaccine. We won't provide 3 doses, even if 90 pups are eventually produced. With such enormous benefits within reach, they could hardly believe someone would let it slip through their fingers. Ji Xiaomin simply let out an oh, uncertain whether it was disappointment or relief. Dr. Shang Yu added, not only that, every year we'll come around to take inventory of the pet populations. If we find abnormal surges in pet numbers or signs of poor pet health, we will have grounds to suspect you're forcing pets to get pregnant. In that case, the supply of vaccines will cease. Ji Xiaomin frowned, that's a bit strict, don't you think? What if the pets can't control themselves, and we really have no way to stop them? We've got a litter of hamsters in our base who get pregnant again just 1 month after giving birth, how are we supposed to control that? And those little female cats, they get pregnant as soon as they're out of their postpartum period. This happens quite often. Shang Yu said, we will take these situations into consideration. The reason for such regulations is to prevent each base from using pets merely as tools to make money or earn vaccines by forcing the pets into pregnancy. After some time, Baoshan base posted new notices, informing all bases about the Pet for Vaccine program. It was also announced that a rare animal matchmaking event would be held at the wildlife zoo the following spring, where animals like snakes and lizards could find mates. The offspring born would be distributed among participants. Additionally, during the event, the food and lodging for both the pets and their owners would be covered by Baoshan Base. The news spread like wildfire throughout the Yangtze River Delta region. With impressive efficiency, Baoshan Base sent representatives within a week to all the bases to register the pets. Each base prepared accordingly. Although they couldn't force pregnancies, they thought introducing pets earlier wouldn't hurt. Meanwhile, the people of Baoshan Base were thrilled, knowing their benefits would always come first. It was rumored that for just 200 crystal cores, anyone could receive a vaccine shot. For ordinary people, this meant having a chance to become a mutant, a gift almost too good to be true. On the other hand, those newcomers harbored mixed feelings, hoping for similar benefits yet fearing their hopes might not materialize. Rumors swirled outside, but here at Xing Ying's quarters, it was unusually calm. Professor Liu and his students had finally figured out how to optimize the production line, making improvements wherever necessary. As a trial run, they produced 10 doses of the vaccine. Though we've conducted 7 successful human trials before, there's no guarantee the ones from the production line will work. Professor Liu handed over the 10 vials to Xing Ying. These 10, I'd appreciate it if you could find a way to conduct another round of tests. Previously, Professor Liu had performed several tests inside the base, ensuring everything was fine before publishing the results. They even managed to capture a zombie with Gu Shenying's help, and after being injected with the vaccine, the zombie transformed back into a normal person. But did the vaccine made on the production line work the same? Professor Liu wasn't sure, so he entrusted Xing Ying with this task. Xing Ying readily agreed and immediately took the 10 experimental doses to Taizhou Base, returning shortly thereafter. I've delivered them all, and I'll check the results in a week. Don't worry, Professor Liu. Xing Ying reassured him. Time passed quickly. Shang Yu retrieved a down jacket from the car. A few small pets were huddled together, keeping each other warm. Shang Yu grabbed the little tiger from the group and cradled it in his arms for warmth. The lynx followed closely beside him, grumbling unhappily. People lit fires in abandoned iron barrels, but the biting cold wind still seeped through the doorway, finding its way into Shang Yu's collar. A few burly men nearby started playing cards. Shang Yu glanced at them absent-mindedly and kept looking towards the door repeatedly. Dr. Shang is worried about Boss Sheng. Relax, he went to Taizhou Base and will be back in no time. Gu Shenying, seeing Shang Yu's anxiety, comforted him brightly. Shang Yu smiled at Gu Shenying. I'll go meet him at the entrance, he said, then hugged the little tiger and led the lynx towards the door. After all, Qingsheng was the only one Xing Ying brought along, and he felt uneasy. As Shang Yu stepped outside the factory, the biting wind slapped against his face like a knife, and fine snowflakes began drifting down. He walked to the gate where 2 guards greeted him proactively. Dr. Shang, why have you come out? It's freezing outside. Shang Yu asked, where's Xing Ying? Has he returned? The guard replied, not yet. But Dr. Shang, don't worry, Xing Ying has been to Taizhou Base many times. At that moment, another guard shouted, hey, he's back. He's back. Shang Yu's eyes lit up. Soon, the gates opened, and Xing Ying's vehicle slowly pulled in. How did you end up here? Xing Ying was surprised to see him. Looking closer, he noticed a few snowflakes on Shang Yu's hair and eyelashes, reminding him of their first meeting long ago. Who would have imagined that fateful day would lead to such dramatic changes, ultimately bringing them together in destiny? Hurry up and get in, it's cold outside. Xing Ying pulled Shang Yu into the car. The lynx, clutching the little tiger, dashed off like lightning. Xing Ying brushed the snowflakes off Shang Yu's head tenderly, saying softly, why did you come out? Everything went well on my side. It just started snowing, and I didn't dare drive fast, so I came back a bit later than planned. Shang Yu felt a little embarrassed. I was worried you might get held up by the people from Taizhou Base, so I came out to check. Xing Ying leaned over and kissed Shang Yu's eyelashes. There's nothing to worry about. The lashes trembled like little fairies against Xing Ying's lips, and as he let go, he saw snowflakes swirling heavily outside the window. Look, Xing Ying pointed out the window, it's snowing. Shang Yu exclaimed in surprise, delighted at the sight. It rarely snowed heavily in Shanghai, so whenever it did, it was like a festival. Turning his body toward the door, Shang Yu was ready to step out to play. But Xing Ying chuckled and pulled him back. Stay with me for a while. Xing Ying drove the car further inside, and they sat quietly for a moment, watching as the snow fell heavier, covering the world in a hushed stillness, soundless except for the gentle fall of snowflakes. I've seen you before, Xing Ying suddenly blurted out, without any context. Shang Yu turned, what? Xing Ying continued, that Christmas, it was also snowing like this. Do you remember? Shang Yu had no recollection. At that time, I had just come back from a party and was sitting in my car like this. The same heavy snowfall, it was then that I saw you walking far away, catching snowflakes on your face under the lamplight. Xing Ying recounted vividly. Shang Yu couldn't believe it. Did I really do something so childish? Are you making this up? Xing Ying laughed. How could I make it up? You've forgotten. Later, inexplicably, I got someone to look into your background. Sheng Ying glanced at him teasingly. Shan Yu's face reddened instantly. You can't be serious. So sneaky. You, already. Sheng Ying nodded, and more. I always kept an eye on you, watched you feed stray cats, watched you install bird nests in trees. Do you remember? Shan Yu mumbled affirmatively, yeah. A thin layer of snow had started accumulating on the hood of the car, both lost in memories of the past. After the apocalypse arrived, your ability was X-ray vision. Sheng Ying suddenly chuckled. Do you remember the reconnaissance vehicle? That small vehicle equipped with infrared sensors, I made it inspired by you. Shan Yu was stunned by the revelation after revelation from his boyfriend. Sheng Ying continued, my intention was to make everyone value your abilities, to ensure you were taken along on every mission or search. They preferred to take the reconnaissance vehicle instead of you, Sheng Ying admitted, looking down dejectedly. Shan Yu laughed helplessly, comforting him, it's a machine, immune to zombies. I'm human, I can get hurt, die, okay. Fuming slightly, Sheng Ying said, later, I stopped lending them the reconnaissance vehicles and made them come to you. Shan Yu felt amused yet touched deep down. Back then, his abilities were considered less valuable, and without crystal cores, he was stuck in a vicious cycle, only earning enough cores to feed himself. This situation ensured even fewer opportunities. His Sheng Ying, fearing he'd lose self-respect, had helped him secretly and observed him silently. Sheng Ying summed it up, so, it all began with a snowy day. If you hadn't been so childishly playful that day, if I hadn't been in the car, we would never have become special to each other. Shan Yu hugged him softly, now I know. Sorry, I made you walk alone for so long. After embracing for a bit, Sheng Ying smirked slyly, so, want to try a new position tonight? Shang Yu was speechless. Sheng Ying turned Shang Yu's face towards him, People say the lotus position is especially pleasurable. I've asked you countless times and you refused. Considering how much I've loved you all these years, won't you give me a taste? Shang Yu responded helplessly, no, not in the tent. Sheng Ying's hand wandered under Shang Yu's clothes, moving upward and downward. What's wrong with that? We'll just keep it quiet. You don't need to scream, just bite me if it gets too good, alright? As Shang Yu was burning up from his touches, Sheng Ying decided the moment was right and prepared to ask for something more scandalous when suddenly, a large head appeared between them. Jiao Jiao innocently peeked from the back seat, her gaze shifting left and right, trying to figure out what they were doing. Sheng Ying. Shang Yu. Sheng Ying fell apart, shouting, why didn't you go with the lynx? I thought you had gotten out of the car long ago. What on earth were you silently doing just now? I was all set for a bit of car quake but you've ruined it all. Shang Yu, narrowly escaping one situation, furrowed his brows. Car what? Sheng Ying disregarded him and opened the car door, shooing Jiao Jiao out, go back to play with your friends. When Sheng Ying returned to the car, he was still fuming and grabbed Shang Yu's hand, no car quake. Fine. Honey, would you warm me up then? There's a certain part of my body that's freezing cold. Heavy snowfall lasted several days, covering the entire pharmaceutical factory and turning it into an immaculate, sparkling world. The 3 large workshops almost operated non-stop for 24 hours at a stretch and managed to produce more than 1,000 vaccines before the spring festival. Alright, let's go home and celebrate the new year. With Sheng Ying's command, everyone cheered and departed loaded with achievements. Professor Liu, the great contributor, was welcomed back to the base, which had already been festively decorated, awaiting their return for the New Year celebrations. This year was livelier and more joyful than ever before. People had good reason to believe that, with the vaccine, defeating the zombies was imminent. A new era in a new world was soon to unravel before their eyes. Chapter 54. On Sheng Ying's table lay a map, and several people were enthusiastically discussing the expansion of the base. Let's get Dr. Shang a bigger area. His place is packed with pets. Last time I went over, I almost stepped on a small creature with every step, Gu Shinin proposed. Zhou Xiangning added, yes, the hospital and canteen should be expanded too. In the coming years, there will surely be more children, so we need teachers and textbooks as well as more housing. People voiced their various needs all at once. With ample manpower and the vaccine in hand, breaking new ground wasn't nearly as difficult as it used to be. After deliberating for half a day with everyone, Sheng Ying decided to expand westward, doubling the size, pushing outward from the gate of the base. The neighboring residential complex, the distant fire station, and even the abandoned driving school were all included in the plans. I'll handle the arrangements right away, just leave it to me, said Gu Shinin. After the Lantern Festival, the entire base felt like it was celebrating a grand festival. A long queue formed in front of the hospital where almost all ordinary people came to get vaccinated, and even Jian Xiling was among them. Neighbors greeted each other warmly, treating the injection like candy with happiness. The doctors set up tables outside, working assembly line style to vaccinate the public. Everyone's faces radiated with joy, much like during the festival season. Shang Yu was busy maintaining order and answering questions at the hospital, explaining tirelessly. 25% chance, not 100%. Yes, there's a 25% chance of becoming a mutant after being infected with the Pandora virus. Simply getting the vaccine won't suffice. How do we get the Pandora virus? Oh, once the vaccine is administered, inside there's a live zombie that can scratch you to complete the process. Jian Xiling, Mu Yun. Shang Yu noticed acquaintances far off and waved his arm to call them over. Both smiled brightly as they approached him. Are you here too? Where are the kids? Jian Xiling said, we left them with our neighbor Aunt Wang. Mo is watching over them. We're specially here to get vaccinated today. Shang Yu handed them a form to fill out. You too also want to get vaccinated? Mu Yun bent over to fill out the form while Jian Xiling smiled. It's because I want to. Although I have some skills, wouldn't developing a special ability be better? Besides, 200 crystal cores per shot isn't too expensive. Shang Yu agreed, that's true, many people think the same way. Look, most of those getting shots today are common folk. He glanced at the Siberian husky happily playing with red lanterns on the ground and called out, Era, come back here, behave. Era wagged its tail and returned momentarily before running back to play with the lanterns. Jian Xiling explained to Shang Yu, look, it costs 200 crystal cores per shot, with a 25% chance of becoming a mutant per shot. So if I take 4 shots, I'm bound to mutate successfully, right? Shang Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, although it's not calculated exactly this way, doing so indeed increases the success rate. Mu Yun stood up, handing over the form to Shang Yu, and lined up with others at the doctor's table. Accompanied by Jian Xiling, she received the vaccine injection and waited for 15 minutes beside her. 15 minutes later, a doctor flipped Jian Xiling's eyelids. The vaccine took effect. If you wish to become a mutant, proceed inside to receive the Pandora virus. The live zombie was confined in a cage, with only its hands secured outside. Even after going without food or drink for dozens of days, it remained full of vitality, growling as it opened its mouth toward the people. Jian Xiling took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and extended her arm toward the zombie's fingers. Her arm was slashed open by its sharp nails, and the surrounding skin instantly turned a bluish purple. That's good. Now we just have to wait and see how your body reacts over the next few days, Shang Yu said, sighing in relief. Jian Xiling was a bit shaken. Is there any risk? What if it doesn't work? Shang Yu reassured him, no, as long as the vaccine is successfully injected, it will definitely neutralize the Pandora virus. The only question now is whether you'll develop special abilities. After the vaccine injection, one could choose to stay in the hospital for observation or go home for self-observation. Jian Xiling chose to return home, and the doctor gave them some reminders before dismissing them. That evening, Professor Liu and Shang Yu counted the remaining vaccines together. We've used up 118 doses of the vaccine today. Professor Liu smiled, it looks like our vaccines are not very efficient. We should increase production soon. Shang Yu said, no worries. With our assembly line, we can produce 1,000 doses a day. That's plenty to meet demand. 2 weeks later, it was Jian Xiling's follow-up appointment. Shang Yu waited at the hospital entrance for them to meet up. Seeing a crowd gathering outside the hospital, they were all there to witness ordinary people mutating. Surprisingly, Shang Yu also spotted several unfamiliar faces accompanied by his juniors, staring curiously at the hospital. Here. Shang Yu greeted them early on, how's it going? With a radiant smile, Jian Xiling said, I'll show you. She then lightly jumped, her entire body leaping up as high as the 3rd floor like an elastic spring before effortlessly landing back down. Wow! Exclamations rang out from the crowd. Bounce ability. Shang Yu exclaimed with surprise and delight. Jian Xiling was both delighted and a little shy, grabbing Shang Yu's hand, now I'm a mutant too. Not that ordinary people were inferior, it was simply that mutants had robust bodies, powerful self-healing capabilities, and were less likely to get injured. For Mu Yun, ensuring his wife's safety was worth everything. Others who underwent their checkups on the Lantern Festival also included those vaccinated on the same day. Some developed superpowers while others didn't. 2 individuals experienced mild allergic reactions, red rashes on their bodies, but these reactions were very minor and disappeared after 2 days of medication. This outcome gave the entire base immense confidence, leading more people to queue up for vaccination immediately. Professor Liu's students worked around the clock at the pharmaceutical factory producing more vaccines. Zhou Xiangning arranged teams to transport them continuously, presenting the base with a flourishing atmosphere. As for the other 200 ordinary people, there was a system where everyone could earn points through labor, enough points could be exchanged for a vaccine dose, or even independent housing rights. These people now worked harder, beginning repairs on the walls within half a month. One day, Jian Xiling and her family came for an examination, including Jian Xiling herself. As Professor Liu passed by, he suddenly asked, has your second Siberian husky returned to normal? Mu Yun looked confused, huh? Professor Liu touched the husky's head, its fur has softened again. He crouched down, lifting its paw, even the shape of the pads has gone back to normal. Mu Yun slapped his forehead, I didn't even notice. A common feature of all pets treated with PSI agents was that their fur became impenetrable and incredibly hard. Now, the fact that it had softened indicated that perhaps the effects of the PSI agent had completely dissipated. Thus, the second husky was taken away by Professor Liu for further examination. Learning this news, Shang Yu felt each of the lynx and the white dragon, only to discover that their fur had already reverted long ago. Being accustomed to their presence every night and day, he hadn't noticed a thing. In a rush to take his two children out, Shang Yu opened the door just as Professor Lu stepped inside, stepping on the young tiger's tail. Meow! The little tiger turned back in anger to glare at Professor Lu before running into Shang Yu's arms for comfort. Professor Lu apologized to Shang Yu. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention when I came in. In the future, I'll look down before entering. Shang Yu felt embarrassed and told Professor Lu, sorry, we've taken in quite a few pets here. They're multiplying so rapidly that we might run out of space soon. Professor Lu looked around the garden and nodded, what a bunch of pets here, it must be quite troublesome to take care of them. Dr. Shang, you've been working hard. Shang Yu smiled, is Professor Lu here for PSI? Professor Lu said, yes, I just examined the second husky's body and found that all side effects have disappeared. Now I'll check these two as well, and later on, I'll examine all the enlarged pets, aiming to conduct research. Shang Yu petted the little tiger for a while before letting her play by herself. The lynx pitifully licked the little tiger's tail and rolled its eyes at Professor Lu. Shang Yu and Professor Lu could only sigh helplessly at this, yet the lynx remained obedient enough for Professor Lu to record data accordingly. Alright, I will go see what's going on. I roughly have an idea now, but I can't confirm it yet. Professor Lu bade farewell to Shang Yu and scheduled the next meeting time. This time, when he went out, he was very cautious and didn't step on any pets. After a while, Sheng Ying came back. As he walked in, he asked, has Professor Lu been here? Speaking of which, he also stepped on the little tiger's tail. Shang Yu. Meow. The little tiger jumped up from the ground, fiercely scratched Sheng Ying's ankle, and fled like lightning. Sheng Ying, full of and helplessness, said, sorry, I didn't notice. Both decided that for the sake of the little tiger's tailbone, they had to expand the hospital. As for how to expand it, Sheng Ying had an idea when he saw the map, the abandoned driving school. Its spacious grounds and excellent geographical location were undoubtedly the best place for pets to play. When the spring breeze brushed against their faces, Professor Lu finally figured out the operating principle of PSI in pets' bodies. He found Shang Yu and said, why do I think the pet's body conditions returning to normal is related to temperature? Lower temperatures consume the side effects of PSI, while higher temperatures store these side effects. Although the side effects seem to cause minimal harm to the pet's bodies, as long as we control the temperature, we can control PSI. Shang Yu understood why the second husky could return to normal, because it bathed in the water of Milan Lake. Why the pets transformed back during the battle, because they held the ice made by the ice machine every day. The residual phenomena on the fur and paw pads disappeared completely in the cold winter wind. So now, let's discuss how to use this principle, Professor Lu said. Chapter 55. The autumn was crisp and clear, with bright skies. The base gate roared open, and people gathered together with drums and gongs, surrounding Sheng Ying layer after layer. He held a red silk ribbon and scissors, symbolically cutting once, and cheers erupted inside and outside. I hereby announce that the base expansion is complete. Gu Shenying loudly declared. People cheered and rushed to see the newly expanded area. Shang Yu placed Little Dumb on his head and moved forward with the crowd. Sheng Ying came toward Shang Yu against the flow of people, grabbing him. Come, here, let me show you the new venue. Sheng Ying held Shang Yu's hand and led him towards the broader base area, introducing the buildings around. We expanded the market. Look here, it will be used as a flea market for everyone in the future. This is the library, where we plan to collect books, newspapers, and magazines from everywhere for the children to study. We expanded the hospital, with Professor Sun participating in the construction, fully based on their needs. And here, Sheng Ying brought Shang Yu to a courtyard, took out the key from his pocket and handed it to Shang Yu. It's for you. Shang Yu stared at the gray brick wall and black gate ahead, suppressing his excitement, and inserted the key into the lock hole. Upon opening the gate, a large expanse of green grass came into view. A stone path led to the white building at the end of the yard. To the right was a small pavilion, ancient and simple, with tables and chairs placed inside. The entire yard was more than twice the size of Shang Yu's original small garden, spacious, with willow branches gently swaying in the wind. Next to it was another small building designed for the pets' indoor nests. The first floor was for large pets like the white dragon, while the second and third floors were for medium and small-sized pets. The interior was simply decorated and partitioned, requiring Shang Yu's decision on further renovations. There was also a set of training equipment on the grass, steel nets, hoops, arranged in order from left to right, vivid and adorable in color. Wow, where did this come from? Shang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Sheng Ying said, isn't there a fire station over there? I found firefighting equipment, dog kennels, and training gear there. It seems like dogs were raised there before. I brought quite a few good things from there, placing them here. Shang Yu didn't intend to train the pets, as the facilities in his training room were more than enough. His main intention was to provide the pets with a place to play, so they wouldn't get too bored. The larger ones fought all the time for territory, causing quite a ruckus. Little Dumb jumped down from Shang Yu's arms and ran happily across the grass. Sheng Ying pulled him into the little building and said, look, our new home. Xiang Yu quietly walked into the small building and saw the sunlight streaming gently through the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. The curtains swayed lightly. The fabric sofas and coffee table formed a cozy living room, while a round dining table was surrounded by wooden chairs. Walking upstairs, on the left were the study and workroom, while on the right was an exceptionally spacious bedroom. Sunlight filtered through the light-colored curtains, creating soft beams of light. The large bed was adorned with soft blankets and cushions, and beside it sat freshly picked hydrangeas. When they pushed open the balcony door, they had a perfect view overlooking the entire garden. Sheng Ying hugged him from behind. "Do you like it?" Xiang Yu nodded. "I didn't expect you to make our home so beautiful." Sheng Ying kissed him tenderly. "As long as you put your heart into it, there's nothing you can't accomplish. If you truly love someone, you'll consider their perspective more often, think about them constantly, and want to give them the best. Our home deserves the best." Under the careful management of Sheng Ying and his brother, more and more people entered Baoshan base, striving for either the vaccines or the pets. The number of newborns hit record highs, and children could attend school for free, taught by old teachers. People from outside bases continuously sent in young pups in exchange for vaccines, which were all kept at Xiang Yu's new home. Since Xiang Yu was experienced in raising them, each pet was plump and very friendly to humans. Some couldn't help but adopt a few more back home. A year later, Xiang Yu welcomed his first customer to exchange for a pet. They were a married couple who arrived with vouchers, eagerly asking Xiang Yu if they could exchange for a pet. Those 200 ordinary people had been promised that they could exchange pets based on work hours, and now some of them joined together to look inside curiously near Xiang Yu's door, chatting excitedly. Do you think they might break their promise? If they broke their promise, wouldn't all our hard work this past year be wasted? Hey, don't say nonsense. How could they break their promise with so many of us here? I'm just worried whether the two pets would accept them. I heard that here, it's the pets choosing people, not the other way around. After a while, the gate opened, and everyone stepped forward. Here they come. What pet did they take? The couple emerged from the door, beaming with joy, thanking Xiang Yu profusely. Turning around, they showed the group a little black dog they cradled. Hey! It's a Doberman. One man exclaimed in delight. This breed is large and intelligent. They used to be police dogs. You two got a great deal. The surrounding people gathered around, incredulously staring at the little Doberman. The couple replied, there are plenty of pets inside, all well-fed and healthy, including adult pets, though they're fewer in number. You should hurry up if you want to exchange. With the first successful exchange under their belts, people felt much more assured and began arriving in pairs eagerly. By afternoon, a queue had formed outside Xiang Yu's door. These ordinary people obtained pets through their own efforts, becoming even more loyal to Baoshan base and treasuring the fruits of their labor even more. Another winter came, and Professor Lu once again broke through the barriers of PSI. He told Sheng Ying that he knew how to mass-produce the PSI agent. By a stroke of luck, an agent originally intended for humans ended up being swallowed by the second husky, giving them renewed vitality. They still didn't know if the husky ate it out of curiosity or something else. But now, it appeared that pets indeed made choices optimal for themselves through their subconscious, whether it was selecting owners or consuming medicine. Their instincts and subconsciousness repeatedly saved them. The second husky and the pet's affection for the PSI agent likely stemmed from their awareness of how beneficial it was, prompting them to eagerly eat it. After repeated trials, the mass-produced PSI agent was finally put into use. Professor Lu said that as long as one didn't consume too much at once, there wouldn't be any adverse side effects. Thus, one day after spring, Momo, who had been craving the medicine for a long time, finally got to eat it for the first time. Looking mighty, he followed his owner to expand territory and returned to the base a day later with countless supplies. From then on, the age of giant beasts officially began. Sheng Ying's previously proposed large base plan finally started to become a reality. Under the protection of the giant beasts, people built a great wall surrounding the entire Yangtze River Delta region. They proceeded to massacre zombies within the walls, marking the first counterattack by humans against zombies. People didn't even need to make direct contact with the zombies, they climbed onto the backs of the giant beasts, which acted like enormous meat grinders, with countless zombies meeting their end under their feet. People from other bases also joined in, unprecedentedly motivated. Even without giant beasts, they did their utmost to kill zombies and used crystal cores to exchange for pets or the agent. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, Gu Shenying spent a long time rummaging through the base and unearthed the previously abandoned iron railings. What's this for? These iron fences can't stop zombies, why are you digging them up again? Someone from the base asked. Gu Shenying replied, not really, we've eaten up the whole Baoshan district. The crowd couldn't believe it, seriously. The whole Baoshan district. Gu Shenying nodded and threw the iron fence onto the cart, of course. Do you know how big Baoshan is? In the future, we'll be able to leave the base for activities. Those soldiers from Milan Lake base also helped. When the people realized this, they were overjoyed. As Gu Shenying arranged for some workers to load the iron railings onto the truck, he explained, now building a wall isn't necessary, but let's use the railing for now. You wait and see, one day, we'll conquer all of Shanghai. That winter, the iron railings were firmly planted in the frozen soil. Warriors patrolled 24 hours a day, and the zombies seemed to have disappeared somewhere for warmth. When Xingying announced that the Baoshan district was safe, Jian Xiling's twins left the base for the first time. Humans no longer cowered inside the base, nor did they solely focus on defense. They weren't afraid of zombies anymore. Stepping out of the enclosed city, they felt as if they'd seen daylight again. The twins babbled, pointing at the towering office buildings in the distance and staring intently, eyes unwavering. Professors Lu and Sun gripped each other's hands and walked out, seeing the scene before them, tears streamed down their faces. No regrets, no regrets. Shang Yu consoled them, Professor Lu, the issues you worried about before are now resolved. The children can see the outside world, people can leave the base, civilization is preserved. Are you reassured? With tears in his eyes, Professor Lu looked around at the world of yesterday, reassured, reassured. After that year's spring festival, Milan Lake Base took the initiative to propose using planes and bombs to bombard the urban area of Shanghai first, and then clear it up with the help of the giant beasts. But this is Shanghai. Are we just going to blow it up? Jian Xiling, a native of Shanghai, was reluctant. I grew up in Shanghai. Xingying said, blow it up, we can rebuild a new Shanghai, but if we don't, we might not even get the chance to rebuild it. Letting the pets fight so many zombies carries too much risk. Baoshan was located in a remote area, so there were fewer zombies. Most places were filled with shipping containers, driving schools, and factories. However, it was different in the central districts of Shanghai, where millions of high-rise buildings harbored zombies, enough to overwhelm them in numbers. And even with giant beasts, a zombie tide could still easily kill them. But what if there are still people in downtown Shanghai, won't we kill them by bombing? Mu Yun asked. Although megacities like Shanghai had become hellholes already, but what if someone was hiding there? They couldn't afford collateral damage. Xingying said, so they're bringing small bombs, and will lure the zombies to a fixed open area using mechanical dogs before carrying out the bombing. This way, we can minimize the damage to the city, making it easier for us to search for supplies later, and avoid harming innocent civilians. After the details were finalized, one day people heard the roar of planes. They looked up and saw more than 10 planes roaring past. The planes dived and circled in the sky far away and finally dropped the first bomb. A thunderous explosion echoed from the distance, scaring Xiao Ming into crying. In the following month, planes continuously dropped bombs over Shanghai. The place where zombies were dealt with was a square that, after being bombed several times, formed a shallow pit. A mechanical puppy made loud noises, carrying a piece of bloody pork from street to alley, followed by a terrifying army of zombies. Once they reached the center of the square, the dog stopped, and then the plane dropped incendiary bombs, burning the zombies to ashes. Thus, little by little, they eradicated zombies for an entire year. A year later, Xingying announced the entry of the giant beasts into an almost deserted Shanghai. What followed was incredibly smooth. The pets' sharp sense of smell helped them quickly locate zombies and even assisted their owners in searching for supplies. Surviving zombies inside buildings were found, and people bravely charged at them without fear. By the time Professor Lu entered Shanghai, it was already safe to walk freely on the streets. Let me give a speech. What should I say? Professor Lu stood awkwardly, on a footbridge in Lujiazui, with the Oriental Pearl Tower behind him, like a massive ruin piercing through the azure sky. Xingying laughed and said, Professor Lu, just say something casually. You are our great contributor. Not wanting to refuse, Professor Lu raised the loudspeaker. Below, countless citizens looked up silently at him, it was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. I am not a great contributor, Professor Lu said, I'm not. I am relieved that we didn't hide in the base, I am glad we didn't stop at having food and clothes. Our human desire for freedom is innate, and we have achieved it within my lifetime, we've returned to the world stage. Little Xing called me a great contributor just now, but I am far from it. You all, every one of you who fought for survival and freedom, are the true contributors. I want to thank one person, our Dr. Shang. Professor Lu raised his hand, pointing towards Shang Yu's direction. Everyone smiled and looked at him. When our experiment faced bottlenecks, it was Dr. Shang who came to help. When our pets were in danger, it was Dr. Shang who risked everything to save them. We owe this person gratitude. We must also thank Little Sheng, without his leadership, we would never have come this far. It was his decisions that kept us alive and protected us from dangers. But it is not over yet. We are here today for a broader horizon and a better future. Let's continue to strive together. Professor Lu concluded, the road ahead is still long. Today, standing here with you, I share your commitment. Hopefully, one day, we can freely travel across our homeland, and our children will be able to go anywhere they wish. Though human civilization suffered a heavy blow, today she stands tall again. Let us motivate each other and move forward. People cheered in a tidal wave, homemade fireworks soared into the sky, and planes circled above Shanghai in celebration. Shang Yu and Xingying hugged and kissed amid the joyous celebration. A brighter future is not far away. The end.